eliminated.
Welcome back, everyone, to another HCS Top 10 clips. This time around, we're putting a bow on the entire season. It's the HCS A&D Power Plays Top 10 clips from all of 2024. All right, let's kick this top 10 for the 2024 season off the right way in Descendant's hands. Right now, he's going to be sliding out towards that shock rifle. Finds an easy kill as he picks it up. The quick scope for a double is nasty. Spots a third player bottom middle trying to get away with camo. You're going nowhere, son. And Descendant also spots the last player to grapple into him. A couple of bags and an overkill to his name. All right, number 9. We saw an overkill for the 10th. Can we get an overkill for the 9th? It's Looney on Forbidden, finding 2 easy kills to start this one off. The third player is going to be a gunfight. He has to win, does so. Rewarded with the snipe. Now, Looney's going to play his life here just well enough to get the timing on a body shot for the overkill. Okay, so we got back-to-back overkills to kick this thing off. It's going to be Glory's triple kill from Argyle, if you remember this one. It's pretty special. The Irishman put himself on the map, made his name known with a couple of snipes here. As he transitions, the first and the second are clean, protects his flag carrier for the triple, and it's clean from Glory all year long. All right, number 7, Renegade is going to make an appearance here in the top 10, and rightfully so. Renegade is unbelievable when he catches fire. Catches the first 2 kills, not really looking at him. That grenade is perfect to get him the double. Spots his third player, transitions perfectly, cuts out every route for the triple. He's knocked a no shield here from behind. What can Renegade give us? It's an overkill as he trades, and he says, I'll do it myself for FaZe Clan. At number 6, Ryan Noob from Complexity now making an appearance. HCS Arlington against Optic Gaming, shock rifle in hand and starting to hit shots. The first, the second, the third are so clean. You blink, you miss it. Ryan Noob making sure Optic Gaming know he's still here to play. At number 5, it's our second European in the top 10. And it's SLG with shock rifle in hand. World Championship, and in World Championship form, SLG starting to take down members of Optic left, right, and center. The triple kill is clean. The overkill right in front of him wins the gunfight, and it's an overkill against Optic Gaming for SLG. At number 4, it's about time Optic started making their names known in the top 10, and they're going to start with Dead Zone. Patiently pops the overshield and picks the thrust back up. Pay attention to that. That's important. Picks up the first kill. It's perfect shots. Dead Zone giving us that all year long. The second player not looking at him. Third player doesn't have a chance. The fourth player that thrusts sideways throws him off for a roller coaster and an overkill for Dead Zone. All right, number 3, Formal from the Green Wall. He said, enough of the clips against me. Let me show you something. To all the Green Wall fans out there, it starts with Dead Zone's point of view. You know how this goes. He's going to get a kill. He's going to be able to try to play his life back towers. Is going to get a melee onto this last player. And pay attention because that's important. Formal just picked up a triple in the feed. Formal just quick scope someone spawning green for an overkill. You spawn dummies, you're dead too. Formal finds a kill tack in the grand finals of a world championship. At number 2, it's Dead Zone with his second clip in the top 10 for the 2024 season, and it's for good reason here. Formal's the perspective we're going to watch and kick this one off with. Does some damage to the player A plat. Dead Zone actually picks up that kill on the camo player. The second player gets quick scope and he tries to transition that ball. The third also going to do the same, a mistake. Jiggle peeking around this pole will get you an overkill as Dead Zone hits the perfect no scope, lines up the reticle, and makes a play. At number 1, it's Lucid from Optic Gaming, and probably the best clip I've ever seen at a tournament, and I've been going to Halo tournaments a long time. If you haven't seen this, you've been living under a rock. Mental starts off the clip by throwing off the snipe. Unfortunately for Mental and Shopify fans, Lucid's there to catch it. When he catches it, you already know something good's gonna happen. He cleans up the first kill, the body, second shot is perfect. This player back tower gets spotted, called out, and taken down. Lucid gets that bit of information right there that fourth player's flanking him. No scopes him perfectly with the lineup, the jump back, everything is perfect, and Lucid puts this team on a highlight reel.
Party's over. You belong to me.
Satisfactory.
worry. Betrayal.
What is up, Halo fans? It's Clutch here, and we have the HCS AMD Power Plays Top 10 clips from the 2024 World Championship. All right, let's kick it off at number 10, and what better way to start it than the 2024 World Champions on their way to that World Championship. It's Stellar with the shock rifle. It's against Optic Gaming in the Grand Finals, and Stellar gets a killing spree double kill to kick this top 10 off. At number 9, it's Snakebite from FaZe Clan, and Snakebite is on live fire against Cloud9. He's got the sidekick in his back pocket, and he knows how to use it. Rips two unsuspecting players for the killing spree off. The one-on-one for the triple is easy slight work for the sidekick and Snakebite. Coming in at number 8, it's Renegade from FaZe Clan, and we're going to be in this same series against Cloud9 here at the World Championship. Renegade on recharge with the shock. You know what's about to happen. The first shot, as clean as can be, the second shot through the shroud. It's a double. Spots the third player. Maybe doesn't hit the shock, but the two melees will get the job done for a triple kill. At number 7, Frosty from FaZe Clan, your third FaZe Clan member, and it's against SSG here in the winners bracket semifinals. Legend is trying to run this first fight to give his team a lead. Frosty says no with the plasma. A beautiful instant aid of the plasma will give Frosty the opportunity to find a double. Not only that, but the rest of FaZe Clan are here. They're going to get it, not only the return as Frosty hops onto it, but Snakebite gets a counter cap as well. At number 6, Dead Zone from the green wall. He's got snipe in hand on live fire right now against Shopify Rebellion. Shopify's up 1-0. Dead Zone needs to make a play to keep his team in this series. Dead Zone with a quick scope onto the player camo for a double, a killing spree. The body shot is perfect as he picks up a clean triple kill. Thinks he has another bullet in the snipe, but Dead Zone's going to have to settle for the triple kill and camo control. All right, number 5, halfway there, Sab from Cloud9. It's Aqua Slayer, and he's got overshield to work with the first player not looking at him. That's an easy single. Here comes Sab with full overshield, making plays. The grenade does a ton of damage, cleans it up with the bandit. The last player alive, ping 3, and Sab kills all of Native Gaming for the overkill. At number 4, Renegade is back for his second clip in the top 10. He's got camo snipe live fire against Sentinels. The first player not looking at him because he has camo snipe. The second player gets the comms. Third player also gets the comms, but Renegade does not care. He finds 3 kills on Sen as all 4 go down. At number 3, Optic Gaming in the winners bracket semifinals, trying to find the spot in the winners finals. All you have to do is stop one push. The man for the job, you have the right guy with the right weapons. Formal with the shock rifle, the first player gets taken down. The second with the slide is perfect. The damage onto a third will allow Optic Gaming's reinforcements to get here. Able to capitalize on the rest of Formal's damage. All 4 down for Shopify, and that is Optic's ticket to the winners bracket finals at the 2024 World Championship. At number 2, SLG from Quadrant. And this kid with a shock rifle in his hands is a problem for anyone, even Optic Gaming. The first 2 kills are clean. Smells blood in the water, starts to push. The triple is easy, and the overkill. Norwin, you nasty boy, gets the overkill on Optic Gaming. And the number 1 clip from the World Championship is brought to you by Formal from Optic Gaming. Dead Zone on the point of view right now, tracking down a player back tower. able to play his life a little bit here. Back mud, gets info that a player's pushing him. He's going to get some damage onto him. That's actually important because Formal has just gotten a triple kill in the kill feed. Formal then quickscopes the player back green. Bound spawns dummies. Bounds immediately removed from the map. And Formal, for the nastiest kill tech of the year, creates our top 10. Hey y'all, it's Clutch here, and today we're excited to introduce S&D Extraction, the newest competitive mode coming to Halo Infinite later this year. S&D Extraction is Halo's version of the popular tactical shooter mode. Here's how it works. 2 teams of 4 compete on asymmetrical maps, with one team starting on offense and the other on defense. Your goal on offense is to plant an extraction device at either A or B sites, while the defense tries to stop you. Good news, you don't have to worry about carrying a bomb. Once you get to a site, you'll be prompted to initiate the extraction. Once planted, the defense will have 1 minute to convert the extraction to win the round. Teams will alternate playing offense and defense after every round, and the first team to 6 rounds wins the match. Everyone will start with the Bandit Evo, but at the beginning of each round, you'll have 30 seconds to purchase your loadout. Playing the objective and getting kills will reward you with credits to spend on weapons and equipment each round. We wanted to make sure that all Halo Infinite players felt at home in the new mode, so you've got your normal shields and movement abilities with you for every round. S&D Extraction is a one-life mode, which means once you die, you'll have to watch from the sidelines until the next round starts. That is unless you've got enough credits in the bank to buy back into the round to support your team. It's a big risk. Buying back in the round will have your wallet hurting for a while.
Round 1.
Today we're also excited to announce that we partnered with Forge Hub to host the official map contest for S&D Extraction. Both parties have contributed $10,000 to give this contest a whopping $20,000 prize pool, with the winning maps also being considered for matchmaking when S&D Extraction launches later this year. Head to forgehub.com to see the rules and map guidelines. Our playtests on S&D Extraction have been epic so far, and we can't wait for you to try it out yourself later this year. Best of luck to all the forgers in the contest, and we'll see you online.
Hey guys, it's Oath here, your friendly neighborhood grassroots streamer, and today I'm going to take you through the top 10 ranked sniper plays, submitted by you, the fans. Without further ado, let's get into the goods. Kicking us off at number 10, we have the amazing C4. Their teammate is grappling with an enemy just below, and C4 swoops in with the melee body shot wombo combo. In an unlikely turn of events, the entire surviving enemy team decides to have a party in this one precise corner of the map, and C4 shows them the meaning of pain. No scoping suspect number 1 at the top of the stairs before beating down his target from the start of the clip and then brutally taking down the final teammate to secure the extermination. Number 9, Deedle. Absolutely sending it up these stairs and around the corner with zero fear, which is my preferred way to play all gas, no brakes. They come out the doorway, deliver a clean headshot, comes out, sees the ping, gives us a cheeky sprint slide no scope, 180s, takes out enemy number 3 to earn the over, almost gets taken out by JTL over there, back from the grave, but Deedle locks in with a counter snipe and secures the kill tack. At number 8, oh my god, it's Eli X. I love his girlfriend. That's not the point though. The point is, when you see Eli X in your sniper's lobby, you know you're about to have a terrible time if you're on the enemy team, and that is exactly what these poor souls are about to experience.
It's gonna be a in window, everyone challenging.
Eli jumps up to peek window and immediately deletes 3 of the enemy team in the first 5 seconds of the game, earning a triple kill. With half a thought, he no-scopes a sole survivor to get the over and the extermination. I don't think he ever even tries, honestly. I think he just has heat-seeking eyeballs, and what did I tell you, the enemy team is uninstalling expeditiously after that start. Coming in at number 7, we have Moosh SF. Moosh heard about the stunt that Eli pulled in that last clip, so they start off by eliminating Mr. X, before hitting Mint Blitz with the wombo combo for the double kill. They take a moment to regain their composure, but a wild Carson Loot slides in and is swiftly put down with a hasty no-scope. Eli comes back for more, but Moosh is not having it, and shuts him down with the counter-snipe overkill. This is a fitting redemption. Moosh, the previous lobby thanks you for your service. Keep that sniper menace humble. Number 6. Eli X is back at it again, and who's surprised? This guy lives in the Rank Snipers playlist. He cleans up 2 enemies for an easy double, takes fire from above, but he is unbothered by such trivial things such as sniper rounds and lands the counter snipe. He spots the remaining enemy teammate and lands a nasty flick for the overkill extermination. Another lobby shattered. Another 4 players left wondering if social snipers is the safer option. We have number 5 with It's Moose. First enemy pops up and Moose takes the opportunity for a clean headshot, does a little bunny hop themselves, and pops TTV Clappuccino for the double. They're looking for the triple, zooming around the map at a speed that pleases my TikTok tarnished attention span, locks onto victim number 3, and secures the counter snipe for the triple kill. Moose heads back up to top mid, but their spidey senses are tingling, so they peek back to camo for good measure and flick a headshot to land the over. At number 4, we have Z1 Tyler. Right off the bat, our hero goes mid, peeks an intruder, and cleans him up with a body shot. You are not getting away from Tyler. He checks back through mid, spots another body, and nails the double. Throws in a quick celebratory 360 jump, sticks the landing, 10 out of 10, and then punishes victim number 3 for sneaking up on him during his dancey dance. Tyler's bloodlust can now only be taken out on the enemies pushing OS. Quickly hitting the over, followed by the cheeky kill tack, and the screen is flooded with medals. Good job, Tyler. Number 3, Mint Blitz. Right off the bat, he hits a double faster than I could normally spawn in and blink. Poor chaps didn't know what hit him, and neither did that guy on the stairs, earning Mint Blitz his triple kill. He jumps off the platform and executes the first person he sees. That's an over. Heads back up to the base and takes out LSJP before they can retreat behind cover, securing the kill tack. He's looking for the next medal, and oh, would you look at that, 2 more heads served on a silver platter. 2 more bullets and Mint gets the Jaro, but he's not done yet, and 1 more clean headshot lands him the kill-tastrophe. You love to see it. We are almost to our top clip of the video, but first, at number 2, we have, oh, surprise, it's actually Mint Blitz again. He spots their buddy coming up the stairs, and he too is guilty by association, so he is swiftly put down for the triple kill. Their surviving teammate across the map takes 2 shots for the over, followed up with another cross-map headshot for the kill tack. Mint is feeling confident at the bottom of the map and thinks this is a game, so he bunny hops and lands not 1, but 2 more headshots for the Jaro. Snags the repulse, launches himself into the air, and lands another headshot to take the lead and secure the kill-tastrophe. Truly a rough day to not be on Mint Blitz's team. And finally, closing us out at number 1, we have Swolviet. First shot doesn't connect, story of my life, but Swolviet is not like me, and he is a professional. So he's gonna make up for it in a second with a disrespectful repulse body shot. Swolviet goes for the triple, and unfortunately for the enemy team, he has unlimited ammo and all the audacity. So for the next few seconds, you are going to watch him go on a rampage that results in a kill-tastrophe. Bullets, fists, flying. Bravo, Swolviet. The next playlist we will be covering is Ranked Arena. Do you think you play Halo pretty good? Is Arena your game? Do you hit your shots sometimes and it looks kinda cool? Me neither. But that shouldn't stop you, and you can submit your clips anyway. Click the link in the description and submit your clips to be considered for the next top 10 list. If you land in the top 5, you'll earn yourself an in-game HCS bundle. Congrats to our top 5 winners here, and enjoy your in-game items. Who doesn't love free stuff, honestly, in this economy? And if you enjoy my ramblings, you can find me over on Twitch as well at ttv/oathxx. Just don't expect anything like what you saw. I am not that guy. See you next time!
We are live from, well, I think you guessed it, Dallas, Texas. And we're here to bring you the fiercest Halo Infinite competition from all around the globe.
Will connect the no shield APC. And oh! Yes, he can! Absolutely cooking!
Hey guys, how's it going? Welcome to the Kaysan Showdown 6 featuring Shopify Rebellion, FaZe Clan, Optic Gaming, and Space Station Gaming. I want to give a very, very special shout out and thank you to Halo for helping me put this whole thing together and all the teams that are participating. And they were playing for $50,000. Hopefully, you know, today's going to be an amazing day, and it is going to be an amazing day. And I just want to say, again, thank you so much. Hope the fans and everyone watching is going to be super excited to watch this. And, yeah, it's always fun to put these events together. So with that being said, let's start the show.
Welcome to Dallas, Texas, everyone, and welcome to the Kaysan Invitational. We just heard from the man himself, welcoming us to the show, putting this amazing event on, and I'm sure that everybody right now is very, very excited to see our first look at 4 of the best teams in the Halo Championship Series finally getting to play on LAN. My name is Onset. I'm joined by Bravo and Kaysan as well, who's going to be joining us for the intro. I'm good, man. How are you?
Fantastic. Super excited to finally get this going. We've been putting this together for a minute, so super happy it's here in fruition.
It's going to be a blast, man. Andy, how you doing?
Yeah, man. It's a new era for Halo Infinite, and specifically today, we've never had before a huge season of Halo, like a 4-team LAN kickoff one-day thing to go down. So this is special, not just because we're stoked to be here, but like in the history of the Halo franchise, we've never had a kind of a season preview like this. So yeah, Kaysan, thanks for putting it together. It's going to be awesome.
This is going to be a good one, man. I'm super excited. So, but yeah. So, I mean, 4 teams. You guys agree with these 4 teams?
Yeah. I mean, let's talk about these rosters. Let's have a look at them because it's been one of the most, exciting off seasons ever when it comes to rosters. You can see that every single roster on this page has changed from the last Halo Championship Series season. We've got FaZe, we've got Shopify here, we've got Optic, and we've got Space Station. Andy, I mean, what an off season it's been.
Yeah, I mean, in nearly 25 years of Halo, this is the largest roster mania ever. You got to think about it. This is the bonus year for Halo Infinite. The 4th year, we've never seen this for a title. You got a World Championship team splitting up. You got one of the longest running esports duos in history in Snakebite and World 2 splitting up. And of course, also new young blood making their first ascent to championship teams. We're looking at Last Shot and Cycle on Shopify Rebellion.
We certainly are. The 2 players who are going to be looking to make an even bigger name for themselves this season on this new look Shopify Rebellion lineup, who have looked absolutely superb in the off-season, in the online tournaments, in the build-up to our first opportunity to look at these teams on LAN. But if you're wondering how this is going to work today, well, we've got you covered. Don't worry about it. This is how the format is going to work. It's going to be a GSL-style bracket. We're going to have best of 5s all the way up to our grand final, which will be a best of 7. But it's just the one series in our grand final. No bracket reset this time around. It's a one and done.
And also, let's not forget the pick your opponent format coming in for Shopify Rebellion after finishing first in their Major 1 qualifier as well.
And speaking of, let's take a little look at who Shopify Rebellion decided they were going to pick as their opponent in the bracket. They picked that a little bit earlier on.
So Shopify, because you guys won Major 1 qualifier, who would you guys want to play?
We're going to play SSG.
Can I ask why?
Because I want to. Like what?
Say no more. Shopify versus SSG.
Say no more, indeed. Didn't get much out of him.
I had nothing to say after that.
That's
all
it.
right.
You tried your best. You're
I
like, why?
respect
Give me something. And it was like, we just want to play him.
I mean, why do you think they picked them?
I think it's got to be a matchup
good
thing,
question.
right? If you look at online, obviously the choices were going to be based on results, right? They were going to choose between FaZe and SSG, and it's just got to be. Also, let's not forget they already have the game types, right? They're going to know exactly what the game types of Series 1 are, so good chance there that they're just looking at SSG kind of on a game type to game type basis.
My question to you: shots fired?
I think in a situation like that, there's always a little bit of shots fired, right? You're choosing your opponent. We never really get to see that in professional Halo, so I think there's a little bit of shots fired.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. And also maybe there's something a little bit more in this. I'm just looking at, FaZe did beat Optic in the qualifier for the major.
But then they beat us. Oh, and then they beat us right back, right?
They beat you back, but there is maybe Shopify were looking at that and going, I'd quite like to see FaZe play Optic a little bit earlier on.
I mean, I think every single Halo event I've seen in the offseason has been Shopify versus Optic, like in the finals, like damn near. So I feel like this was expected, at least from my perspective, is what it seems.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you. I think Space Station here with a point to prove as well, Andy.
Yeah, I mean, they really are. Let's not forget, Space Station, the team that really kind of hasn't receive the respect they would expect with the pedigree of player in the offseason. So they're going to make sure that they come out big here, because you and I have talked about it. They need, every team here wants the confidence going into that first LAN. Like, yes, it's a one-day event. But let's not forget, still $50,000 on the line today, and all of the confidence in the world heading into the entire season.
Yeah, I think it's a big thing, confidence. We always talk about online, and I'm the biggest portrayer of, like, online is online. LAN is very different. Nobody wins big money online. It's all about, those LAN performances. And I think for a team like Space Station, a lot of eyeballs on them coming into this event, because they haven't quite matched the standards, like you were saying, Kaysan, of Shopify and Optic, who have got to those grand finals. But being picked first as the team that someone wants to play against, they're going to come out here and want to prove, like, this is a mistake.
I agree.
Yeah.
Especially a team like Space Station. They're loaded. That roster is crazy.
And they play well, and let's not forget too, they play well with a chip on their shoulder, right? Like those four players, like them being singled out as, oh, of everyone here, we want to play you, puts a little bit of a chip on the shoulder as well.
It certainly does indeed. Now, if you're watching at home, good news for you. There's some Twitch drops available, Andy, and we love a bit of a Twitch drop because in this economy, you know, everybody loves a little bit of free stuff. So
how can you not?
Exactly. Let's enjoy this while we can. I mean, Twitch drops are always good fun. If you're watching today and you're enjoying the broadcast, which we know that everybody is going to be, then we've got some free stuff for you. But I mean, I've got to be honest. Like, sat here today, we've been waiting for this like moment as we look at these Twitch drops, Andy. This feels special. This tournament. I don't know why. It's like the perfect table setup for the season.
That's the perfect word for it. It's like the best table setter we've ever had going into not only a year of professional Halo, but what a lot of people would call the most exciting and unpredictable year of professional Halo. By the way, Twitch drops F's in the chat. That's going to be a charm available, as well as the granular armor coating and also the purpose-built emblem and nameplate. Make sure you're watching all day /Halo and /Kaysan.
And by the way, for those who don't know how the teams kind of came about and stuff, you guys want to go ahead and...
We'll touch on that. We'll touch on that. This is how things are going to go down today. This is Shopify versus Rebellion. We just saw Shopify picking Space Station in that pick your opponent. They're going to be up first. Then we have FaZe versus Optic, which not a bad way to start the day. Let's be honest.
El Clasico is
second match of the day. Not too bad. And then if that's not good enough, after that we get a little preview of S&D Extraction, and we have two teams, I will say, that are absolutely stacked for that. So it's our first look at it. This is going to be a lot of fun. We were lucky enough yesterday, Andy, to get to play it. Just a game of this, and we had a lot of fun doing so.
Yeah, we'd love to take a look at these teams. That's going to be later on today around 2:30 Central. Stellar, Renegade, Legend, Lucid versus Formal, Frosty, Last Sot, and Trippy. As you said, this thing is stacked, it is loaded, and it's going to be an amazing world premiere of S&D Extraction later on today.
Yeah, going to be really good. Who are you picking, Kaysan?
For which one? For the...
Yeah, what team?
These two teams? I'm going to probably go with the Stellar, Renegade, Legend, and the Lucid team.
And Lucid, okay.
Yeah, what do you got?
That's a tough question. My favorite thing about this, we've just gone through a crazy roster mania. We're going to have ex-teammates sitting next to each other, like having to play together again.
This is going to be wild.
It's going to be cold.
Pretty interesting.
And the best thing about it, right, because and especially in a one life mode, like this is just, it's so high stakes. Every single, when you think about Halo, right, you got a lot of opportunities in the game over the course of 12 minutes to kind of make your point. Here, it's going to be like high stakes 1v1s. It's going to be a lot of fun.
It's going to be really, really fun. Obviously, we've got the economy system to go through. All of that good stuff. We'll be bringing you that a little bit later. But before we get there, like we mentioned, we have our first matchup to start talking about, and it is the #1 seed going into our opening event of the year, Shopify Rebellion, who picked to play against Space Station. So let's talk a little bit about this. How, you know, these rosters coming together. We mentioned the roster mania that went down. A lot of it was kind of initiated by Formal on Optic Gaming, right?
Yep.
He put his roster together, and then all of these interesting moves happened. Everybody had to find a place to play after that roster came together. And these two rosters were essentially formed off the back of those Optic Gaming moves.
Yeah, it really was. I mean, when you use the term roster mania, it was just kind of Hurricane Formal, right, coming through, and everything had to react to exactly what Formal was thinking, and you see all these big kind of shifts and changes kind of coming together throughout the year. And now it's going to be amazing to see Shopify Rebellion on LAN for the first time, these four players.
And I think I just want to talk about this Shopify Rebellion and the off-season roster mania. I think one of the smartest things that actually happened in all of the roster mania was locking down Cycle and Last Shot, two up-and-coming young players who looked outstanding all of last season. We were saying looked like they deserved an opportunity at some point to be on one of these big rosters. They were locked down early by Shopify Rebellion, and then when all the other pieces started to move, all of a sudden Royalty and Frosty become available.
So weird looking at them not a FaZe jersey.
Yeah,
like from my perspective.
I saw Royalty walking earlier in the shop. I was like, "What is going on right now?"
It feels kind of crazy.
It looked like fandom initially, and I was like, "Wait, no. This is real."
Yeah, but you guys bring up a good point, because like we said, imagine there's so many conversations in like MLG forums back in the day during Halo 2 and Halo 3. What if there was another year? What teams would have assembled? And we're getting to see like those what if teams that have never happened in the history of this game. And I'm telling you, if anyone had, without a crystal ball, there was no way to know how these teams are going to fall. And it's going to be so exciting to see them for the first time on LAN today.
And then on the other side of the stage, you have Space Station, who won every single event but one last year. World champions, the organization, being forced to make roster changes.
Which you never see when someone wins a championship.
Yeah, exactly.
Never.
Absolutely.
Especially in the way they did it.
Yeah. It's insane to see. And now you have, as well, with these two teams going up against each other, the first time that we see Snakebite and Royal 2 sat across from each other for over a decade.
Yeah.
Those two have been teammates
it's pretty
forever.
Weird. Yeah, it's crazy. But listen, their roster, regardless after winning, is loaded.
Yeah, it's crazy. And this is going to be our series layout. We're starting off with a little bit of oddball recharge. Then we move on to, again, we haven't even mentioned one of our new maps and modes that we have for this season as well. We have some Origin for our Halo 5 Coliseum fans out there. Then we move back to some more traditional, I will say, gameplay for Halo Infinite with CTF Aquarius at game number 3. Then we have Strongholds, Live Fire, Slayer Streets. I love this series layout. I'm going to say, like, this is when you look across game modes, game types, this one feels good.
It does. It's going to be really fast-paced, and to have, like you said, a new map game type coming in here with that Kali Slayer remake in Origin is going to be a fantastic game number 2. And I think the one thing I feel when we look at these rosters, we look at these players kind of warming up, and we see them coming in the venue today. It's wild to think where we are in professional Halo, that this 4th year, with the amount of shakeups, this is a big year in terms of a number of things. The player's legacy during this game, right? Like, a lot of players are maybe even unfairly going to be remembered for the later years of this title. And everything that's happened before is kind of out the window, right? It's in the past, and now it's all about how do these players, like, look at a player like Snakebite, right? This guy's already built a legacy, but where does he go from here, right? How does he continue telling his story? And it's kind of a clean slate for so many players here where no longer can you lean on, like you said, long-time duos, long-time results. It is a blank slate, a clean canvas here for this season with a lot of money on the line, not only today, but all year long.
Yeah, I mean, you look at a player like Lucid, first couple of years of Halo Infinite, he's the poster boy for Halo Infinite, right? The amount of crazy plays we're seeing him make, and now he starts a new chapter in his career. So it's going to be a fascinating day of action. Once again, thanks to you, Kaysan, for putting this on. It's going to be an amazing opportunity for everybody to finally get on LAN and see these teams throw down.
We had to do it, man. We had to do it. Shout out to Halo for me. Put it together. Without them, and this wouldn't even be possible. So I'm excited. Can't wait for today.
Here we go then. Game number 1. This is what we've all been waiting for. The season isn't quite starting yet, but we are very, very close. And like we mentioned at the top of the show, this is the perfect table setter to get us going. And finally, I will lift my embargo, by the way, of who's looking good, who's not looking so good. I'm one of those annoying people who's just like, it's online.
I don't think that's annoying. I think that's reasonable.
I don't know. I think I'm annoying. I'm happy to admit it. It's cool.
Hey, you said it, not me.
Yeah, it's cool. It's weird for me to see Royal 2 and Snakebite sat across from each other, by the way. It's kind of like freaking me out a little bit.
Yeah.
It's weird seeing some of the FaZe players on other teams.
It's true.
After, how a lot of years, man.
We gotta try and get like a Snakebite and Royal 2 on the couch at some point.
It would be good, yeah.
It would be good.
It would be good. Yeah, and it is wild to think
like
that
counseling.
Yeah, it might end up becoming a session that we weren't ready for. It is wild to think, though, kind of these players now having to, right, not having that much time, just a few months of online play to get ready for another big year, right? Another big Halo World Championship right around the corner. And having to find things like, for example, if you think about the old FaZe roster, if you think about the World Championship winning most recent SSG roster, these teams have so much experience on these game types. They know exactly how they play Aqua. They know exactly how they play these. There's so much, and they had to relearn everything. These rosters has shifted so much, right? At maximum, you have duos coming and matching up, right? There was no teams where you had 3 players stay or anything of that nature. So really, it's going to be a huge test, and I think having this event is just perfect in terms of really seeing where these teams are at before we get into Arlington.
I mean, as a Halo fan, how was it to watch the Rostermania kind of taking place in the off-season? Were you just kind of sat there like, who moves next?
Well, I was obviously part of the Rostermania stuff with what we wanted to do with FaZe, and we were actually one of the last people to really announce our team. It was very interesting, to say the least. Obviously, like you said, it kind of piggybacked off like what Matt and Optic wanted to do first, and then kind of like seeing what was going on, because we knew our players were leaving. So it was a crazy offseason. As a fan and obviously as part of FaZe, it was very interesting to watch.
It felt hectic for everybody.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit more stressful than people would have wanted in that offseason as well, with all of the moves that were being, or the hands that were being forced, so to speak. So this is where we are now, though, right? The Rostermania has finally calmed down, and now we can talk about some Halo again.
Yeah, exactly. It feels like Rostermania doesn't even do justice to what happened, because
we need a new term.
Years ago, if a few players made a change, it was Rostermania, and okay, we've got 2 new teams. This is a big deal. Now it's like, no, let's shuffle everything. It's the bonus year, like we said, and you get to now see Dream Team rosters assembling, right? That people would have died to see play, now get to play off against one another.
Well, here we go then. Looks like our first game is almost ready to go. Hopefully we can get into the action as soon as possible, but when we do get there, of course, we'll be straight into the game and straight live. Let's talk a little bit about Oddball Recharge to start with, because I feel like Oddball has been a game type where Shopify Rebellion have excelled a little bit in the time that they've had together.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you think about those 4 players and the way that they're going to be able to play that game type, it's not surprising that they're clicking in such a way on a game type like Oddball Recharge, really Oddball on any map. Mark, that's gives an opportunity. You and I were talking last night as we were watching gameplay, reviewing notes. One of the key focuses for these teams, as we said, they've only had so much time together, is going to be not just chemistry, but specifically speed and timing within that chemistry, right? And when you talk about the lifespan of this game and where we are in the meta of Halo Infinite today, it's going to be about, if you get the opening damage, how fast do you collapse, how fast do you move? And that's what we're going to be really focusing on as we take a look at all of the 2025 maps and modes for the first time
it's
on
a big
land.
graphic.
I was going to say, big graphic and a lot of new stuff here that we're going to get to see. We haven't even got to talk about the new game types introduced into this mix on top of the new rosters.
Yeah, I mean, let's start with Origin, right? It's Coliseum from Halo 5. It plays beautifully. It's a lot of fun to watch as well. We're going to have Capture the Flag and Slayer on Origin. And then when we look at another map that's been brought in, Fortress, we're going to have, we haven't mentioned Neutral Bomb. New game type that's coming in. Fortress is going to be one of the battlegrounds for Neutral Bomb, which we've seen played in the offseason. A few tweaks and changes to that game type in recent weeks as well, which I think just make it play a little bit better, make it flow a little bit more. But yeah, I mean, you're looking at new rosters coming together, new game types to learn. It has been such a process. And I think the thing that I enjoy most about that is even with all of the changes that are going down, these rosters coming together, there is still room for growth with all of these rosters to get better and better due to the fact that we have these new elements being introduced to the season.
Yeah, there really are. There's so many variables here, so many unknowns as well coming in. Like we said, it not only was it impossible to predict how these teams would fall, but also, of course, impossible to predict really even how this season will go. We've seen, of course, Shopify and Optic already starting to edge out in terms of online results, but we'll see how that holds on LAN. Personally, I can't wait to see different strategies that we see on both Neutral Bomb game types. I've really enjoyed playing it. I've really enjoyed watching it. As you said, I think the most recent changes to Neutral Bomb as well, especially on Fortress, have really made an impact in terms of overshield placement, in terms of the actual size of the arming zone. Big fan of different strategies you can do with repulsing bomb, how you can, it's all about game management in Neutral Bomb, right? It's such a low scoring game at times, has become a little bit higher scoring due to the changes, but it becomes this really smart Halo kind of big brain IQ game management that you start to see in Neutral Bomb, which will be fun to watch today as well.
Yeah, it certainly will be fun to watch. And I think two players that are going to be fun to watch, that while we've got a little bit of time before this first game gets underway, are going to be the two young guns that are on Shopify Rebellion. I mean, it's a good opportunity for us to talk about these players, as it looks like we might be heading in towards game one, because Cycle and Last Shot, we felt when we were watching their POVs last season that they deserved to be on teams that could potentially win championships. And now they're going to have the opportunity to prove that here. The first time here on LAN, are they going to be able to match those online performances and do exactly what we expected and we saw from them last season?
That is the question indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to a new era of Halo Infinite. Welcome to 2025. We are underway on LAN. 2 dead apiece off the opening break. No points on the board. You're watching Shopify versus Space Station here. Game number 1. Oddball on Recharge, and which team's going to start to get an edge here. Let's not forget, if you're just joining us, Shopify Rebellion, choosing to play Space Station in this first series. Shots fired. We're underway.
Certainly were shots fired indeed. Now the number 1 seed coming into the major, of course, Shopify Rebellion. And the first time for Space Station to maybe prove to their fans and also some of the other fans here in the Halo Championship Series that they are not going to be a team outside of that grand final themselves. This is a team who is used to winning tournaments. But this new player impressed us so much last season. Cycle started off hot with a nice little headshot from that shot.
Ooh, might even get away with this as well. Finally taken down. Snakebite not going to allow that to happen on our stage here. 3 dead for Shopify. World 2 manages to stay alive in a big situation. Frosty will be the first spawner, but it's early points on the board here for Shopify, up 24-2.
24-2, but like you mentioned, kills starting to go down in the favor of Space Station, which gives them a little opportunity just to get a moment of control. Frosty is trying to pressure Lucid out of the top of A, and as that camo's coming up in around 15 seconds or so, the kills are starting to slope in the favor of Shopify Rebellion. So not only are they going to be able to get that ball potentially back in their hand as a double kill is picked up by Frosty and all 4 die. Simultaneously, for Space Station, they might be able to access that camo as well.
Frosty not missing right now. The man is already 7-2 in this game. As you said, it's another 4 dead, another continued. Might be back-to-backs here. Stellar bottom mid is your last player alive. There might be players on Suit Plat, but it's another 4 dead coming in. Amazing slaying control coming in from Shopify now, hitting the 37-point mark.
Yeah, really, really impressive start. And even though they have got that ball and they've got that lead, Snakebite's going to be able to get away with that camo. So an opportunity to break the setup here. Although it does look like he's been spotted out momentarily. but smartly plays his life long enough to do damage to multiple opponents. That will leave Shopify Rebellion 2 dead as Eco tries to deal with Last Shot, who when we come to describing, I think, a game style for Last Shot, Turret comes to mind.
Absolutely, Turret, damage dealer. Let's not forget last season, just in case anyone didn't catch it, there were series where he was playing against Optic Gaming and even losing the series. More damage output than anyone else on Optic Gaming, including Formal. Unbelievable numbers coming out from him. We'll see if he can continue to write his story in an even more impressive way in 2025. Relatively scoreless over the last minute and a half of play. We'll see Shopify start to bring the ball right back into gold here.
3 dead for Space Station again, and it's been complete control, essentially, in those first few moments for Shopify Rebellion. Ball's been held here in the gold pipes for the majority of the game. Frosty now with a power weapon in his hand, and I tell you what, he's going to feel very, very comfortable on this lineup, knowing that he's going to have that responsibility now as that player where he can really shine. Again, I feel like him and Renegade maybe butted heads on previous rosters, trying to do the same thing a lot of the time, but now he is given that sole responsibility. He is the guy for Shopify Rebellion who's going to be picking up those power weapons and going to work.
3 dead again. Frosty, the first player on double digits. He's 11-6. They're starting to run away with this first round. Already at 68-3. It's been really great ball management and also pipes management coming in from Shopify so far.
Yeah, nobody really able to get going whatsoever on the Space Station side. Everybody negative at the moment. Only a couple of seconds of ball time between the entire squad. The control has been pretty stifling so far from Shopify Rebellion. And it's looking like this trade is going to be good for Royal 2 as well. It's 3 dead again for Space Station. They just can't get on the map at the moment.
No, it's beautiful there. It's going to be 4 dead as well. It's a staggered 4 dead. It also spells disaster for Space Station continually because that's a staggered 2 dead again. They're going to have to wait for one another. Here comes the long haul rotate as well. About to be at the 80-point mark.
Trying to see if Shopify Rebellion going to have control of blue here or the tower. It looks like Royal 2 is going to be there. He wins his individual fight in tower as well.
Beautiful.
That means they have so much space to not only hold this off ball, but potentially rotate to blue as well. So Shopify Rebellion, they only need a few more points here, and in the first round will be theirs.
Beautiful transitional hold here as everything ticks down. They get all the kills they needed, and that will be the round.
That is going to be it, and that is a conclusive first round. And even though it's very early, no games won yet, but certainly the round, maybe the PYO looking pretty good early on here.
Also, my goodness, take a look at the scoreboard. In the end there, as Space Station got desperate, Frosty went from 11-7 to 16-7, adds a little spree there as a bonus. To be 16-7 in a game where your opponents do not have any more kills than 7 is absolutely wild. What a start here from Frosty in 2025.
Yeah, just looking at how they've been playing in the offseason, looking at how they've been playing in those online tournaments, he has looked so comfortable. And Space Station, the opposite can be said for them. 4 dead once again off the rip. And when Frosty is holding the oddball with a camo in his hands as well, you know that Shopify are feeling comfortable. Psycho's got the shock as well, and he just blew Lucid's head off.
Clean 4 dead. 3 players on double digits for Shopify, and Cycle, who's 6-5, has 12 assists. Triple the assists of anyone else in the game at this moment. That is unbelievable after 1 round of oddball.
Absolutely unbelievable start here. Finally, it's going to be Shopify who suffer a few deaths consecutively, but they still have that oddball. They've still got Frosty and Royal 2 denying entry towards the pipes, and they've still got a grapple, and somehow or other, Frosty and Royal 2 win their individual fights, keep that oddball out of the hands of Space Station, and by the time they re-engage
my God, I know!
Oh my God, Frosty's back! Frosty's back, that's all I can say. Frosty's taking over.
There are questions of how these players on brand new rosters, how will they write their story? How will they be remembered in Halo Infinite? And even how will they continue their pro Halo career? Frosty 19-8 with plays like that off the opening. This man is ready to play this season on a brand new roster.
I also want to say he's 19-8, still has 27 seconds of points of ball time as well. So it's not like he's just running around the map looking for kills. He's doing everything required to win the game here for Shopify Rebellion. Royal 2 is going to pick up a comfortable double for him as well, as 2 one-shots will fall. Last 2 players are damaged. Lucid will get 1, but I mean, at the moment, it feels like SSG are just chasing shadows.
They really are here. Really struggling to get on the map in this second round as well. Only 1 point on the board so far, still 48-1. A little bit of deja vu in terms of how this round has gone score-wise, without a doubt. Finally, a few kills come in for the side of SSG, but it's a 2v2, which allows a rotate here for Frosty and Last Shot.
3 dead for Space Station again. I'm starting to worry now with how the pattern of this game is going. The SSG might not even break double digits combined on the 2 rounds. We've still got some Halo to play, of course. Shopify Rebellion just complete and utter control. SSG cannot get on the map.
Enemy has the ball.
Little snag here from Stellar. Frosty going to try to pressure that. Finally, a little bit of a momentary hold. Likely a forced play ball here from Stellar, as that finally will be played. Can't get any extra damage. The grapple will be played as well. New ball to play for, 1 dead apiece.
Eco and Lucid finally get a couple of kills. Last Shot will find one himself, and Lucid will finally put Shopify on the back foot for what feels like the first time, excuse me, in quite some time since we even started this series. They had 3 dead, maybe even a staggered 4, and now finally SSG have that ball in their hands. SSG trying to rotate back through Snakebite here, and it's taking perfect shots from Stellar just to keep the swarm away from Shopify, because SSG have lost 3 again. He's lost alive.
Let's see what Last Shot does here. There's a lot to talk about on the play that just erupted, especially if Last Shot gets this kill. Cycle comes in to help. Unbelievable from Last Shot. Take a look at that entire life. He's the last player alive. He grabs the ball's bats, and he stays alive just long enough to get the ball into Needles while playing the ball into Needles. He gets the elevator spawners, and they all cause enough chaos together, but that by the time Last Shot has spawned, he's the one flying in, getting the kill, and getting the ball back. Amazing retake there, and solo effort initially coming in. Really great heads-up play on that first grab of the ball as the last player alive.
I mean, statistically, you're looking across things at the moment. Snakebite struggling at the moment. He's 9 and 18. Eco 8 and 17. They're ugly-looking stats, whatever way you try and frame it. And Royal 2, well, he's feeling the complete opposite. He's 20 and 11 at the moment. We've been talking about Frosty. This man's been doing some work as well. Everyone's been doing work. Yeah. Everyone's been doing work. Let's not get this wrong.
It's been a flawless game so far. There's really nothing else to say here. It's going to be 2 dead for the side of SSG, maybe 3 in a second, yes. Eco's going to be your last player alive. And now only 16 points away from closing out this game.
I mean, SSG at least broke double digits, which is, you know, if you're looking for the smallest of consolidations, is something good to talk about. But if that's the top of the list, and it's a very short list, SSG going to have some concerns, certainly heading in towards game number 2. 96 points on the board, and with Last Shot and Frosty as last alive, it might be an opportunity here for somewhat of a hold, and SSG need to find something here because they have looked a little bit lost.
Yeah, I mean, even a little hold here, even though it's, of course, looking grim and it looks like they're unlikely to take the game at this stage because all it's going to take is 1 break, even less. If they could just get a solid moment here, it might be a little bit of momentum and confidence going into game number 2, to be honest.
Snakebite takes some damage, and here comes the Flood. They do not need to be asked twice. Last Shot flies in to take him down. Stellar falls as well. There's the third, 3 in quick succession, and that is going to be the round and the game going over to Shopify Rebellion, the #1 seed for the Optic Major coming up, looking extremely strong in that game number 1. I feel like I'm underselling it. Yeah. Extremely strong is very kind.
Yeah, it is unbelievable play from them. I specifically want to highlight the immediacy at which they would get into a transitional hold depending on where the damage had come from on the map. If they were pipes, if they were bat ledge, and they started to have a little bit of pipes damage and even 1 player fell, immediately you saw the long haul hold. Now they're holding sneaky. If the kill is received there at gold, they rotate right back. They're ready to get back in. They're ready to play the ball. They were on top of it in every single way, and of course it goes without saying on the slaying department as well.
Yeah, interesting to look across the damage stats as well. Just caught out the corner of my eye. We'd look at the overall stats here. 23 and 12 for Frosty, 21 and 13 for Royal 2. Last Shot, +2, but with a huge amount of assists, and Cycle 15 and 13 with 14 assists. I mean, you talk about natural chemistry between players. You look at those Cycle and Royal 2 stats, a lot of kills being picked up by Royal 2 off of the damage of Cycle. That's what you want to see from a team.
Yeah, big damage coming in, of course, for every single player here. Stellar also putting up 5,500. However, the damage story belonged to Shopify Rebellion in every single way. In the damage category, of course, in the slaying, as well as the oddball points on the board.
I mean, you look at every single player in the game, most of them just breaking 5K. Frosty breaks 6K. Yep. You know, Cycle not too far behind him as well. So every single player on Shopify Rebellion just outputting damage, and it felt like in that game, which is, you know, Recharge in itself can be one of those maps, regardless of the mode, where if you get 2 dead and you can start cycling spawns, it can be very difficult to establish yourself back on the map. And I think we just saw almost flawless execution. The first time that we saw a 4 dead, it was just complete control. It felt like SSG was struggling to get 4 players on the map, not even the numbers when it came to trying to break those setups.
Yeah, I mean, so many things to look at there in that game as well. Just the amount of, just like we said, the confidence in the holds, their ability to get the kills they needed at the right time. They felt like they were always, like you said, a man ahead, and they oftentimes SSG was on receiving just kind of 2x2 staggered spawns, which is so hard to bounce back from. 2-0 in favor of Shopify Rebellion off of your game number 1. Next up, for the first time on LAN, Slayer on Origin.
Yeah, now we get an opportunity, maybe for Space Station to find a little bit of a foothold, get a lead in this Slayer, and just rebuild a little bit of confidence, because I don't care if it's first game of the tournament. I don't care if you just come off of online, whatever it might be. Losing in that style is something not
Right.
Something any of the players on Space Station historically are used to doing. That was a bopping.
Right, and the one good thing, of course, for the side of SSG, when you look at that roster, they know what to do, right? How to mentally bounce back. You right away, you take the things that you need forward from the game, you forget the rest, you get ready for a Slayer. And of course, when you think about Snakebite, Lucid, Eco Stellar, these guys are going to be ready to play this game type. Of course, all of them with a ton of time on this map as well. You got to think, maybe that's a little bit of a factor when you think about overall elapsed Coliseum time. Of course, SSG going to have the advantage there in terms of H5 and across Infinite as well when you add those two together. So we'll see if they can bounce back here, get maybe a little bit of a foothold in the series and tie it up 1-1.
On the side of Shopify Rebellion, though, they're going to feel very confident for obvious reasons, but also because they've got a man who was synonymous with some of the best clips we ever saw
when you think of
from Coliseum. I mean, when you think of maps and players and, like, what map would you pick to define a player? You probably look at Frosty and you're thinking Collie.
You're thinking Collie and you're thinking that iconic clip. Now, I also want to contrast that with when you think of the kind of the squirreliest and rattiest places on maps, you think of Walshy. So, there's good and there's bad associations with players and maps.
It took us one series to get us to a Walsh shot. I'm happy about that.
Sorry, Dave. We'll see you soon.
I'm not.
Here's the look at that roster that you just saw dominate in game number 1. It's Cycle, Frosty, Last Shot, and Royal 2. And as you mentioned earlier, Mark, it was really the signing of Cycle and Last Shot early on by the organization that allowed this roster to then grab Frosty and Royal 2 from FaZe and create not only a Dream Team roster, but one that also has the first seed here and is looking very, very good this year.
Now, we heard in some interviews from Frosty in the offseason as well, like, he likes the mix of, like, the new blood who's going to listen to him and Royal 2. You know, Frosty likes to be very vocal in game. He likes players to play around the decisions that he's making. And I feel like when you've got two such fundamentally sound players in Cycle and Last Shot who are going to do... It sounds very obvious to say they're going to play good Halo. You know, they're not going to overthink
No, I think it's important. They're not X Factors. These are not X Factor players. Cycle and Last Shot are going to play very good Halo in every single game, and that's what you're going to get out of them.
Yeah, and it's going to be 8 out of 10, 9 out of 10 every single game, which is what you want, that consistency. But it allows the likes of Frosty to maneuver around the plays that they're making and have that freedom to be the playmaker again. He, like I mentioned, he's not worrying about what a Renegade is doing on the roster, which is something maybe he would have thought to do, and then he has to refill a role, whatever it might be. He's just got this comfort again to just play how he wants.
Exactly. Look at this fly through. By the way, I got to say, it is good to be back on land.
Oh, man, it feels good.
Fantastic to have all of you joining us on chat across all the channels. It's already been a great start to the day, and now we get to see a bit of a throwback here. It's Origin in Halo Infinite. Of course, the Coliseum remake for the first time on LAN. We're about to see legendary players with so much experience on this map go up against one another. And here we are underway. It's Shopify versus SSG. Can SSG bounce back and tie the series 1-1? That's the question.
Well, let's see who gets control of that snipe early on, because I think it's going to be a big factor, of course, as we always see here on Origin. But for SSG, one thing you don't want to be doing is giving away power weapons early when you've just had players going off in the way that they were in that first game. However, the one thing that didn't want to happen...
Here we go.
What has happened?
My God, dream scenario. Frosty with the snipe off the rip. It's 5-1 off the opening in favor of Shopify. They couldn't have asked for anything better, and we get a little bit of a show here. It's Frosty back on top mid on Origin.
The Pharaoh of Origin sat up on the pyramid once more. Looking at the Rocket Street to see if he can find some heads. First bullet fired is going to be a Cranium Rearranger. That is going to be Frosty doing exactly what we expected to see, and this is a doubling of the score already. 8-4, and Frosty has only fired, I was going to say 1 bullet, 2. He's also got thrust, by the way, just in case he feels a little bit nervous at any point.
And let's not forget that thrust when you're going in and out of mazes, when you're going in and out of grass, and snipe is so huge in terms of being able to stay alive. Snakebite challenging for more. Frosty, though, starting to waste some ammo. A little bit nervous. Finally will burn the thrust as well. So just like that, we're tied 8-8. It's a fantastic response from SSG as they've tied the game.
Yeah, you can see Lucid gritting the teeth there. He looks like he's determined to make up for that game number 1. Nobody really shone whatsoever on the side of SSG, but now with a sniper in his hands and 3 bullets to play with, this is an opportunity after that great push that we saw for SSG to just establish a little bit of a lead themselves, and there we go. It's a 2-kill advantage as Lucid hits his first headshot that we've seen from his POV.
Beautiful movement prediction there from Lucid. He's played that angle many times before, without a doubt. Goes without saying. Also got to say, Lucid, right, how does his story continue? Like you said at the top of the show, originally the poster boy for Halo Infinite, Still has all the skill, but 2024 Optic Gaming didn't really give him the opportunity to perform at the level that he expects to be able to. And he wants to write a brand new chapter for himself as well.
Now has to change to the Bandit and rely on that as the snipe ammo has dwindled. Frosty going to be challenging. Eco's going to get a trade on the snipe side himself, though, and these trades are good for SSG. They establish themselves still with this 2-kill lead on the map, although Cycle brings that back to within 1.
Neck and neck here, and what looked like it could be another blowout, as you said. And let's not forget, it was 5-1 and then 8-4. Space Station has done very well to not only stay in this, but even maintain the lead at this point.
I like how Frosty's just anchoring the elbow at the moment. The Rockets are coming up in around 5 seconds time. And it looks like they're trying to position themselves to at least challenge them at the moment, with SSG losing 2 kills and the same happening on the side of Shopify Rebellion. You've got to wonder where those spawns are coming in. Stellar, he flies in, he gets a beat down and maybe just didn't have the information of where Frosty was. That's an easy trade out, but it's still a 1-kill advantage here for SSG.
Yeah, big rock grab here coming up.
Tie game.
Keeping a very close eye on how these might be snagged. Snakebite versus Frosty for the Rockets.
Frosty's going to help him as well when he gets away. Down to bottom grass. He's taking a little bit of damage though. Snakebite's going to challenge, and even though he breaks the shields, has to sacrifice his life to do so. So Shopify still with a rocket, and there was SSG stacking up a little bit here. There might be an opportunity for the lead to change once more. Kills get traded very effectively though. Snipe's coming up once more. Eco's trying to G-slide away and survive. Frosty now taking a little bit of damage, but Last Shot's holding his hand and saying, I'm keeping you alive, buddy.
Just like that, finally Frosty's taken down. I think there was 1 rocket left in the chamber. We'll have to see if that's correct. Trying to keep one another alive. Still tied at 23. It's been an absolutely fantastic game number 2 here. Neck and neck at the halfway mark.
It's going to be 2 dead. For the side of Shopify Rebellion, Stella picked up that double kill, and that should secure them that next sniper rifle as well. And going into the midpoint of this game, with the sniper rifle in your hand and a 1-kill advantage, there's an opportunity to get some picks. And it's going to be Lucid once more, who we see get one of those exact picks we're talking about.
2 fall for Shopify here, now 27-24. They start to feel the lead slip away for the first time in this match. Let's get to a listen-in now with Shopify Rebellion.
You guys, let him spawn red. I guess they're red one. He goes one. I'm running out, I guess. Yo, they're back flags, All you pressing. All you literally. In the window. Yeah, one more. Watch out the window, you go. Watch out window, you go. Elbow, last guy. Absolutely. Chowdy. One in the corner going, and the elbow still. Pocket. Watch this one. I might move. They're gonna be all snipe. Yo, top rockets. I think they're all pressing. Yeah, I'm man. On rocks. Elbow. Nice. We got top pyramid. 2 rocket side. Kill these guys. Pyramid still on me. Rocket side. Kill. Rockets and 10 guys. Rockets. We got maze. Red maze and pyramid. Yeah, rockets and 10. Still red maze. One guy blue couch. Yeah. 3 snipe side. One guy sneaky. Rockets 2. They're gonna. They're hitting Matt up. Blue cave, one hit. Rest it down. They're top crack. What base are you at? We got me blue maze right now. Keep left here. Yeah, Brad's also a rocket. One guy, Grash right now going red base. Be hella red BR. Say like Matt, we're here, Matt. Keep blowing. You're gonna be red elbow. Red base. Red elbow. Red elbow. Yeah, back flag. Red pound. Push. 2 red flag. 2 red flag. You're all spawning right. We can trap it. Yeah, they're all trapped. I have your cross. One they spawned out. One got blue elbow. One spawned out.
So out of the listening, and Shopify Rebellion have just found all sorts of momentum, and it was based off of the rocket control they managed to pick up from that. SSG once again just been collapsed upon, which leaves us now just 9 kills required for Shopify Rebellion to go up by 2, but Stella with a double brings this a little bit closer.
Yeah, finally Frosty's taken down, but have we seen Frosty doing Frosty things on Kali or what? 14-6 in this game, but it's not done yet. Still 43-37, a few kills to go.
Now getting to that situation where SSG can't afford to trade. Have to be picking up kills without response. One of those trades does come in though, and you just heard the sniper rifle being fired, and it's Frosty who has got away with that weapon once more. 6 to go here, but only a 4-kill advantage. Frosty though is going to be able to hold SSG at bay.
A few shots left for him. Eco knows he doesn't want to get brained up on top cat. Now just a 3-kill game here.
3 shots left as well.
Wouldn't have it any other way. Frosty game in his hands. They're up by 4.
4-2 gets a pick. There's Eco. There's Lucid. And can he find a couple of bullets to play with? There's only 1 left. but this could bring the game with it in 2. Got good information, a good call out there. You saw, I don't think he was aware initially there was a player on the Rockets, but the way that he snapped, it's like, there's a guy top Rockets.
You could tell he wanted to watch Royal 2 from cat to fountain. He really wanted to hold that angle because he knew Royal 2 was going to take that route, but he had to look at top rocks because last shot was pressuring, and like you said, a call out must have come in. Now 47-43, here's the push.
Such a smart bait and switch though coming in from the Shopify side. You saw Royal 2 moving off the back of the damage from top Rockets, and now moving into the flag is going to clean up the final pieces. Shopify with a turnaround from the mid-game towards the end, and they will be up 2-0 in the series.
50-44 in the end makes it look comfortable, but let's not forget, when we got into the list, and they were actually trailing by 3 kills. So SSG able to find a little bit of grip and a little bit of grit in that game number 2, and find some footing. However, in the end, it's still comfortable for Shopify at this level. When you win a Slayer by 6 kills, is going to be a comfortable moment. How about Frosty? 15-7 will get the stats on the board. Because he does what he does best. Every other player on his team either going even or negative. Frosty goes 15-7 and they win by 6. And I'm not going to lie, if the Netflix producers could have scripted how Frosty's LAN return to Kali would go, starting and stopping with the snipe and going 15-7, I don't even know if they would have whipped that up.
Yeah, I mean, it's if you're looking at history, maybe they could have whipped it up, to be fair.
Well, sure, it would have sounded ridiculous.
Yeah, for sure. It was fascinating to watch as well. It really highlights the role that he has on this team. We jumped on board with him a few times, picking up power weapons, picking up rockets, picking up sniper rifles, and he's only got the 1 assist because he has the weapons in his hand to go to work, to play around what his team is doing on the map. And I just feel like that, we talk roles, and I think it's kind of like a little bit ancient and extinct, the idea of a role now for players in Halo. Everyone has to be able to do everything. We know that. But there's natural tendencies that certain players have, the way that they see the game, that work together so well. You look at one of the examples is last shots, sit top rockets, couple of shots goes into loose at the end. Royal 2 sees that damage, plays off the back of it. And it's just that baiting and switching, that natural chemistry that makes Shopify look so good.
Really was. Now let's not forget, Space Station leading here at this point, 13-9, also leading later in the game. They really were able to keep this thing close all the way really until the 30 kill mark is where things started to get a little bit different in this game. But there was a little bit of foreshadowing here, we should say. If you've been keeping up with Frosty, his clips that he's gotten on Origin leading up to this event, even in the first week of this map coming out, some of the things he was posting, you had a feeling that this man felt back at home.
This is a really good example of the chemistry I'm talking about.
Yeah, the timing.
Lucid's trying to be comfortable, snipe from the elbow, couple of shots, has to pay attention. Royal 2 immediately plays off the damage, and that's the definition of speed we talk about, right?
And how about the discipline? As we see 50-44 coming in for Shopify Rebellion, they lead 2-0. How about the discipline from last shot to stay top rocks and never challenge the angle, right? I mean, that is really, really strong Halo from a young player on that squad to sit top rocks the whole time, and even when he might have had opportunities to check the street, even when he might have heard that he was weak sniping elbow, he instead holds the angle. He's up there being a huge pain in the ass, and all in perfect timing, Royal 2 comes up the elbow street to get that kill. That's when they collapse. Beautifully done by Shopify, only 1 game away from closing the series.
CTF Aquarius is where we head next. So SSG got to find something. There was a few moments in the mid-game, few nice shots being hit, but you're looking at how Shopify ran away with it in the end game. I think once they got those, I mean, you're looking at rocket control. Honestly, would love to see power weapon kills again. Maybe the comparison between the two teams, because I feel like we at least saw 2 sets of rockets being picked up by Shopify, and it picked up a kill with every single rocket that was fired, if I'm not mistaken. So put them to use is, I always say, getting them's one thing, putting them to use is another, but the routing, the angles that were being taken with those power weapons was, you look at the difference between the score at the end of the game, that's the difference between the two teams.
Absolutely. And now we'll have to see if SSG can take maybe a little bit of that momentum that they had from that much stronger game number 2. Can they take that into here? And Aqua CTF, of course, is going to be a very, very fast-paced game off the rip, and they're going to have to be ready for everything, but you have to think, maybe looking a little bit better, maybe a little bit of the rust off, and maybe able to get back into the series. If not, it'll be Shopify taking the first series of the day.
And looking justified in their opponent that they picked as well.
Yeah.
It was, I think a few people maybe had a few raised eyebrows when they picked SSG, but they obviously felt very, very comfortable about it, and they're proving at the moment that it was the right opponent to pick with the way that they are performing. However, I feel like with the way that Shopify are performing right now, it wouldn't really matter who you put in front of them. They've been playing some superb Halo, and off the break it's going to be Last Shot who keeps those accuracy stats high by winning his first individual fight against Snakebite.
I agree. It doesn't matter the team you put against them right now. It feels like they are firing on all cylinders. 2 dead off the rip. That will be a clean grab for Frosty. Picking up where they left off. He's got camo thrust here, and he's ready to go.
Still 3 thrusts left to use as well, and he's just somehow whips his reticle around to take out Eco.
He's a ghost.
That was a strong elbow from Frosty there, I gotta say.
It was.
I like that animation.
We should also mention here, we'll have to see if they're a big part of the day. You're going to see a lot more prominence on a game like Neutral Bomb Aqua, but some new jumps on the maps as well. If you didn't catch them in the offseason, a few adjustments that have kind of upped the movement opportunities in this game. First flag already all the way back here. Royal 2 about to enter through the pink door.
Yeah, a very unique run here from Royal 2 as well, taking it down pink 1. And it's going to be essentially uncontested because a couple of kills went down. It was a 4v2 on the map, and it's going to be Shopify who continue what we've seen in those first 2 games, striking first and doing it off the back of just incredible efficiency. First flag pull, kills go down, they run it back.
3 dead again. Momentary 3v2 here, so not necessarily a guaranteed advantage is going to be coming through here. Cycle has to avoid his own grenade. He's putting damage everywhere on the map. Needs to be careful. But very good shots here coming out. Snakebite will pick up that kill easily to clear out the base and get ready to push. We got a new camo, top mid, in 20 seconds.
Keep our eyes on that. We've got an opportunity, and we're watching a bit of Cycle POV as well. I want to kind of highlight something that's really jumped out to me in the offseason about how this player plays and some of the patterns of play that I love seeing from him. His shield management, the way he doesn't re-engage too quickly, that if he gets popped again after having his shields broken, that keeps him out of the game for another 5 seconds. It's really, really interesting to watch. He's so careful in what engagements he has and what escape routes he has available based upon how much shield he's got. So keep your eye on that. It's really, really impressive from him. One man who was impressive all last season is on your screen right now, though. Camo in his hands, flag running for SSG, a chance for them maybe to tie this game up.
Based on the numbers, this flag should go absolutely here. Flag will stop for just a moment, but they had 4 dead, followed by now a 3 dead. They really should be able to get this flag back, and it's another staggered 4 dead in the end. So even though it'll be a little bit delayed, this flag should still go. We should see tied 1-1 needs to go now, but the kills do come in, so they are guaranteed safe here. This flag will go.
Yeah, Snakebite just showing a little bit of experience there, just even with 1 alive, making sure that flag is going to be safe, is going to go home, and people coming off respawn, if he gets taken down, aren't going to be able to contest the flag. And we are tied up, like you say, at 1-1 now. Frosty does take him down, though, on the bottom of the pink tower. It's going to be Lucid who comes in to exchange those kills, and now we're seeing a little bit of a scrappy mid-game here, but it's going to be SSG who keep those numbers scrappy as trades just continue to go back and forth at the bottom of pink here.
Yeah, an important trade comes in from Stellar there. Needed to make sure he got that one as the Cycle's trying to start something on the flag. However, he'll be taken down, honestly, mainly due to the trades that came in from the side of SSG. They'll stay alive, but what looked like it was going to be another runaway game from Shopify. Space Station right away. After that first rush, it was looking pretty unfortunate, but they answer back right now. 2 players on 7 kills, tied a piece right here with 2 players on Shopify. So they're right back in this here, and it's a whole different series.
I think Lucian's been no shields in this fridge for about a minute and a half. Finally, he goes down, but somehow his survivability there was enough to get SSG back on the map, because it felt like he was dead to right a few times. Some grenades being thrown in the fridge, but nothing coming out.
3 dead finally for the side of Shopify. SSG trying to time this here with the camo popping in 10 seconds. Top mid could be a big decider on where this next advantage and even flag goes.
Frosty going to be trying to challenge both players, no shields. It's going to be about the headshot. And it's going to be about Snakebite. He snaps onto him, sends that threat seeker out as well to see if he can get a bit of information. But Cycle, even though it felt like SSG had some pretty good control, the consistent flooding of that pink tower has now allowed them to get control of top middle, to get control of the camo, and with Last Shot picking up some kills, now Cycle can get a bit sneaky with it.
Nicely done by Cycle there. He knew Last Shot would pick up the first kill, so doesn't bother going to the opposite util. Instead, so well isolates these 1v1s. And finally, it takes a 3rd player. Eco does get the back whack to take him down at a very important time. Still tied 1-1 here after just under 5 minutes of play, but I want to get back to what you were saying about Cycle and the shield management. Not only do we see him able to use that to win 1v1s, but also able to stay alive for way longer than any other player should have any reason to do so. I mean, we saw him last year, for example. You think about his plays at back tower on live fire and the things that he was able to do in game. Of course, unsurprisingly, one of the big reasons that he was picked up right away on this roster. And you've already seen in games 1 and 2 what the young guns, Cycle and Last Shot, are capable of.
So those 2 players are leading the way at the moment for Shopify Rebellion when it comes to kills. On the other side, it's Stellar, who seems to be just finding a little bit of momentum here. He's leading the way for SSG and the lobby with 13 kills to his name, just the 10 deaths. As SSG try and get another flag moving. They've got it out of the base, they picked up a couple of kills, but it's one of those janky runs where they know that they need more kills before they can get that next touch.
It was only 2 dead. You saw Eco doing a lot of screen watching there, trying to make sure he was getting all the info he needed. They should be able to get these last 2. It's Last Shot and Cycle. Who else? Finally, 1 comes in. See if they get the last one as well. Cycle was still a threat to the run, and there he is. Now sitting on the car ledge. Going to try to stay alive as long as he can, but he'll get flooded, but stays alive long enough to cause more chaos.
It's one of those great examples of how half a second can change the dynamic of the next 30 seconds in Halo Infinite. Yep. Those kills get picked up. Frosty goes down immediately.
Then
they're allowed to move that flag far more comfortably. Don't get the throw, but they do get the touch. 2 dead for Shopify Rebellion, but SSG are making, they're making hard work of it. But Shopify making the work so hard for it.
Last shot with a nice reversal there. Snakebite makes sure to trade. Cycle on the return. Shroom stairs, gets 1 kill, might even get 2. No, not able to.
Home. It's
Look at the return though.
Eco's
gonna comes in.
Not gonna get it. Stella can't get the touch either, and it will go home. Cycle does the heavy lifting.
What did we say? It was last shot in Cycle. Guess what? The last 2 players that were alive at Pink. Cycle able to stay alive that entire time, long enough bottom mid to allow for the back whack, and then 30 seconds later, it's a Shroom Stairs return. He comes in, and like you said, Mark, it's plays like that, and it's players like that that are going to absolutely wreak havoc, even if you have the man advantage like we saw SSG have. And just like that, we are still tied 1-1 in a game that really should have been an SSG lead here. It's 3 dead for SSG. Shopify starting to run what could be the go-ahead flag.
Looks like he's going to be staggered for a second, though. Eco is behind enemy lines. I had no idea where he is. So now he's going to throw that flag out and make Shopify have to turn around. This is a very interesting situation. Developing on the map and thinking about where players are, that big picture map overhead. He's allowing teammates to pick up kills, and even though they've still got work to do to get that flag back to base, Eco at the moment and SSG seem to be putting those pieces together. The jigsaw is starting to look a bit more like a picture, and that picture might be a flag cap.
Oop, touch comes in though on the other side, so now we will have a minor flag standoff. It's a great flag move, by the way. How about the back-to-back G-slides with that flag to really just get it out of dodge and brings the flag all the way back home here. Everything to play for, and with how this game has gone, this could actually be the game winner.
Ooh, I was going to say, whoever comes out on top of that is going to have an advantage on the map. I thought there might be a trade opportunity for Eco, which would have been a huge play from him, but it's Cycle who comes out with a double kill and now patiently waits, gets that audio cube, is going to find, he knows where all of SSG are. That's the play he can communicate now. There's 3 players there.
The absolute flood. You could do that when you're just getting rid of a player in your util, and it's a really nice triple team that comes in. By the way, this camo could determine where this flag goes. Keep an eye on top mid right now.
Royal 2, the furthest player forward. There is one of those new jumps. He hits it. Gets a little bit of damage onto Eco, keeps those shields, wins the fight against Lucid as well, and now he is a massive thorn in the side of SSG. They finally flush him out, but Cycle pick up some kills in the meantime, but where did that camo go?
That's the question. 2 dead apiece, and now it would have been a delayed grab without a doubt because no one's been comfortable enough. Camo's still alive here 28 seconds later.
2 dead for Shopify. Map control will be picked up. Camo
Still
will
there.
be tossed towards Lucid, but there is a player top car as well. If he can survive, it'll be massive but large shot with a big play to burn that camo and burn Lucid at the same time as well. Last shot now overextending to try and get that flag back himself. It's a 1v1 in the base, but on the other side of the map, there's also some fights taking place around the Shopify flag that is in the base. So this is a real standoff, kind of 2v2 split across the map.
My God, what fantastic Halo we're seeing here on display. SSG reminding us what they're capable of. Royal 2 trying to peek for some extra damage as well. Very nice routing, does not take any damage on the initial fight. We'll get back to the high-level strategy, but finally he's taken down. So really what you just saw, a camo grab 32 seconds late. That tells you just how much of a standoff that we're in.
I mean, it's been almost 2 minutes, I think, since these flags have been in the opposing team's base. Stella,
a little over
last
2.
shot. Gonna trade that one out, but nobody able to get the advantage. Now we only have 2 minutes 40 seconds left on that regulation clock. So Snakebite feeling a little bit of pressure at the moment. Knows there's someone on the pink side. But this could be not just the go-ahead flag at this point, this could be the game-winning flag.
You got the feeling, even when we were at the 5-minute mark, you got the feeling that this flag standoff could decide it. Seek comes in, which is going to give a lot of info here. Snakebite is one of the last 2 alive, needs to hold the base on the block.
The window jump!
Here it comes.
The window jump came in, and that means now there's 2 players from Shopify inside of the SSG base. They will get that return. And they will get that flag cap as well. They go up by 2-1.
They're going to do it again here right away. Look at that when Stellar spawns Pink, they're in trouble. It's going to be a back-to-back cap.
Oh
and beautifully done. One of the fastest flags we've seen in Aqua ever. In Halo Infinite, perfect timing. Stellar tries to fly out Pink Street. You knew it was trouble when 3 were already dead and a camo as salt in the wound. Just like that, moments ago we were tied. Now with 1:45 left on the clock, it's 3-1 Shopify. When we talk about speed, that is what we mean.
I mean, we need to get the stopwatch out on how quick that was from one flag being
we gotta
capped
time it
to the next flag going in, because you probably think, right, SSG think, unlucky guys are down 2-1, and someone looks back down at the scoreboard. It's like, how is it 3-1? Like, how is it 3-1? How are we down by 2 flags? That was incredible speed and efficiency off the back of that run of kills that we saw coming in from Shopify.
23 kills for Last Shot, 22 for Cycle. The Young Guns leading the team. Stellar right up there with him at 22, but now just with 1 minute left, it's a victory lap here, it feels like, for Shopify.
I mean, we've just seen how quickly the 2 flags can be capped with Cycle and Last Shot working together to send that one home, and with SSG 3 dead, it's looking like Shopify Rebellion with under a minute left are preparing to get the broom out early here for SSG. They are looking for that sweep.
Wow, how quickly that game, a game can change, and how quickly this game changed.
Lucy's going to try and force this one bottom middle.
3
Shopify
dead.
are 3 dead. Last Shot, last alive, top car, should be able to cut this angle.
Should be a toss here.
Gonna get cut down though, and it's Last Shot again who makes this awkward. And look at the damage now that's been done to Stellar.
Yep, Stellar has to try to fight Util. Not going to be easy, as Last Shot is just absolutely booking it to the enemy base, and also going to get a flag off the stand just to make sure this one doesn't go. And he's got all the help he needs around the court.
There's 2 players in the courtyard, literally bodyguarding him right now.
Look at this.
Shopify, Royalty doesn't want to do objective. He stays.
Yeah, he's like, nope, don't throw to me. Do not throw to me.
Brother, you did the work here. You capped this one. It's going to be a few seconds left. It looks like a flagpole would have come out, but it's going to be 4-1, and that is just the icing on the cake from a dominant performance from Shopify Rebellion. And with all due respect to everybody who's watching right now, Shopify have looked great in the off-season. I don't think we expected them to look that great here on LAN. That was flawless.
Unbelievable late game timing and management coming in that Aqua CTF. I think there's a lot of credit that is due to SSG as how they played 90% of that game, right? They had a tough opening rush where they went 4 dead, and they suffered a flag loss. From thereafter, they played very good standoff Halo for about 9 minutes of play. And in the end, out of nowhere, an unbelievable series of events leads to a perfect collapse on the return, an immediate pull. They solo the first spawner, and just like that, it's beautiful G-slides all the way home. And in the end, even icing on the cake, a 4-1 win here, where it feels like that doesn't really do justice to 90% of the gameplay, but all that matters is scoreboard at the end of the day.
I think you're looking at the SSG faces there, a bit shell-shocked.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a tough series to be on the receiving end of, and if you're just joining us, it was a quick one. 2-0 oddball recharge, and in both of the rounds of that oddball, SSG only broke double figures once. Then we move on to a 50-44 turnaround for Shopify Rebellion.
Comeback win as well.
Yeah, comeback win, and by 6 kills in the end, which with teams we know the caliber in these Slayers is a pretty big margin. It's a comfortable margin. And then a 4-1 hard fought initially. Aqua CTF with a real big, long flag standoff around when it was tied up at 1-1. But after the go-ahead flag that was won, the standoff by Shopify Rebellion, they capped within seconds, literally seconds,
I think
to make it 3-1.
As soon as you saw Stellar spawn pink door, and they had eyes on it, and he tried to fly out a kind of fridge into Pink Street, it was going to be bad. And I think we knew that pull was going to come in. I don't think anyone knew that they were going to hit such perfect G-slide timing to have that flag tossed in what felt like record time. And that was tough. Let's not forget, Stellar there, if he's able to stay alive and get that toss. You know, when you are receiving that toss, you don't want to have your heels on the very, very edge of that base. We all know it, whether you're playing really all the way since H2.
The toe wrapper.
Yeah, you want to be as close as you can for that toss. Make sure you get the collision on the grab. In the end, though, that's not how it goes down. Here's the run. Look at Last Shot. He's also going to hit the table slide perfectly straight up, and boom, that flag comes in. I didn't catch the time there. I was not watching the clock, but I will be sure to get into the VOD because that was a fast one.
It had to be less than 5 seconds from pull to cap.
No, it didn't. You think it was less than 5?
Yeah.
I think I've done the math on Aqua back in the day. I don't think you could do it in 5. Can you?
I'm just going to say it was less than 5 because
hey, you might be right.
I have a microphone and everybody is forced to believe me. We'll look back at it, though. I think it's, I think it's, I mean,
it was fast.
You think front base?
All right, you're right.
G-slide? I think it'd be done. And the window toss?
Uncontested. Every G-slide you need. Maybe even a thrust. The thrust could have been involved. We didn't see the pole.
You're starting to become a believer in the 5 seconds.
I'm starting to become a believer.
He's becoming a believer.
You've converted me.
Let's, if anyone does have the opportunity to go back and watch the VOD, tweet us, because I want to see exactly how long that took.
Yeah.
So, I mean, what else is there to say about that series, though, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's complete and utter dominance on one side from Shopify Rebellion.
It really is, and I think it really highlights last year there were two players that we really talked about whenever they're on our screen, almost obnoxiously, right? And even you and I were interviewing Last Shot every time we got an opportunity to. Whenever we're on Cycles POV, there's a lot of comparisons made to absolute damage dealers when you think about the Olas of the world who can also stay alive forever. Things like that, all these comparisons are being made. And it was for good reason, because these players are now reminding us, yes, they're here to play. They did everything they needed to last season to have their career trajectory point them to now championship caliber teams, and you're seeing what they're capable of. And it's been amazing to watch, and they're continuing to write that story with every series they play.
Yeah, absolutely not out of place alongside some of the most historic players in Halo, in Frosty and Royal 2. And that final game was a great example, right? They were the ones that led the way. They were the ones that did the most of the work, and they were the ones that made those big plays, which leaves Shopify Rebellion now in that winners semi-final. Looking forward to just sitting down for a few moments and seeing FaZe take on Optic Gaming, which is going to be coming up next in our first round of things. And unfortunately for Space Station, it means down into that elimination semi-final, and that probably felt like quite a thud as they hit the floor and they fell into that elimination semi-final.
Yeah, absolutely would have. And you might have just seen them coming behind us here at the Complexity HQ. And it has been an unbelievable series, and in just a moment we're going to have Last Shot joining us after a hell of a way to start the season on LAN, really. Last Shot, great to have you with us. First of all, welcome to 2025. We feel really lucky to have gotten to talk to you all last year, kind of as you just continue to climb not only the ranks in terms of finishes, but I think everyone realizing, like, oh shit, this is a player we have to pay attention to. So, dude, talk to us about how you're feeling after the first series, but also just how you guys are feeling coming into the year.
Yeah, it feels good, man. We wanted to play these guys coming out hot today. There's been a lot of talk about, us playing on LAN, just kind of putting the rumors to rest. And yeah, we're feeling good, man. Just playing the tournament, watching this Optic FaZe match. Looking forward to playing the rest of the teams.
Yeah.
So let's talk about the work that's been done since you guys came together as a roster, because we know that you and Cycle got locked down pretty early by Shopify Rebellion, and then what must have felt like Christmas when you see players like Royal 2 and Frosty become available, and you're like, this looks good. Yeah. I like this.
Yeah.
But it just feels like there's, when you see a team come together, natural playstyles, natural tendencies. I look at your roster at the moment, it just feels like, even though obviously everyone has to put in work, right, to get on the same page, there's this natural chemistry in the way you guys work together that feels so good. Was that something that just felt right straight away when you started playing together?
Yeah, I mean, it just kind of feels like we all have the same ideology of how to play the game. We obviously want to, capitalize on all of our advantages, and I think we all understand that going into the game, and that's just how we play.
Yeah, is there anything specific you do? Because watching, like, if you think about kind of recharge ball, the speed at which you guys immediately start to rotate when you need to, or rotate back when you do get the kill that you needed, the way that that's happening, or if you just watch, like, the timing on the Aqua Flag, the perfect collapse to getting damage on the first spawner to the immediate run, did that come right away when you guys were playing, or is it something you kind of just continue to drill on and drill on?
We definitely drill on it for sure. Every single day we go in scrims and VOD as well. I think we have probably the best small talk out of any of the teams as well. Yeah. We have really good comms and communication, telling each other what to do, and I think that plays a big role into our success.
Yeah, we heard it. Actually, we had to listen in during when you guys were trailing in the Origin Slayer, just on board with what exactly you needed to do. Also, one thing we had actually on POV, Lucid was sniping elbow, and you were just sitting like Rocket Street. We talked about it during the game, but you never even peeked. You just kind of sat there and held it, and then he's holding the angle, and of course, perfect timing for Royal 2 to come up. So I think the small talk is definitely showing.
Of course.
I mean, I want to give you the opportunity to actually talk about Cycle a little bit here, because we've been watching Frosty and Royal 2 for a long time, but you two guys have, like, you're the new blood, right, at the top of the table at the moment. What do you think is one of the standout qualities that he has as a player when you're playing with him?
I mean, he just capitalizes on every single bit of damage possible. He knows how to play the game extremely well, extremely efficient when it comes to damage, and just being able to live whenever he's one shot. And I think that's great. He also has great comms. I won a team with him pretty much halfway through last year after, Atlanta, I'd say I'd really, I had my eyes on him, and, I think he has the same for me. We just talked in the offseason and made the roster happen, so it's pretty awesome.
Yeah. Amazing stuff. Well, thank you for joining us, and best of luck,
Yeah, of course. Thank you,
I was going to say best of luck, but you don't look like you need a lot, to be honest with you.
Just have a great time.
Just keep doing that.
Have fun, man.
It'll be easy for you. But, of course, we've just seen Shopify Rebellion 3-0. Space Station sending them down to the elimination bracket, and now we have this coming up after our break. We have FaZe taking it on Optic Gaming. Our first look at these two rosters here on LAN. We'll be back in just a few moments.
What is up, Halo fans? It's Clutch here, and we have the HCS AMD Power Plays Top 10 clips from the 2024 World Championship. All right, let's kick it off at number 10. And what better way to start it than the 2024 World Champions on their way to that World Championship? It's Stellar with the shock rifle. It's against Optic Gaming in the grand finals, and Stellar gets a killing spree double kill to kick this top 10 off. At number 9, it's Snakebite from FaZe Clan, and Snakebite is on live fire against Cloud9. He's got the sidekick in his back pocket, and he knows how to use it. Rips 2 unsuspecting players for the killing spree off. The one-on-one for the triple is easy slight work for the sidekick and Snakebite. Coming in at number 8, it's Renegade from FaZe Clan, and we're going to be in this same series against Cloud9 here at the World Championship. Renegade on recharge with the shock. You know what's about to happen. The first shot, as clean as can be, the second shot through the shroud. It's a double. Spots the third player. Maybe doesn't hit the shock, but the 2 melees will get the job done for a triple kill. At number 7, Frosty from FaZe Clan, your third FaZe Clan member, and it's against SSG here in the winners bracket semifinals. Legend is trying to run this first fight to give his team a lead. Frosty says no with the plasma. A beautiful instant aid of the plasma will give Frosty the opportunity to find a double. Not only that, but the rest of FaZe Clan are here. They're going to get it, not only the return as Frosty hops onto it, but Snakebite gets a counter cap as well. At number 6, Dead Zone from the green wall. He's got snipe in hand on live fire right now against Shopify Rebellion. Shopify's up 1-0. Dead Zone needs to make a play to keep his team in this series. Dead Zone with a quick scope onto the player camo for a double, a killing spree. The body shot is perfect as he picks up a clean triple kill. Thinks he has another bullet in the snipe, but Dead Zone's going to have to settle for the triple kill and camo control. All right, number 5, halfway there, Sab from Cloud9. It's Aqua Slayer, and he's got overshield to work with the first player not looking at him. That's an easy single. Here comes Sab with full overshield, making plays. The grenade does a ton of damage, cleans it up with the bandit. The last player alive, ping 3, and Sab kills all of Native Gaming for the overkill. At number 4, Renegade is back for his second clip in the top 10. He's got camo snipe live fire against Sentinels. The first player not looking at him because he has camo snipe. The second player gets the comms. Third player also gets the comms, but Renegade does not care. He finds 3 kills on Sen as all 4 go down. At number 3, Optic Gaming in the winners bracket semifinals, trying to find the spot in the winners finals. All you have to do is stop one push. The man for the job, you have the right guy with the right weapons. Formal with the shock rifle, the first player gets taken down. The second with the slide is perfect. The damage onto a third will allow Optic Gaming's reinforcements to get here. Able to capitalize on the rest of Formal's damage. All 4 down for Shopify, and that is Optic's ticket to the winners bracket finals at the 2024 World Championship. At number 2, SLG from Quadrant. And this kid with a shock rifle in his hands is a problem for anyone, even Optic Gaming. The first 2 kills are clean. Smells blood in the water, starts to push. The triple is easy, and the overkill. Norwin, you nasty boy, gets the overkill on Optic Gaming. And the number 1 clip from the World Championship is brought to you by Formal from Optic Gaming. Dead Zone on the point of view right now, tracking down a player back tower. Able to play his life a little bit here. Back mud, gets info that a player's pushing him. He's going to get some damage onto him. That's actually important because Formal has just gotten a triple kill in the kill feed. Formal then quickscopes the player back green. Bound spawns dummies. Bounds immediately removed from the map. And Formal, for the nastiest kill tech of the year, creates our top 10. Hey y'all, it's Clutch here, and today we're excited to introduce S&D Extraction, the newest competitive mode coming to Halo Infinite later this year. S&D Extraction is Halo's version of the popular tactical shooter mode. Here's how it works. 2 teams of 4 compete on asymmetrical maps, with one team starting on offense and the other on defense. Your goal on offense is to plant an extraction device at either A or B sites, while the defense tries to stop you. Good news, you don't have to worry about carrying a bomb. Once you get to a site, you'll be prompted to initiate the extraction. Once planted, the defense will have 1 minute to convert the extraction to win the round. Teams will alternate playing offense and defense after every round, and the first team to 6 rounds wins the match. Everyone will start with the Bandit Evo, but at the beginning of each round, you'll have 30 seconds to purchase your loadout. Playing the objective and getting kills will reward you with credits to spend on weapons and equipment each round. We wanted to make sure that all Halo Infinite players felt at home in the new mode, so you've got your normal shields and movement abilities with you for every round. S&D Extraction is a one-life mode, which means once you die, you'll have to watch from the sidelines until the next round starts. That is unless you've got enough credits in the bank to buy back into the round to support your team. It's a big risk. Buying back in the round will have your wallet hurting for a while.
Round 1.
Today we're also excited to announce that we partnered with Forge Hub to host the official map contest for S&D Extraction. Both parties have contributed $10,000 to give this contest a whopping $20,000 prize pool, with the winning maps also being considered for matchmaking when S&D Extraction launches later this year. Head to forgehub.com to see the rules and map guidelines. Our playtests on S&D Extraction have been epic so far, and we can't wait for you to try it out yourself later this year. Best of luck to all the forgers in the contest, and we'll see you online.
Party's over. Belong to me.
Satisfactory.
Special delivery. Betrayal.
Welcome back once again, everyone, to the Kaysan Invitational here in Dallas, Texas. And we've got a little bit of a treat for you as we head towards our next game of the tournament here between FaZe Clan and Optic Gaming. We've actually got Will 2 joining us on the couch. He got Leftway's team, and he was like, I've got nothing to do. Guys, can I hang with you? And we were like, you know what?
Like, you should be on the show. The whole team left me. I was like, what am I supposed to do?
Especially after that series, too. That's brutal.
Yeah.
Brutal.
Absolutely.
Yeah. You got to wonder what they're saying behind your back. That's crazy from that.
You want me to go listen? I had to step away. I was hearing too much. So I was like, let me just get on the couch real quick. And
way better to have you on the couch, man. This is going to be fun, especially for this series, too. Especially you got Optic Gaming, FaZe for the first time on LAN. Your thoughts going into this one? What do you think we're going to see?
My heart wants to say like Optic 3-1.
Yeah, that's where I'm at.
But online, it's so tough because we saw, I think, was it the last week, 2 3-2s?
Yep.
FaZe took the first one, and then they lose in losers later on. So it's like, you know, it's what are we going to see on LAN?
Yeah.
Is FaZe going to show up? I kind of know what I'm going to get from Optic players. You know, we have 2 world champions, 3 world champions, 4 world champions. So it's like, what are we going to see?
I mean, what do you make of this FaZe roster? Because for me, it was like, first week, it felt like they're kind of finding their feet a bit in the online tournaments, and then they just seem to get stronger and stronger, and it feels like they're kind of starting to find their footing a little bit. Have you found that playing them online at all?
Yeah, like definitely when we first started playing, it's like, even the SSG roster, like you can just tell it's just like new for them. There's a bunch of new players, especially this team. This is like 4 people that, I mean, I guess Trippy and Penguin played, but they're kind of just forming and trying to get like their chemistry down. But I've noticed like, yeah, as the more cups we played online, the more scrims, you're kind of like, okay, you can kind of see like they're getting their groove. And I think even just last week, them beating Optic, I think that's like such a big confidence boost for them because they're kind of just like, okay, now we can beat like the top team. We're kind of like showing how good we are. So yeah, I think they're finding their footing.
One more question for you. Everyone's asking.
I'm scared.
Was it weird sitting across from PJ?
Honestly, the glass is dark.
It is dark.
So I wasn't nervous.
It is. Think about it too
Because if
much.
the glass wasn't dark, I'd be like, oh my god. Like, what the? No, but it actually feels pretty like normal, honestly. Or like, I think it's more of the fact that when we separated, sounds like a divorce. So we got divorced.
It kind of was.
Yeah, we just got divorced. But
Yeah.
I think it's more of like when the change actually happened, it was kind of like, oh shit. And then kind of now it's we played so much online. I used to play PJ before we teamed, so it's not like it's my first time, but it's definitely really different, especially just like even fist bumping. You're just like not next to me anymore. Like and now I'm fist bumping you after the game. So yeah, it's a little different.
Have you accidentally like walked into a post-game chat and been like, oh, I'm not on this team? Like,
yeah, and
sorry,
just
sorry, PJ.
My bad.
Yeah.
Yo, PJ, we
My
should
bad.
push top. Never mind. Actually, pushing top card. Like,
All right, then let's talk about this game a little bit, Andy, because we've got two teams who, of course, this is the Optic roster came together. This is the one that kind of caused the Manic Roster Mania. I'm just throwing a new word at the start of it because you were right. Like, Roster Mania doesn't really summarize it.
Exactly.
Manic Mania? Manic Roster Mania. Anyway, whatever it was.
Chaos.
And it was that man on the left-hand side of your screen, Formal, who kind of initiated everything. Legend and Bound being picked up, that duo from SSG, the world champions, and being joined by a player who's not too bad himself in Renegade. I mean, this roster built to win tournaments.
It is. And I think it's important to talk about one of the things that you and I have focused on, a bunch of factors when we think about Formal assembling this team. First of all, Formal is still playing Halo, right? This is a big deal, right? Formal has chosen to play Halo Infinite. He was going to do it, and also he's doing it in a 4th year of the game, and then he's put this team together. And I would say, and bigger than ever before, this man is after a world championship, right? Formal does not keep playing this game and play a 4th year of a game and then put together a roster unless he is hell-bent on winning a world championship. I mean, this guy more than ever wants to do it, and we'll have to see with their first debut on LAN if they can start to tell that story.
Yeah, and another player to talk about as well, I'm going to do it because I'm historically biased towards European players.
You are, yeah.
If you couldn't tell, my accent is different to everyone else's. What a rise for Legend, right? He kind of breaks out on Quadrant, then joins SSG, gets an opportunity of a lifetime, something that we haven't really seen from like a top team reaching out to Europe and seeing that talent. Wins a world championship, wins an MVP, and then Formal knocks on his virtual DM, whatever it might be, and says, hey, want a team? I mean, what do you make of the rise of Legend?
Even when they were on Quadrant, even all 4 of those players, we can just tell right away, like, they were like 20-0 in strongholds, and we're like, what is going on?
Yeah.
Like, they're the best stronghold team in the world.
Right.
And even right then, we were just like, okay, you guys know how to play. Like, it's not just, that's not a coincidence. You don't just go 20-0.
Right. Which probably, if you look at the nearly 25 years of Halo, no one's probably ever gone 20-0 in a game type, like ever, in any of these leagues.
Yeah.
What's that?
Well, I can remember. Like, no one's ever gone close to that.
We never talked. We talked about teams having very good records on, say, specifically, right? You talk about Optics, live fire, kind of timing, and things like that, and when they were able, but in a single game type across every map, no way, no one has done that.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, on the other side of things as well, I want to talk a little bit about FaZe, because this roster was kind of like all the rosters made their moves. The power plays were made, and then these players have come together now under the FaZe banner. And I think when we talk about like defining the legacy of Infinite for players, you look at some of the players on this team, and it really is this year that's going to define how people remember them in Infinite, right? Because you have tournament winners on this team, but how is Trippy going to be remembered? Is this going to be a huge year for Trippy, who won a world championship, or is it going to be a talk of like, was it potential not fulfilled? It's all of these kind of questions, and I'm really excited to see how this FaZe roster play, because I feel like when you're starting to be questioned, you're sat alongside people maybe who feel the same, then you kind of find this like camaraderie a little bit. It's like, I'm going to prove everyone wrong. Like, all of us together, let's like lock that. Let's really like get into the weeds of this, and let's really prove a point here and go and win some championships.
Yeah, do you feel like, let me ask you kind of on exactly what Mark is saying, what do you feel like within, if you think about it, we're lucky to have, right, these 16 players here today and this weekend. What is kind of the feeling, right? Because I think there's a lot of pressure on, these are brand new rosters, so people kind of have to kind of rebuild their, I guess, prove their legacy, etc. And there's even going to be impacts of whatever's next, right? Yeah. The teams now and the success of this season is going to inform whatever rosters form for whatever's next. How would you describe like that current feeling amongst like the 16 players here, if you know what I mean?
It feels like everyone has to not reprove yourself, but like, I know that's how I think about it is, as soon as you win or previous wins, like that doesn't matter anymore. Yeah. No one cares. Yeah. That's how I think. It's like when I win, and then as soon as after the win, it's like, that doesn't matter anymore. Like, who cares? Like, doesn't matter. Yeah. You need to keep proving yourself every tournament. I feel like that's what everyone here is at. It's like, okay, you have 2 rings, 3 rings, 1 ring. Who cares?
Right.
Like it's about now. It's like if you suck now, well then like that's that's not good. So it's kind of like I think that's where all the players are at. It's like Trippy, Penguins. It's like all these grand finals. You won a ring. Same with Optic. It's like. That doesn't matter if you're losing. No one cares. Everyone will forget about that.
Yeah,
so,
it's crazy. It's a fascinating dynamic, isn't it? It's like something we just... I don't feel like we had that in such a long time.
I agree. I'm glad to hear you say that because I really wanted to hear it from you because we were assuming that it was that high stakes. You know what I mean? It feels like that.
Yeah, I literally feel like I'm an amateur again. I don't know if that makes I think maybe it's because I'm playing with 19-year-olds now or something, and I remember when I was that young. But I literally feel like I just came out of the scene and like this is my first year playing. That's how I love it. I know, but it's like I don't even think about the past. I'm just kind of like this is it feels like a whole new start. Like it's kind of like I just came from man bracket. Like I just made pro play. This is my first tournament. Like that's kind of what it feels like.
Feeling. Like to know that like everyone's feeling that way as well.
It's amazing.
If you needed to have an indication at home of like how competitive this year is going to feel, I think hearing it from someone like Royal 2's mouth it really does give you that insight of like how much everyone says they want to win, but like when you start to understand why you guys want to win so much, like to prove that point it's a fascinating conversation to have. And speaking of fascinating things, it's going to be by the looks of things the same series layout to what we saw in our first
winners bracket round 1. That's right. We're going to start off with those same 3 game types. Maybe we'll see a little bit extra if the series decides to go the distance. But I can't agree more. I think we were suspecting that that's what it felt like because when you only have maximum duos moving around, right? Yeah. There's no, for example, no roster where you have one single player switched out. So it's so cool to hear from you that it does feel as high stakes as it feels. You've got still enormous prize pool on the line. And like you said, kind of a chance where everyone's got to write a brand new script for themselves. And there's going to be like clear winners and losers. Like people who have been at the top are going to fall.
Not going to be at the top.
Yeah. And people who maybe haven't tasted the same amount of success could run with this whole year. And that's going to have a huge impact on not only income for the year, but like legacy potentially, where everyone goes from here. It's pretty wild.
Yeah, I think just people care about the recency. It's always about like
hard recency bias.
Yeah, it's like year 1 you win. It's like no one even talks about that anymore.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like we're just thinking of now. It's like if you dominate this year, then you kind of maybe you could walk out. How long Infinite lasts. It's like you could walk out as the Infinite dominator. So
totally,
it's crazy. It's crazy to think about, and we're going to have to look forward to that as the season is about to kick off, of course. But we got some more Halo to play. We've got some more LAN Halo to play, which is very, very exciting for everyone involved. It's going to be the same game types that we did see, but 2 different teams. Our first look at the new look FaZe Clan and the new look Optic Gaming here on LAN. What are your thoughts, Andy, on this series?
I mean, first of all, long-time rivalry, of course.
Intrigued.
Yeah, long-time rivalry between these teams and this org across many games, but most specifically because of the most recent online results. These teams might be even closer than others had suspected. Opening kill does come in right away from Renegade and Optic Gaming. We're underway here in our second series of the day. It's Optic Gaming up against FaZe.
Great shots from Renegade early on. Bound's going to get the second pick as well, which is going to give them a little bit of a numbers advantage. And already you can see the last 2 players who are alive are trapped at A at the moment. Formal already doing some damage to them. So FaZe certainly on the back foot, and Oddball immediately picked up as well. So a little bit of immediacy being shown by Optic Gaming here.
First 5 kills unanswered here for Optic Gaming. 0 kills across the board for FaZe off of the opening 2 rushes, which also leads to your first hold as Optic Gaming up with 20 points early on.
Formal shot camo as well. Suppress is going to find that out, but he's going to have a little bit of fortune on each side as that camo just fades away as the trigger gets pulled. Suppressed and Trippy will find a few. Formal can't quite find the head of Falcade as well, and this is looking like a pretty clean break coming through from the side of FaZe. The ball has to be played at the back of Blue, and they're already, with Pipes control, able to get that ball back in their hands.
Yeah, it was good timing because they kind of had to break there, right? Already down by 30. They almost went back to back for deads, but instead that they break, and they start to get a little bit of a hold here.
Now, Falcade, a player that is always highlighted as statistically looking very, very strong. I'm interested to see the kind of dynamic between him and Suppressed on this FaZe roster, because they were kind of the last guys standing, so to speak, when it came to players alive on their team, looking to pick up the scraps and play off the damage of the kills of their other players. But I feel like Falcade, when he's in a groove, when he can play this kind of position, is a player who's always going to put up good numbers for you. I think Falcade might be the, it's going to be Suppressed. Maybe he has to just focus on taking a little bit more space. But to be honest, when Falcate's doing this kind of work, the space is going to be available to do what you want.
Yeah, absolutely. FaZe right back in this one as they finally find themselves 3 dead. That will be the break coming in here for the side of Optic. When we've been talking about this FaZe roster, Matt, we've been specifically looking at kind of where are they at chemistry-wise, speed and timing, like we talked about in the pregame. Is there anything that you think, if you look at a game like Recharge Oddball, that you're really looking for FaZe to make sure they do?
I think FaZe, the way they play is really almost structured based. I think Optic kind of beats them in the pacing category. I think just like the speed that Optic plays at, definitely quicker. But I think FaZe has such good like strategic, and the way they can hold the map, especially on Recharge, is very like a setup-based map. So I think they need to look into just holding their setups really tight and not playing too aggro.
Sure, get your damage to make sure that you're getting the continued 3 and 4 deads, not letting it get scrappy and things like that.
The second camo of the game is going to go over to Optic Gaming. That's 2 in a row for them. Formal with the first, Legend with the second, and Legend gently tossing an oddball off to a teammate so that he can go to work and use that camo to its highest efficiency. Optic now with 50 points on the board, doubling up on FaZe. It's been a hold for a hold for a hold at the moment. It's Optic with that first hold around 20 seconds. Answer back by FaZe, and now it's going to be Optic who go into the lead with their second 20-plus second hold of the game.
I like that from Legend. Here, you hold this. I've got things to do. I don't have time to be holding this ball. 63 now on the board. Renegade is the first to fall in the latest battle, though, so this long haul, pretty important 1v1. Legend makes sure he gets the trade on Sneaky. 3 dead for Optic Gaming. Formal was your last player alive. Should be some time here for FaZe.
He gets the play ball, but also stays alive, importantly here, which is going to give Optic an opportunity to get back on the map. And as you can see, a 4v4, even though a bit more map space is going to be controlled here by FaZe Clan, it is going to give Optic a chance to maybe contest that odd ball and make it a little bit more uncomfortable for FaZe to move in and get a little bit of time. 71 points to 21 at the moment, and you can see that it's going to take a grapple to get that ball back in the hands of FaZe here. Suppressed is going to have that ball, and it'll be FaZe scoring once more.
Just going to snag that. He's ready to drop and shoot on pipes, of course, if he needs to, or make a rotate back here. 3 players alive for each side. This will be a big kill if they can get rid of Formal on stage, but you can't get rid of the Formal on Recharge ever.
That's a very crucial kill.
Big kill, big kill.
That's a big kill. I mean, let's say that, you know, strafe speed's been reduced. Jiggle peek is not going to be quite as effective.
You can always jiggle.
I think we need to. I think we need to send the evidence. That's all I'm saying.
You can always jiggle.
We got some evidence.
I say the same, and not just a Halo. You can really, always hit a nice jiggle, nice wiggle.
Just right there.
Boom. Formal with a big kill. Camo's not yet burned. Renegade's going to try to make a move for it. Penguin will fall. That was 4 dead in the end. Suppress is your first spawner, which means the unburned camo now becomes a camo for Renegade. Only 25 points to go for them in the round.
Yeah, another camo going to Optic Gaming. Controlled this power up so effectively. And now Renegade's responsibility is to get some information for his team. Maybe looking for the flank on Trippy. He's got the timing, maybe not quite there to keep Bound alive, but Bound hits the body shot. It will be cleaned up, and FaZe, unfortunately, are going to be 3 dead here, and it's going to be Penguin who is last alive, trying to force the time on this oddball, but with 98, 99, 100 points on the board, it's going to be Optic who strike first here.
Yeah, I think it's exactly what you said, man. It really was when things got kind of scrappy and dicey, Optic just runs away with it and knows how to get those last kills and begin a rotate.
That's just a clinical round by Optic. You can just tell, even like Renegade with the camo, he's playing it so smart. He just top stacks with the camo. He's not moving and just letting people move around him, and he knows like they're panicking, especially with 30 seconds left.
Yeah, absolutely. Early on in this round, I think it'd be nice to get into an Optic Gaming listen and see if they can pick up exactly where they left off. Let's get into a listen in here with Optic Gaming.
Not a ball yet. They might have grapple, they have shock. Okay, red steps up, top red. Less on top red, less on top red. Look for this camera kid. He has camera kid. I killed him. One stack. Less. Yo, Ballage, jumping fuck. Ballage, he's hitting turbo, man. Yeah, one's a good one. Ballage, big bell. Right big ball here. One car. I'm ball. Ballage, one shot. Yeah, absolutely 2 jump balls. We're spawning A. Trying to get those. What's size? What's that? Enemy has the ball. Yeah, one's bottom blue. What's the goal 2, Val? Shock. Yeah. That's hitting pipes here. What are we going? Val? Who shot gold, Val? Shot pipes. Gas pipes. There's gas pipes. 2 gold. You bottom here. One car, but he's just leaving me one car. Hold one car. Some butters right now. Ping one, car. And 2 guys on ball. Nice, sweet. I have a pinch. I guess spot for maybe on ball. Nice. The turbine now. He's going to be puncher. I'm nading you. Watch out. Dropping ball. That's fine. He's grapple, Ballage. You got it, big one. Last guy. Could be beyond you. One's too good. One pipe. Oh, no, grappled it. Camel just one here.
One fight, one fight. I hear Camel Jason. I'm gonna go last.
Bottom here.
Needles, press. Needles, press.
Put on me, Rick, put on me.
Press, Needles. Needles, press.
We got one.
Enemy has the ball.
I have two here. Two dead, guys. Campbell's coming now. Campbell's coming.
Okay.
Have a grapple. I'm just
Half weak.
Enemy has the ball.
We're getting time here.
Well, as we jump out the comms, the score is looking this time in the favour of FaZe at the start of this game. It's Optic now who have a little bit of ball control, but I just want to ask you, Matt, a little bit about that listening. What do you take away from those comms? It seems like Optic pretty calm, pretty composed.
Yeah, I feel like, not as much energy as I was expecting. I think it's a little, I feel like they're trying to be maybe too calm, or it's nothing bad. I can just tell it's maybe the passion isn't fully there. It's like the first series of the day, and they're probably, first game on LAN. Sometimes it takes a little bit to warm up the comms and kind of get the energy going, but I saw Formal, he wasn't blinking, he was looking locked in.
Yeah,
so,
he was.
Yeah.
I agree. It's almost like composure at this stage can be prioritized over like maybe the 10% more hype that you need to be playing your best
Especially
Halo.
the first game, I feel like that's where you kind of get your footing. The first game of the LAN, first game, you just got to make sure your screen is good before everything else is. Because you want to start the game, you're screaming, getting super hectic.
Missing shots.
Yeah.
Totally.
Always got to focus on your screen.
Yeah, I mean, one thing to notice here is, even though we still have FaZe with an early lead, every time, they call him the human UAV for a reason. Every time you're on Formal's POV, when he was staying alive in pipes, then rotates Whirlpool, then gets the comms about the tower, one guy, then goes pipes, gets a double kill. It's amazing, and it's an inspiring level of comms still here from Formal. So expect them to start to put some points on the board, but FaZe playing much better in this round.
Playing better, but I just want to highlight as well, we're saying inspiring numbers from Formal. He's 18-9.
Yeah.
We didn't mention
I'm inspired.
He's 18-9 in this game with 37 seconds of ball time as well. So he's doing the heavy lifting as well as the slaying for his team at the moment. Trippy, good damage onto one, as well as picking up the first kill, but a little bit of a low scoring start to the second round. Been very, very scrappy.
Legend tries to get away here, but been the objective man so far. 67 objective points on the board here. Able to stay alive bottom mid with the Shroud. Renegade trades it out to a dead apiece now, as that Shock will be down top gold. Next camo coming up in just 7 seconds.
Trippy going to his home, towards the Trippy corner.
Should have known he was there.
Should have known. Let's get the kill
Classic
on
Trip.
3 dead for Optic Gaming, 2 dead on the side of FaZe. Spresti just trying to play his life here, trying to stay alive, and the longer that he does so, the more the opportunity to grab that odd ball is going to be there for his FaZe teammates.
But the ring around the Rosie!
The ring around the Rosie, and he will indeed win that individual, but still, I mean, Matt, I want to talk to you a little bit about how scrappy this game is. What's it like to be in these kind of scenarios? Because it feels like no one can get the numbers to comfortably grab that ball at the moment.
Yeah, I was just about to say, I actually love how FaZe is playing now. They're actually picking up the pace and constantly fighting them. I think that's the biggest thing, is if you're going to play this slow on this map, Optic's just going to keep pressuring you, and you're going to kind of fall over. I think that's what we saw in the first round. They had you don't give yourself any chance.
Right.
Now that they're you see these fights, they're winning the fights. Once you start winning fights, that's when the game turns around. This game is a lot about individual fights, especially in year 4 Halo Infinite, and I think we're seeing that right now. They're just winning the gunfights, and now look at the round.
Also pretty impressive, the response from round 1 to round 2, right? It's not easy. It's not surprising with the caliber of players, but that's not easy to do, as 3 are dead again for Optic Gaming. Not easy to do from round 1 to adjust and realize exactly what you need to do. It's pretty impressive.
Yeah, I think just the round 1, I think they got warmed up now, and I can tell, look, Falcade shooting, Suppress is winning 1v1s. You can tell they're putting way more pressure, and I think they actually might come out to win. I might just jinx it, but we'll see.
It's interesting to see that FaZe really don't seem to be prioritizing that odd ball at the moment. They're just happy to keep numbers on their side, and you get the feeling that the lead is that thin at the moment that it only takes, it was 1 kill that goes there against them, and all of a sudden Optic probably can get into the lead, and that's exactly what we're going to see here. Legend doesn't need to be asked twice to go for that odd ball. Obviously, they have to make that play.
We need that.
The slippy stairs, man. Slippy stairs, come on.
Oh, looks like he was going to go Hydro, then started the A-rotate, then based on the spawns, goes back to Hydro. Are they going to have to play it here?
3 dead. Looking like they are going to have to play it.
This should go in FaZe's favor. I think FaZe should be now in red playing for new ball. That's a good trade, and I think they should be able to get the new ball with 10 seconds left.
3 dead. Trippy was the only player alive.
Oh, Bounds under pressure, though, from the Turbine.
Uh-oh.
As the shield's broken. Can they tie it up? 28-28, 10 seconds left.
Trippy needs to play this slow.
Trippy needs to live. If Trippy lives, then there's going to be an opportunity. 2 players still alive here to try and contest. It's 3 dead on the side of Optic, though. And with A spawns, we go into overtime here. It's going to be grabbed. You wonder if they maybe had an opportunity to get that second. to prevent the overtime.
I think Suppress could have grabbed the ball right there. I think there was a chance, but maybe he wanted to play it safe and not desperate and maybe lose the round. I think he played it maybe a little too safe. But
I don't know. Renegade was a door, right? I think that was probably an opportunity to all in it. But I guess you could have a very tricky overtime if you do that. Yeah.
And maybe he didn't see the clock either. Yeah.
It's a working out. That's the good thing for FaZe. They're not going to look back on this by the looks of things and think we made a mistake there. They've played it well.
Yep.
They've been patient. They've made sure they played their numbers. They played the advantages that they did have, and now Penguin with this camo is just going to body block.
2 stickies as well. This is big.
Should be able to at least get a trade out of this situation and keep
I like
Trippy
this
alive.
play. I think they can play time and drop the ball and just slay.
Yeah. Just being obnoxious here.
Yeah, great play with camo.
Really nicely done, and still hasn't even burned those stickies. Yep, still has those for bat ledge and anyone trying to grab ball. Imagine.
I get stuck by that. I get stuck by that 9 times out of 10 in matchmaking.
Here we go. Here comes the optic push though. Trippy is down, so it should be an easy. Ball's actually played here to Stacks. Interestingly.
Suppressed and Foul got some really big kills in and around pipes there just to keep Optic away from them, a comfortable rotate with that ball. And now, if you're looking at the map and where the Optic members are positioned, they're all on the outside of the map, and that oddball's in the middle. So FaZe have good eyes on that oddball. Everyone who's going to go towards it is going to be cut down, and it's looking like FaZe are going to answer back here and get their first round on the board.
Yeah, 3 dead, 4 dead. Former last player alive as the clock ticks down. That's going to be it.
That is indeed going to be it. So FaZe will tie our oddball up at 1-1. Well, we take it away from that one. Very different feeling round.
Yeah, that was a very good round by FaZe. I mean, I could have went both ways. I almost jinxed it, and then I counter jinxed it. So I'm glad
I appreciate
to see FaZe
that from
going
you.
for round 3.
Yeah, that's big. That's
very kind of
big brain Halo coming in from you to jinx counter jinx. We usually forget the counter jinx. We actually
always counter jinx.
That's right.
I've told PJ enough. You got to always counter jinx.
Okay, we've exclusively for about the past 10 years been jinxing and not knowing that we
not only team,
but then you got to counter jinx the jinx.
That actually explains a lot of our careers.
I'm far too in the jinx meta here that I wasn't aware of.
It's meta jinxing.
Deep jinx.
We're gonna have to sit down afterwards and really talk this through. But for now, let's talk about FaZe.
If we had a pen and paper, it'd be really helpful because I'm having trouble visualizing.
I'm a visual learner, so if you could bring an easel.
We're both visual learners, which means we're not really good at learning.
Off the break here, it's going to be FaZe who are trying to clean up a little bit of damage. It's going to be a killing spree right at the start of this round for Suppressed. There's another one for him. Clearing out the elevator, making sure that the space is created for Falcator to move that ball a little bit more comfortably towards pipes. And off the break, it's going to be FaZe who put Optic under a little bit of pressure here.
Anything you're expecting, Matt, here for Optic to do to prevent FaZe from playing a similar round?
I think they have to stop Suppressed. He's 29-17. I think he's kind of the X factor on this team. He's like a hard slayer. And when he's getting his kills,
every kill
he can shoot with Optic so well. So I think kind of now that he's picking up pace, I don't know if they can stop this.
Yeah, I love the Suppressed storyline. If you think about the 16 players here, Suppressed is one of those, along with even somehow still Foul, that still doesn't have the respect that they deserve and is very much like you said, still writing kind of that story. And it feels like, for maybe not the right reason, still having to prove themselves because they hasn't gotten the respect he deserves. So as you said, with numbers like 30 and 19 right now, it's pretty impressive.
Yeah, especially Suppressed. He's been playing with Renegade, Shotzi, that kind of group of players, Falcated. So, it's a little bit of rivalry going on with them.
Didn't quite charge up the plasma pistol there. It's a little bit of a heartbreak.
I gotta say, it's always kind of comedic
it
when the plasma pistol doesn't manage to get charged. It's anticlimactic and funny.
Well, Legend's got to kind of rally the troops here a little bit. He's got the most objective time, but 15 and 24 for him. Not the most standout of stat lines for the Frenchman. Penguin in the 1v1, and Penguin going to win that 1v1. It's very rare that we see Legend in those situations with a little bit of high ground advantage lose those ones, but like you mentioned, Matt, 1v1 is so important in this year of Infinite, and if you lose them, it can hurt you.
Oh, it can swing the game completely.
And I don't want to discount it because look at his objective time, but surprising to see Legend 15 and 25 in this game. Of course, he's leading the game by quite a margin in objective, so I don't want to put too much stock in that. But still, like you said, it's surprising to see him losing 1v1s and things like that. And what looked like after the first round was going to be, by the way, 4 dead for Optic Gaming. What looked like it was going to be a go-ahead, first of all, lead now for FaZe Clan as they take the lead in the round. All of a sudden, Optic Gaming on the back foot.
What I've noticed with Optic, it seems like even the pacing's off just a little bit. I can tell Legend's kind of running out, and I feel like his teammates they're just not following up exactly what he's doing, and maybe that's why you're seeing the stat line. I just feel like he's kind of just first in, and no one's really following up.
Maybe trying to make something happen seconds before they can actually do it. I think I've seen the same thing, for example, when he was flying out long haul and trying to maybe make damage in needles, etc. Maybe moments prior to his team being able to help in LE or control and things like that.
Especially in this game, the pacing can just come from out of you. You don't know where you're where it's coming from, and you can just definitely get lost.
Absolutely.
Spamming does.
Should be a forced play ball. It's a dangerous scenario. Now 67-33 here, an opportunity to see if we can hear from FaZe Clan as they might steal this game out from underneath Optic Gaming. Let's get into a listen in with FaZe Clan.
Bottom A, Renegade, 2-shot bottom A, and missing one.
Top red sniping, top red sniping.
Ball, bottom red side.
Camel 20, guys. Camel 20.
Yo, one is like sitting bottom A, just sitting Manger Pit, looking tower. I'm gonna go bottom A. I'm gonna go bottom A.
Camel 15. Camel 15.
I hear that.
Bottom A sniper. Shroud up.
Top A weak, guys? No. Yo, bottom A weak, top A had shots too, guys. Neither as well. Neither.
Healer, one shot. There's a guy bottom reset.
Either still one, turbine one.
Camel 5. Camel 5.
Yeah, ledge weak.
Bottom reset. Bottom reset.
Bottom A, guys. Bottom A.
Camel now. Camel now.
Bottom A, guys.
Bottom A dead.
Stay nice, Camel, guys.
Two gold door. I'm just getting ball. I'm leaving these guys.
Sniping under red. Sniping under red.
Dress up.
Enemy has the ball.
I mean, look at me. Look at me down.
Gold door.
Bottom reset half.
Gold door, are you?
I'm gonna go door.
We're here.
Shot.
I'm sorry.
Stay alive, guys.
Mid-bridge, and then gold. Mid-bridge.
Mid-bridge.
Neither.
Nice, yeah. I'm trying neither.
Healer.
Gold door on you. Gold door in triangle. Triangle weak.
Triangle dead.
Nice, Sonny. Yo, I'm watching the cross. You're good.
Hold crosses.
Yeah, bottom A. I am twice. One time.
Bottom A weak.
Nice. Yo, just hold crosses.
Get ball. Watch. Still tight.
Long weak.
I saw you say
Too shot long.
I'm just blocking you, Mike.
I'm raising.
Nice.
Long, formal, weak, formal. Watch out, weak, long.
Turn around, guys. Look neither. We can't.
We just saw him with the odd ball in his hands, but off the back of that kill, bottom A, I mean, all of us sat on the couch here, eyebrows, 6 of them went upwards, because we were like, okay.
Suppress is winning every fight. I think that this is like the perfect into another kill. Like,
yeah,
he's
also
39 and 21.
And he also like fakely was gonna grab the ball. Like, I think we were all positive because the comms were like, get ball, and he just doesn't, and instead finishes the one shot. It's perfect. 8 points to go.
And it's looking like FaZe might be able to strike first here. If they can close this round out, it's going to be 2 dead though. Optic are making a desperate play towards the end of this.
Uh-oh, can you imagine?
7 points required, but Optic do have 2 FaZe Clan members in the death screen right now, and it looks like what is kind of formulating into a setup here around this long haul, but I wonder if Formal's going to try and move this one towards blue so they have a play ball opportunity, but again, that's a risk because the reset could come in and FaZe only need those few points.
Look at the damage. By the way, holding pipes. They're trying to sell this pipes push, which is risky here. That's all landing the pipes. The first kills do come in here for Optic.
Optic has such a good setup. The Trippy gets his kill. It's really huge.
Formal holding this ball. Formal going to take Optic into a lead. It was only 7 points required by FaZe. Here's Trippy. He'll get it, but he'll be traded out almost immediately. It's a 2v2. Here comes Trippy again. It's Falcade who wins it. That's a trade from Renegade. Bound will take down Suppress. Was that stick? No, he just narrowly misses.
Stays alive.
Bound gets around the corner, and from the jaws of defeat,
dude.
Optic Gaming will take game number 1, and that is... We've just learned something about Optic, I feel there. That's some good ice being shown early on in this series.
By the way, going into the listen-in, it was 60-37 in favor of FaZe.
It was 93 to 60 something?
It was 93 to 60. My God. I would say that game 1 had it all. That had everything we would have wanted in terms of kind of a little bit of a false lead coming in early for Optic. Amazing round 2 from FaZe, and honestly an amazing round 3 from them up until the final moments. And Optic proving that they've got the clutch factor. That's a tough one, Matt, for the side of FaZe to take.
Suppress just went LeBron James and for nothing, I guess.
I mean, statistically, look at this Optic on the Optic side. No one went positive. No, Formal went positive.
Just Formal, yeah.
Everyone else goes negative, and they win the 2 rounds of oddball.
Yeah,
that is. I think that's still a good sign because it's kind of like, okay,
doing
we're
the
not.
right things.
Yeah, we're not even. You're being efficient. You're not. You're still winning. So just think about it. Imagine if they're getting their kills, they're doing their damage. You know, maybe Legend had like a bit of an off game or something, and it's like you're still winning that.
Yeah.
So I think when you look at that, it's like imagine if we're shooting a little bit better or whatever, and the game is probably not even close.
Especially because even Bound just broke 11k damage going -4. So I think, like, yeah, when you start to look at the larger stats picture, I agree. You start to see exactly what went down. But man, the clutch factor in the end, you have to think maybe they just needed a little bit more of a specific rotate out of gold to prevent Optic from being able to get that ball that was kind of partially played into kind of Trippy and Bats. In the end, it's an easy hold for Optic Gaming. Like you said, that setup was too tough. And how about Legend also staying alive the way he did in long to prevent the glass push? Plays like this from Formal, things like that, just so tough to take them down. And in the end, they clutch it up.
Yeah, I think there has to be a follow-up for when Suppress throws the ball at the end. There has to be a follow-up play after that. If you're up and there's 8 seconds left and they need like 40 or 37 or whatever it was, there needs to be a long con play. You need to think of like, what's 4 steps later? You're gonna throw the ball, then what? They kind of, I feel like they threw it out and it was like, I feel like they got the setup and it was over. There was no, they had full map control. It's like, I didn't really get to see what happened on the map, but
yeah,
I
think all we could see from our POV, we were kind of watching it from long and glass. It felt like they were all ending a pipes push, but got delayed by nades. So then you're like embarrassingly waiting on pizza in heaven, and you can't even go pipes yet. Yeah.
And then there's one guy back blue, and he's distracting the guy. It's like there's too much. They're kind of split. It's like I think right there they could have just took mid and walked through mid. Because think about it, there's 2 pipes, one back blue and the ball guy. You just hit mid. What's the blue guy going to do? They all have to come on the middle of the map. But I think they're trying to hit pipes. It's like you just need to hit the middle of the map, and the people in the outer need to come inner. Exactly. So that's how you kind of break that.
Yeah.
Really important trades from Optic as well, in and around the sneaky, just outside of blue as well in those final moments. It just felt like, Foul picked up one and you were like, oh, is this going to be like an opening for them to just grab that ball at the end? And then another, I think Renegade throws a little bit of a Hail Mary grenade in to get that trade, and it just created that space for them to finally get that set up. So Optic, smiles on faces, well, certainly on Renegades. Everyone else is looking forward to game 2, but a little bit of a, like I mentioned, a little bit ice shown at the end of that round, showing that they're going to play till the final whistle when it comes to those game types. And now we head towards a little bit more Origin, but a little Slayer to play here.
Man, did you guys ever look good on this game set, man?
Did we?
Yeah, you did. And specifically, just like, yes, it was kind of frosty lead.
I know exactly what he's doing. He's fishing for compliments. He's done this before.
No, because like,
oh, did we? Tell me more.
No, sometimes I die and I'm like, we lost.
Well,
like,
I mean, you guys
actually, no, because we're down by I think like 5 or something.
Right
like
around there.
I think the beginning started a little rough, and I was like, oh, this is how Origin.
Well, first you were up 8-4. First you were up 8-4. 5-1 and then 8-4.
Okay, so we blatantly choked. Got it. So I thought to make sure we're on the same page. I think I died a couple times. I was like, oh, this is how this game's gonna go. Like it's kind of like Origin gets a little weird because it's a new map. So sometimes you're like they spawn behind you, and you're like, oh, you didn't know. Right. Just like kind of how weapon there's rockets sniping get very snowbally a little bit. So
well, don't worry, Brad went 15-7.
Yeah, that guy. Like God forbid we get off Coliseum. Like sorry, Origin.
He loves this. This is a safe couch.
Oh, okay.
I think we described it as if like if you have to pick a map and a player that goes synonymously together, you probably pick Frosty.
Oh no, this map came out and he's filming from the mouth. I was like, you gotta relax, man.
He was posting clips like right away, and to be honest, I'm not sure how much of screen watching you were able to do, but he opened the game and ended the game like with snipe, and then went 15-7.
Yeah.
So
I think he spawns in with a snipe. I'm not kidding.
It was
I'm convinced.
iconic.
We spawned the fight. You have snipe already?
Yeah.
Like I don't know.
Well, let's see if Optic can go 2 up in the series, or if FaZe will be able to answer back here. It's an early lead for Optic, but only a slender one. But Renegade, speaking of sniper rifles, this man's hit some clips on this map over the years as well, but can't quite find the angle onto the flag. But now he'll find the visor of Penguin. That gets shattered.
He had to recalibrate it. It was a little miscalibrated. He's good now.
Happens.
In the maze. Stays alive, gets damage. Finally, it comes in. 3 dead, so now an early lead here. 8-5. For Optic Gaming, but as we know, on a map like Origin, you're going to have to do it and do it again in terms of rotating to make sure you keep the lead. But off the opening rush, it is Optic with the lead. 2 players on 3 kills apiece.
I like this play by Renegade. He left snipe and went to the elbow. Yeah. It's so hard to even get a chance to kill him because now you can see the whole map. Look how Formal's playing it, hiding in the cave. They're all just playing for John to basically not die.
I was going to say that, and you just ruined my next commentary piece. So thanks, Matt.
I'm learning as we go. I'm getting too good.
I'll be putting the fries in the bag soon enough.
But yeah, Matt, it's amazing to have you with us for this series here. It's been a lot of fun so far. If you're just joining us, Optic Gaming leading FaZe Clan 1-0. We saw Shopify take down SSG earlier, which gave Royal 2 an opportunity to join us here in the booth.
I gotta say, by the way, that the way that FaZe have actually flooded the snipe side, even though Renegade was trying to take some angles in the elbow, really impressive to keep this. I mean, you're thinking about the pressure and the shots that were available for Renegade to hit there. He barely had any opportunity to actually hit bodies due to the numbers that were put on the snipe side. And now, speaking of hitting bodies, it's going to be a double kill here for Suppress. Legend goes down as well. It's 3 dead for Optic. Formal's just come off spawn as well. So this has been a really strong push. And from what looked like complete map control for Optic, FaZe have flipped it around.
Yeah, that was beautiful from FaZe. I think the biggest thing is do not let Renegade have the sniper and you don't give him any chances. Look what happens. He's instantly dead. His whole team falls over, and now look at the kill lead.
Yeah, really impressive. Able to come back here because not easily done against a team like this and on a map like this, despite trailing 9-5 moments ago. Now up 17-14, just like that.
Rocket's coming up as well, so that's why you're seeing Renegade try and transition. That's a really sneaky route. He's taking down bottom grass through the trenches, and now he might pick up a kill. Will certainly contribute towards 2 for Optic, which brings them back now within 1 kill themselves, and is going to force the rest of FaZe to be spawning away from those rockets, and Legend is going to gladly grab them. Falcate with some really good shots here, and he has 1 to play with. Going to challenge as well. Has to use the second, but at least gets the kill.
Legend getting the furthest splash damage on each of those rockets to like ever record a kill in the game. But just like that, 20-17 now in favor of Optic. As you said, off of the great base control as well as rocket grab. Big kills coming in here at this moment in the game.
Legend starting to find a little bit of momentum here. 6-4 in this game, no assists, but certainly contributing to the stat line of 24 to 19 for the squad. And Renegade gets another opportunity with the snipe. And as Suppressed falls down from the heavens, he gets sent to hell thanks to the sniper rifle of Renegade.
I think this is where we're going to see Optic pull away. Another sniper in their hands, and the kill lead just up by 7. I think this is where they can pull away.
That was amazing. As he was falling from top rocks, Renegade like force choked him to like keep him at a certain height. Takes his head off as he's falling. Beautifully done, and a beautiful shot now. Here comes the elbow side push, but lots of presence along the base and flag, and looks like it might be an easy collapse, but to be honest with these players, and with Snipe still in Renegade's hands, not too easy, certainly easier said than done.
Yeah, Optic a little bit trapped in the base at the moment, but like you say, well, a couple of body shots from Renegade trying to play around his teammates' bodies might change this for them. However, pressure still coming in, but there is Bound. There's the trade out from Trippy, but Trippy will find another. It's a 1v1 on the map right now. Trippy versus Legend. But most importantly here for FaZe, does recollect this sniper rifle, but Legend's pressuring him. Trippy gets that kill though, and we'll be able to stay alive with 2 more bullets to play with.
Yeah, nicely done here. We were at a moment just a bit ago, 2 kills ago, where it felt like maybe FaZe was going to start to bring this back, and actually, don't want to speak too soon, they've started to do that, now only trailing by 3. Trippy with just a few shots left, and Snipe somehow stays alive. 2-kill game just like that.
It's crazy how the game keeps swinging. It goes from a 7-kill lead from 1, and it keeps flip-flopping. It feels like whoever has the sniper, it kind of goes good, and then it turns sideways. I'm not sure what's going on.
Yeah, I got to say, FaZe, a lot of respect to not collapsing on what might have been a tempting collapse on the opposite base with Renegade, like we said, sitting pocket with Snipe. If you really try to rush that too fast, you totally are going to just kind of be on the receiving end of a lot of kills, but instead, they're patient with it. They perfectly timed their pushes, and now we're tied at 31.
Really good shots, and I like the positioning from Trippy as well with his sniper rifle. Hits a body of Formal, not quite the head. But it feels like FaZe, every time there's a fight on this snipe side of the map where there's not a power weapon involved, it seems like FaZe seem to be coming out on top of it. They get those first picks, they follow up on that damage, and now Trippy still has a snipe shot left, and now you have Foul with the rockets as well. This is another big power swing in the match, and this is highly in the favor of FaZe here.
By the way, Trippy really the only standout at 10-7, which isn't saying much when you look at a game that's 34-33. Usually there's another outlier on the board at some point, but that's how close this game is. Another killing spree comes in for Falcated, and he's now 10-8 as well. Trippy goes to 12-8, so now FaZe starting to pull away. The question is, can they keep it up?
I really like this play from Foul, though. He doesn't want to give a death away. He's hoping a teammate's going to come to help him with that final player alive, but Formal getting out of that situation with the trade. Those kind of kills that go your way or go against you can be big moments in this game.
Trippy gets a perfect kill. I'm not going to say anything about the shots that came from the other side of the map in that scenario. Now 40-36 here. FaZe trying to perform on the home stretch, but
Snipes up.
If this game has indicated anything, there's a little bit more to play.
Yeah, this is a big sniper. I think this will... John gets another sniper. This is the 3rd one he's had off spawn. I think FaZe need to try to get bodies on the snipe when it comes up. I think that's like the biggest thing. They've missed 3 of them now.
Here comes Trippy. I think he's going to go right in.
That's a good trade.
Yeah, good collapse. And they're also going to pick up Snipe. Suppress was there as well. So now 41. Just a 2-kill game.
He's under so much pressure right now. He has to hit some big shots. Formal, oh, he's going to slide in. He's going to be able to clean him up. Formal will collect the sniper rifle as well. And even though we are a tied game here at 43 apiece, Formal finding this sniper rifle might be the difference maker, as Peng will be his next victim. And look, he's got so much info. I think he saw numerous bodies there at back flag from FaZe.
He saw 3. Falcated very lucky he didn't get his face ripped off with that back flag spawn. Just a 1-kill, now 2-kill lead as Bound picks up another one. Pressure still on the flag. It's going to be Bound and Legend working together here. Even more angles on the cave from Snipe and Elbow. 47-44. It's great positioning coming in on these last 3 kills.
Suppress going to be challenging. Formal just trying to hold down this elbow at the moment. Suppress is going to try and fly down and finish it off. Formal teaches him a lesson about chasing. You don't do that when Formal's got a snipe. 1 kill to go here for Optic. Bound the last player alive, though. This is doable here for FaZe, but they cannot trade to Bound, who's in a great position to try and trade.
Wait a minute. They do not send 2 to Bound, and that's it. And in the end,
I think Legend spawned behind them, or someone spawned in the cave. Wow, that was very unfortunate. That was a good play by Bound. I'm surprised they didn't go try hunt him down.
I thought they were going to flood Fountain and Snipe Street.
He was. I think they either went like a sneaky spot and they couldn't find him because they kind of they just assumed he left, but he was still there the whole time.
Yeah.
Playing on those outskirts. I think they were maybe worried about just trading. Like, you know, if you look over that and he just gets a couple of shots and that trade comes in, it's game. It's just, I think you've got to give credit to Bound for his position in that situation. Just making FaZe think, like, do we push this?
These are some insane games.
Really insane games.
The leads, the swings that keep happening, it goes from a 7-kill lead, you're like, oh, Optic should walk away with this. And then it comes from FaZe, and now FaZe is up by 4, and then it's like, It's just back and forth.
So back and forth. And just think about it. If one kill, and no exaggeration there and not hyperbole, if one kill goes different in both of the games that we just watched, this is 2-0.
Well, imagine Formal doesn't snipe in bottom mid.
Exactly.
And it's not a one kill. Like, he's dead. One bullet sniped down. It's not 48 or 49, 47 or whatever it was. It's like, it could be a whole different game. That is a very clutch shot.
And what it does mean is that Optic now find themselves 2 up in the series. And with a chance of closing out in the next one, here's some of the highlights that we did see coming in from our previous matchup. Some nice headshots being hit, but I mean, the decisive one, like you mentioned, the Formal one. And I think there's a couple of plays that Formal made when you look at the bigger picture of that game that were swing moments. You look at that kill that he got on to Falcated in the cave when he's last alive. Just when you're last alive, getting trades is so important now in Infinite, just to allow your teammates to get back on the map. Is that something you try like push as a team yourselves? It's like, if you're last alive, you can trade, win. Like, that's a great thing for you to do.
Halo's all a game boat trades. Even that, the kill in the cave, like, I'm surprised no one came and helped Falcate. He played it so good. He shot him 4 times, hid in the corner. He's like, all right, teammates. And then I was like, well, where, like, who's the fact that Formal gets a kill there, imagine, like, it's another, like, all these kills matter. You see how they lose by 2 or 3 kills? It's like, imagine they don't trade there. It's like, the game can come out so different. So it's like, just those little deaths. Like, you don't think it matters, but, I mean, even right here. Like that, if he doesn't hit that, like, it's a beautiful shot.
Very, very different looking game if he doesn't hit it, but that's why he's Formal. That's why he's one of the most winning players we've seen in esports history. He hits those shots when it matters, and now we head to CTF Aquarius, where we saw one of the fastest ever flag caps from your team.
We're debating whether it was a 4-second run or a 5-second run.
It was sub 5
on your back-to-back cap.
Do you remember it? Was it so? Did it happen so quickly?
Okay, after the flag standoff. Remember
you guys see me run the flag? How was my form out there?
No. Actually, very interesting. Very interesting.
Oh, which one? Am I doing multiple runs? Is that what you're saying?
No. At one point, someone tried to throw you the flag in the window, and you just ran out the window. And
that was great, actually.
Well, I need kills. Why are we throwing me the flag? You know,
that was perfect.
Why are you guys throwing me the flag?
I loved it because you didn't even go flag and shoot for a second. You were like, nah, and you just booked it.
Did that actually happen?
You didn't even look him in the eyes. This is running the flag like this. You're like, I'm out. I got work to do.
I have them muted or something. I didn't even know that happened.
It was good. No, it was like exactly. That's like the point. That's why we loved it. Is because you're like, no. I'm going car ledge. I'm going to shoot some shit.
I'm just so allergic to it. Like, he threw it, and I was like, I need to get away.
You're like, you're gonna go shroom stairs.
Like,
I'm gonna go.
Just cap the flag. I'm gonna get a double kill. Like, just worry about yourself.
We're talking about the one after the flag standoff. Last shot, he ran it bottom middle. So you went 2-1 up,
capped, and had 3 dead. So flag standoff ends. You have 3 dead. You cap immediately. Start to run stellar spawns like pink door.
Yeah. Oh, okay, that one. Yes.
And you guys ran bottom mid.
It was quick.
It was sub 5. I'm convinced it's sub 5
seconds
without throwing it up.
With throwing it up.
Oh, we threw it up.
You weren't in the window that time. That's a different.
Wow. I'm just. Am I playing the game? Like, what am I doing?
Well, here's the thing. Slayer? You were slaying the whole time. That's why it's good. It tells us even more. Like, we suspected this about your gameplay, but it tells us even more that you're slaying so hard that you don't know what else is going on anywhere else, and that's perfect.
Yeah.
Because you're like, listen, if there's no one alive on the map, you guys can do it.
We should win.
Okay, I do remember that. Yeah, I think I was Engine, and then Psycho was in the closet. We just had him in a full blender. I couldn't remember. Yeah. Okay.
It was quick.
Yeah, you had 1 pink spawner stellar. As we get ready to go now into this next map. The second time we'll see Aquarius today. We talked a lot about just how fantastic that first matchup was on this map. Now we get to see FaZe and Optic. The question is, can FaZe find the way to ice up in the late game? If you're just joining us, Optic with 2 clutch wins in games 1 and 2 to now lead the series 2-0 and be 1 game away from closing out your second series of the day. How much gas does FaZe Clan have left in the tank? That's the question.
Well, they've been super close games. That's the thing. Very, very close games. 2-1 in the oddball. A few seconds separating that first game and a few kills separating the second, and some big plays right at the end. The standout one from Formal with that big headshot. Can FaZe keep up that level of gameplay, but maybe just show that little bit of composure right in the moments that matter to extend this series to a 4th game? Off the rip here, it's going to be Optic 4 dead. The perfect start, and Foul is already running that flag.
Ooh, let's see where he goes here. Baum was already in fridge, and Baum gets a very good angle here, so they're going to have to slay just a little bit more. As it's 2v2 on the map for just a second, and actually FaZe falls 2. Optic aiming all players alive, and Suppressed needs to play this very carefully.
Just trying to avoid Optic at the moment. He's not doing any damage. He's just trying to keep this camo in his hand so that he can reinitiate in a few moments' time. But the flag will go home, and you have to look at that as a big missed opportunity for an early flag cap.
I have a lot of thoughts, but much more importantly, Matt, I want to know your thoughts on the attempted run there and the choice on the route and everything.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. I feel like that should be a guaranteed cap, especially with camo. I feel like that's such a strong way to start the map. You're down 2. I feel like the games were so close. If you get that fast flag cap, you kind of forget all about that other stuff. And now it's going to be in your mind, we can't close these these little scenarios out. I think that's going to bite them.
Curious if, even though it takes an extra second, curious if they should have thought about a high gen run or immediately in the util door. You know, of course, we had the advantage of observer mode, but a player like Bound is going to hit those shots if you let him walk out front, and that's exactly what they do. So as a result, we are tied up here still 0-0 off the opening.
Renegade flies in, cleans up one. Looking to turn it into two, but Trippy's too good to let that opportunity slip through his fingers. Bound going to be challenging. That's another kill going down. Threat Seeker's going to give away the position of Legend as well, which means that Trippy can try and position himself to get those shields back, but Optic communication seems to be on point. None of these one-shots are getting away at the moment, which means that Penguin's got to play this one nice and slow here on the car side.
One thing I got to say about FaZe, you have to hope with the pedigree in this roster, the experience, even though there's going to be frustrating games 1 and 2, you have to think hopefully they're reminding themselves, guys, we are right here. We are toe-to-toe with this team, and we knew we could do this, and we're doing it on land. And all they need to do is change truly just a few things, and as we said earlier, just 1 or 2 kills.
they shouldn't be upset with how they're playing. Those are super close games, but it can be demoralizing when you see 2-0 in the series score, and you're kind of like, we have to win every game now.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, Penguin trying to back some players down on the pink tower from Optic with a couple of frag grenades. Suppress going to get his second camo of the game. Now, can he make something happen with this one? Formal taken down, leaves Optic 3 dead, and a very similar scenario to what we saw at the start of this game. This time they're going to run it into the gen, not making that same mistake twice.
This time a whole lot of cover.
Just like Bravo said, run it engine, play it safe, especially if you have camo, you have so much time. Big kill by Suppressed.
Oh yeah, killing spree. That's going to leave 2 dead for Optic Gaming yet again. This run should continue. Almost did it to him. Raised my eyebrows too.
2v2 on the map,
I don't think they're going to cap this.
I was going to say, they've got to be very, very careful here. And this little start step might have actually helped.
Wow.
Because there was a couple of players flying through
Spawners
on the car
too,
side.
they're good.
Renegade's the only one in position to stop this one. They've got 2 players on the flag, but they've got to pick up a kill or 2. Otherwise, counter cap opportunity starts to raise its eyebrows, and we might be finding ourselves with Optic with a chance. But Penguin takes a smart route, waits for those shields. Looks like FaZe have done enough. We're tied up at 1-1.
That was a great play by Penguin by bringing it bottom gen. I think keeping it there, he for sure was dead and was not going to be able to run it. I think they're about to get counter cap though.
Absolutely done. Let's see. 3 dead now for just a moment. Falcated, though, is up and might be able to challenge Bound to the pink door without any trade. Very well done. Doesn't even go flashing. So instead, going to be able to fight another day on the back flag. Very nicely done from Foul.
He's done a really good job. Not just the double kill, but the fact that he stayed alive long enough to continue to get damage while the rest of FaZe come off of respawn. It's making this a little bit more awkward for Optic to get a clean run. And now you're seeing the respawners come back, wrap through the flag. FaZe do a great job there, and it's all based off of those 2 kills from Foul.
Yeah, really, really nicely done there. In the end, they will maintain there and fight off a very dangerous opportunity, as you were saying, Matt, for a counter.
I think this camo on 10, this is going to be a very good camo. Look how they're playing it. Suppress is hiding in their closet, not moving, waiting for Legend to peek.
I like how FaZe also really learned from that first pull, right? They were very deliberate, even with camo to high gen run. Penguin played it so stutter-steppy in terms of actually capping. They're not taking risks. There was 7 players dead. Renegade after the chaos is the last player alive. He will come away with the camo and now wait for spawners.
So Renegade had no real right to come out of that with 1 kill, let alone 2. There was 2 grenades that went in when he was no shields on the car side, and 2 perfectly placed frags bring him that double kill, and as last alive opens the map up now for Optic.
Crazy from Renegade as the only player alive to be camo top mid and just looking for the damage in the base. He's damage hungry and in the end somehow stays alive through all this. Wanted it bad. Doesn't get it. 3 dead. Trippy, last player alive for FaZe.
Defensively, FaZe playing really good defense inside and around their flag map. How important that is that to make sure that you're clearing those players out, you're making sure that you stay alive. It's like you have to be a nuisance on your own side of the map. It's kind of like counterintuitive sometimes.
Yeah, especially Renegade with camo, you don't want to get hit. As soon as he gets a couple feet on you and you can't find him, it's not going to be good. But they're playing it super smart. They're standing still, covering all angles, and he just couldn't do anything.
Really well done there. You could just tell, it felt like Renegade wanted to go maybe a second or 2 earlier than the team was ready for, just shooting kind of and trying to get early damage in the base. In the end, flag going to come off the stand. 2 dead for Optic Gaming. 3 dead.
Bound will find 1. Flag will be returned, so both flags back at base, but the 50-yard line belongs to FaZe at the moment. They have some good map pressure. Legend's trying to fly up towards pink to create some space for Optic to get out of spawn, but not going to be able to. He's going to be cut down, and Penguin now looking for respawners, trying to play off some damage, and with FaZe inside of the base and Optic with 2 dead, and you saw Penguin getting information on last players alive, there's an opportunity here for FaZe to maybe go 2-0 up.
Really nice angling there as well. They were able to get 1 kill. Suppress waits for shields now. He will go shroom stairs, but has some pressure coming in from both bottom pink, top pink, as well as bottom mid. Here comes the flood here. 3 dead. Penguin, your last player alive. This will be returned.
I really like that run by Suppress. They're stuck back base, and he ends up pulling it. I think that's how you're supposed to cap on Aquarius. If you just got to pull it, especially even if they're shooting you, just get it out, and you're probably going to guarantee to cap. Lucky this time.
Especially if you're able to hit the right G-slides, getting the flag all the way back home. Legend now starting to run a car run. 2 dead for him, though, so he knows he's going to have to drop back and shoot. At least get a little bit of extra damage. Ideally, kills on the board as well. Penguin, an important 1v1.
Wonder what happened with Camo. Is it? I think it's burn.
A couple of big kills coming in. We'll keep an eye out for Camo to see if it has been burned, but a couple of big 1v1 wins there. One going the way of Penguin, one going the way of Trippy. Not only send that flag home, but allow now FaZe to start pressurizing and squeezing Optic on the spawn into the back of their base. So if they've got some frag grenades, they've saved those grenades and can move up the map. An opportunity for FaZe to get another flag pull here. And if they can be a little bit more efficient on those respawn kills.
Do you guys notice how phases keep trapping in their base like over and over and over again? They're playing it so slow. 1 P side, 3 engine side, and they're walking from base and just keep trapping them. It's really good plays by FaZe.
Finally, they fall 3 dead in the end. But I want to say also a little bit of deja vu here. There's no real kill leaders in the categories in terms of KD specifically, but it's once again Trippy at 15 and 12 and Falcon on 13 as well. But with 3 dead, important 1v1 that Trippy will win, making it 4 dead. You have to wonder, is this a deja vu scenario? It's FaZe Clan once again leading for so far over 50% of this game. Is Optic going to play spoiler? FaZe still needs to play either 4 minutes and 45 of defense or get another flag on the run. What do you think we're going to see here, Matt, from these guys?
I have a feeling Optic's going to come back. I don't think like a 1-0 lead is like, you're not, it's so fast. Yeah, it's so, I need one more to feel a little bit comfy. One is not comfy because you could even get double capped and the game's over. You're not even
you guys
safe.
just did it.
It can turn so fast. But I like the way FaZe is playing it, so I have a little bit more confidence. But the way Optic's playing.
Let's go. You guys just did it. Not that you remember it.
you were killing stuff in the back of the base. But yeah, you guys did that. Believe it or not.
Well, I think the worry here for FaZe is they've had opportunities, and they've only converted one of those opportunities so far. So, like you mentioned, it's a flimsy lead, it's a 1-0 lead, but how many times can you make a big defensive stand before Optic get it right, before they pick up a 3 dead off the respawn? FaZe have got to look to be aggressive, I think. I think they've got to look for that second flag. Still 4 minutes left in this game, and Trippy, who has camo, is going to certainly give them an opportunity to find some kills. But again, it's clearing out their side of the base at the moment before they move forward. They want to be so specific in how they control the map.
Trippy doing so well, leading the game in kills. Also looks like leading the game in KD as he hits the 18 mark. And like we said, that clean camo grab was important, but still, feels like it's slow motion. Still 3.5 left that they have to play this exact same defensive style. It was 3 dead for FaZe.
Yeah, I feel like it's very equal. That FaZe got that cap, and it's just kind of like a back and forth. Nothing's really happening. I mean, that's okay with FaZe, though. Like, you're up 1-0, so, I mean, if it wants to go back and forth, the game will just end in your favor, so.
It does feel risky, though. Like you said, you're playing this defensive style, and all it will take is 3 dead at the wrong time.
Yeah, I've seen enough Aqua CTFs that finish with someone putting a flag with 2 seconds left, and all of a sudden it's 1-1 and we're in overtime.
Decent damage out of Foul in the end. Does not get the melee, however. Will start to bring that flag out, which means Optic will have to reset. Get the return, which will come in, and now with less than 3 minutes left, they'll start the next push here. First kills do come in for FaZe on the defense.
Again, it's a big defensive kill though on the FaZe side, and they clear out their base once more. It's not the cleanest of strategies, but it's working for them at the moment, and they are picking up the pieces that they need. That thrust was vital to survivability there.
Well done by Falcon by playing his life like that. Those kills, especially like we're talking about those trades. If Former gets that kill, maybe this this collapse might not come in as fast.
Maybe he drops
but like
back into fridge. All sorts of stuff can start to happen when you stay alive in
that
scenario.
Kill is so huge.
And also, I love how he thrust it into like dual sight lines of like teammates. He's like, everyone help me.
And look at FaZe again, trapped in the bit. This is how many times have we seen this? This is like the 5th time they've done 4 in their base again. They're slowly collapsing.
Penguin's trying to play his life. Falcate's running this flag. Foul turns and gets that kill, most importantly, onto Formal, because now he can cut the map. He can run it towards the straight stairs, and if he can get there,
2 dead.
The timing window just wasn't there as Legend came back off of the respawn for the second time and managed to cut him down, and now Bound with a double kill might just shut this flag down.
That was big. There was a table, a spawner.
Triple!
And look at it was 3 dead. A little bit of carnage here. Both flags out on the table.
I feel like FaZe is playing it so good, and then also so bad at the same time, because they have 4 in their base. They should be getting the flag out. I don't know if they're playing it, I don't want to say too slow, but these should be flag caps. If they're 4 stuck in their base, how are they getting they must be misplaying it somewhere, because it looks so good, and then they just can't finish the flag run. It gets to almost their front base every time, and they can't cap.
This is the big opportunity here. That nade.
Trippy's nade, amazing from high gen.
Just stopped a cap, because both of those last 2 players alive are trapped in the fridge. They're damaged. But that nade has just slowed things down completely and sends it home. That was I don't know if it's good fortune, a little bit of luck, whatever it was, but that nade from Trippy is vital.
That's a year 4 nade. That's when you're sitting high gen, you know exactly where they're going to run it on table, and he pre-nades it with a plasma to stop what probably would have been a game-tying run at that stage. Absolutely crucial, and they hang on now. 1 minute left in the game. Can they hold?
I mean, it's been a game of slender margins, but Suppress winning big fights like that against Bound is going to stop Optic moving up the map, and every second that ticks past now, FaZe get closer and closer to winning this. But let's take ourselves back to the last 2 games, right? The first game, last few seconds, Optic get that up-ball break. They end up winning the game. Game number 2, a turnaround. Optic, big shot from Formal. They win that game. Do they have 30 seconds here in which they could create one more opportunity, tie this game up? Because in the first 2, they've shown that they have the capability to do something.
Feels like we've just been watching Normandy for 12 minutes here. Just absolutely Turtleton holding down the pace. 20 seconds left for FaZe Clan with 2 dead. They should be able to hold here.
If you're FaZe, you do not want to turtle here. I think this is the worst thing you can do, but hopefully now that kill kind of should secure the win.
Yeah. Luckily, they're getting fed a bit here. They are turtling somewhat, but I think Optic knew they had to be aggro. 5 seconds left.
Yeah, that's going to be the game. There's no one in position for Optic to get up the map and get that flag cap. You saw the slightly disgruntled melee from Renegade as he runs across Car, knowing that he's not going to be able to do anything to get that flag moving. And FaZe close out. I think that's the most important thing to take away from that game, and certainly the story of the series so far. FaZe will make this series interesting. Optic still lead 2-1.
Hey, as a neutral fan, I'm happy to see us going the distance in this series. We needed to see, I think FaZe has been waking up the entire series, looking better and better with each game, and now able to put a game on the board. But I gotta say, Matt, you of course have played this game type more than many people in the world. Pretty bizarre to see a hold like that, that length, right? It almost always breaks at some point, especially when you're looking at Optic Gaming. A pretty bizarre result there to go 12 minutes total with just 1 flag on the board.
Yeah, 1 flag is, I don't know when the last time I've seen a 1-0 flag game, especially how many times do we see FaZe have Optic 4 in their base and they're not capping?
Yeah.
I think that's like maybe something they have to go back and watch and be like, how can we be a little bit more efficient or effective? Because they're just all trapped, and they'll get a kill, and they still can't cap. So something's not working with that. But hey, walk out with the win, nothing you can complain about.
It felt like also maybe in these 50-50s, if they did lose flag at like table, bottom car, and everything like that, take a look at the damage numbers here. Big numbers coming in. Specifically, we're looking at Falcated there on 7600. But it felt like if the flag was down table or P1 car 1, they all of a sudden just had this like universal agreement to not try to run it because they don't want to get down while the enemy's pushing their table. So they were playing like the safest Halo like we've ever seen.
So they're trying to force the flag a little bit further and then slay on their side of the map?
Yeah, maybe they just weren't on the same page. Like, if they're all stuck in their base, you just have one guy, you know, play super ratty and come up from, like, behind and just flank them. Or you just have to all be efficient and relay the flag as fast as possible. Because they're stuck in their base. You're beating, the flag's already out. There's no way they can chase and catch up to you. So I think they're just maybe doing both and the timing's off. But hey, you got the 1 flag.
Got the job done.
Yeah, got the job done.
Got the dub. And I think a lot of that has to come down to that grenade that we saw from Trippy as well, that plasma grenade, when Optic probably thought, Renegade probably thought, I've got this one moving, I've got them trapped in the closet, and I can get this one at least halfway across the map. The plasma grenade that was thrown down, a little bit of landmine.
Even this flag cap was a Gruler flag cap. It's like, we literally were like, oh, they're not going to cap that. And then it's like, he took that nice route, and then it ended up working out. But it was like, this game could have been 0-0 the entire time.
Interesting to talk about that flag cap as well, because the first kill that we saw as the flag started moving was onto Legend. And then we just saw there that it took them so long to get those spawn kills. That's the grenade that we were talking about from Trippy a little bit earlier, but it took them so long to be efficient and picking up the next kills that it was actually Legend who jumped back on off of respawn and managed to get back across the map. So certainly something for FaZe to go back and look at. Fixable for sure, because they're doing the hard work, it feels like, getting into the base, setting everything up. Just the execution not perfect, but good enough to get that game on the board.
Exactly.
I mean, look at the series so far, right? This has been as close as it really can get. 2-1 oddball recharge if you're just joining us. 50-47, Slayer on Origin, a comeback win. And 1-0, Aquarius CTF. One of the small handful of times we've ever seen that at this level of play. Will go to FaZe Clan in the end with a Normandy-esque defensive hold. Feels like I was watching something out of Call of Duty 2. And in the end, they hold. With honestly, it's a pretty impressive feat against a team like Optic Gaming. In the end, they will take the game, and now that sends us into game number 4.
Live fire strongholds. Who do you guys think is going to win?
Okay, I mean, with the way that kind of using the same arguments we were talking about before the series started, if we think about the way you have to play a live fire stronghold, and any strongholds for that matter, Optic should have this. FaZe has woken up to the speed, though.
You think fast paced? That's what we're looking for.
I think FaZe fast paced is going to be. It usually comes out on top. My thing is you look at this FaZe roster, I can see him locking down a 2-cap You know what I mean? Like, if they
in the
lock
same way
down
they
the
locked
2
down
cap,
Aquarius.
exactly, lock down the 2 cap, it might not be pretty, it might not be like the best way to win the game.
You just win your 1v1s though. That's
Win
what
the
it's like.
ones.
Sit back B, you know, suppress 5 somebody. It's like, well, now
Get
you
your
have
get your trades.
Yeah, just get your trades. It's not like you don't need to be. This map is super fast, but you can also hold the 2s and mix up the pace. And I think FaZe is kind of picking it up, and they're also shooting really well. So
yeah, it could be that simple, right? Hold your, like you said, win your 1s, hold your 2. The second you get a glaring opportunity, get your trip. Hold the next 2 if you need to.
It's going to come down to sniping camos. That's all I'm going to say. So
Well, let's see who gets it
Very
first.
royal 2 of you.
Let's. No objective flag, at least, to worry about on this game time.
My bad.
It's all good. You can see Penguin and Falke are going to combine it. It was Optic who made like a really strong push top middle for that sniper rifle. Trippy's going to find it. Can he line up 2? No bound. Alongside Formal's going to do enough to make sure that that sniper rifle isn't going to be contested. But early scoring is actually going to go to the side of FaZe, and Falcated.
Wow, that's an unlucky nade.
It's going to be a return of the trade.
Oh my God.
Val wins it!
The Dirt ate that nade in the most top mid Guardian nonsense way I've seen. Trip cap off the rim.
It's a hungry dirt, man.
I'm throwing my head back after that. Yeah.
That nade was, it's tragic, man. There's too many of those little nooks and crannies.
And Renegade spawns into the sniper again. And Camo, what did I say? Both of these.
What did you say? You were right.
I'm never wrong. Just early.
B and
I like
C
that from you.
is going to be under the control of Optic. But it was a great start for FaZe. They had a momentary triple cap initially, and it was this camo that's kind of turned the favor of the game back into Optic. They had the BC hold at the moment, and with Renegade with the sniper rifle, B and C is kind of what you want. You can hold so many good angles with height. I mean, this is the kind of position that you would very much enjoy being in right now, Matt.
Gotta say, Renegade giving Lucid a run for his money in the hair department. Another snipe top mid as well. Picks up a clean double kill, killing spree, 3 dead for FaZe, and the reset comes in.
This is what I was worried about with the snipers. It's as soon as you get the power weapons, look, John, Renegade, snipe camo.
Hey.
Just holding every angle. Now it should be some free points for a while, and they're just holding the slow 2 cap.
And even on Big Door, if you just body someone, it is so frustrating.
You have to walk away. There's nothing you can do.
It is. It buys you, like you said, so much time there, and just like that, it's already.
And look how cautious Renegade's playing.
Oh my
God, little rotate there. Legend. In the end, picking up another kill on Suppress, so it will be 2 dead again for FaZe.
He's hitting this.
3 dead
Skybox.
Here. Trippy, last player alive. He's forced to retreat bottom mid as well. Like you said, free time here.
You see how slow he's playing too? He's playing his life. Like, he just knows you have a 2 cap. There's nothing. You just don't die. As long as you don't die, look how paranoid they are. They're like, Renegade's still alive. We can't kill him.
Yep. That's one of the great things about the BC hold, right? You have tower essentially to play rounds, to play from. So you have all of these great angles. You have the opportunity to just rain down fire. And FaZe are trying to play for B at the moment, but Optic just getting good damage and just picking up those trades one after another.
4 dead. Trippy's your first spawner, and he's trying to get the damage. Finally, it will come in with Big Door. Finally, the push comes to green, so the timing actually does work out where FaZe might be able to pick up a few picks here.
Should be able to flip B over. Last 2 players alive are going to be top middle. Not sure if Formal had camo there or if he was just sneaking in the top of the vent, but yes, indeed, he does have that camo. So the second one in a row is going to go to Optic Gaming, and even though FaZe are scoring, you would imagine Formal can make a play to at least give them an opportunity to convert. And the 3 players from FaZe inside of A, all of this information is being relayed to his teammates right now.
Playing this pretty slow here. Not getting any damage just yet. So far, just info, as you said, but in the end, they will get the 2 dead. They have the man advantage here, and it's well timed from Formal. Good patience. You could do that when you have a lead like this in an early game. Of course, Strongholds leads to 3 dead. It will be a staggered and delayed 4 dead if they kill Suppressed on bags. Formal will do it himself.
I'm surprised the pacing of Optic. It's not as fast as you guys were assuming. Like, we're thinking like maybe they'd be running around trying to go for 3 caps. They're actually the ones doing the 2 caps.
Yeah. I was thinking the same exact thing as soon as we saw the early 2 cap hold with the top tower, but I also like that for Formal, right? I think a lot of players would have been tempted to go scoreboard and even just get a better angle, let alone damage. Instead, he took the real... Oh, jeez. Renegade picks another back of the dome.
It's 10 and 2, by the way.
What did I say? Snipers camos.
You said it.
And now you just...
11 and 2. It's going to become 12 very soon, isn't it? You get that feeling. Suppress is going to challenge, and there it is indeed. 12 and 2, positive 10 for Renegade as Optic break 100 points.
And at this time here, the 108 mark, Optic Gaming looking the best they have in quite some time, especially if you consider all 12 minutes of that Aquarius CTF. Let's get into a listen now with Optic Gaming in the lead.
Two dead, 3 dead.
Let's go. Come in.
Tiger's pushing you, pushing you.
Go see him. Me too.
Obviously.
I have you. Don't move.
Nice, guys.
Look at big.
Yo, cut 2 shot. Yo, go to tower, man. Go to tower. Cross.
On hill weak.
We can see. Never die off tower. Never die off tower, man. Never die. We can give C and take it back.
One C.
Double door one. One top mid. Weak double door.
Camel's coming 10.
Three cuts.
Top.
I can
One shot.
Camel's coming now. We're giving it. We're gonna have to give it.
Yo, in the time on the vendors.
Top John, give me on your net.
One dummy door me.
One try put. Yo, two E put. Another E put.
Getting on camel.
Get her.
Screens. You don't have no hope. You have no hope.
Well, Optic looking confident. There's some things we want to talk about from that listening that we certainly, completely and utterly understand, but were quite funny also to listen to. But Optic looking very, very good at the moment, and it's all been from that pickup of the sniper rifle from Renegade. He has taken this game over.
Yeah, all three of us were just kind of laughing at everything because it was such perfect play from Optic Gaming, and I also think that listening gave us a taste of what to expect from this 2025 Optic Gaming roster. Renegade is like holding off dummy door single-handedly with great nades and peek shooting, and then you hear Formal and comms like, I got you, do not move. And when you hear Formal say something like that, you're like, okay, I'm not going to move, I got it. And then the next thing, off of the rip, Renegade just tells, I think the comms, Matt, were stay alive, tower, never die.
Yeah, he goes, never die. he goes, trust.
Yeah,
and Formal's like, Formal instantly hit the G slide at top tower. It's like, all right, he said trust. Yeah. Like, you got, as soon as you say trust, like, you need to trust.
I love the specificity of the comms from two of the best shooters to ever play the game. They were do not move and do not die. Yeah. And man, has it ever worked? 4 dead. But Trip Cap on the other side now. Let's see if they can make the comeback.
I think this column is really huge. He can make some plays and go straight back to B, especially with the Trip Cap.
Just free damage, essentially, for Penguin at this point. Really is able to overextend with this QT. Can pressurize so many.
Yep. Can get a new angle if he needs to.
Quantum back A flat.
Might. Don't need to.
Okay, my bad.
In the end, used it to stay alive. Had the trade after the trade in mind.
I like this by FaZe. They're keeping them staggered.
Renegade got sniped though.
That's a 6 for John.
Renegade got sniped again. Can they shut him down? But look at the score. 177 to 130 now. And all of a sudden, this game is looking more manageable for FaZe, but Renegade once again just hitting headshot after headshot at the moment.
They need to get it out of his hands.
I like how, Jesus.
Oh my goodness.
I like how just when you think that Renegade is not going to check dummy door, he like fakes and goes right back to checking pillar door. Unbelievable now. Still, though, we got to mention 177 to 152. This game is much, much closer. It was a good run from FaZe, but still a lot of Halo to play.
Yeah, finally Renegade's getting taken down. And as you can see, now it's Falcade's turn to take over this sniper rifle. Not a huge amount of ammo, actually just the 1 bullet to play with. But Optic are 3 dead again. And FaZe have stayed in this, most importantly. And they are now moments away from getting back into a lead here that they had right at the start of this game, and for the first time they get the camo as well. So sniper rifle out of the hands of Optic.
Dude,
almost did a backflip over the coach.
Matt and I, we're watching Keydor wondering, this is, and thinking this is all a great opportunity timing-wise to pop this camo.
Yeah, he starts getting shot mid-jump. If he would have died there, I would have.
Would not have been good. Yeah. That is playing with fire, but Falcade doing it well. QT is going to be up here, but he's just going to hold this contest. Has to fight Nest as well as B. That's going to be a nice little reset. 2 dead for both sides.
Should be able to get the QT here and just play around the player in Nest.
What a swing again.
199. Looks like Optic are playing for the ends, though. You can see they've overextended towards the scoreboard here. They're going to try and flip A, and they're going to do exactly that. And Falcated not dealing with Bound quick enough to really put pressure onto any of these other strongholds. And now you're seeing Optic taking some map away from them and really starting to pressurize.
Ooh, here comes the speed. 2 dead here. Nice pressure coming in from Renegade. Also, the death stick does not come in, which allows Renegade to do that damage. 3 dead. Trippy was your last player alive on pillars. He will fall. Falcade already in mud, though. And actually, it's going to be 5 dead there. First spawner gets taken down as well, which brings a big opportunity for points on the board for Optic.
First ever 5 dead. It's the first time you said 5 dead, I think.
I think it all the time.
Legend now, just his job is to protect B. You can see the FaZe are trying to flood, they're trying to pressure, but Suppress is going to be the first pick. Sniper Rifle is coming up. And with the game essentially tied around the 200-point mark, Sniper's camos, it was something you were highlighting from moment 1 here. It could be the game winning.
I see Renegade going for the snipe again. This is going to be his 5th snipe.
He's 23 and 11.
Yeah, I think FaZe needs to be playing for the snipe. They keep dying right before, and it's still up, actually.
Triple cap here. for FaZe momentarily. Penguin and Suppress, they're going to get a couple of kills. It's Bound this time, though. He's got the sniper rifle, trying to keep it in his hands. Renegade will at least give him a little bit of space to run away as he picks up a kill himself. Actually picks up a double at the back of B. Formal will find another. They'll get the reset. Or at least the contest onto B here. They do indeed get the reset somehow, or the Trippy.
Trippy goes intergalactic on us somehow.
Some sort of quantum physics being broken there.
Dodges that snipe. Formal somehow stays alive, gets the help that he needed. A lot of pressure here on B.
It's getting scrappy. It's getting very scrappy. 2v2 now around B. Suppress has that sniper rifle. He's got Renegade in front of him. It's the body, but it's not the headshot. And that could be the difference between B being going to Optic and FaZe, and it's going to be Optic who flip it.
Wow, big 1v1 there in the end, and they get the spawns to green as well. Things could have been quite different now. 2:30 on the board for Optic Gaming.
Renegade's back on bridge with that sniper rifle as well. It looks like FaZe are trying to pressure towards C. Formal is going to be there to try and do a little bit of work. QT going to be picked up here, but C is going to be flipped over into the hands of FaZe. So they're going to be the team scoring here. Optic don't need many points here, and you can see with the way that Renegade is playing, he's trying to secure this sniper rifle and some kills, but Suppress is going to get picked off with camo.
Oh, man. You take him out.
I'm not a fan of him shooting there. I think you're having 2-cap. He has all the camo. He has like 15 seconds left of camo. I think you just don't shoot your gun.
Trippy, last player alive at green. They're going to try to flood this and collapse. Trippy might be able to somehow stay alive.
Taken down by
taken down by Formal. 2:42 on the board.
This might be the final moments here. Suppressed, he's already desperate in towards B. He's not going to be able to get there. Falcated nowhere near a stronghold, and it is going to be Optic in yet another back and forth game, who closed the series out 3-1. FaZe gave it everything, but the big moments, it felt like in that series in general, belonged to Optic.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, sniping camos, we just saw, I think Renegade had, what, 15 snipe kills that game?
Yeah,
at least. Like, it was, I wish I could see the power up and kills. It is ridiculous.
28 and 13 in the end. We'll take a look.
Assists as well, like just consistent work from him.
That camo play at the end.
I
don't want to say I'm the biggest fan, but
you and I were thinking the same thing. I think you have time, right? Because even with camo at pillars, right? The best. I think when you engage for pillars, it needs to be last player alive or last two. It's just risky. You're
especially
so
they had a 2-cap, right?
Yeah.
Like they have think about it. It's like the clock's on your side. They're ticking. They're the ones being nervous. They're like, oh, they have camo. Where's he going to go?
Yeah.
But as soon as you make the play with camo, they're like, oh, nice. We know where the camo guy is, and he's just out in the middle. Especially, they should know Renegade has snipe. That should be a calm going on with the team.
It's only comparative to the way that Formal played with that camo a little bit earlier on, where he's waiting for his teammates to initiate.
Right. That's a perfect example. Yeah, think of how slow Formal
plays
played
off of
that
that with the camo, and it makes a difference. Do we have to watch this back?
We do.
Heartbreaking moment. The mod always wins.
Here we go, though. I mean, the Renegade camo show. This was just, man, and then rotating, picking the perfect angles. Let's not forget, though, it was not a runaway game for Optic Gaming. Despite leading 89-50, them leading 102-61, FaZe were able to get back in this.
Well, look at the score of the game, and look how many power-up and kills we've seen. Like, imagine if Renegade doesn't have these snipe kills, or how many camos do they have? 3, 4?
Easily,
it's like, it's that close, and they don't have any power weapons or anything. So it's like, they should even be happy with themselves. Like, if we just, secure a couple snipers, the game's completely in their hands. It still was winnable, even with all this going on.
Absolutely. This was nervy here. Somehow stays alive. We almost lost it. Thank goodness doesn't trade there with the camo. But at that moment, let's not forget, FaZe was leading at the 188 mark. But in the end, if that headshot...
Again, think back to the Collie game, right? Think back to the Origin game. You hit that headshot, like Formal did, it's a game changer. But the camo, like you say,
so they were losing A at the same time.
First down.
Which maybe even is more reason to play slow.
Yeah, I don't mind that play. Like him walking and shooting the guy B. I think because it looks like they timed it. Like he was going to walk back B and then he's going to shoot him on the wing. But I think you can also shoot him but not be exposed to... Like he started walking forward and shooting. It's like you can shoot from the pillar door. And just have cover. But it's like... Also, you got to know that Renegade has snipe. I feel like that should have been like... He just instantly gets body shotted and you just fall over. It's like...
Well, I just want to say a huge thank you for joining us.
It was awesome having you here.
It was so good. We're going to have to send you on our way because we've got Bounty's going to come and join us on the couch after the Optic win. But dude, that was fun.
It was so fun having you here.
Feel free to come back anytime.
Anytime, all season. We got to get you back. It was a blast. Thank you, man.
Well, this is the series that we just saw. If you're just joining us, Optic with a 3-1 win, 2-1 in that first game on Oddball Recharge. Then we had the 50-47 comeback on Origin Slayer. Then it was FaZe with the grindiest 1-0 Aquarius flag.
We got to ask
we've seen. We got to do that.
That was going to be good.
That was crazy. And then the 250-218 close out again from Optic to close out the series. No game 5 quite yet. We're gonna see some game 5s at some point. And we've got Bound who's going to join us right now. So We just keep the players coming through. This is great. I love the Sofa has been a fantastic addition to the Halo Championship Series.
What a great show
competitive Halo. Bounce. Welcome, dudes. Congratulations on the series win.
Thank you.
How was it for you?
First series on LAN with the boys. I mean, first one ever. It's always a little sloppy, I feel like. I felt pretty good, but it got a little grindy, it got a little weird at the end. I'm sure your boys saw, so it was good. It was good. I'm confident.
You guys had clutch factor big time coming in. I think there's a lot of times in both games 1 and 2 especially, and then even in this game 4 that we just saw. But in games 1 and 2 especially, you guys kind of iced up in where you just needed to have you needed to have the opening damage and collapse and get your 3-4 dead, and you did. Anything that kind of comes to mind when you think of those first 2 games that made sure you iced up?
Not really so much the first game. The first game was like super sloppy, I feel like. But game 2, yeah, I could tell based off like our comms and just when we knew we were kind of like trapping them and splitting them, like and when we knew that they were making mistakes, just little things like that. When I felt like I was like, okay, we're gonna take this game. I could just see their mistakes, just little things like that.
Sure.
Let's talk about the game 3 because we were kind of fascinated by it, right?
We really were.
It was a 1-0 Aqua flag, which I can't really remember seeing, but
no, I can't either.
It was the grindiest Aqua flag. What was it like to be a part of a game like that? Because it's very unusual for you guys.
It felt like molasses. I felt like we were stuck in molasses a little bit. I was like, dude, it's 1-0. I looked at him, I was like, 30 seconds left, 1-0. Jesus. Yeah. I don't know. We could not get the flag out just like properly, it felt like, and they just always had something to say about it. So
yeah. Did it feel like they were playing? One thing that when we were watching with World 2, it felt like they were playing. I mean, first of all, they had a clean pull where they were and camo where they were running it. You were first spawner fridge, and you get a really clean kind of first kill on that flag.
Yeah.
From then on, they played the most careful Aquarius CTF we've like ever seen, where they were only running high gen. Yeah. Even when they had camo, they were like tiptoeing the flag and letting their shields recharge on the flag, and Penguin even waits on the pillar. Did it feel like there was anything? For us, from our POV, it felt like if there was a 50-50 mid-map and the flag was down table, P1, car 1, they just chose not to run it. Did it feel like that for you guys, that they were just playing like the most careful Halo?
Yeah, it felt super careful, and we could never find the last guy, I felt like. There'd always be 3 dead, and we're like, where's the last guy? And we're like, whatever, just run it. And the second we run it, we hear the shots start hitting up. Like, fuck.
It was a tough one to be a part of, I imagine. FaZe obviously taking that one, and then the final game. Must feel good to have Renegade on the team when he's going off and snipe like that. Makes life a little bit easier, doesn't it?
Just a bit. Just a tad bit. I mean, it got a little weird at the end. I thought for sure, just based off the spawns and them having camo, I was like, fuck, this is going to be hard. But I think the camo guy could have made a better play, and we just got kind of lucky there. So
yeah, we were actually wondering from your POV, because Matt and I, as soon as they started shooting pillars with camo, Matt and I were just like, how did it feel for you guys? Did you know camo was around there at that time?
We knew they had camo, and we knew like we couldn't really do anything because they have camo.
Right.
I was just sitting green, and then they shot me. I was like, he's got me pillars.
Yeah.
And then John happened to body him, and took me forever to clean him up, but I killed him. I was like, okay, we can win now. So
let's talk about the off-seeders a little bit, because there's been a lot going on if you weren't aware of it.
It was boring.
It was boring. It's been a lot of fun for everyone, and we were talking to Royal 2, and he said there's this like renewed passion for a lot of players of like, it feels like everything that happened before this point now doesn't matter because there's been so many changes, so many team changes, duos, World Championship teams splitting up, all of this thing. How do you feel about the new season? Because it's obviously great to be part of Optic Gaming. It's a huge opportunity for you and Legend, who have, of course, joined as part of that former World Championship team. How does it feel going into the season for you? Like, what's the mentality like? What do you want to achieve?
I just want to keep winning. I mean, obviously, it's kind of why we made the move. We just want to stay on top, just keep dominating. I feel like right now we're kind of just figuring things out. I feel like every team still is. It's kind of like, the way I look at it, it's kind of like Money 8s. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It feels like we're like a Money 8s like tournament, like team captain, stuff like that.
And a big Money 8s today.
Yeah, a big Money 8s, a huge one.
Just casual $50,000 Money 8s.
Yeah. So I feel like it's all about just like figuring it out right now. And yeah, I mean, we didn't make this move to lose, so we're trying to win everything.
Yeah. Makes sense. What else you got for round?
I think, just like amazing to see you guys kind of ice up in each of those games. Also, is there one thing I want to ask just about the last game 4? One thing, I mean, that Matt knew right away when we loaded in. He's like, only just watch Camo Snipe and watch John. That's going to win the game. You guys clearly not only had control of those two, but you obviously also had the slays required moments prior, pretty much to every snipe and every camo. Is there anything you guys are doing specifically there, or is it simply you're keeping an eye on exactly the 15 to 20 seconds prior to each of those coming up?
I don't think we really talked about it too much. We're kind of like, they're going on camo, and then we were just like in positions to shoot them. I feel like they kind of were just they were just kind of blind hitting stuff, and we kind of were just like, look at it, don't camo. And we just, it was pretty much all it felt like. It didn't really feel too coordinated from both ends.
I mean, that's even more special than that it comes together like that, because you guys are all just thinking on the same terms and sightlines and things like that. Yeah.
One final question before we let you go and get prepared for your next series. How does it feel like when you're coming together? There's been so many fractures in the rosters and everything coming together. You know, has it been kind of like having to relearn fundamentals almost as a new roster? Because so many teams are like, there's so many players coming in, new players split up.
Yeah.
Has that been a process that you've had to go through that was almost like everyone expects each other, but sometimes you're like, okay, guys, let's just like talk about how we want to go through this specific situation just to make sure.
Yeah, like I said, I feel like every team's probably doing that just because just the way we played last year, SSG specifically, I feel like we played completely different, a lot faster than everyone else. So just playing with Matt and John, like, we're kind of like slowing down a little bit for them, and they're like speeding up for us. We're just like trying to like figure out where the good balance is. Yeah. And we're kind of like unwiring our brains a little bit, and then like rewiring. It's a little weird. It's complicated, but I think it's a process. It's a process.
Yeah, certainly relearning where you need to. I mean, Matt had a great play with Camo there, where he was, as they all spawned A, he's on camo and like didn't have any temptation to go bags. He didn't go scoreboard. He did his long A flank and only started shooting like exact timing as you guys. So it's interesting to see kind of all of the timing pieces come together. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, thank you for joining us, dude. Congratulations on the first series win and the matches to come. But I believe before we head to a break, we're going to have a look at the brackets, see what we've got coming up next. So we've got Shopify Rebellion versus Optic Gaming. How you feeling about that? Very quickly, Adam.
Oh, wait.
I'm sorry. I said one more question. A very quick answer. Shopify versus Optic. You've been going back and forth online.
How do I feel about that series?
Yeah.
I'll hold my peace. I'll hold my peace.
He doesn't have to have an opinion on everyone. That's all I wanted. We got the soundbite. You can put the headset down now. Elimination semi-final going to be coming up between Space Station and FaZe Clan as well to see who's going to progress in this tournament. Who, unfortunately, is going to be falling out.
I was going to say, one of them already going home here. When you only have a one-day $50,000 banger of a tournament, you're going to be going home early if you drop in that elimination semifinal. So lots of Halo still to play.
All right, then we're going to jump into a break before we get there. And up next, we've actually got a little bit of a show match for everybody. We get our first look at S&D Extraction. They're the players who are going to be involved. It is star-studded lineups. Do not miss it. It's going to be a lot of fun. We'll be back in just a few moments.
Hey guys, it's Oath here, your friendly neighborhood grassroots streamer, and today I'm going to take you through the top 10 ranked sniper plays, submitted by you, the fans. Without further ado, let's get into the goods. Kicking us off at number 10, we have the amazing C4. Their teammate is grappling with an enemy just below, and C4 swoops in with the melee body shot wombo combo. In an unlikely turn of events, the entire surviving enemy team decides to have a party in this one precise corner of the map, and C4 shows them the meaning of pain. No scoping suspect number 1 at the top of the stairs before beating down his target from the start of the clip and then brutally taking down the final teammate to secure the extermination. Number 9, Deedle. Absolutely sending it up these stairs and around the corner with zero fear, which is my preferred way to play all gas, no brakes. They come out the doorway, deliver a clean headshot, comes out, sees the ping, gives us a cheeky sprint slide no scope, 180s, takes out enemy number 3 to earn the over, almost gets taken out by JTL over there, back from the grave, but Deedle locks in with a counter snipe and secures the kill tack. At number 8, oh my god, it's Eli X. I love his girlfriend. That's not the point though. The point is, when you see Eli X in your sniper's lobby, you know you're about to have a terrible time if you're on the enemy team, and that is exactly what these poor souls are about to experience.
It's gonna be a in window, everyone challenging.
Eli jumps up to peek window and immediately deletes 3 of the enemy team in the first 5 seconds of the game, earning a triple kill. With half a thought, he no-scopes a sole survivor to get the over and the extermination. I don't think he ever even tries, honestly. I think he just has heat-seeking eyeballs, and what did I tell you, the enemy team is uninstalling expeditiously after that start. Coming in at number 7, we have Moosh SF. Moosh heard about the stunt that Eli pulled in that last clip, so they start off by eliminating Mr. X, before hitting Mint Blitz with the wombo combo for the double kill. They take a moment to regain their composure, but a wild Carson Loot slides in and is swiftly put down with a hasty no-scope. Eli comes back for more, but Moosh is not having it, and shuts him down with the counter-snipe overkill. This is a fitting redemption. Moosh, the previous lobby thanks you for your service. Keep that sniper menace humble. Number 6. Eli X is back at it again, and who's surprised? This guy lives in the Rank Snipers playlist. He cleans up 2 enemies for an easy double, takes fire from above, but he is unbothered by such trivial things such as sniper rounds and lands the counter snipe. He spots the remaining enemy teammate and lands a nasty flick for the overkill extermination. Another lobby shattered. Another 4 players left wondering if social snipers is the safer option. We have number 5 with It's Moose. First enemy pops up and Moose takes the opportunity for a clean headshot, does a little bunny hop themselves, and pops TTV Clappuccino for the double. They're looking for the triple, zooming around the map at a speed that pleases my TikTok-tarnished attention span, locks onto victim number 3, and secures the counter-snipe for the triple kill. Moose heads back up to top mid, but their spidey senses are tingling, so they peek back to camo for good measure and flick a headshot to land the over. At number 4, we have Z1, Tyler. Right off the bat, our hero goes mid, peeks an intruder, and cleans him up with a body shot. You are not getting away from Tyler. He checks back through mid, spots another body, and nails the double. Throws in a quick celebratory 360 jump, sticks the landing, 10 out of 10, and then punishes victim number 3 for sneaking up on him during his dancey dance. Tyler's bloodlust can now only be taken out on the enemies pushing OS. Quickly hitting the over, followed by the cheeky kill tack, and the screen is flooded with medals. Good job, Tyler. Number 3, Mint Blitz. Right off the bat, he hits a double faster than I could normally spawn in and blink. Poor chaps didn't know what hit him, and neither did that guy on the stairs, earning Mint Blitz his triple kill. He jumps off the platform and executes the first person he sees. That's an over. Heads back up to the base and takes out LSJP before they can retreat behind cover, securing the kill tack. He's looking for the next medal, and oh, would you look at that, 2 more heads served on a silver platter. 2 more bullets and Mint gets the Jaro, but he's not done yet, and 1 more clean headshot lands him the kill-tastrophe. You love to see it. We are almost to our top clip of the video, but first, at number 2, we have, oh, surprise, it's actually Mint Blitz again. He spots their buddy coming up the stairs, and he too is guilty by association, so he is swiftly put down for the triple kill. Their surviving teammate across the map takes 2 shots for the over, followed up with another cross-map headshot for the kill tack. Mint is feeling confident at the bottom of the map and thinks this is a game, so he bunny hops and lands not 1, but 2 more headshots for the Jaro. Snags the repulse, launches himself into the air, and lands another headshot to take the lead and secure the kill-tastrophe. Truly a rough day to not be on Mint Blitz's team. And finally, closing us out at number 1, we have Swolviet. First shot doesn't connect, story of my life, but Swolviet is not like me, and he is a professional. So he's gonna make up for it in a second with a disrespectful repulse body shot. Swolviet goes for the triple, and unfortunately for the enemy team, he has unlimited ammo and all the audacity. So for the next few seconds, you are going to watch him go on a rampage that results in a kill-tastrophe. Bullets, fists, flying. Bravo, Swolviet. The next playlist we will be covering is Ranked Arena. Do you think you play Halo pretty good? Is Arena your game? Do you hit your shots sometimes and it looks kinda cool? Me neither. But that shouldn't stop you, and you can submit your clips anyway. Click the link in the description and submit your clips to be considered for the next top 10 list. If you land in the top 5, you'll earn yourself an in-game HCS bundle. Congrats to our top 5 winners here, and enjoy your in-game items. Who doesn't love free stuff, honestly, in this economy? And if you enjoy my ramblings, you can find me over on Twitch as well at ttv/oathxx. Just don't expect anything like what you saw. I am not that guy. See you next time!
We are live from, well, I think you guessed it, Dallas, Texas. And we're here to bring you the fiercest Halo Infinite competition from all around the globe.
Will connect with no shield APC. And oh! Yes, he can! Absolutely cook!
Want more Halo action? Subscribe to the Halo Esports channel for official HCS highlights, behind-the-scenes content, and player spotlights that take you closer to the pros. Stay in the loop with official updates, Halo Esports history, and our HCS and community top 10 series. Don't miss a second, subscribe now.
Set, start. eliminated.
Welcome back, everyone, to another HCS Top 10 clips. This time around, we're putting a bow on the entire season. It's the HCS AMD Power Plays Top 10 clips from all of 2024. All right, let's kick this top 10 for the 2024 season off the right way, in Descendant's hands. Right now, he's going to be sliding out towards that shock rifle. Finds an easy kill as he picks it up. The quick scope for a double is nasty. Spots a third player bottom middle trying to get away with camo. You're going nowhere, son. And Descendant also spots the last player to grapple into him. A couple of bags and an overkill to his name. All right, number 9. We saw an overkill for the 10th. Can we get an overkill for the 9th? It's Looney on Forbidden, finding 2 easy kills to start this one off. The third player is going to be a gunfight he has to win, does so, rewarded with the snipe. Now, Looney's going to play his life here just well enough to get the timing on a body shot for the overkill. Okay, so we got back-to-back overkills to kick this thing off. It's going to be Glory's triple kill from Argyle, if you remember this one. It's pretty special. The Irishman put himself on the map, made his name known with a couple of snipes here. As he transitions, the first and the second are clean, protects his flag carrier for the triple, and it's clean from Glory all year long. All right, number 7, Renegade is going to make an appearance here in the top 10, and rightfully so. Renegade is unbelievable when he catches fire, catches the first 2 kills, not really looking at him. That grenade is perfect to get him the double. Spots his third player, transitions perfectly, cuts out every route for the triple. He's knocked a no shield here from behind. What can Renegade give us? It's an overkill as he trades, and he says, I'll do it myself for FaZe Clan. At number 6, Ryan Noob from Complexity now making an appearance. HCS Arlington against Optic Gaming, shock rifle in hand and starting to hit shots. The first, the second, the third are so clean. You blink, you miss it. Ryan Noob making sure Optic Gaming know he's still here to play. At number 5, it's our second European in the top 10. And it's SLG with shock rifle in hand. World Championship, and in World Championship form, SLG starting to take down members of Optic left, right, and center. The triple kill is clean. The overkill right in front of him wins the gunfight, and it's an overkill against Optic Gaming for SLG. At number 4, it's about time Optic started making their names known in the top 10, and they're going to start with Dead Zone. Patiently pops the overshield and picks the thrust back up. Pay attention to that. That's important. Picks up the first kill. It's perfect shots. Dead Zone giving us that all year long. The second player not looking at him. Third player doesn't have a chance. The fourth player that thrusts sideways throws him off for a roller coaster and an overkill for Dead Zone. All right, number 3, Formal from the Green Wall. He said, enough of the clips against me. Let me show you something. To all the Green Wall fans out there, it starts with Dead Zone's point of view. You know how this goes. He's going to get a kill. He's going to be able to try to play his life back towers. Is going to get a melee onto this last player, and pay attention because that's important. Formal just picked up a triple in the feed. Formal just quick scope someone spawning green for an overkill. You spawn dummies, you're dead too. Formal finds a kill tack in the grand finals of a world championship. At number 2, it's Dead Zone with his second clip in the top 10 for the 2024 season, and it's for good reason here. Formal's the perspective we're going to watch and kick this one off with. Does some damage to the player A plat. Dead Zone actually picks up that kill on the camo player. The second player gets quickscope and he tries to transition that ball. The third also going to do the same, a mistake. Jiggle peeking around this bowl will get you an overkill as Dead Zone hits the perfect no-scope, lines up the reticle, and makes a play. At number 1, it's Lucid from Optic Gaming, and probably the best clip I've ever seen at a tournament, and I've been going to Halo tournaments a long time. If you haven't seen this, you've been living under a rock. Mental starts off the clip by throwing off the snipe. Unfortunately for Mental and Shopify fans, Lucid's there to catch it. When he catches it, you already know something good's going to happen. He cleans up the first kill, the body. Second shot is perfect. This player back tower gets spotted, called out, and taken down. Lucid gets that bit of information right there that fourth player's flanking him. No scopes him perfectly with the lineup, the jump back. Everything is perfect, and Lucid puts this team on a highlight reel.
Welcome back to Dallas, Texas, everybody. Welcome back to the Kaysan Showdown, and we have a packed couch here. We have 4 of us sat down. We have Kaysan, we have Wes Clutch with us as well, because we're going to move our way towards a little bit of a show match. But before we get there, I want to kind of turn your way, Kaysan. How are you finding the tournament so far? We were talking a little bit about the FaZe performance.
Yes.
Very good, but some close moments just didn't go their way.
Hate seeing FaZe lose, but you know, it was a good series. All we want is banger series. So they played every map pretty close. Unfortunately, last map, they got sniper like every time. So it worked though. I mean, we're playing well. We're playing them close. So I'm happy to see that. But overall I'm happy.
Yeah, I think it was a good series. Wes, what do you make of that last series?
Yeah, I think, I mean, to Kaysan's point, you can't give Renegade snipe that many times and expect good outcomes on your side. But the games 1 and 2, it could have been a 3-0 for FaZe in those first 3 games. It could have very easily gone their way. I think there was a very fortunate spawn on the recharge off ball where Suppress was just taking over for a majority of the game that really saved the game for Optic. But Optic not looking as strong or dominant as I would have thought coming into today. But we'll see if they're able to clean it up. It is their first series on LAN. Let's give them a minute.
All right, let's step away from the big teams that we've been seeing and let's turn our attention towards our show match. This is going to be a very exciting moment for everybody here, and one of the men who worked on building this whole thing together for S&D Extraction is on the couch with us. So Wes, just talk us through a little bit how we can expect this game type to work.
Yeah, couldn't be more excited to showcase this here today. It's going to be first to 6 wins. It's a best of 11 game type. Your one side is going to be on offense, the other one's on defense. Sides will rotate every other round, so you will rotate. You get an opportunity to purchase items and all the different sandbox items that are available through the buy menu at the start of every round. Those do not carry over from round to round. We didn't want the snowball effect to happen where everybody on one side has a snipe, and that's not going to be a lot of fun. So there is also a buyback system where you lose your life, and for 5 seconds you have an opportunity to decide if you want to spend all of your points on buying back into the round. It's a very high cost, high opportunistic I was going to say opportunistic opportunity. Andy would just lay in.
It's good. You did. It's good. You got it. You got it.
Though. I got it. We're growing, ladies and gentlemen. But it's 1,500 points, so you
in
got
this
to
economy,
who
has an extra 1,500 points?
Yeah, not me. I'm buying shrouds. I'm buying snipes. But I think that's the most exciting thing for me in this map mode combination. This game type really gives you opportunity to let things like the shroud, the location sensor, really shine like we haven't seen it in competitive Halo. So I'm stoked to see how those are used even in the show match.
And I mean, talking of players to watch when you have a show match and an opportunity to play a new game type, you've got 8 of the best in the world. I mean, you're looking at these lineups. It's fascinating to me with everything that's gone down in the off season as well. You've got kind of got some ex-teammates sitting next to each other, looking across from each other. There's going to be that. But I found it interesting as well that, you know, show match, we always say, like, players are going to have some fun, but I saw a lot of players chewing your ear off, Wes, a little bit earlier about, so how does this...
They were trying any advantage they can get.
Yeah, how do we get ahead here?
They're competitive, and I think players like Frosty and Formal will have a significant advantage in a game type like this, because I know I play Valorant with both of them. I know that they understand the S&D style that's required when playing this game type, so I'm interested to see how the Legends, the Stellars, the Renegades, ones that probably don't venture off the normal arena shooter Halo-style games too often, how they immediately get thrown into the fire, and are they able to really process the pros and cons and the decisions that they're making quickly.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to watching some Stellar POV as well, because he was kind of gassed to be involved with it. He's like, yeah, I'm in. Let me play this. This is going to be a lot of fun. But talk us through some of the intricacies of what we can expect to see, because just to kind of line out very high level, the economy, obviously we're not going to go deep diving into it here because we quite simply don't have the time, but you're looking at kind of power curves, right? You earn more credits. Around 500 credits that you earn, you're going to get like a stalker rifle or something like that. Early buys, you're only going to be able to get your grenades, things like that. But later on, when you get towards the 1,000 credits, you have the likes of a skewer available, a sniper rifle available that can really take over rounds.
Yeah, it's all depending on different playstyles. I think something we've seen throughout testing this is everybody has their niches. Everybody has their go-tos. Like, I love the skewers and the snipes, and those are where I find my success. But Sal's a big buyback guy. He's a big quantum stick guy.
He would be a buyback guy, wouldn't he?
Yeah, he's such a buyback guy.
He really is, man.
But and then you see like a guy on our team named Greg. He's always buying location sensors and whatnot, giving his teammates information, and those become really useful. And they're all skewed as far as price range, and I think that that's something very exciting as this game type grows, is also we're able to change those prices of any item depending on what the meta is, to kind of dictate the meta and change the meta if we like to in the future. But you start with 300 credits. Every single round you're given 300 credits. For kills you get 100 credits. For planting or for initially extracting the device, you get 50 points or credits, and then you get 100 for converting it back. So there's tons of ways to get points. There's actually a credit icon in the middle of the map as well. That's where the 100 points that a lot of times people will play for, especially if they're on like 600 points. That means if you get those, the next round you're guaranteed a sniper.
Right.
So that's how my thought process will go throughout the game. Is like, how close am I? Is it worth the risk of trying to play for mid, or do we want to just go towards A or B? I think as far as strategy is concerned, though, a lot of the strategy in the earliness of the rounds is dictated by the offense. If you're on defense, you're kind of playing for information and then planning on waiting for your team, because numbers is such an important thing in Halo.
Yep.
And especially with the shields, it's very difficult to get yours or a pick if you're by yourself in their group. So you kind of let the attack side dictate the pace here, and then you plan on retaking it with whatever sandbox items that you purchase in the round, and you hope that maybe the offense use some of theirs in order to kind of take that space. But in a game type where you're paying for every grenade, you're paying for every charge of equipment that you're using, if you can even just bait out a little bit as you're waiting on the reinforcements to get, those are win conditions.
I mean, one thing that stood out to me already, I mean, we were lucky enough to play a game or so this yesterday, and watching some of the gameplay as well is like, it's interesting to me, like, the grenade play. Like, in Halo, it's like, you're used to having the 2 grenades, finding them on a body, and you can kind of, every fight you go into, you're using that grenade as like an initial, you know, get the big damage and then follow up. On this, you've got to be so careful about when you use your grenade. Are you going to save it to try and like deny someone moving through a choke a little bit later on to buy time?
Right.
Are you going to try and wait for a trade stick? Are you going to try and group someone, flush someone out? It really does change like how the most basic principles of a combat loop of Halo with a grenade is completely different now.
Well, it's like I talk about play styles and like how everybody, like I said, finds their niches. I spent like a couple of games throughout the testing of this only buying grenades, and I was like, yeah, I'm actually like, it was probably the highest skill game I ever had, and I was like, it's because nobody else on the map is really spending their money on grenades, and I'm now like given this opportunity, like you're saying.
Well, talk us through the map a little bit here as well, because my understanding is design-wise a little bit of a spiritual successor to the Halo 3 pit that we know and love when you look at the aesthetic. But talk us through, you have an A site, we have a B site, we have mid as well. I mean, talk us through it a little bit.
Yeah, you got 3 lanes, one leading towards, from each spawn you have 3 lanes basically. One will take you to mid, one will lead you to A, one will lead you to B, but there's also sub-routes throughout the map that allow you to cross over and maybe sneak through gaps of where the defense is playing. Looks like we're jumping into it.
It looks like we are indeed. This is the world exclusive. This is the first time we're going to see this in our show match, and I'm going to be honest, I'm kind of gassed for this. Like, this is the first time we're going to see some of the best in the world playing this.
Man.
We love S&D. We love S&D, and we're going to get to see it here. So you can see the buy menu. You can see the credits available as well. Only grenades available. Plasma grenades.
You see a couple
Frosty's already, I can already see that Frosty's been in your ear.
Yeah, you can see the repulse, the grenades are purchased. A couple of them bought thrust, and thrust is honestly something we don't traditionally purchase a ton of throughout our testing. So interested to see how that can be played off by the highest level players.
All right, here we go, baby. World premiere. Seek and deploy extraction for the first time ever in Halo Infinite with, we'll say, all-star rosters underway. First engagement taking place, and right away, Formal starting that extraction.
In the meantime, though, you do see the Eagle team is going to have taken the points in the middle of the map, so they have opted to just play retake here.
So it's retake going to be in. 2 players in the pit at the moment, and this is an area that when we were talking through some of the gameplay whereas we were saying it's such an annoying place to try and flush people out, but the first pick is going to go down to Legend, which means the Eagle team are going to have a man advantage here.
And do they regen?
No,
no regenning.
Yeah, that's it, just 1 life.
Well, I mean, like, if they lose health, do they regen their health?
Yeah,
oh, sorry, yeah.
Shields will respawn, or regen.
Yeah, kind of same shield system. All 4 dead.
Clean retake.
Wow.
Clean retake.
They'll get it.
Mistake I'm already seeing out of the boys here is you saw Frosty playing mid with that repulse frag, but you saw also Formal and another player, I think it was Legend, playing in that back pit area, we call it. You never want to be that split up. You have to be able to trade out the damage there. Like, Frosty does good initial damage to 2 players, but the rest of his team is hiding in the pit. You have to be playing on top of each other to be able to trade out that damage and not get caught off by yourself.
One thing to talk about as well is like how important the comms are in the buy phase, right? Because the last thing you want to be doing is doubling up on a sniper rifle, for example, or
and
everybody buying the same thing. You've got to coordinate so that everybody is getting the most value out of the equipment and weapons they're playing.
Oh, there's nothing worse than the and like you see 3 of your teammates have snipes. I'm like, all right, well, this is a must-win round.
Yeah, absolutely. By the way, gotta say, all 4 players on the red side getting a kill in that round. Pretty impressive. You don't really see that early engagement here coming with this mid push.
Yeah, we're gonna fight for the points, they said.
Gonna be 2 dead either side at the moment. 1v1 in the middle of the map. Oh, it's a Bulldog in play from Renegade. but it is going to be an answer back, as you say. We're tied up at 1-1. Fascinating that both teams decided to just headbutt mid-hit. Very anti-S&D.
I mean, dude, we've watched a lot of rounds in preparation for this. That was the fastest round I have seen to date.
But I guarantee you there's a conversation on probably both sides saying there's 100-point credits in the middle. I want as much money to be able to buy power weapons and whatnot. Let's go for it. And the fact that both of those teams probably had that same
exact
conversation.
Yeah. You and I were talking, though. It's interesting, right? It's very different from an overshield. At only 100 credits in the middle, it needs to be situational. That's why we're only going to see that at certain points, especially when you get into later stages and later levels of this game. They're not necessarily a must-go for. It's all a strategic push here. Now tied up 1 round apiece.
On the defensive side here, we're going to see Last Shot trying to move, and it looks like a little bit of a split of resources. As we say, a lot of the time on this game type that we have seen is more about information, trying to find out where that push is coming in, and then staying alive long enough. Extraction's going down. Stella's been a little bit of a nuisance. He's up here, Wes.
Can't get the trade, but it's traded out immediately. Great rotate from Lucid there to be able to finish off Stellar's damage. That was either going to be that was a high-risk play by Stellar because he's by himself on site. He tried to go for the stick, but now further action coming in. You can see where the red gun purchase can pay off.
Well, love that from Frosty, right? That's a pretty aggressive and specific angle to take that. It could have been a 1v2, but in the end, knew exactly when to push.
Numbers on the side of Eagle here. Frosty going to get another one as well. No trade there for Legend, and that just leaves Renegade on an island, on his own, but also gives us first potential opportunity for Renegade to do something ridiculous. Not going to happen, though.
Easy wipe there in the end. 4 will fall, and right away, they'll take a look at that. Big answer back here from our blue side as they're able to get their second round on the board. It feels like they're picking things up here pretty quick, Wes.
Frosty goes Stalker's crazy right there after he did that, after he was hitting those shots. And yeah, in the right hands, those power weapons are going to be so special. I mean, you could think of Shocks, you think of S7s. These guys are going to be putting out a ton of damage when they get to their economy in order. You see 1,200 over there.
I was going to say, we could and should see maybe a snipe in play somewhere at this stage. I imagine you could have seen it earlier potentially on the math, but there you go. We're now going to see some sniping, which obviously changes the dynamic of the gameplay quite a bit in terms of how you need to poke your corners, how you need to check your peaks.
Here's a sniper in the hands of Formal. Let's see what he can do with it then. You get a pick here. If you played any round-based game types or games before, you know how valuable that is. He's going to be watching this angle, this entrance to A.
I know Formal loves the operator in other games. I can imagine that this is going to play pretty similar if he's given an opportunity. It does look like he's going to be having to play retake here. And he's going to be by himself. This is going to be a tricky situation for Formal because the second he gives his location away, I expect him to push him.
One thing that's interesting here is he's checking his corners. That's someone who's played a lot of this, and you were talking to us, Wes, when we were kind of doing a bit of prep for this and saying, like, there's so many little nooks and crannies that you have to play and check, and if you don't, it can be a problem. Sniper's going to go down for the hands of Formal, but Lucid, he's found himself with the skewer in his hands, and he put it to use.
Oh, important kill there. Does not take any damage either.
Sniper skewer. Would love that.
Last shot, last player alive.
Quick.
He's just going to go in to try and finish this off. Pulls out the skewer, not going to connect. Last shot will be traded out, but that will be another round on the board. I mean, Wes, talk to me about the power of the skewer, because I know it's one of your favorite weapons.
Man, the skewer is so fun, and the fact that it was removed from competitive in the arena is a shame, but I love the addition that it brings in this map mode specific.
And now, as you've been hearing in the background, we have a little bit of comms because the comms can get pretty hype here. In this round, we want to get exclusively into a listen to see how Formal, Trippy, Last Shot, and Frosty get through it here. They've got a tied game 2-2. Let's see if they can get the go-ahead round.
10 seconds.
You putting our O's, bro?
Yeah.
You know, right?
Yeah. Set.
Multiple sites ready.
You go deep or mid?
Go deep. Go that way. You're by yourself. Why?
Yeah, I get you. I found a fucking hole. Nobody mid.
Close.
They're here.
Sniping weak. Sniping. Go straight. Legend weak. Behind you weak. Right here. One shot behind you guys. Legend, absolute.
Nice, get up.
Well, we got mid behind me. Mid behind me.
Yeah, I'm arming.
Watch behind us.
Yo, I can get a sniper here too.
Get that.
Site extracting.
Oh, sniping here. Did they have 2 snipers?
Look at him.
No.
Yeah.
Hey, Rav.
Yeah, I'm watching. I'm just sitting.
One shot, John.
Yeah.
Wait, on me.
Come to my.
John's gonna be sniping to your right, Joey. He's gonna be sniping to your right.
You just play for arm.
Sniping on my ping.
Yo, on me.
Alright, I think they double wrapped you, Joey. Low key.
Yeah, they did fit in.
Sniper's in play here, but it's a 2v3 scenario. Renegade has one. as well as Frosty. So you have someone trying to retake. It's going to be Renegade who's going to be one of those players trying to retake, but Frosty's going to take down Lucid. He might take down Renegade as well. Trippy will beat him to it. And Trippy coming out of that round with a few kills himself.
You could tell just based off the communication, Frosty was shocked to see 2 snipers on the other side.
They got 2 snipers?
Oh no, that could have gone ugly if he had given that pick away, not expecting another snipe to be rotating there. But that was a heavy buy round from the Eagle team, and they still went down.
Yeah.
Tough losses there. It always feels bad to purchase an expensive item and then not get a kill with it. That's a feels bad moment.
Big indeed. Frosty now starting to take the lead in that KD category. 5-3 for him. On the other side, it's Lucid, who's 5-4. And with that round, yeah, a little repulse stick combo. We figured, I know you guys have been seeing a lot of that, especially due to the cost of it, right? It's a pretty cheap way. I think the way that you explained it, the way you can hold chokes, the way you can also be aggro with it, is pretty valuable.
Yeah, I like it on defense a lot. Offense is going to be interesting to see how Lucid tries to play this. Hope we stay on board with him as they take the credits in the mid and then approach. They spot everybody here. This is going to be
there. It is.
There it is. Okay.
There you go.
He knew exactly how this round was going to go. He looked at his crystal ball and knew exactly what was going to take place. There's going to be 2 dead on the Cobra side here. It's a 4v2. Defensive stand they're going to have to make. Last shot finds 1, but the heat wave will be enough. And now we are tied up at 3-3. This is back and forth. We're getting into it.
Might have been G8 for a bit, but Lucic is still 2-tap there. Puts the heat wave to use. You can see a smile on his face as well. He hasn't forgotten how to use the weapon, and just like that.
Might need to start picking it back up.
I was going to say, exactly as we had hoped, we are tied to 3-3. If you're just joining us here, this is a sneak pro preview of S&D Extraction coming to Halo Infinite. By the way, this summer, we can confirm, and lots to look forward to with this mode, of course, but the first ever time we're seeing this map and the mode debuted here at the Kaysan Invitational. We're tied up 3-3. It's first to 6 rounds wins.
And if you're enjoying what you're seeing here and you want to get your hands on it, it will be playable at the Optic Major that's coming up as well. So make sure you get down to Arlington, Texas if you want to play a little bit of S&D Extraction. You want to get your hands on the game mode and have some fun yourselves. At the moment, one thing that's really standing out to me is the amount of smiles I'm seeing on players' faces.
Yeah.
Everyone is having a good time right now.
You can tell both offensive sides are playing for the points.
I think he's close, bro. I think he's close.
They're demanding mid control. Renegade's going to have the shock rifle here. He's going to be forced to try and hit the shot.
Lucid with the Stalker as well. Everything's slowing down a bit, right? At 3-3, things are getting a bit dicey here. First kills do come in. 2 dead here for the blue team.
Oh, no. Lucid's actually going to back down perfectly right here to at least get Frosty overextended, and it is going to get traded out.
Former last player alive. Taken down.
We've seen shockwaves, we're seeing bulldogs. Everybody's got their hands on the short range weapons again and gone, do you know what? I kind of miss these. These feel good. They're still doing some work.
Everybody had a power weapon. The Stalkers, Shocks, Bulldogs. It was Frosty just with a thrust that actually tried to make the play the most up there, being aggressive. So
yeah, just like that. See Eagle bounce back. Red team, Legend, Renegade, Stellar, and Lucid able to take the lead, 4-3. And now able to see if they can get it. If they do get this round, of course, they will only be 1 round away from closing it out.
10 seconds.
Chances we get a round 11 in the first?
Hey.
Could happen.
Oh, wait.
They're going back and forth.
See who's got the ice.
I was going to say, right now, we're on pace to hit it. But you got to jinx, counter jinx that in the spirit of Royal 2.
Royal 2 a little bit earlier.
He earlier told us if we jinx something on cam, got to immediately counter jinx.
He's a superstitious kid.
It's worked for him so far, dude. I don't know. I'm about to pick up every superstition he's got.
So it's going to be...
I think they're A.
I was going to say a little a wrap towards A here.
It's a big wrap.
This is the all hell.
No. I meant B. I said B. My mic didn't work. One of those.
That's the risk of grouping up and all hitting one lane.
Hey, let's go B. Let's go B.
Still got 48 seconds, so there's a minute on the clock once the site is originally extracted.
What are the comms on the other side? You're like, what is going on?
How the hell are they? Are they playing?
You know what's funny? On the rotation time, they could have checked every corner and still not found him. Here we go. Engagement starting up. Frosty, early damage.
So important that Legend stayed alive in that situation. He got the info, stayed alive, escaped, has that Bulldog, now comes back out with that Bulldog and finds 2. So Legend takes over this round.
Wow.
That's going to be a clean round from the Cobra side.
Clinical.
That's impressive.
That's
That's
2 rounds in a row.
2 rounds.
Said, you know what? I'll just do it with the Bulldog.
Yeah, he's like, I'm going to, obviously, you know, there's ways to, if you look at the map, of course, everyone's seeing it for the first time. These pro players are playing it for the first time as well. But when you're around mid, Wes, you know it better than anyone else, there's some places where that Bulldog can get pretty gnarly, and it can certainly show both its bark and its bite. And with that win, we now have Red Team only 1 round away from taking the world premiere of S&D Extraction.
Push it back to the repulse stick combo.
All right, 1 more round.
You heard it. You just heard
One more
it.
round.
Match
One more
point.
round.
Where we go?
Go left.
Trippy buying a snipe on the offensive side. This will be fun to watch.
Going towards B by the looks of things. They want to try and get the extract over at the B site.
Shot is close, bro.
Trippy's going to try and get that pick, look over his teammates as they move in towards site. Looks like a little bit of a split on the defensive side. Lucy's going to try and get some info. It looks like he has got that info and backed away smartly.
I love how, that's perfect defense right now from Lucid. You're just waiting for reinforcements to get here. But last shot somewhere on the map, able to get that first pick.
He's like, hey, this Bulldog works pretty well.
It works extremely well. He just found 2. Stellar finally going to take him down, but we find ourselves in a 2v2, so the numbers get evened up very, very quickly. Formal finds another one. He's got the thrust to work with as well. Oh, he actually
with the
grapples
harpoon?
him. But Frosty's going to close it out, and we find ourselves continuing onward here. 5-4. The round 11 is still beckoning in its way towards us.
Come on, baby!
Big win. Backs against the walls. Opportunity maybe for us to go to 5-5. We'll have to see. All right, watch. There's going to be some key buys here to see exactly how this plays out.
Yeah, you have to think the Cobra team just spent all their money because they were on the brink of elimination. It was match point. You can't use it when when the game's over. So interested to see. Eagle team will probably have a much more powerful buy here, but we'll be interested to see kind of what can you scrape up if you're Team Cobra. You got a couple of kills, you get the 300 credits for every round. Can you make something happen with maybe a Bulldog or a repulse stick or something?
So here we go then. Are we going to see the round 11, or is it going to be the Eagle team who close out here in our S&D Extraction Pro preview? Here at the Kaysan Showdown, we're going to see Renegade sliding in. It's Bulldog versus Bulldog, and Formal's going to lose that one.
That's a Bulldog teammate battle. In the end, it's a big, big win coming in. Formal's the first to fall. Frosty as well. 4v2 here for the round and the entire game.
It's going to be
Renegade's got to check his corner. Renegade didn't check his corner.
All right, 2v3.
Kaysan call for the retake. He might be right. He's onto something.
Trippy gets one,
it's a 2v2. It's a 2v2.
And the last 2 push spawn, I think.
Lasho gets info. Stella's going to be challenging.
Oh
my goodness. What a turnaround
2v1.
this has been. From a 2v4 to a 2v1. It's a 1v1. Trippy versus Legend.
For the game.
Trippy's got a Bulldog and a Bandit.
Plenty of time.
He's going to get there. They're going to get the trade.
What happens in the trade?
That's going to favor the team that planted. Oh.
Yeah. That was almost a breakdown right there.
Yeah, that would have been a horrible way to throw things away, but it is going to be the end of things here. We're going to see 1-2 finally win it, 6-4. Let's talk me through what you're taking away from that.
Yeah, just as that round ends, I want to start by saying if the offense is not planted or extracted the original device, and a trade is the end result, the defense wins. Okay. But the second
Makes
that the
sense.
device is planted,
Yeah,
that
then
device
the
is still
offense
planted.
will win.
Sure.
I mean, Kaysan, let's talk about a little bit of what we've seen there. You know, you're a bit of an S&D aficionado. You love your S&D.
I wouldn't say that, but I do love S&D.
I'm trying to be kind.
I'm
Come
not
on.
good,
Okay.
but I do enjoy it.
You enjoy it. What are you taking away from that?
It looks fun. It looks. I mean, listen. I think S&D always performs great in any game you play. One life. You know what I mean. You never really know what's gonna happen, and it kind of gives you like that. It makes you a little nervous, and it kind of makes everything super exciting. Everything high stakes. You never really know. Comms are probably gonna be super important. I think it's great. It looks super fun. It looks super cool. So I'm excited to play it.
Yeah, it was. I think the fact that we got like a couple of 2v4s at the end as well shows how you can turn around, so to speak, very, very quickly. Wes, I got to ask in the office in the studio. Has there been any 1v4s?
No 1v4s, but
some 1v3s though.
There's been some 1v3s.
We saw B-Man pull off a 1v3 yesterday.
We've seen some 1v3s. You got to have. It's all about the power. Like if you have a shroud and a skewer or a snipe, like you can pull off a 1v3. Like you cut angles off, you get your picks, and you kind of play it just like you would any other kind of S&D style type game. But ton of fun, man, and a lot of 1v2s, in all honesty. I mean, we see so much opportunity even in this one show match of the 2v4 almost, or the 2v3 almost just happened, and honestly probably should have if we didn't. They probably didn't know if they traded what was going to be the result.
Right.
You definitely can't play for that melee trade there, knowing you have to convert the extraction. So lessons learned the hard way sometimes.
It's true.
But a ton of opportunity for like those high dopamine feelings that all the kids are craving nowadays.
It's true.
We do all seek dope.
It's true.
We love dopamine.
I mean, it was a lot of fun to watch that as well. And like we say, it's going to be available in Arlington as well to play if you're going to be at the event. So make sure you're down at the Optic Major. If you do want to get your hands on it yourself, a little bit of a reminder of how things work if you're just joining us as well. Andy, I'll let you and Wes talk through these as we've just seen the games. Let's just remind the people at home exactly how S&D Extraction is going to be working.
Yeah, Wes, this is your baby. I'll let you run with it.
First to 6 rounds, as we were able to see, rotating every other round. You'll be on offense, then you'll be on defense. Asymmetrical map with 2 extraction sites. You saw both sites, A and B. You saw how both were kind of played from
quite different sites as well, we should mention.
Absolutely. A little bit bigger of a site on A. B, a lot more congested, favoring the Bulldog shotguns, as we were able to see. Bulldogs were aplenty in that first show match. You probably try to find ways to counter that, but I think that that's part of the growth in the player experience. They'll learn that repulses and grenades and all sorts of different utility that can be used to kind of counter that Bulldog. So I don't expect that to be the meta for long, but a ton of stuff. Something we didn't see was the buyback. Right. No players, as predicted by me going into this, I was like, no player's going to save up 1,500 credits
it's a lot of money.
This opportunity. They want the sandbox now. It's a very that's the culture nowadays.
It's the temptation.
Anyways. Yeah.
And just a reminder that there is a competition going down thanks to our friends over at Forge Hub as well to create one of the maps for S&D Extraction. You just saw some of the information on screen there as well. So if you're an avid forger, it's time to bust it open and
we need maps.
By the way, $20,000 prize pool. Shout out to both Halo Studios and Forge Hub for helping to put up that prize pool. That's a massive prize pool just for the Forge Hub competition, and it's going to be sick to see. I mean, as you could tell already, that's a world premiere of that map, but also to have more maps with kind of different nuances and lane design, it's going to be really cool to see.
Yeah, someone that's been grinding
that map,
the map that we have. I would love more maps. I couldn't be more excited to see what comes out of that contest, and honestly, just a good opportunity for Forgers to have like that extra bit of motivation and that reason to potentially get showcased in a playlist when we release the mode. So very excited to see what comes from that.
All right, then that's going to do it for our show match. Now we turn our attention back to the tournament. We've got our 2 teams starting to set up in the booths, as you can see here. You've got Kaysan's boys in phase. They're going up against SSG. After this break, don't go anywhere. We're getting back into the action.
We are live from, well, I think you guessed it, Dallas, Texas. And we're here to bring you the fiercest Halo Infinite competition from all around the globe.
Will connect to the no shield APC. And oh! Yes, he can! Absolutely cooking.
Oh my God, Lucid, Lucid, Lucid. Where do we start?
There is no doubt about it. Lucid is the star of Halo Infinite. Every single time his POV is on the screen, in an arena, in a home, people go wild.
He is what most players aspire to be. When people think of Halo pros, I'm sure he's one of the first people that comes to your mind.
He is incredible at his craft.
The level that he plays at is so high. It's MVP form, but he does it every single time.
You know, if you think about some of the sickest plays in which you've seen in Halo Infinite, it's probably came from the thumbs of Lucid.
Oh my goodness, Lucid! Look at the job, we'll see each other again in a moment. Lucid! Look at these nice donuts. Lucid, maybe put the shot down to this. I like it. Lucid with a nasty double kill. No idea.
Lucid, take 1.
So getting into video games for me was really easy. Like, I think I was just competitive. I've always been competitive. I was just watching the Halo 2 tournaments were being broadcast, and they had like these highlight reels, and I knew of the names, you know, like Snipe Down, Ola, Final Boss, Ogres. That kind of started out early on with those types of things, but the feeling was that I just wanted to get better at Halo. That is distinctly the only feeling that I have is just the love for the game. I just want to get better at something. I want to get better at Halo even more than I already felt like I was pretty good at.
I think he's hungry for more. I think you can see that in his eye when he's on stage.
For him, it's all about winning titles. He has the opportunity to go on and win more titles than most could ever dream of.
When I think of Lucid's personality, it's actually a very particular personality where he's not your normal superstar in esports that's like cocky and arrogant and like showboating. Lucid's rather quiet and he's rather reserved to himself.
He really does have a calm, collective arrogance to him, which you kind of need to be one of the best players in the world in terms of confidence. He's very humble, but the fans go wild for it every time he's on the stage. It's exactly what you need to be one of the fan favorites.
He's very relaxed. He doesn't raise his voice very often. He's very calm and controlled.
I think the quote is, you shouldn't be afraid of the loudest guy in the room, you're afraid of the quietest guy in the room, and I think Lucid carries himself in that manner.
I would say he has the most famous posture in all of Halo that also summarizes a lot about his personality. A lot of players you'll be seeing like right up at their screen, you know, locked in completely, and Tommy's just like this.
Which one? Let's see. Yeah.
This one?
There. That was on your knees looking out.
Get out of your way. Give me a second here.
You're part of the content too.
Yeah, right there. One more row back.
This one?
Yeah, that's fucking hard.
I have known Tommy Lucid for since about 2016, so a little over 7-8 years now.
All right, you gotta come back, Joey. You were supposed to walk.
Tom and I came up as amateurs together, and we've pretty much been together almost our whole careers.
I mean, Lucid and Trippy have been playing together for years and years and years. They've been a really, really solid duo together.
They play off of each other really well. You often do see that on Halo Infinite rosters. Different players can feed off of each other. Well, Lucid and Trippy, that's the duo you need to watch out for.
Needs Trippy. Ooh, does he get the fight? He catches it! He catches it! From the mid-map, it's a huge grapple from Lucid.
He and I have been like the rocks for each other because I think he's very similar to me. We can normally comfortably talk to each other and the team surrounding us about how we need to improve and what we need to improve on, and not necessarily feeling like scared to just be honest. I think that's why we've had a lot of success over the years.
Lucid almost broke a little smile there.
Lucid was the front runner of everything that was Halo Infinite at the very beginning of the game, and I think that if you are the pioneer of a playstyle, that says enough.
He became a master of so many things before anyone else even realized they existed.
If people want to be you, if people want to play like you, that describes how good of a player you actually are.
It is his perfection that he comes onto the table with, and it is so incredible to watch.
That ability to kind of put in the work and absorb the knowledge and work out a game so quickly, I think speaks a lot to his intelligence as a player. And from there, he really was separating himself as like being in the conversations for one of the best in the game.
I think for me, the Halo community, it means a lot because I think it's just when you have that passion for something, you just want to see it succeed, you want to see it continue, you want to see it blossom. And I think that's something that, for me, that runs very deep.
That star power, that leadership translates so well into the community. People love to hear from him. They love to watch him stream. They love the interviews post-game. He really does give a lot.
He understands his role as a leader in the eyes of many in the community. I think that Lucid is a great kind of archetype for how a Halo player should be away from the game, as well as their behavior within it.
He's kind of a good voice for everyone. I think a lot of people in the community agree with what he says, so it's very good for him to like very vocal and try to make Halo better.
Tommy's gonna be one of my best friends forever. Like, we have been through literally everything together.
So I remember it was Worlds 2022. It was my highest placement and I got third. And I talked to Tommy in the after party and I was upset that I couldn't win because he won. And I remember he told me, like, you know, he put like his hand on my shoulder and he was like, dude, at the end of Halo 5, I got second several times and I could never win. And he was like, you have to fall so many times and learn so many times what happens when you lose in order to go out there and win. And like, that kind of goes to show that he's like supportive to like his cast and like the rest of the Halo scene.
360s for style points at this point.
Oh! Forget about the mangle.
He already has the support, the love from the fans. He already has that stardom. If he could get the accolades to go along with that, he will end up being one of the greatest Halo players that we have ever seen.
On the side of FaZe here. Oh my God!
Odd locations, and there's going to be one pick over into dummies. Second pick onto the silo. Just going to jump out, no scope for the triple kill. Wait, can he do it all?
Wait! Listen! You madman!
Well, back again, everybody. We're keeping these games rolling here in Dallas, Texas at the Kaysan Showdown, and now we move on to our next matchup in our lower bracket. It's going to be SSG going up against FaZe. FaZe gave Optic a very, very close run in some of those games that we saw a little bit earlier. Shopify Rebellion ran over Space Station a little bit, however, in that first series that we did see today. So now we get to see these two teams match up and see who will progress. And unfortunately, who's going to be dropping out of the tournament?
Of course, one of them going home already. It's quite early in the day, and especially with a one-day land with a $50,000 prize pool, this is high-stakes Halo, right? And if you're going to lose this series, you will have a very early exit and have to watch a lot. Honestly, your former teammates, based on how the roster changes have gone, you will watch some of your former teammates place better than you off the opening rip. It's not going to be good, and that's why we say this elimination semifinal has a lot riding on it. Let's not forget, if you were to fall here, not only does that spell defeat for the day in terms of taking home the lowest prize pool, but with Arlington only weeks away, really going to be a confidence hit going in. Neither of these two teams are going to want to exit first.
Yeah, I think one good thing for a lot of the players who on the SSG side, you know, at least you just had to step away for a few minutes, get to play a bit of fun S&D Extraction. Probably just kind of refreshed a little bit mentally. We know that a lot of these players have been through pretty much all of the highs and lows that Halo can offer and competitive Halo can offer. So they're not going to be too disheartened, I think, about that first series. As now it's about going on a run, right? Now it's about starting to click together. And as we can see on our screen, Stellar, Snakebite, Eco, and Lucid, all of them world champions in their own right at some point in their careers. Well, now they need to start putting the pieces together.
It is pretty special. You know, that's what also a Year 4 gives us, is not only do you have these all-star rosters that are coming together, but for the first time ever in Halo history, you have teams like this with different, you know, 3 different teams represented in terms of where they won the World Championship, coming into an absolute ultimate or all-star roster, and they're in the elimination bracket, right? Like, that's where we're at with this game. I would say last year, in 2024, we were already talking about how a competition could not be any closer. And now you have the same thing being true, but with all these new variables, brand new teams, brand new game types, same exact Halo World Championship prize pool, still $1 million on the line at the end of the year, plus hundreds of thousands across the year as we go. And it just feels like there's so much riding on this year yet again in a way that it felt like the stakes couldn't get any higher, but somehow they absolutely have.
They certainly have indeed. And FaZe, like we mentioned previously, just played against Optic Gaming, and even though the series score says 3-1, which is, you know, it looks like a very one-sided one, certainly some of those games were very, very close, coming down to those final moments where FaZe just couldn't get it to click in those big moments of the game, which is where Optic took some of those important games. Now we'll take a look at the series layout. A little bit of a different one now from what we saw in our first round of the day. We're in our elimination semifinals. We get to see a bit of CTF Forbidden, Slayer Recharge, Neutral Bomb Aquarius as game number 3. One of our new game types, of course, coming in. And then we have Oddball Live Fire and Slayer Solitude if required.
Interestingly here, yeah, if you kind of think about, there's only 2 launch game types here from Halo Infinite, right? Also, that's a kind of a cool Year 4 thing too, is only Slayer Recharge and Oddball Live Fire were there at the launch of the game. CTF Forbidden coming in last season. Neutral Bomb Aquarius being brand new. Slayer Solitude also a late addition as well. So you're seeing different eras of game types, and that's something you and I, Mark, talked about. Teams are going to, some of them are going to right away pick up on the old game types and be okay. Some of them, as we talked to Bound about, are going to have to rewire a little of the strategy on the old game types. But especially when you talk about Neutral Bomb Aquarius, really going to change everything, and it's going to be exciting to see that for the first time on LAN here in game number 3.
Yeah, I think it's been really good that we've had Bound and Royal 2 on the couch to kind of chat through some of the things that we've been thinking, and I did like how he phrased that. It's like I've had to rewire my brain a little bit from like what I'm doing naturally to how it's going to work and benefit my team a little bit more, and how we're going to formulate our play style moving forward. And I think everyone probably is thinking that right now. Everyone's had to rewire a little bit, and SSG especially. I mean, you think about, you know, we talked about Snakebite and Royal 2 and how they've played together for so long that it was almost like telepathic, expecting what they're going to do. I mean, you think of Trippy and Lucid, they were together for a huge amount of time as well. They knew how they were going to play it off of each other. So, and then you add the new duo into the mix. It's not surprising that maybe it's going to take a bit of time for them to find some traction, and there maybe is a little bit of, you know, relearning learning to do the fundamentals before they can start to build. And on the FaZe side, I think for them, it seems like the fundamental ideas are pretty good, but execution in big moments, again, it's a good example of how a new team coming together needs time, needs practice just to button some things up. And I think we're starting to see that in not only the way that the games are going, but also some of those big moments and how essentially we're able to see some gaps that a little bit later in the season are certainly going to be filled.
Yeah, exactly. I have a lot of respect for what's required there, because let's not forget, a lot of these players have had, like we said, in many cases, world championship success. And when they sit down on a game, right, they expect things to work. So the dedication that's required, especially from FaZe and SSG, who have not been on top compared to Optic and Shopify over the course of the last few weeks, they have to identify those things and then one day, one scrim at a time, be ready to better those each and every day. And it's a grind. It's going to be a long process. And for a lot of them, it will be a process they work on until the World Championship, should these teams stick together in their exact kind of current configuration. That's the question. Which team has done the preparation for this day? Both of them find themselves in the elimination bracket early. It's going to be FaZe Clan and Space Station. Everything to play for here. A do-or-die series. Game number 1, CTF Forbidden.
One of these teams will be staying here and continuing to play. One of them, this is the end of their tournament. Our first look at Forbidden in our new Halo Championship Series season. Of course, about to kick off for the Optic Major as we're here at the Kaysan Showdown. It's the first time we see it on land with these new rosters. Let's see who comes out on top.
Should mention also, you just saw it in the fly-through as well. It's been added, but a little bit of new important jumps on this map as well that do change the way the game's played. Speaking of, Trippy absolutely peels and takes the face of Stellar. Early advantage here coming in for FaZe Clan on the aggression.
I mean, there's not many better feelings in the world than out-sniping Stellar, right? I mean, the man was redefining what it meant to have that sniper rifle in his hand last season. What a start this has been. Even though the overshield has dissipated, he's already round the corner, and 3 Space Station players are currently watching Penguin run this flag in the death screen. Space Station all up, but it's Penguin who's all the way back to his base. That's going to be an initial off-the-rip cap coming in for FaZe. They're up 1-0.
Beautifully done there. Most importantly, he hit the G-slide that he needed, specifically the one off the flag block all the way down to the pillars. That was the big one. Didn't quite hit the other two, but not as important. He gets that flag back. It's a very early flag. It goes in about 45 seconds of play. Going to be an early lead here for FaZe Clan.
Yeah, Trippy playing angles really well here. You can see he's picking up kill after kill, but he's also re-wrapped to his base to initially Sherpa that first flag back and then look for some respawners. Knows that those angles are still going to be available from where he is, but now we're seeing a little bit of a push up the map and into the FaZe Clan base here from SSG, but a good grenade is going to slow down this run, and even though FaZe find themselves 3 dead, make it 4 dead, the time is taking for them to pick that flag up. You wonder if FaZe can get back on the map, but that flag is moving, and it looks like SSG are looking to strike back.
I think SSG is going to wrap the corner here. Yes, they do. Absolutely love this run coming in from SSG, almost as much as I love the use of your word Sherpa there. Fantastic from you.
Thank you.
Eco's going to bring this flag in, hit the slide presumably, and bring this flag in. We're tied 1-1.
3 dead as well. 3 dead as well. Still here for FaZe Clan, so there's an opportunity to potentially get pressure back on that base once more, and maybe look for a second cap opportunity, which really would flip this game around. Stella finds that pick, and it's going to be FaZe Clan on the back foot, just trapped in their base at the moment.
Great damage from Eco there to just fly right up to the center block, hit beautiful peak shots all the way down into main ramp to maintain this positioning. He wants to do it because of the overshield. Stays alive long enough to pick up another one. Needs to dodge some nades here. They have 2 dead, so they should be okay on the grab. 3 dead. This will be a clean late overshield as well. Look at the timing. With 3 dead, last player alive, Penguin. This should be a pull.
Snakebire's going to run this one, and Snakebire's going to be given the information as well that he can try and force this, because Lucid picks up that kill. And now Eco, your job is just to deny FaZe Clan getting out of spawn, run at them, get some damage down, and make them worry about you instead of where that flag is moving. And that's exactly what he does. 1 down in the death screen at the moment for FaZe. Other players trying to overextend at the moment. Just spots Suppressed out, and that is an important kill to pick up. Snakebire's going to turn this corner. Suppressed is still here, but Eco wraps all the way back. Damage is going to be done to him. Should be able to clean this kill up and also potentially deal with Falcated as well.
Gets the first one there, and they need to make sure they get this second kill in the back of the base. Trippy's going to make it difficult here on the push.
Stella's still there. Stella's having a game, by the way. Falcated somehow is on the return. How is he on the return? It's a breakdown in comms, surely, from SSG there.
Beautifully done, by the way. Trippy on paper won't get any credit for what he just did. Nice trade there comes in from the end. Stellar somehow flies up to the quick jump to get that. Trippy won't get any credit on paper, but Trippy staying alive and taking that angle allows Foul to get the return. That will now keep the game here at 1-1.
And again, it's a great example of not being buttoned up in certain situations. That's Space Station Gaming, 4 dead, running a flag with overshield and not converting.
Stellar barely stays alive there. Gets bodied, Suppressed has to decide to relocate to a new angle. He's going to continue doing body damage, which should now provide them with the opening. It's going to be 1 dead. We'll see if they can create an advantage off of it.
Stella's found himself the sniper rifle here, so we should see a little bit of a snipe battle. You can see Suppress is trying to find some angles. That flag is going to be running! And Stella, not for the first time, just gets out-sniped, although I think he might not have quite been locked on, but the body from Suppress, the cleanup from Falke, it should slow this run down from Snakebite.
How can you not admire the confidence from Suppress? He just sat flag the whole time, waiting for the re-peek. Had 100% confidence that he was going to win those battles. It's beautifully done. He eventually gets the helps he need. He also gets the return here in just a second, you would assume. But first has to do it. The job is not done just yet.
Well, Stella's doing some good damage here. Stella's looking for that stick. Stella gets the overshield off. Can't quite get the kill. But the flag was still alive momentarily. Now it will be sent back home because Space Station find themselves 4 dead. It's a great defensive stand coming in from FaZe Clan. For a second there, I thought Snakebite had done a great job of actually keeping that flag alive initially. But it's all off the back of the initial work from Suppressed.
Yeah, I think both are true. I think it was great routing from Snakebite, and it gave them a very good chance to fight from the Lily. However, in the end, I mean, Suppress, you heard Royal 2 talking about it. How about Suppress in that situation? I mean, that takes serious confidence in your own ability to just sit there and hit both of those shots and know that you'll get eventually maybe the help that you needed. Almost does it on his own in the end. We're still tied 1-1 off of great individual efforts from FaZe.
Trippy started this run here, and now he's trying to stay alive. Picked up the kill onto Lucid to make it a little bit scrappy. It looks like Space Station have got control of their base enough to stagger this flag run. But Penguin's trying to keep the pace up here. Stella moves back to his hut. He's going to be trying to contest, trying to get some shots down. He challenges, but Suppressed is there once again to support his teammates.
2v2 on the map at the moment. Lucid knows he needs to win this one as well. A little bit of peeking between him and Fallon. You also get the feeling here in year 4 how much those 1v1 peak battles are going to influence these games.
Finally gets the kill onto Falcated, so that will be SSG now able to move up the map a bit. They do have control of the majority of their side of the map. A couple of players still on their platform, though, that will have to be dealt with. You can see Suppressed Trippy actually wrapping back towards their sniped side. So it looks like they're not aware of Lucid's position, and Lucid's waiting for a kill to go down before he makes a move.
Yeah, he wants damage here. They also, of course, want this overshield as well. They do get the first pick. They get the second pick as well. Let's get now into a listen in here with Space Station Gaming.
All dead. Zane spawn. Zane just spawn. Get over.
He's really weak,
These are Hawk weak. They're Hawk one shot.
Getting over, guys, getting over.
I'm going left. I'm going left.
I'm not sure where he went. He might be in hut.
You're going to be main up on you. Yeah, main up,
right?
two main up.
They go pistol or what?
Watch out their main up.
I died. Yo, they're Mohawk right now. Top Mohawk. Yeah, he's pushing hut. Pushing hut.
So weak on the hut. Hit him 3 times.
They're main up as well. Maybe help Brayden with the flag.
Kill that Mohawk guy.
Mohawk's one.
Hey, still the Mohawk. Pushing Brayden.
Top right in their main up. Let's do guys.
Top mid above Kevin.
Last guy shooting me.
Hear that. Yeah, he's still top right. Top left. 1 bullet. Dead.
I'm still on their hut, guys.
Yo, last two.
I'm pushing. I'm pushing the flag.
Main up, I think.
Scamming their plat.
Yeah, there's two.
Got their plat right now? And back flag on me?
Yeah, one more Mohawk.
I have help. Is there another one here?
One here. Pull this flag. No, Mohawk's dead. They're spawning up.
I'm not sure he's coming.
Yeah, they're hitting.
So it's SSG who go into a lead, and the listening, they managed to put that flag on the board, and Lucid has started to hit some big shots with this sniper.
Yeah, really nicely done there. Very lucky timing on our side just to happen to catch all of that run, and really the nuances of it. Finding the last player who was alive hut, having to reslay, then also getting the touch. Nice work from Snakebite to make sure that he got that in the end. Like you said, will now be a 2-1 lead with 5 minutes left.
Penguin trying to push out Lucid here. Lucid somehow gets the stick after his grenade from initially trying to stick foul, will fall and do the damage that would take Penguin down. Falcated now, POV we're going to be watching. Overshield is going to be a point of contention in a few moments' time as well. It looks like top middle control at the moment is phases. However, Eco getting behind enemy lines, trying to draw the attention away from where this overshield is going to be coming up. Lucid is going to fall as well as an easy double kill was picked up, and that's going to be 3 dead. Last Alive is trying to stop this run, and he's going to do a great job in doing so.
Yeah, really nicely done there. They even got a nice angle from Snakebite all the way down low to help stop that run. I think he thought about for a split second hitting the drop slide run, but all the way started to get pinged from the hut side, so that immediately needed to change his decision. Trippy's probably going to get 1, maybe not 2, though. In the end, those kills will be traded out. 3 dead. Lucid, your last player alive for SSG. This will be another overshield for a second. I had to really
tactical pause.
Hold my breath. Tactical pause, thank you, was the perfect word for it.
that was the perfect word for that.
Yeah, that was these are dicey situations here, but I think all of the nonsense and shenanigans from us speaks to just how crazy this game has been. We're still just a 2-1 game with 3:35 left.
Yeah, FaZe trying to up the pace, understandably so. 3 minutes and 30 seconds left on the game clock. They need to get into the SSG base. They need to start getting some flags moving. And at the moment, SSG a little bit trapped, but a great little G-slide and bit of teamwork coming in from Eco and Lucid is going to make sure that their base has a bit more space to try and move up the map. Snakebite's trying to escape right now, trying to draw the fire of Suppressed away. And now you can see by making these little plays that maybe don't result in kills, SSG are allowed to progress out of the back of their base, and now they can fight for mid-map.
Yeah, I mean, just take a look at the slaying numbers as well. Stellar and Lucid both on 16 kills, just doing really stellar and looser things. And as you also see now, they're keeping Suppressed to a pretty big minimum here. He's 11 and 15 in this game, and we have seen other times where Suppressed has been a huge factor in the game so far. 3 dead. Falcated was the last player alive. Snakebite now with an opportunity for the snipe. That was 4 dead for a second. Staggered spawns on the back of the base. Continued control for SSG.
Yeah, really good nade from Snakebite as well. Just making sure the jump up that you can see is going to be made from the back of the base from Penguin. Oh my, Snakebite hitting everything that moves right now, and that flag is moving. Can't quite connect on Suppressed. Knows Penguin is still a problem he has to deal with, but the damage output in this life from Snakebite, he could not be playing this much better.
Beautifully done. Somehow the flag goes back, though, in the end, regardless of how many body shots Snakebite is hitting. And just absolutely connecting. However, let's not forget, with 2:17 left and a 2-1 lead, they're okay with this. Everyone, by the way, in the same exact spot on the side of FaZe. They're all trying to play that angle, and it works for them for this time. They do get the stop. Lucid and Stellar will fall. Snakebite, last player alive here on the hut. I mean, I've never seen 3 players stick together for this long of a time period. So far, it's working. They get out of the base, and SSG finally gets another kill to at least answer back and keep Snakebite alive.
I mean, it's another example, though. You look at it, bigger picture, it's like just Snakebite's doing so much damage. Everyone's trapped in the back of the base from FaZe, and SSG can't make the cap happen. They can't get that flag out. Maybe just a little bit of miscomms, maybe a little bit overextension. Snakebite's doing everything right, maybe apart from hitting headshots, but when you're doing that much damage during a life, you would expect SSG to at least get that flag moving.
Yeah, the biggest thing just now was Snakebite staying alive in the snipe hut long enough to help kill the overshield to allow Lucid off the rip and the spawn to then get that next overshield. So that, in the end, probably ended up being the biggest factor. Once the flag had gone back, Snakebite staying alive was actually much bigger than it might have appeared on paper. It led to this overshield grab. 2 dead for FaZe.
Well, Snakebite did a lot of damage. The flag wasn't moving. This time he says, someone else do it. I'll move the flag myself. Gets it almost down towards the trenches, but not quite out far enough to guarantee this cap for SSG. So for Lucid, the attention turns from flag cap to just keeping FaZe trapped in their base at the moment. A little bit of a fight around the Mohawk, but this time it's going to be Trippy alongside Falcated, who will take him down.
See, flag still out for just a second here. Looks like I eventually will go back. Indeed, Trippy will now push out. He'll get taken down on the plasmas, however, so 1 dead apiece. Falcated trying to make this run happen, and it's 2 dead. About to be 3.
Suppressed is flying in on Snakebite. Still a player alive on the Mohawk, though. It's going to be Eco. Really big kill from him. If he can take Suppressed down as well, this will completely stagger this run, and he does exactly that. Now just needs to live, needs to survive. He's done everything he needs to do until that support arrives from his teammates.
Wow, beautifully done, as you said, from Eco. A lot of that battle that we just happened was off-screen. We didn't get to see the exact intricacies of how he put together the first pieces of the play, but that is huge from Eco.
FaZe still trying to put that pressure on, though. You can see the flag is moving. It is away from the SSG base, but Eco, again, if you want a great life, this is a good POV to watch. So much damage, so much survivability, and it ends up with SSG taking 4 members of FaZe down.
Wow, if you want a great life, Eco's having a great life right now. Beautifully done, as they will take the game. He goes 14 and 12, but it's most specifically Stellar. Drops a 25 bomb in the game. And after what we saw, let's not forget, right, from Stellar last season, this man is ready to put up numbers. And even though he might find himself in the elimination bracket currently at your 2025 preview, he's back doing stellar things. 25 kills on the board, 15 deaths, and 13 assists to his name.
Yeah, very, very impressive. And when I look at the stats there and how they kind of formulate and stack up, that's kind of how I expect the numbers to look if everyone's doing their role correctly here on SSG, right? You've got a lot of assists, a lot of damage output from Eco being cleaned up by the likes of Stella and Lucid. Snakebite filling in those gaps and doing what he needs to do. And I think when you're looking, you know, for very basic information, are things starting to click a little bit here for SSG? When you look at the formation of those stats, who's doing what, that's what you want those players in those roles to be doing.
Yes, indeed. Stella, the only player on 7K damage plus. I also want to highlight once again, Snakebite staying alive in the snipe for as long as he did. The most important thing was that overshield grab. If he doesn't help top mid with those battles, let's not forget, FaZe was 3 players alive at the top of their main ramp, about to grab Ovi, and maybe kind of kill Snakebite late on the way back with the flag. That could have gone so different. if he doesn't pick up kills like that. So in the end, it's unsurprisingly, it's the plays that Snakebite is making that don't go on the stat sheet that become huge difference makers in the end game.
Yeah, it's FaZe who scored, remember, very, very quickly in this game as well. Almost immediately off the rip after winning the opening battle between the two teams. Managed to get that flag all the way back to their base and score first. But there's good resilience here from SSG to make sure that it didn't go to 2-0 and get a little bit dicey. They kept it close, they kept it interesting, got that first flag on, and then all of a sudden things just looked like they started to click a little bit for SSG. Everyone felt a little bit more comfortable in how they were looking to play on the map, and final moments of the game, you saw them close it out pretty comfortably with some big defensive plays. But it's, you know, when you're going over to POVs, you see Lucid with sniper rifles hitting shots and bodying everybody. It's why he's on the roster. It's why he was the first name that that Stella and Eco went after, because they know what talent he's got, but they also know there's going to have to be some work to be done to get him to play in the same style of what they want to do.
Yeah, and we talked about it really across both 2023 and 2024, but specifically in 2024, I think there was no doubt that Lucid had maintained his skill level and kind of the way that he's able to play this game at the highest level. It just felt like the pieces of the puzzle were not together on that Optic roster. So now to see him in a place where he can shine again, and let's not forget, it's not the only story that's like that. When you think of a player like Frosty as well on Shopify, right? There are players who are known to be some of the best in the game, and now on these 2025 rosters, we can see them not only in a new light, but maybe taking over the stage yet again. Space Station takes game number 1, 2-1 on CTF Forbidden. Next up, Slayer on Recharge.
Now we'll get to see the games maybe slow down just a little bit, a change of pace here with Slayer Recharge. We know that this can be a little bit more methodical. It's about getting those picks. It's not about collapsing so much. It's about just holding map and seeing if you can keep those leads. And for FaZe, who, you know, we spoke to Royal 2 a little bit earlier, he knows that he was telling us, that they like those setup-based game types where they can methodically work and pick you apart. And I think seeing this as game number 2 is just going to give them a little bit of a smile on their face.
Without a doubt. Players, some minor adjustments here as we load in. You can see off screen, they are loading in indeed. Eco's got the hand warmers. And I tell you what, the hands look pretty warm.
I almost feel like, you know, we talked about Coliseum and Frosty being synonymous with each other, or Origin now in Halo Infinite. I feel like Eco is like the biggest user of the hand warmer.
I mean, honestly, he should start like drop shipping hand warmers, maybe look at the sponsorship, because the man has, his hands stay warm. And you can tell it on the sticks. It shows up in game as well, so that's a free tip from Mark and I. Feel free to go
use that. 10%. So we'll talk about contracts afterwards.
We'll
10%.
figure it out afterwards.
Yeah, we'll figure that out.
We don't do that all the time, by the way. That was an Eco exclusive.
Yeah. Yeah, we know that he's going to be on the screen quite a lot, so we're making the most of it. Anyway, let's talk about game number 2 then. As I mentioned, a little bit slower this time. Of course, going to look around the camo and the shock to be the game changers here on Recharge. And starting off with the point of view of a man who quite simply would not die in the hut in that first game that we saw between these two teams. It's going to be Snakebite.
You heard Royal 2 talking about it as well, and who better from Royal 2 to hear about? Snakebite, by the way, going to hit a very nice
the divorce,
slide,
so to speak, as they called it.
The separation.
He called it.
Got to say, the camo now down, not burnt on stack, so we'll keep a very close eye on that. It was already 2 dead. Lucid needs to win this one, and he does claim
nice 5
with half shields as well to tell the tale. In the end, though, it's going to be a grab for Penguin. By the way, great to see Penguin back on the Penguin name. We haven't talked about it yet. That was a strange era. Let's just forget. We won't even mention the era we're talking about because Penguin is doing Penguin things.
Gonna grab that grapple as well. Get some good information. Takes the 1v1 with Stella with camo and hits the perfect. Will be traded out almost immediately though, and it's Suppressed now who has the other power on the map in the form of the shock rifle. Plenty of ammo to work with for him as well. Stella going to be challenging, and having done that damage, Stella doesn't need to be asked twice. What a nade! Is that a team nade or is that a Stella genius nade?
I think Stellar actually got the height he needed somehow to bank that nade off of the top control stairs into overhang door at top A. That was fantastic. The speed, I agree though. I was just as
that's more.
That's why you don't let that happen. That's why you don't let that happen.
That's what can happen. Tries to G slide away. Doesn't know there's a player behind him though. And
look at that. Suppressed comes back for revenge.
It's very rare to see Stella kind of unaware of something like that, right? It usually is in such good positions with his back clear so that he can look forward and focus, but just caught off guard a little bit there.
11-8 now. FaZe Clan off the rip. Suppressed has the literal revenge and now has the shock back in his hands. He's like, actually, I was not done yet. But talking about a player like Suppressed, you heard it from Royal too as well. It feels like he has the opportunity to make this year very much about him.
When you think, we're talking about Last Shot and we're talking about Cycle on Shopify Rebellion, what they're doing, let's not forget, Suppressed, he's a breakout superstar from the Halo Infinite era of the Halo franchise, and he's going to be wanting to make a little bit more of a name for himself. He's going to want to be talked about at the end of this season as someone who's lifted a trophy. He's got a lot of work to do to get there at the moment. Snakebite, by the way, he started off, I think, 0-3. He's now 4-4. So he's on a little bit of a run.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. I love the Suppressed opportunity this season. He's already, of course, it goes without saying, a household name. Very nice shot from Penguin. But it does feel like in 2025 that he, as well as a few other players, have a chance to go from a household name to one of the biggest players in the game. We'll have to see if he could do that this year.
FaZe are just starting to extend this lead a little bit more. They're starting to collapse, and I like the aggression that we're seeing from them as well. One of my big questions coming into this season with this roster is there going to be enough aggression when they have opportunities? Are they going to be able to be quick enough to take advantage when they get damage differentials on their side, when they get a power-up? And we're seeing them start to pick the pace up here a little bit against Space Station. Initial damage is done, and then you saw the collapse in and around Blue, and it's extended their lead now to 7.
This next damage is going to be big. And both players on SSG will fall right away. Very good timing on the kills as well. Last two players trapped in pipes.
Love how Penguin's playing this as well. You can see he's making sure that he doesn't let his shields drop. The last thing he needs to do there is take damage, go down. If he survives long enough, he knows his teammates are going to be getting across the map to help him. It's a 4v2 on the map, and it's been a 4v2 on the map for what feels like around 50 seconds or so. Space Station really struggling to find some presence on the map, and we saw that in the oddball a little bit earlier on Recharge.
23-12, now 25-13. After a few kills will fall. 3 dead in the end. Nice push here from Penguin. 15 seconds till that next OV, and as you said, they're starting to run away with this game, indeed.
Snakebite will find one. He's trying to survive. Re-challenges, though. Penguin tries to use that grapple to get out. Almost looked pretty cool, but instead it's going to just be a swing into the grave. But off the back of that kill, or a couple of kills, I should say, SSG, you can see just see individual fights being taken a lot of the time. There's the coordination not quite there.
3 dead here. An opportunity. Stellar going to be in a momentary 1v2. Nice job there from Falcated as he's going to pick up that kill as the last player alive. That maintains the 10-kill lead here.
SSG a little bit split across the map at the moment. You can see Eco and Stella bottom middle. The other 2 players from SSG trapped in and around the elevator, and Penguin's going to get that pick onto Lucid. Trippy finds another, even though Penguin was traded out by Snakebite, so it's 3 dead for SSG here, and maybe this, we saw Optic pull off a pretty crazy comeback on SSG in the online qualifier for our first major, but maybe starting to think about game number 3 for SSG, or we still got enough time for a comeback here?
I think we got time, but it's going to really require something special here and a lot of coordination. Still close enough to the midpoint where I think something could happen, but we'll keep a very close eye. Right now, FaZe is showing no signs of taking the foot off of the gas. Like you said, I've loved really the shield management as well as the way they've been getting the damage. And when you have these advantages, not letting them get traded out whatsoever, I think has been a huge difference maker. Another example there where Suppresses makes sure he gets the kill and somehow stays alive. Orange door here as they now go up 34-23.
Shots in the back from Stella. He's trying to do everything. The jungle gym is being used to its fullest. But we are still in a situation where FaZe have that 11-kill advantage now. 14 to go for them. SSG, I mean, it's interesting because SSG managed to pick up a first couple of kills in that last team fight that we saw, but weren't able to capitalize, weren't able to run through and keep those split spawns that we saw a little bit earlier from FaZe. They almost, then when it became a 4v4 again, just lost the next 2, and before you know it, it's...
Oh my God, look at this.
It's falling apart again.
Falcated with perfect positioning there, knows the C-spawners coming in, gets the shots down right away, is able to help on glass, keep his teammate alive on glass, and then even has damage into control to then get the camo grab. Falcated with huge positioning there in the team setup. It's been plays like that that have led them now to this 41-26 lead. This is the home stretch, and like we said, this will just be a victory lap here. It's a matter of time.
Falcated still just using this camo so well, just waiting, baiting, waiting for the teammates to be able to collapse on any damage that he does do. Lucid trying to G-slide away. Stella's going to fly out to try and clean it up, but Penguin and Trippy will find one, and somehow or other, Falcade stays away. That's 4 dead, and you got to say, surely at that point, that's GG.
I mean, this is just beautiful peak shot Halo there from Falcade. It's so patient. It's so obnoxious, if we're honest, about the way he's playing that scenario. He never gave them any chance to take him down. They have to run with their heads tucked as well as their tails tucked. 47-28, 3 kills to go here for FaZe, and a fantastic Game 2 Slayer.
Charge because we can't lose, pretty much at this point. There's the 49th. It's just 1 to go here. At least SSG will avoid the steak dinner, but I mean,
not yet. They got to get 31.
They got to get 1, yeah.
To avoid the steak.
Sorry, I thought it's 31. I don't know why. The TV's massive that we're commentating off. I should be able to read that.
There comes Stellar.
Big moment. They avoid the steak dinner as Stella gets the 31st, but it's going to be not much to talk about, really, on the SSG side. It's FaZe who answer back now and tie us up in the series at 1-1.
Suppresco 16-7.
Not bad.
And we know that that's a name that you've been hearing for many years in professional Halo, but you get the feeling you're going to hear it even more this season. Big numbers coming from him in the game number 2, and they'll be very happy with that result. Indeed, and with that, they tie up the series 1-1.
SSG is like, it's very interesting at the moment. It feels like the games that they win, and I'm talking even online here, the games they win, they like scrape them out. The games they lose, they lose. They really do lose. There's obviously some big game types that they've got to work on, and a lot of game types that they've got to get on the same page, but 50-31 is going to be the score. There's the damage stats coming in. The leader in the lobby, Falcade, 4.3k.
FaZe did so well there, specifically to even when they found themselves 3 dead, and when you saw that SSG was maybe going to start to bring the game back within reason, they just kept the foot, as we said, on the gas throughout the entire game. Look at this nade, by the way, my goodness. Might have even tucked it, to be honest, from that angle. He might have even somehow tucked it into the notch of the doorway. We'd have to watch that one to see exactly how he got the timing, but it was really great camo control as well, Mark, the entire game. And we saw really great kind of odd man opportunities that were coming in from FaZe, always pushing the advantage, always being quick off the rip, and that's the thing we talked about with this team, is how fast are they going to play? Right now, they're playing pretty fast.
Yeah, they're taking advantage of any advantage they get on the map as quickly as they possibly can, and that was this kind of 27 to 40 kill run that they went on. They were constantly being able to get SSG 2 dead without taking deaths themselves. Would back up, then re-engage, then look for those final 2 players. Penguin, great example of how to play a situation if you have numbers. Just because you have numbers, you don't have to trade. You can still output damage, play your shields, wait for the help to arrive. By the time the help arrive, then you can turn around and look at the other 2 players who have just spawned, and you've got 4 players alive instead of 3 or 2. It's those little things that make the difference when it comes to a game type like Slayer, where you're just making sure those deaths are kept down, you're not giving away an unnecessary trade. And now we move to a new game type, neutral bomb on Aquarius.
Once again, got to see that on the replay, that Falcade and camo play at the end where he's just kind of poking and prodding from Whirlpool into A is just a masterclass on how you can patiently play camo even with an advantage. You do not have to go hero mode. You don't have to take crazy slide routes. You don't need to find damage where there isn't damage available. Instead, he continued to just poke, prod, get his shields and his camo back specifically, and then perfectly just bait and switch around half wall, coming back once again as the team collapses. As we take a look at our other 2 teams here, waiting in the wings at the warm-up station. Optic and Shopify still to come later on. Can't wait to see which team is going to continue on in your winner's bracket.
Yeah, it's going to be a matchup for sure. I mean, the online tournaments have been amazing, and it all builds up to this, the kickoff event of the year. One of the most exciting Halo Championship years that we've ever had, considering all of the nonsense and shenanigans that has gone down in the off-season. April 18th to 20th. You want to be in Arlington, Texas at the Esports Stadium. If you want to get some tickets as well, they are available now. Halo.gg/Optic2025. You'll find all the information you need there. Dude, I can't wait for this season. I cannot wait for this season.
Let's also not forget a ring ceremony of players who might be receiving rings who are no longer on teams together. And by might, I mean definitely.
I always enjoy that.
Are not on teams together any longer, but of course they will still ceremoniously be handed their championship rings, which will be exciting to watch, and then immediately them face off against one another on the stage for another year of competitive Halo. If you're just joining us, welcome to the Kaysan Showdown. It's been an amazing day of LAN preview here for Halo Infinite in 2025 on the Halo Championship Series season that is to come starting in just a few weeks' time. CTF Forbidden went the way of Space Station in the end of a 2-1. It's going to be Slayer Recharge 50-31 in favor of FaZe Clan. And you see Tusk right now running through what they need to do on that side to make sure they stay ahead in this series.
Yeah, it's another change that we haven't really talked about, right? Yeah. Optic making the decision to pick up Lunchbox and relieve Tusk of the coaching duties on the roster. Initially, he was there. Now he's obviously stood behind the FaZe boys there, so he's found a home and doing a pretty good job of it at the moment. You have to say, everybody on FaZe doing a pretty good job of it, especially after that last game and the way that they took that away from SSG. But now we move into the unknown, right? There's so many unknowns to talk about this season. We will be talking about them for quite some time, but the fact that we're seeing a new game type between these two teams for the first time on LAN, this is a game type where fundamentals, maybe not being on the same page, I don't think is as important as some of the game types that some teams might just have those fundamentals down because they've played them so many times and everything just works for them, right? This is something that everybody's had to learn together.
Yeah, absolutely. And specifically excited to see exactly how each of these teams approach this, because there's a lot of different schools of thought on the way that you can play bomb here. Of course, there's a lot of advantage to being able to run bomb pig side now with that front jump and what that might offer you in terms of being able to move the bomb. But you're going to have to see some sneaky play. You're going to have to see some waiting and baiting, and also just patient play when you don't have the opportunity and not pushing, making sure you're prioritizing exactly where the bomb is and the numbers on the map, as well as control of your own base. It plays completely unique in the suite of game types. It's going to play different, of course, than Flag does, even though you're looking at the same map with the same objective positions. The flow of the gameplay is quite different.
One thing I've always enjoyed about bomb as well is, like, it's so important to, track your kills like you do in any competitive Halo game type, but you've also just got to keep a constant thought of, like, where is that bomb?
Yep.
Like, what side of the map is it on? Are we moving it forward? Are we progressing it? All of those kind of things that all make it very, very interesting to watch as a Halo fan. As we start off on the point of view of Stellar, he's going to get that camo. It was 3 dead off the rip for FaZe.
Yeah, 3 dead. It was 2 dead, a staggered 3 for Space Station as well. So kills coming in for both sides, but as you say, the early advantage will go to Stellar. How can he play this camo sneaky? Like this.
Bang. Back smack. Got him. The perfect way to pick. I think that's the kill you want with camo, right?
Exactly.
Sneak behind someone, get that first one, take no damage whatsoever. Finds another one. What a nade that was, by the way.
Dirty.
Just ramps it up off of the geometry behind that pillar.
I'm telling you, it's the hangover. It's the hangover gif. He's running the numbers in his head. That's the second time we've seen a fantastic nade from him in 2 games.
I thought you were going to say it's the hangover. Stella went out last night.
No, don't worry.
He didn't run away. We don't know that.
Someone did in the building, but we won't talk about that. Maybe we will later. 2 dead here for FaZe off the rip.
See, FaZe are trying to progress this a little bit here, but it is still down around the mid-map. Nobody's able to really get control at the moment. Finally, it looks like Penguin is going to be the player who starts to try and progress it, which is going to force Snakebite away from the closet and to wrap back in towards where he is.
Good shots to help, not able to come in, though, despite the info. Lucid will finally get there. Make sure to time it before the shields go back, and he'll be taken down. Stellar, last player alive for SSG momentarily. Needs to trade here, doesn't, though, which is going to be big for the timing here. Snakebite has to decide if he wants to challenge in the util, because here comes the FaZe push.
First opportunity for that bomb to be moved in towards the SSG base, and you can see they're trying to bait out the nades at the moment. They want to make sure that they're in a position where if they go forward, they're not taking free damage from those respawners nades, but that's going to be 4 dead. That's a great defensive hold from Space Station. Looking at the FaZe side again, not the first time we've seen this, them approaching the base on Aquarius. Think back to the Optic game, right?
Yep.
Where they're not getting inside of that base and picking up the kills off respawn. The nades did too much damage for my liking.
Okay, shout out to observing team there, watching the pro combo coming in and knowing the sight line where it was going to get cleaned up. That was too clean. As FaZe is trying to make this happen, however, 3 dead. Bomb is arming.
Bomb is arming, and Penguin is the closest player to it. This is going to be an arm. SSG will strike first, and it's going to be 1-0 to them for the first time. They get that bomb up the map and take themselves back.
Yep.
It's FaZe off the back of having a 4 dead, having that bomb in the utility of SSG. They can't convert. They go 4 dead. SSG don't make that mistake.
Also want to shout out Snakebite. As you saw on the death cam, he had the opportunity to fly out util and try to challenge if he wanted. Instead, he backed up. He waited for help, and they timed their push out of the base perfectly to get the 4 dead. They do not waste any time. They continue slaying, and as you say, that leads to the bomb arm. So it's a great defensive, just kind of end-to-end gameplay coming in from SSG.
I'm sure Tusk has got the notebook out after even what he's seen so far for the FaZe side and going, okay, let's work on what we do after we get a 4 dead on Aquarius, because it's certainly a glaring thing that can be addressed very, very easily, you would imagine, that will bring FaZe a lot of success. I mean, it can even be adjusted in this game. You never know.
That is the question as well, is do you still try to force util when you get those kills? Obviously, they're going to be spawning back base and Fridge at that point, but there's a lot to be said about really trying to force Fridge in Neutral Bomb specifically as much as you can and as often as you can. At that point, it was probably too late to abandon the util pressure. However, look for these teams to continue looking for Pink and looking for Fridge even more than you would in a Flag or a Slayer. E.
Lucid with a nice little double kill there, wins the 1v1 against Suppress. Penguin comes in to clean it up. That bomb is starting to progress towards the SSG base just a little bit here. Camo's coming up as well. Penguin avoids that grenade, but not the second one. But he still gets the kill. Camo pops as well, and what important timing that could be, because now SSG off respawn have got to worry about the bomb moving, the camo coming up as well, and Penguin at the moment is doing a lot of work to really throw off SSG.
And then he trades as well. That nade must have been further than it looked and appeared in my rearview mirror, because that thing looked like it was real close to the top of the shroom stairs, but in the end, now Trippy with the camo play in the same exact position. Let's see what he could do.
Trying to avoid the damage from those nades. Eco spots him out.
That's some 2020 vision there from Eco, spawning his flag. Might even get the kill in the end yet. He does!
Oh my goodness. That's 2025 vision.
He's got
his,
He's got
from
2025 indeed. He's got his number. In the end, 2 will fall from phase. 3.
Okay, finds one though. It's going to make it a little bit more interesting. Finally, the base will essentially be cleaned out, and now Lucy can turn his attention from stopping phase entering the base to moving that bomb away to a more neutral position mid-map where they can just wait and play for the mid-map themselves. Trippy will be taken down. Good communication coming in from him, but it's a 3v3 for now.
That's what I love about Bomb, really. Oh my gosh, beautiful movement coming in as well.
They're trapped on the util.
Instead, he goes right in the pink door. He says, I got no time for this.
They're trapped on the util, so this routing is really, really smart. A couple of players coming off the respawn, though. Maybe the timing not quite there for SSG. I like the idea, but again, the execution not quite on point in the way they needed to be.
Yeah, I mean, one thing to notice there is, had he front jumped, would he have had... Wait a second. Had he front jumped, would he have had enough time, really, is the question now. Arm starts. Just trying to stay alive in this 1v1. Trippy in the end wins it. And that should be the last presence in the base.
Another example of how that little new front jump from...
Could have made the difference.
The fridge side into the base from Trippy just catches you off guard, forces you to check another angle.
Not done yet.
Lucy keep this as alive, by the way. And one thing about the arm, you get it going, that's going to stay there for quite some time. You're going to have to really throw it out. So SSG weren't able to convert and weren't able to follow up on the amount of time that was put on that arm either.
Yeah, it's really interesting too on Aqua. Specifically, you do want to toss out of the base, obviously. However, it's interesting and it's different, whereas on other maps, if you're talking about Fortress Bomb, you actually want to hold for a second before throwing, because you and I have talked about how sticky the arm is. This is a very, very, if you're familiar with the game type setting and that term, the bomb is very sticky, the arm. It takes a while to unwind in Halo Infinite. But of course, on Aquarius, expect the teams to just throw it out as fast as they can without worrying about the stickiness specifically.
The fuse is still lit, so to speak, for quite some time. Lucid, working with Snakebite, will clean out Suppress. FaZe losing a couple of numbers, so now Trippy's just trying to lay down some damage, trying to help Falcated break into the base, even up these numbers a little bit, but Lucid picks up another kill, and now he's just trying to play his life and stay alive. SSG have defended their base very, very well so far in this game.
Really well indeed. Take a look at the kills. It's stellar. 19 and 12 currently leading. Trippy not far behind, and he's been at the top of the kill category in a lot of these games. Only 3 kills behind at 16 and 14.
Snakebite did not like that slide noise because he knew that the player he was fighting wasn't. So I knew from that little bit of information he gets, he knows there's 2 players moving. And FaZe know that 4 players are dead from SSG. Now, FaZe, can you take advantage of this? They have the arm started. They have the bomb in the base. SSG throwing some grenades.
Great nades.
And they stop the arm, but like we mentioned, it is pretty sticky. Penguin's going to go for it, and they are going to get the arm. So the fuse was still converted enough, and even though Penguin will take the splash damage from the explosion, Space Station's still on the back foot, and it looks like Trippy wants to progress this as they tie this game up at 1-1.
They're watching spawns, and then going to go ahead and grab right away. And one of the things I love about this, if you've been playing Bomb, since H2, H3, regardless of when you started playing this game type, it's such a different dynamic. You saw Lucid do it, and now you're seeing Trippy kind of get creative with it as well. It's the only game type where you have this sneaky kind of element where the opponent does not know exactly how you're playing this, and you need to play slow, and the routing of how you use that objective. I guess the closest parallel would be flag routing, but you really can get creative with the way you look to manage the game in Bomb.
Just over 4 minutes left in this game. Looking across the stats at the moment, Stellar 23 and 15. Huge stats coming in from him, playing off the assists that have been picked up by Snakebite and Eco, 13 apiece. On the other side of things, it's going to be Trippy leading the way in the kills category, but the KD overall and assists combined. You look at the stats from Penguin, 17, he's just turned to 40, but 10 assists as well.
Look at the damage Snakebite is outputting in every, look at the assists that are just flying in, outputting damage in every direction while he has camo, just knows exactly where he needs to be shooting and when and exactly how much. Picks up another kill as well, here they come.
Bomb is in the base. If they can get this kill, there's one more player on the pink door, make it 2 as the respawners start to come in, but SSG are collapsing here, and SSG should be in a position to maybe get this bomb armed. The nades are going to come in from the respawners. What is the timing like? Falcate's there, punches him in the guts.
Bomb armed.
Snakebite gets the double kill, gets the arm. And it will be SSG who go up by 2 as he picks up yet another kill before finally he's taken down.
Clip the whole thing, take it, frame it, put it in a museum. Beautiful from Snakebite. 3 dead off the back of that as well. Unbelievable camo play top mid. The assist just kept coming in. Cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching. It felt like I was watching some kind of illegal gambling website, the way that all of that was coming in. Just picks up every single set of kills.
It could be illegal gambling website.
It felt illegal to me. It did not feel legal. 2 dead apiece now as the bomb is continuing to be moved up the room stairs. But all the assists, all the damage, does it with camo, stays alive, starts the arm, drops, gets the next kill, plays the block perfectly, gets the arm and the melee, and then the trade afterwards as well. Big plays from Snakebite here. He's 14 and 12 with 16 assists.
Pure brilliance from Snakebite, and that means that SSG now find themselves up 2-1 as Andy steps away to clear his browser history. 2 minutes 30 left on the game clock. But here comes the bomb from FaZe. They're moving in again.
Here comes the push. Opportunity to tie this at 2-2. 2 more kills do come in as well. The arm's going to start.
They got the pink door locked down. They're going to get this one, I think. The nades come in, they rain down, but they're not going to be able to stop it. And it's going to be FaZe who answer back. We're tied up at 2-2, and Penguin has the camo as well.
And still 3 dead. See if they grab this bomb right away off the rip. Instead, it's going to be very nice damage. Barely takes any himself. Penguin picks up the first kill. A little bit of deja vu. Stellar tries to fly out. Can't. Snakebite needs to stay alive. Pink one, not going to be easy.
This position here from Penguin so important as well because they're moving the bomb. If he can control this area of the map, keep the pressure onto SSG, the spawns that come in on the side of FaZe, they're going to be fighting people who are half shields, third shields. And that's exactly what he's done.
Man,
now everyone from SSG trapped in the base again.
Beautiful angling. Look at the way he's playing this and just isolating every single battle, every single sightline, and staying alive as long as possible here. 144 left.
Finally, it's going to be Snakebite who flies in and cleans out, I think, 2 or 3 players. Certainly involved in at least 3 fights there in the utility to clear out FaZe finally, who are putting that pressure on. Now transfers his attention towards the pink side, and it's going to be SSG who, most importantly for them, progress that bomb far enough up the map. They don't have to worry about it going into their base, but now they can pressure the FaZe base.
Yeah, despite the info that Penguin had and the amount of damage he was able to do and how long he stayed alive in the util, in the end it was not enough. The team just couldn't get the pieces together. Stellar front jumping here, 1 minute left. Of course, an arm here could be the game winner.
Got to bait these nades out from the respawners of FaZe though. They've got a little bit of damage. They're going to double push this. They know that Trippy's weak, but they didn't see the Penguin was not. Trippy's going to challenge. Big fight here, and Trippy wins it, but look at what's happening on the other side of things. Lucid is going to be bodyguarded, excuse me, gets the beat down.
Big throw.
Big throw. Big throw to clear it out. If he doesn't make that, then Eco plants. Penguin was last alive in that situation, but got that bomb out.
What a job there from Suppressed. Last player who was in position, and all the way, not only that, they've also tossed the bomb all the way across, 41 seconds left. And if they get the right damage and kills, they could try to do something before OT.
Double kill from Stella though. Pink lane becomes open. Trippy gets taken down as well. It's 4 dead. It's 4 dead for FaZe.
With camo as well.
27 seconds left on the game clock, running it towards Eco, but the spawner comes in below Eco and will cut him down, but with the camo, they still have a chance here, SSG.
Yeah, fridge spawns coming in. They tried to get to Shroom Stairs. I like the idea, however, in the end. They try to avoid the fight instead of taking it immediately, and they get punished. 10 seconds left, which means we are going to be going into... Oh, Suppressed got some kind of memo.
He should realize he left the cooker on for a second.
He had to run back. In the end, he stays alive. First kill's going to go down. Snakebite is the first to fall. 3 minutes added. We are into overtime here, tied 2-2. Oh shit! Just forgot something. Got to run back in the end. It was the right. It was the right. We have all been there, and it was the right call. 2 dead for SSG momentarily.
Threat sensor goes in here. Trippy going to be on the overhead, but doesn't matter when no one's got any shields in front of you. He takes down Lucid. Ex-teammates going up against each other. Expect to hear that a lot this season as Falcated wraps back to deal with the overextender in Eco. The bomb is down mid-map at the moment. 2 minutes 20. No one with the advantage really on the map at the moment. When you're looking at maybe space-owned FaZe, but SSG, all of them are alive for now.
Falcated dodging every nade, and it feels like every bullet as well. Bomb will reset, but of course not really a big deal on a map like this in terms of the proximity of those bomb resets. Much less of a deal when we talk about compared to Fortress. Much larger map where those resets are going to be a much bigger factor in the game. It's going to be 2 dead for Space Station, 3 dead momentarily. Lucid was your last player alive.
Yeah, info on him as well, most importantly, but anyone in position to start moving that bomb, Lucid somehow gets in that position to get a kill as well. So Suppress now has to turn his attention back to mid-map initially to try and make sure that Lucid was dealt with, but when he was, that space that he gained on the map, he's had to give up. It allows SSG to get a little bit of a foothold here. FaZe find themselves 2 dead, and Stella's got a camo.
Oh, Stella trying to slow play this, but he gets eagle-eyed from several directions, which also lights him up, and he gets taken down without dealing much damage at all. It's a very, very important play coming in from FaZe.
Bomb still not really being progressed on either side at the moment. Lucid in the 1v1 with Penguin. Good nade coming in. Neither team going to be credited with the kill, though. Lucid will find one elsewhere. Stella finds another. And now there is a lane open for SSG to try and force this in towards the util and maybe towards a game-winning plant here.
Ooh, another kill as well. That means they're going to have 1 dead. Still a man advantage, 60 seconds left.
Green gun could be massive here because he can just rip shields away. Falcated does a little bit more damage than Lucid would have wanted
it's a big
fight,
difference. It's a big difference. Just as you said, that extra damage could be the difference between this bomb still going or not.
Snakebite inside of the base, but last alive. And that bomb is not going anywhere.
It's crazy. That's what we mean. When we talk about Halo Infinite being a game of margins, we mean if you get 2 extra shots in a player, that might be the difference between a bomb going in or not. And that's just what we saw just now.
30 seconds left in the game. Does anybody have that clutch genetic that everybody wants to own to get that bomb in and go 2-1 up in this series? But again, it's just mid-map trades at the moment. FaZe, though, finding themselves all of a sudden on the back foot.
It looks like they have to be moving immediately now, especially with the reset now. And the reset timer, that is going to be it. I believe we're going to be going into another sudden death overtime. 4 seconds left on the clock.
Time will dwindle down. Nothing to decide who is going to be taking this. We will get this game restarted, and it will be, if I'm not mistaken, first bomb to win, first arm to win. But we'll be taking this game, but 2-2. I mean, God.
And if you were wondering if Bomb was going to be a bloodbath this year, you absolutely guessed it. It's going to be down to the wire matches like that, where all it takes is the difference in the timing of a single kill, for example, in the back of a base, can be the difference on if a team has enough advantage to begin that arm. And then we'll take a look. 2-2. We are ending not only in regulation, but of course tied at the end of overtime as well. That was 16 minutes and 25 seconds of neutral bomb. It ends 2-2. We'll take a look at some of the stats outliers. Trippy, 30 kills on the board. However, Stellar on the other side, the biggest stat line without a doubt. He goes 35 and 27.
Yeah, very impressive numbers coming in from him. I just want to highlight 21 assists, 22 assists. I'm talking about Snakebite and Penguin respectively for their team. So a lot of damage being done for them. It's kind of like that was we know that bombing can be an attritional game type. We know that it's a little bit back and forth and a bit headbutty, but that was a good example of it. There was big moments in that game. Think about the Snakebite run that led to that second plant for SSG. Think about the Trippy play in and around the base that secured it for FaZe to answer back almost immediately. Those moments in and around the base, I think, are going to be what defines Aqua Bomb. It's about if you have the 4 dead situation and you get that bomb progressed to the bridge or one of the entrances in towards the base, you have to wait for those nades. You have to bait the nades out for the defensive team before you start to progress, because it's so much free damage with the ramps up into that armed space that you've just got to be a bit more patient than maybe you would expect to be on a game like Capture the Flag, for example, when you're just trying to move an objective off of a stand into a different position.
I agree, and I also think patience is going to be the name of the game in the game type, especially because think about when the time you had Lucid kind of bringing the bomb from bottom middle. He chose Shroom Stairs, but gets lit up across from the fridge and the pink angles. And I think a lot of the times in Neutral Bomb, you will have to take the very potentially frustrating decision to slay 2 more players before, maybe not to start the arm, but to finish the arm and get the bomb on the board. You're going to have to say, okay, even though we could chance it, let's drop, let's shoot a bit extra, let's make sure we're watching these chokes, and it's going to take an extra second, but I do think you're going to see that with as close as these teams are. The teams that are able to play with just a bit more patience when required, don't get me wrong, there are going to be times to go fast. There are going to be times to hit drop slides to get the bomb across, and then you reslay and things like that. But I do think you're going to need to be very specific, and the teams that are playing together when they're arming will be rewarded, even if it means waiting 1 to 2 extra seconds.
Yes, that patience is going to certainly pay off in the longer run, so to speak, when it comes to those bombs being planted. So as you can see on the double overtime, that we're going to see the ruling. First point will win, so first arm will win. No chance for a comeback here. What do you reckon time-wise? When do you reckon we're going to see the first arm?
4 minutes 37 into the game.
I like the specificity.
That's what I try to bring.
I'm also very happy that I got that word out.
That was good for me.
It's good for me.
Yeah, I was worried.
It's been a while since we casted.
When you started, hey, it's great to be back.
Yeah, we got to appreciate the moments where we remember what to do.
Yeah, exactly. By the way, speaking of, fantastic to have all of you joining us here. We hope you've been enjoying the Kaysan Showdown number 6 of Halo Infinite. Fantastic to have him, as well as Halo Studios, a lot of the Halo Championship Series team, and of course, FaZe Clan helping us put this event together. Double overtime between these two squads on Aqua Bomb will decide it. Of course, will be the go-ahead game in the series if you're just joining us. We're tied 1-1 between these two. This is the elimination semifinal, and the loser here will go home from the day. This is do or die. So as you can imagine, even more on the line in double OT.
Opening break, won by SSG last time around. They did get a little bit of map advantage. Remember, Stella got that camo. Even though it was a kind of even split for the kills, the power-up was picked up by them. Opening break in these overtime situations is always so important. If you get a 3-4 dead plus the camo, that objective can be moved. You can start to move it forward. And that can be the game going your way. Initially, it's trades. No surprise to see that as the two teams once again butt heads.
Looks like early top mid pressure right now from FaZe, especially with the man advantage. We'll see if they can even get another one. If so, that should be a camo grab and maybe the first advantage of the game.
Ooh, those little wins like that from Snakebite can be a difference maker as well. Penguin's trying to chase him down, but instead decides to play his life. Stella finds one, though. Where's that camo gone? I think it might have been burned. It doesn't look like anyone has it from my point of view. No. Trippy does have it. Oh, and just taking a bit of damage that made it seem like he didn't.
Yeah, just shooting so much, it didn't even look like he had it. Bomb's still bottom middle here, and as you could tell, Mark, I think you put it best. These teams are aware of how much is on the line here. I think you'd see a traditional open quite different, but really playing and making sure they do not give up any sort of major advantage and be forced into a situation.
What a nade from Stella.
Once again, Stellar's been doing the geometry work in the offseason. Not everyone, sometimes we call them summer school, but in this time it would be winter classes. Stellar has been in the lab.
3 dead here for FaZe. Trippy. Last alive, Penguin trapped in the back of his base off of respawn as well. You can see Trippy's actually a spawner, excuse me, so it was essentially a little bit of a staggered 4 dead. SSG looking to progress that bomb into the utility.
I like this from
and in towards the base. He knows he's just got to wait.
Yep.
He can't kill everyone right now.
It's all about the patience here, and I like this. He knows that there's no reason for him to poke and take this first damage.
And he's waiting those nades. Look at the angle he's playing. He's not pushed up. He's not trying to shoot. He's trying to bait nades at the moment. It's all he's trying to do. Wait for Stella to do something. Stella's going to find 2, and now they can start to collapse.
Look, trying to bait as well. Baiting with the bomb.
Just waiting for those nades, waiting for those nades. Now the damage can come in. Trippy respawning in the back of the base, though. Going to make it a little bit more difficult, but here comes Stella. This flank has been developing. Falcate does get the throw out. But the movement from Stella isn't good enough to secure the kill. Yes!
Wild trade there in the end. But specifically, a lot of respect is due to both teams there because of how patiently they played that. That was a beautiful chess match in terms of waiting and baiting and also baiting with the bomb pickups. And where did the camo go? Penguin says it was just here a moment ago. In the end, not able to take it. 3 dead for the side of FaZe.
3 dead for FaZe, and now the opportunity really to arm. This is a strong position to find themselves in. Trippy's going to fly, and he'll be dealt with. Lucid going to try and keep that fuse alive as well. Nades up there.
Not perfect.
But look at this, they're on the shelves. The tippy toes are keeping them away from that splash damage. The fuse is still lit, remember.
They're still together.
So they can still get this one. They are still going for the arm.
Beautifully
Snakebite is doing a huge amount of damage alongside Stella. Trippy's coming back for round 2 here. The punch comes in. They just need to touch this to get the arm, and it will be there. It will be Space Station who secure it, and we'll go up 2-1 in the series.
Snakebite and Lucid versus the world in the back of the base. Beautifully done.
That was horde mode in the back of the base.
Meanwhile, Stellar in the the double overtime period goes 11-3. Just Stellar things. Doing his normal numbers, casually almost quadruple positive, by the way, in the overtime. But how about Snakebite staying alive in the back of the base? And what did we say? It is all about patience. Snakebite and Lucid staying alive, initially avoiding the grenades. They had to be perfect. When you're playing screens like that, your nades have got to be absolutely perfect there. It's almost impossible to nade people out of screens like that and get the kill. They stay alive. How much baiting and switching and dropping did we see of the bomb? Obviously, traditionally, we're now seeing that the melee is the last kill on the player if you're hugging the block with the bomb. Beautifully done. Oh my God. Take a look at the duration of that game. What did I say, 3 minutes 37?
So you were wrong.
Come on. 3 minutes and
3 minutes 31. I'll give you that. I'll give it, dude.
That was not bad, huh?
From you. But take a look at the replay.
Replays from the entire game, by the way. I'm pretty proud of that. 6 seconds off for an overtime duration prediction.
I would be celebrating that as well.
Okay.
I would be celebrating that as...
Appreciate that.
Within the corrective ratio of what I said.
So yeah, I'm not going to pop off.
That's all you.
I'm not going to pop off. I just think it was a good job here. Take a look at the highlights from the entire game.
Not going to pop off. Dude, you just stood up and celebrated.
Okay, let's not. Can we not talk about that? 25 and 16 here at this point in the game.
I'm not having you lie.
I've been lying the whole time.
2-2. This is the regulation time before, of course, we did go into double overtime. This is some of the moments that we did see. This big play, by the way, was it suppressed, if I wasn't mistaken?
It was suppressed who tossed, but a teammate had front jumped. So if you don't have a player who's front jumping while a player is high util pushing, you don't get that stop. So it was big, but really it was just, as we saw, delaying the inevitable. Look at this here. They have 2 players alive on screens. One gets taken down.
How much damage they've taken.
Look at Snakebite in the back of the base. Lucid gets his shields all the way. Beautifully done. Look at this, just reverses the world in the back of the base.
I mean, one thing it's a great indication of, right, is we mentioned that fuse time to disarm. It's a lot longer than what we've seen in traditional bomb game types where, you know, you touch that bomb, you throw it out, it's defused, right? You don't have to worry about it. The fuse time stays there. That's why Space Station were more than comfortable not to just try and stick that, but they can take their time, they can keep it there, they can really kind of work away at just waiting for that fuse to go down before they get the arm, and by doing so, they finally get that game on the board at 3-2. Now we move over to Oddball Live Fire. I think FaZe, when you look at game types, again, it looked like game number 2 was going to be one that favored them, that they'd be comfortable on with the way that it plays. Knowing how Oddball went for SSG on Recharge a little bit earlier against Shopify Rebellion, where they barely got a point in the 2 rounds that we saw, I think FaZe will be feeling pretty confident as well. Knowing also the Oddball against Optic, they were pretty good. They could have won that one.
Yeah, absolutely. I think FaZe just needs to make sure to kind of play their smart ball and know that, for example, if you're in a 50-50 scenario and you think you might need to play, make the play ball, right? Because if you think you already have an edge in a game type like Oddball, there's no reason to force 50-50s, and there's no reason to try to squeeze out points out of opportunities where they really aren't there. So I think as long as they continue to play very smart Oddball, they have very good chances in this one.
Yeah, I think just try and play numbers. It's a very simple thing, right? And they really were struggling to do that in the game against Shopify Rebellion, partly because of the brilliance of Shopify Rebellion, but partly because it felt like they were just trying to push the game a little bit too quickly, not take that extra second, allow them to have 10-15 seconds before they put a good push together. So I think a lot learned, for sure, from SSG from that game. We'll have to see if they can implement it here, or if it'll be FaZe who continue what was a pretty good showing against Optic. 2-1, could have very easy, 3 points, was it? No, so 7 points away.
Yeah.
So it was 97 to 60 something in that final round. That could have easily been a FaZe game type. It's almost the perfect one, right? To see who's learned the most in the last few moments.
I was going to say the same thing, and also sets us up for a very good opportunity for a game number 5 between these two as well. We'll have to see if they can bounce back. In Oddball Live Fire, you kind of saw on the expressions of all the players, especially Suppressed there, kind of throwing his head back just a bit, you know, thinking there was a little bit more that we left on the table in that game, and we could have continued the fight. They had already played, as we said, over 20 minutes of play in that game type alone, and they will find themselves getting taken down. And like you said, we saw that earlier where they were just behind Optic Gaming earlier today. They're going to bring all of those learnings forward here in this game number 4 because they know they are now in do or die territory.
So Oddball up next, 2 rounds to win. If you just joined us for the first time, maybe you've come over from different esports titles and you're watching right now and you're like, hey, what's this all about? 2 rounds to win. Hold that Oddball for 100 points and you get that round on the board. We've got a sniper rifle, which is obviously going to be very, very important to hold down to deny any players moving across the map, and we have that camo still in play as well. How do you feel about this one? How you feeling? We're seeing a game 5?
I think we're seeing a game 5.
We're seeing a game 5.
I think we're going to see it here. Let's see what we can do. Space Station, of course, though, going to want to have something to say about that result. And, of course, what would be better than Stellar having snipe off the rip? Here he comes. Oh, wait.
It hits everything. It does not discriminate.
If it moves, he will hit it. Do not get in front of this man.
Trippy finds that out
also,
next.
if he's not moving, it'll hit you.
He knows the Penguin's around here somewhere.
Oh,
get out of here.
Buys himself an extra second, does a lap. Don't worry, he'll catch him on the flip side.
2 minutes left, though. And as silly as it sounds, even though he's hitting a lot of good shots, it hasn't been really to the net positive of SSG, as it's going to be FaZe who's picking up kills elsewhere, and they're going to pick up the camo as well. I like this from Suppress. He's going to try and move this one back towards his teammate. Stella's still doing work, by the way. Stella's 3-0 at the start of this one.
But it was fun to watch.
Oh, don't get me wrong. It was great.
I'm still grateful for it. The side of SSG, as you say, they would have preferred a few more points and a bit more control on the board. Lots of cuts presence coming in. Suppress is in trouble as he finds himself actually taken down 3 dead and was visible from every single player on the opposite team he's taken down. And in the end, even though it's a little bit of delayed start, all of that advantage will eventually be collapsed on, and Space Station will take the lead here.
I think SSG were listening for a second there.
Yeah.
They're like, okay, cool, all right, no more fun.
They're like,
we'll just hold
these
the
two
encore.
again.
Yep. Guys just hate people having fun. Trippy trying to move across the nest bridge for now. Lucid finds that kill. Eco goes for the stick, gets the stick, turns it into a double. Trippy, he might be stuck as well.
Oh, that was dangerous. If that nade came off the doorway, could have been different. But Trippy actually picks up 2 because the nade is not perfect and far from perfect, if we're honest. 2 dead for each side momentarily. And what could have been a lot more points on the board for SSG eventually becomes a FaZe hold.
So 20 or so points on the board off their first hold for SSG. Not the most devastating hold that we've ever seen, but kind of what I would describe as a standardized hold when you get the first couple of kills and then have to hold off that second push. But Falcated at the moment, he's under so much pressure. You can see that SSG are collapsing in on him for these final kills. Eco's going to fly in. He's going to find one. We'll be able to hold on at the back of green, and Snakebite will find the second. And the third as well, by the looks of things, and SSG turned that into ball time. Lucid picks it up, wraps the back tower. As that camo comes up, the perfect place to be is at the top of these towers.
Really nicely done from SSG. By the way, I do want to see what on earth happened. Eco did not hit the insta. It was like a delayed insta and the stick off the wall or something, and that player on cuts. We'll have to see that off screen exactly how that went down, but in the end, very nice. Once again, baiting and switching and also damage trading that's coming in. They will get the first kill, and if they get the second one here, this should be a continued hold.
Suppress trying to break through though with that camo. Snakebite with a big win. He'll be taken down, but Lucid is going to wrap this ball away, and this is a very smart route from him. He knows we're certainly going to find out that Trippy's in front of him, rips the shields away, can't get the kill, but that ball now in a very contestable position on either side.
Yeah, very nicely done. Eco can just even move bags, get some damage, drop key if he needs to, and will. Ooh, maybe even picks up this kill? Suppress doesn't let that happen. 2 dead for SSG. A lot of time on the board, though, early on for SSG. And FaZe Clan has a little bit of work to do to get back in this one.
Yeah, certainly do. However, the ball is in their hands, and Suppress has a sniper rifle with a lot of ammo in it. Trippy with the first kill as well. Will be traded out, but hit a few shots here, and Suppress will be feeling good about time on the board here for FaZe. Love this rotate as well. Look at them trying to move it away. Suppress hit some good shots, but the pressure from SSG is going to be shot down. And by the way, how many perfects have we seen from the POV of Penguin today?
That's the kind of play in theater I'm like, yep, sus. if I'm the one getting taken down, I'm like, yeah, no, no way he's hitting those. But unbelievable shots. Penguin just dealing damage so well in these scenarios. Holding cuts as best he can too, and gets some melee, which will be traded out. Stellar back of the head.
here.
Imagine. Oh, almost. QT down. But look at the game. During all of that chaos, FaZe Clan is the one that benefits. It's going to be now a QT snipe opportunity coming in for Suppressed. They will now go into the lead in the game.
Almost. 1 point the difference. SSG with the most slender lead possible, but now they will get that lead as Suppressed does some great work.
I'm never wrong, just early. Royal 2.
Enemy has the ball.
They still didn't go in the lead. There we go.
I gave you 3 minutes 31 earlier. I'm not giving you that one. Okay,
no.
That's fair.
I like that from Royal 2, though. Great to have him joining us earlier. Everyone that's been joining us here at the Kaysan Showdown. It's been an amazing day so far, and still a lot of Halo. Keep in mind, we're only in the elimination semifinal. A lot of Halo still to play today. Make sure you keep it glued here. 3 dead for FaZe. That will mean Lucid can hold, and they will now go back into the lead.
So I'm going to get the camouflage as well, as SSG will continue to increase that lead a little bit. A lot of objective interest. Fascinating stat line in this game, by the way. Lucid is 5-5 and has the most ball time for his team. Like, that's such a strange stat to see for him, yeah.
But it's amazing, too. When we talk about there not being roles in these later years of Halo titles, it could not be more true. And that's a great kind of evidence of that, where you have a player like Lucid who's just known for huge numbers, huge plays, huge slaying control. Just 5 and 6 now in a game where they're leading.
Look at this movement from Suppressed as well. He's making life very, very difficult for Eco, and Eco finally does get taken down because of it. FaZe with control of that odd ball once more. Suppressed is playing his life. He's being such a nuisance at the moment. Stella finally puts pay to it, and FaZe will play ball. But essentially a tied game here with 1 minute and 30 seconds left on the clock.
So they're trying to stay alive bottom middle. They have 2 dead, so they should be able to. He's going to go ahead and reverse Christmas tree. Santa Claus on the map and is able to get that one. Let's see if he can hit this shot as well. He does!
That's Stella. That's the double kill.
Thought about it.
Repulse is back up to take a new angle as well.
The discipline there. Because Stellar could have hit that.
By the way, I need to talk about reverse Christmas tree that you got.
It's a reverse. It's a reverse chimney, isn't it?
Yeah.
Reverse Santa Claus. I don't know. I just started saying holiday terms very quickly in rapid succession.
You knew that something was there.
I knew. I also knew something was wrong. Yeah. 92 points on the board here for Space Station. What is a reverse Christmas tree? I don't know.
I don't even want to think. Stella's still doing some work though. Penguin though, look at the flood coming in from from FaZe, excuse me. They have that opal in their hands, and even with 8 points only required here for Space Station, it is going to be FaZe who have that hold. Look at Nuisance and Snake Bites being as well. Penguin now been doing a lot of work with that bandit. We were talking about the perfects, but now it's time for headshots. And he finds one onto Lucid.
He's like, nope, I don't want to shoot that guy. Very nice target acquisition and discipline once again from Penguin. And take a look at this. It's still 2 dead. Make it a staggered 3 dead. We'll see if they can hold ball.
Holding the ball is what they're going to be doing.
This is the final push. They're waiting for each other. This will be the final push here.
Yes.
Can FaZe Clan hold?
Yeah, it's a push versus hold scenario. Lucid gets that first pick though. He gets that first pick, but he's going to be traded out. Another 2 trades go down. A 2v2 right now. Stella, he wins the individual. Suppressed is left on his own. He doesn't know whether to try and win the round. Is it going to play? Oh my goodness.
It does not play off the map.
It stays on the edge. It stays on the edge.
Eco doesn't get it. Eco did not grab it.
Respawners from FaZe. They're over a green. They're over a green. He cannot grab it right now though because he will just be taken down. And now it just becomes a battle.
Oh my god.
The spawns at green were massive for FaZe, but now it's going to be grabbed. It's going to be Lucid who moves it away. SSG should
not done.
They can't take it. 98 to 97.
Where is Snake Bites? Snake Bites in no position. The ball did play, but it might be too late. Snake Bites in Rat Tunnel. That'll be it. FaZe Clan in the end takes the round.
What on earth?
Oh my god. Look at, I think Penguin is all of us right now. Penguin is all of us. Deep sighs from everyone on the side of FaZe. Unbelievable. Eco inches to the ball at back mud pillars, but he does not grab it. I think he meant to grab it and pull it back, and I think he had the time to do so. Lucid able to get the play ball in the end, but I think they had already lost the time that they needed. What an unbelievable finish to that game.
Well, that's round number 1. That is an incredible end to round number 1.
And Suppress must have been thinking when he didn't get the play ball, which by the way was centimeters off, camo not burned, still down. The play ball was centimeters off at back mud. He must have been thinking, with those spawns, I have just blown it. I did not play that ball when I could have. Thought he could maybe get the time back. What an unbelievable ending. We'll talk more about that later. We are underway in the round. 2 dead apiece. Early lead for Space Station.
3 dead here for SSG. Eco last alive.
Wow.
Penguin with camo and sniper rifle and a lot of ammo too. He's playing the back of A here, and he's going to be scouting on a scouting mission. Gets a little bit of information. Lucy gets taken down, just walks into the reticle. Stella follows up. Stella been a nuisance. Stella been more than a nuisance.
Someone plays that very well. I had a feeling if I had to put money on that, I was thinking Penguin was going to win that peak battle on the pillar. We've seen it time and time again. Ball will be played. In the end, should be 4 dead if they can take down Trippy. A 1v1 here momentarily.
Ooh, Stella's starting to heat up a little bit here.
He is 3 dead still. First spawner is going to be Penguin. And FaZe Clan answers back with a nice little hold, but just 21 to 12 here off the opening of round number 2.
Enemy has the ball.
Just the way that Stella's moving. Starting to hit those shots, starting to hit that consistency, starting to move around the map in a very deliberate way. And hit shots like that. FaZe with a good start to this round, but SSG, again, it's just back and forth between these two teams. It's been kind of, apart from that game number 2, the story of this series.
Look at Stellar just staying alive. He's so selective with the angles he even exposes to. When he has full shields, he's so selective on where he allows damage to come from. The spots that he's checking, the sightlines he's allowing, beautifully done. It's a
Still
killing
alive.
spree for him. Still alive back tower.
There's still a player from FaZe somewhere around this tower. I think he knows it, but elsewhere, the Opal is still being held. No play ball coming in, and Stellar might be thinking about grabbing that one himself. Suppress is already up the cuts, though. He's going to be challenging. It's perfect shots again from Stellar.
Is he going to play this now? He is. Oh my god, this is unbelievable from Stellar. Now he's just going to hold for a second.
That is played. Jeez. That was what meant to happen at the end of the last round, where that ball goes off the map. That was what was meant to happen.
So well done from Stellar to isolate the angle. First of all, he stays alive for about 45 seconds back tower, then isolates the angle nest, then over-challenges cuts. Most people would not expect that. Gets that kill, is able to then still hold the ball, get a few extra seconds, and then play ball. Beautifully done, and guess what? 3 dead off the back of it. Suppress was your last player alive. Stellar gets the next camo, and it feels like you can't even keep track of what they're doing in time before they've made the next set of rotations. Now, it's 45 points on the board for SSG.
Yeah, SSG just starting to look a little bit better in this round, a little bit more consistent. 50 points on the board, they are going to cross that. As FaZe now have to wait and have to make a play as a 4. But that first pick from Snakebite is going to be massive. Falcane has no idea that Stellar's here. And when you can't see him, it's pretty difficult, because when you can see him, it's difficult enough.
Stellar does not miss in those battles. Beautifully done, beautiful isolation. They get 2 dead, which means FaZe has to reset. Let's get to a listen in here at the 65 mark with Space Station Gaming.
You're dead. Come back to me. Top mid sniping. Top mid sniping on the vent. On the vent. Yeah, and another one there. That was him. One shot in the vent. One shot in the vent. Yeah, I died from tires. Nice.
Let's go, Kevin. Let's go.
Just keep finessing. Keep finessing. Yeah, we have snipe. Smoke the... Yeah, we should try to hit up green here.
Yeah, one top tower.
Let me do, I think, guys.
Might be guy hiding. Yeah, could be, Kevin. I'm at close right.
Tower guys on me.
No, hiding, bottom mid, there you see Kevin.
I might have traded him, but and the guy Devil door. One shot bottom mid on the repulse. You can see him. Watch it.
I went
There's a sniper down bottom mid, Tommy.
Elbow tripping. Kirby's one hit elbow.
Yo, demi door.
2 elbow, 1 hit, and Dylan's full. 1 hit on max. Literally on max.
I'm going Cuts are. I need it.
Yo, one guy cuts also. I have snipers.
Top mid, bucket. Cuts again, weak.
Incoming.
Cut. Here, Brayden, over here. I have snipers. Yeah, ball, guys.
Ball dropped.
Almost cuts.
I'll bet you on Keter. One rental.
Top middle, or A nades, guys.
Watch him, walking up. One shot A dumb.
Yo, Keto on me, one shot. 2 Keto on me, one shot. 2 bolt, weak. 3. I'm flanking. 2 more.
Gate door. Got one more. Rat tunnel.
One shot on Kevin. Yeah, 2 shots.
He has a 2-bullet snipe. He has a 2-bullet snipe, PJ. Careful.
They're both Keto. One's going for ball, one's getting his shield. He's shot off. Weak Keto.
See that?
Bottom mid to Keto.
Yeah, went back.
Do that, guys. They're gonna be egg. Live, Brayden.
Screens.
One shot here.
Another screen's going Keto to bottom. Jason.
Get out. Oh, they spawned A. Yo, going sandbag to... I saw mid. It might be top mid. I'm not sure. There was a repost top mid.
Camo now. Behind Camo now. Kill this guy. He's half shield.
Nading.
One shot on Camo. Going Keto. One shot Keto.
One guy. Yo, rat tunnel 2. Kevin, careful.
Nice. Camo down. Camo's down. On Camo. Screen's weakened.
Jail screens.
Pistol.
Yeah, pistol. Half shields.
Keto.
One shot screen. Dead.
All dead. I got ball. I got it.
Go. It just spawned green. He just spawned green. By himself.
Live up, Tommy.
He's trying to play for Quantum.
25
here. You just got it.
Spawned here.
Victory.
Well, as Eco said in the listening, I got it. And it's because Space Station have control of this game and this round now. 90 points almost on the board, and with Snakebite with a camo in his hands, this is their chance to close out the round.
Beautifully done here. Look at Snakebite, just so patient. 91 points on the board. 3 dead, though. Lucid is going to be your last player alive, and we'll see if he can stay alive in a way that's effective enough. Bottom mid with a sidekick. Trippy takes
shots
down.
from Trippy, though.
Just like that, this is not over. Let's not forget, 9 seconds away for Space Station to close out the round, but now maybe a big comeback here. Coming in from Falcade and FaZe. We'll see what they can do.
One more push really for Space Station here to secure this round, but we saw how crazy and hectic things got at the end of the first round of our ball. They would not want to repeat something like that. FaZe, Falcated, finding some kills, but he's finding himself as last alive as well. And SSG, they're just going to go for that time. Eco's trying to turn the corner, trying to be a nuisance. The dummy spawn came in for Trippy, though, to support him. And Fal was last alive somehow. Now, this game is transitioned into a setup here for FaZe.
1 dead apiece. These are big kills in this moment here. If we see FaZe get this hold, there will only be about 1 or 2 pushes max for SSG to push in.
Snakebite can't connect either. Lucid will find one, though. Fal gets hit by a nade. Lucid Being a nuisance in the back of the base. The timing on this push from SSG is so good, and they are going to get those final couple of points, and we find ourselves tied up at 1 round apiece. We are heading into a deciding round between these two teams.
Wouldn't have it any other way. SSG answers back in a big way, and of course they were going to have a lot to think about following that round number 1 without a doubt, and they made sure to take those learnings forward. They make sure to close out the round clinically in the end. With, as you said, a very good push now. Everything to play for here in this round is 1 round of oddball to decide if we're going to a game number 5 or if SSG will eliminate FaZe here early on.
Lucid's turn to have some fun with the big stick. He finds a couple of bodies. He finds the initial headshot with the bandit. Can't quite find the second onto Suppress though, but it's enough of an opening now for that ball to move back towards the tower for SSG.
Also knew that Suppress might poke window. Was a bit early, never wrong.
Good day, sir! Wow! That shot is disgusting onto Penguin.
Just unbelievable. And I was impressed initially by Suppress being the last player alive to stay alive, but then Lucid's doing these things here. He keeps 2 dead for FaZe. It's a very good opening. However, Suppress with Camo has an opportunity to bring this game back within reason, this round specifically.
There's no way Lucid puts him out. He did, he fired, and that's going to mean it's just a trade off the Camo for Suppressed. Maybe something he's going to look at, how he's playing those camos when this tournament is done and dusted, but for now, it's FaZe who are having to fight and they're having to scrap to try and stay alive. Penguin with that repulse will be able to do so momentarily, but Snakebite takes him down. Eco, all the meantime, is holding that oddball in his hands.
Yeah, 30 unanswered points here for the side of SSG. They're going to be very happy with how this round has gone, and of course, a lot of that was due to what we were seeing coming out of Lucid. 23 kills on the board for him. This ball shoot.
No way.
Look how strong
Eco
that little concrete curb is.
Did you see Eco's face as well? He's like, not again.
The concrete
not again.
Curb, I swear, it's bigger than ever. It feels like that concrete curb. That guy is the little hero.
Concrete curb back and bigger than ever.
He's the little hero of his story. You thought you could play it there, but that thing holds strong.
Big main character energy coming in from
Tough
the concrete
Knuckles
curb.
construction at work again. Beautifully done.
Snakebite on the flank here. He's got a lot of bodies in front of him, but he's got some support and he's got some nades down. So able to survive for now, but finally he's going to be flushed out. FaZe find their footing. 3 dead for Space Station. FaZe have that oddball. They have them on the respawn. They should be able to make time up here.
And Mark, we joke, we jest, but in all reality, the game is now tied because that ball did not play here, and it's about to actually be a lead change. So a huge factor, that ball not going off the map, and instead you're going to see FaZe get into a narrow lead here. They are right back in it, and that was 3 dead. If they can get these first picks, this would be huge again.
Suppress now trying to rotate towards the back tower.
There's
towards that. Yeah, we've seen this before.
3 dead again.
We've seen you before.
Oh boy.
Camo coming up. FaZe have rotated really well for this and perfectly timed the kills as well. That was 4 dead for Space Station. This is more time, and the Camo is up as well.
That was back-to-back 4 deads, and Suppress did not drop the ball. Beautifully done as they now grab the Camo. They've doubled the score of SSG. This would be a big comeback to force a game number 5. Trippy's not done yet.
Trippy with the back smack onto Eco. That's the first pick in the push once again. Now he's just getting info, big info, most importantly stays alive, does not over-challenge there. Now he can re-enter the fight in a few moments' time. The oddball is down, but only for a few moments, and this is looking like FaZe are starting to run away with this round.
I love the mud hold. It's going to be so hard to get over C. It's going to be so hard to get over tower. And now the ball will be fully played. And the little curb that could prevents Space Station from holding the ball at all. 4 dead though, and now it's a sizable lead. We'll see if SSG can answer here. They have an opportunity of their own as they trail by 40.
Full snipe here for Snakebite as well, so he can hit big shots. He can put this game back into the hands of Space Station, and if he can do that, then there's a chance that they can not just win this round, but win this series. FaZe on the back foot, putting a man like Snakebite in these kind of positions. This is where he thrives. Pressure situations, back against the wall. He's been doing it for years.
Beautifully done. Right back in this game. It is less than 20-point difference now at 79-64. And Snakebite hitting every single body shot, dealing the damage that he needed to make sure his team continued scoring.
He's got his attention a little bit split here, though. You can see Lucid and Stella going to work together. It's a bottom-middle push by the looks of him from FaZe. As Stella stands on the cuts with that oddball, FaZe cannot get near this ball for now. It's great rotations. It's damage from Snakebite. He is hitting everything.
Beautifully done here. That ball will actually be played in the end and reset. So it's a great hold. Now, just like that, is a tie game here, 79-78.
That's the biggest shot of them all. He cuts the rotate down. Trippy win for that old ball, but just gets his head ripped off by the sniper rifle. That's 3 dead. It could be 4 dead very soon as well. When Space Station have that ball, it's the last story of the dice hit for FaZe.
Suppress was the first spawner. We'll see what he could do. He's waiting for his teammates here. They're going to be big door and A-bags push. Here it comes.
Enemy has the ball.
Big damage being done. Suppressed has managed to thread the needle. Falcated. He gets taken down though. Penguin, he's going to be pushing as well. It's a 2v2 on the map. Trippy falls. Last alive is going to be Penguin. That old ball is still down. Penguin is still alive. Lucid is no shield. Snakebite wants to get involved in this fight, and Eco comes back in to get it. It's going to be SSG who hold that ball, but there might be time for one more push potentially.
Yeah, let's see. 2 dead still here for FaZe. It's going to be a very staggered push. I don't think they have the time.
95 points. Suppressed is up the map and finds 1. But with 3 dead and Penguin the only one alive, no one can get near that old ball, and it's going to be Space Station Gaming who will eliminate FaZe from the tournament, from the Kaysan Showdown, and they will progress into the next round.
Wow. In the end, wait till we see the stats. I believe Lucid absolutely went off. Without a doubt, 38 I think he had on the board, but my word, what a game. In the end, Elapsed total score is 297 to 243 across the 3 rounds. A 3rd and final round was required, but it is going to be Stellar, with the 38 bomb. It was 38 and 21 from him. Lucid goes 30 and 19. Enormous assists coming across the board as well. And what a fantastic game. And it's all about the little curb that could.
I was going to say, it's not very often that we say this, but MVP was not sat in one of those chairs. It was the little curb at the back of Mud,
a little hero
the back of Tower. That guy trying his best, the little guy. And let me tell you, he got involved in ways that, honestly, he had absolutely no responsibility in doing.
Just holding. So mighty. Small but mighty, that little guy.
Noble.
An inspiration to us all.
I was going to say, one of the most inspirational concrete pours in quite some time. These are the stats you can see in front of you as well. Damage stats for you. 11k being broken by both Trippy and Stellar. I think the run that Snakebite went on at the end of things as well was really what kind of solidified that final round. That got them back in that game. Remember, again, FaZe Clan, much like we saw against Optic, had a pretty considerable lead in that final round of Oddball, but weren't able to close out, and that's been a consistent theme for them.
Yeah, SSG losing by 40 in the 3rd round, right? It was 79 to about 41, and I think you said it was going to be a big factor, but Snakebite just absolutely went off. Look, this was the play. I mean, this was.
Look at that curve. Look at this. That's the kind of quality construction you get from Tough Knuckles construction.
Some of the best in the business. Eco did not get the ball. You see him look back across, and in the end, it cost him in this round. This was down to the wire. Eco knew he could not try to fly out for this one. You have to think maybe even he had the angle here. In the end, though, Lucid, look, tries to sail out just long enough, and the pressure comes on C-Plat. You have to wonder if they held back Mud, how that might have gone. In the end, though, that was an unbelievable finish. The FaZe Clan somehow stays alive and at least sent us to a very, very exciting round number 3. Now here's the highlights from that round as well. Stellar makes sure to get the play balls here. But man, what a series between those two.
Yeah, really, really back and forth. I think you look across all the games. That game number 2, somewhat of a blowout, the Slayer on recharge. That was a very impressive performance from FaZe there, but every other game, back and forth, back and forth. But I think something to just talk about and notice, by the way, that shot is absolutely filthy. Speaking about illegal websites, that might be on there. That shot from Lucid bottom middle. But there's the curb again, not for the first time getting involved. The little curb that could keep that odd ball on, man. But this run from Snakebite, Andy, right at the end of the game, this was the game changer. And that shot there, probably one of the most important that we did see, because that stopped that rotate, that chance to get around the corner for FaZe to close out. And speaking of closing out, it wasn't going to be them. It's Space Station, 3-1. They take it, and good news, everybody. We've got another little treat for you, because we've got Tommy with us, we've got Lucid joining us, and let me get this right. Space Station Gaming's Lucid. I'm going to have to get used to that. It's a whole thing for us this season. Don't worry about it. Good series for you guys, though. Seem to find a little bit of a flow towards the end of that.
Yeah, absolutely. Game 1 came out hot. Just played our game. I mean, that was like the biggest thing against Shopify, and there's a whole bunch of other things that we've been going through, talking about a whole bunch of stuff.
I bet you've had a lot of the laundry list, right?
Yeah.
Of
well, now is the time to talk about it, because we have a nice couch to talk about.
All that needs to be said is, like, let's just grab some weapons this series.
Yeah.
Like,
okay.
I was like, if there's anything to work on that's like so basic, it's like, let's get a snipe, let's get a camo, and
they help.
That helped a lot. I think even from our own standard, it's not where we want to be, but it was a lot better. I think we got to just play our game. We got to have a little bit of fun. Got to PJ got to sit tower. I got to hit some no scopes. Like just get the weapons in our hands, contest some camos, got some, and then just play our game. So.
I mean, what's the process been like? I want to talk about the online tournaments a little bit as well, because, you know, you haven't made it to where you want to be. You want to be winning everything. We know that from every team that's formed, right? How's it been to kind of get into those online tournaments? And, you know, LAN is what we always talk about that really matters, but what's it been like not quite getting to those finals, not quite being in that contention, even though you've had some really close series with the likes of, you know, SR and Optic?
That's kind of like the feeling of just being like right there. So, I mean, we're all super confident. It's frustrating. I think it's really frustrating to be so close so many times, or to have, I mean, we've had plenty of blown up, like just blowing something, like the last Slayer that we played in the last qualifier. But it's just the consistency aspect of it, just making sure that like something doesn't set us off. Like we had plenty of things go wrong in this series, and we stayed like a lot. We're not like freaking out even when we're losing past like a couple months or anything like that. It's just like keeping the mental right. Like we're just staying to the course and playing our game. Just making sure that we're staying steady. So it's been hard, but we're just gonna keep getting better. I mean, that's the one thing, like I'll just say it now, it's like every team, any people watching, like you guys watching now, it's like, just keep an eye on this.
It's early, right? It's early, man.
We're so close in so many, should be winning so many more, and we're just not. It's probably 50% of the time right now in terms of being on the same page. And that's not even, and we've talked so much, and we're going to keep doing that. Just be scared for what's going to happen whenever we tighten up.
I like that.
Now is the time to talk about it. This couch has got magical powers. I tell you what, it's awesome, dude. Let's talk about, you know, you're talking about the future, you're looking forward to the future. You know you've got work to do, right? That's a given. We know that. It feels like even in that series, we saw from game 1 to that final moments of that game, like you say, you're getting that weapon in your hand, you're starting to do some work, and it feels like things just started to click a little bit. Even when you're looking statistically, like it was one game, it was the bomb game. I think when you're looking like how things look, on, you know, you got Eco and Snakebite doing that, you're picking up a lot more kills, the assist a little bit down, but obviously they're picking up. Things just started to look right, as you would expect for an SSG who is playing well. Did it start to feel like that towards the end of the series? Like things just started to feel ever so slightly more natural?
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, that's how game 1 felt for us too. Like we felt like we were in control the entire time. I mean, I accidentally tossed the flag off the map. Like I haven't gotten a toss like that on that corner. We should have just 3-1'd them and like been done with that game 1. But game 2 was like a little shaky. Like it was fine back and forth, and then like we just lost a few fights, lost a camo or shock, and then it was just snowball after that. Game 3,
that was a grueler.
Game 3 we should have just I mean, we should have won 6-2 or 6-1 or something. But I mean, I think the feeling that I get from us is like it just keeps progressing. Like we're getting that building block progressing more and more and more, and it's making sure that when things go wrong, like we can still build ourselves back up right away. Because right now that's the biggest thing of like things go wrong, things can go very wrong. But minimizing that, because when things are going right for us, it's a thing of beauty, and it's like making sure that we have more of that and no nuclear moments, basically.
I mean, we had a great POV when you were alive with, I can't remember who exactly was with you. Actually, it might have been, let's see, it wouldn't have been Stellar, so I think it would have been, I think it would have been Eco. You guys are alive screens while Snakebite's alive back base in double overtime. You guys are sitting screens while the nades are at your feet. But I mean, we saw the pieces of the puzzle coming together perfectly. When you have a player, like you on screens and a player like PJ back base, the way that you guys baited and switched, the timing that you had of the drops, it felt like that was kind of a good. And then you have Stellar beaming across map, right, to help you. So it kind of felt like this good representation of what you guys are capable of when you're in this, like, okay, it's us two versus the world, and we have to drop and shoot at perfect times. I kind of felt like a good representation of what you could do when you guys are on all cylinders.
Yeah, and it's making sure that we can bring those moments out of ourselves consistently. And then I think one of the biggest things is, like I said, the non-nuclear moments comes down to chalking some plays. Like sometimes, like whether someone misses a shot, someone just messes up, gets backsmacked or something, it's like the whole team doesn't throw it all away. And we don't try to do that. It's just something that I think we're, in terms of the players that we are, I think we're just so down to like help, or like, I'm going to go run at this call out, or I'm going to help you, or do something. It's like sometimes you got to just be selfish.
Totally, especially in this era of the game. It feels like if you're that last alive, or if there's only 2 players alive, etc., and you decide, you have to be so intentional with flying in or not flying in, and maybe scrapping 11 more seconds of ball and eating that to maybe it feels like that's the era of the game that we're in.
Absolutely.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, Tommy, we'll let you go. A much improved performance that we've just seen there, and you've got some more Halo to play, so we'll let you get away and get warmed up for the next series. Thank you for joining us, dude. SSG's Lucid. Second time around, got that now. Sorry, dude, I didn't see that coming. That's on me. Let's take a look at the bracket then. SSG waiting for, of course, another team to fall down from that Shopify Rebellion versus Optic Gaming series that we have coming up next. That's going to be fun.
Dude, I got to say, first of all,
that's going to be fun.
I love that from Lucid.
Fierce.
I love that from Lucid because we've been watching this guy play for so many years. And I've even in casual conversation, right? I've sat down with him in, at tournaments and hotel lobbies and things and chatted with him. I'm not kidding, I've never heard him take that tone.
I agree.
About anything in the world, let alone professional Halo. So you could tell how much their gears have been churning on. When you have players of this veteran caliber, when they watch a game, they know exactly what they need to change, and it's probably frustrating that it's not changing at the speed they want it to. But I'm not kidding, that was exciting
to
hear from Lucid. This man's ready to prove some stuff. Just like World 2 was saying earlier, just like Bound was saying, to have this man that fired up in year 4 of a game when he was already, as we said, the poster boy for this game and one of the best players to ever play, that's exciting. I'm not going to lie. That was amazing.
Watch this space. I think the exact words, if I'm not mistaken. We'll jump into a break, though, but when we get back, of course, we have this amazing winners final coming up. We have Optic Gaming versus Shopify Rebellion, the two teams who've been going back and forth in the preseason before we get things underway, but now we get to see it on land. Don't go anywhere.
Party's over. You belong to me.
Satisfactory.
Special delivery. Betrayal.
Welcome back, everyone, to another HCS Top 10 clips. This time around, we're putting a bow on the entire season. It's the HCS A&D Power Plays Top 10 clips from all of 2024. All right, let's kick this top 10 for the 2024 season off the right way in Descendant's hands. Right now, he's going to be sliding out towards that shock rifle. Finds an easy kill as he picks it up. The quick scope for a double is nasty. He spots a third player bottom middle trying to get away with camo. You're going nowhere, son. And Descendant also spots the last player to grapple into him. A couple of bags and an overkill to his name. All right, number 9. We saw an overkill for the 10th. Can we get an overkill for the 9th? It's Looney on Forbidden, finding 2 easy kills to start this one off. The third player is going to be a gunfight. He has to win, does so, rewarded with the snipe. Now, Looney's going to play his life here just well enough to get the timing on a body shot for the overkill. Okay, so we got back-to-back overkills to kick this thing off. It's going to be Glory's triple kill from Argyle, if you remember this one. It's pretty special. The Irishman put himself on the map, made his name known with a couple of snipes here. As he transitions, the first and the second are clean, protects his flag carrier for the triple, and it's clean from Glory all year long. All right, number 7, Renegade is going to make an appearance here in the top 10, and rightfully so. Renegade is unbelievable when he catches fire. Catches the first 2 kills, not really looking at him. That grenade is perfect to get him the double. Spots his 3rd player, transitions perfectly, cuts out every route for the triple. He's knocked a no shield here from behind. What can Renegade give us? It's an overkill as he trades, and he says, I'll do it myself for FaZe Clan. At number 6, Ryan Noob from Complexity now making an appearance. HCS Arlington against Optic Gaming, shock rifle in hand and starting to hit shots. The first, the second, the third are so clean. You blink, you miss it. Ryan Noob making sure Optic Gaming know he's still here to play. At number 5, it's our 2nd European in the top 10. And it's SLG with shock rifle in hand. World Championship, and in World Championship form, SLG starting to take down members of Optic left, right, and center. The triple kill is clean. The overkill right in front of him wins the gunfight, and it's an overkill against Optic Gaming for SLG. At number 4, it's about time Optic started making their names known in the top 10, and they're going to start with Dead Zone. Patiently pops the overshield and picks the thrust back up. Pay attention to that. That's important. Picks up the first kill. It's perfect shots. Dead Zone giving us that all year long. The 2nd player not looking at him. 3rd player doesn't have a chance. The 4th player that thrusts sideways throws him off for a roller coaster and an overkill for Dead Zone. All right, number 3, Formal from the Green Wall. He said, enough of the clips against me. Let me show you something. To all the Green Wall fans out there, it starts with Dead Zone's point of view. You know how this goes. He's going to get a kill. He's going to be able to try to play his life back towers. Is going to get a melee onto this last player, and pay attention because that's important. Formal just picked up a triple in the feed. Formal just quick scope someone spawning green for an overkill. You spawn dummies, you're dead too. Formal finds a kill tag in the grand finals of a world championship. At number 2, it's Dead Zone with his 2nd clip in the top 10 for the 2024 season, and it's for good reason here. Formal's the perspective we're going to watch and kick this one off with. Does some damage to the player A plat. Dead Zone actually picks up that kill on the camo player. The 2nd player gets quick scope and he tries to transition that ball. The 3rd also going to do the same, a mistake. Jiggle peeking around this pole will get you an overkill as Dead Zone hits the perfect no scope, lines up the reticle, and makes a play. At number 1, it's Lucid from Optic Gaming, and probably the best clip I've ever seen at a tournament, and I've been going to Halo tournaments a long time. If you haven't seen this, you've been living under a rock. Mental starts off the clip by throwing off the snipe. Unfortunately for Mental and Shopify fans, Lucid's there to catch it. When he catches it, you already know something good's going to happen. He cleans up the first kill, the body. 2nd shot is perfect. This player back tower gets spotted, called out, and taken down. Lucid gets that bit of information right there that 4th player's flanking him. No scopes him perfectly with the lineup, the jump back. Everything is perfect, and Lucid puts this team on a highlight reel.
Set, start. Threat eliminated.
Want more Halo action? Subscribe to the Halo Esports channel for official HCS highlights, behind-the-scenes content, and player spotlights that take you closer to the pros. Stay in the loop with official updates, Halo Esports history, and our HCS and Community Top 10 series. Don't miss a second. Subscribe now.
We're keeping the games coming thick and fast today, everybody. Don't worry, we weren't away for long. We're back here in Texas. We're back here at the Kaysan Showdown, and we're back into the games, Andy. You've got a mouthful of taco.
I ate those tacos as fast as I could.
That was quick. That was quick. To be fair, we would rather bring you the games at home than have the opportunity for Andy to finish the taco. To everyone. I mean, we've got LVP in the building.
I was going to say shout out to the host with the most, Lottie Von Prague in the building.
Best in the game. Undisputed.
Hey, we're here too.
That's why. Because we weren't even looking at the camera.
We were looking over there. It was confusing.
We're not used to lots. Yeah. But we are back, and of course we now have to look forward to this series that we have in front of us, which I think everybody has their eyeballs on coming into this, as maybe the one that could be a real good indication of who might be going into the Arlington Major as the favorites for that first tournament. On one side, of course, on the left-hand side, you've got Shopify Rebellion, who looked so good earlier in their game that we saw against SSG. And then on the other side, the hand-picked formal roster of Optic Gaming, who have been in that final every single time in the build-up to the event, in the online formats that we have had. It's been these two who have been in that grand final.
It really has, and also a matchup that we might even get to see twice today if we're lucky.
One crazy stat as well, need to do a stat check on this, which is always risky to say. I'm pretty sure that in online games, they are 27 and 27 or something like that, which is like, even if it's one or two either way, that gives you a good indication of just how close these two teams have been online, which is just kind of nuts.
Right, and it's interesting because it felt that way, right? I think everyone's saying that these are your top 1-2. We've watched the games, we've seen how they've gone, but to even now know that statistically they have been that close in individual games as well, it says a lot about where we are. I think it's also, as we take a look at the top of Legends Head, one of the first times we've seen teams where, for a while in Infinite, there have been a 1-2, right? Or last season, it was the top 4 was completely up for grabs. Now you have kind of the same thing, but with a completely different dynamic and mix of players. It is pretty fantastic. But these two teams have emerged as the favorites, and it goes without saying, the winner here today by the end of the evening will not just have kind of the upper hand going in, but also I think the momentum. They'll be the most talked about. They'll have a lot of extra cash in their pocket, to be honest.
They will.
And they'll be pretty excited about Arlington, and they will then become the team to beat.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, #1 seed is held by this team on your screen right now. You got Last Shot, who, you know, we heard from earlier in that, you know, pick your opponent. It's just like, we're going to win. You'll see. Like, man of few words. Actually, not a man of few words. And of course, new HCS commentator Royal 2, who was amazing on the couch a little bit earlier.
It was awesome. Very impromptu as well, which was cool. Matt was just hanging out. I was like, can I hang out with you guys? We're like, yeah, actually, we have another headset. Come join us.
Please do.
And it was an amazing headset. Also great to get inside of his head, not only in the individual games, but I think, you know, we just talked about it before the break, but in case you haven't caught all of the interviews today, I think it is absolutely worth mentioning that everyone who's wondering if there is a renewed sense of high-stakes Halo to play for this season, it is even truer than I think we suspected, right? I think we were saying that there's probably going to be some of that, but now it's absolutely true, and you've heard it from the players' mouths themselves. Game #1 is a brand new game type, Neutral Bomb Fortress, for the first time on LAN.
Yeah, it's going to be good to see how this one plays out on LAN as well, and I think I just want to touch upon what you said there. It's just like this great new energy for a lot of players. It's really kind of, it gave me that feeling as well, you know what I mean? When you hear the players speaking about how this feels new, fresh, exciting for them, how they want to prove themselves, how everything in the past is kind of the past now, and everyone wants to prove that they are still the person to beat, the team to beat, whatever it might be. It just gives us this energy that I think everybody's kind of feeding off at the moment. And as we look ahead to Shopify Rebellion and Optic Gaming, and there's a couple of stories to talk about here, right? Shopify Rebellion, the team who were kind of, I think, when you're looking at the roster changes, everything that happened kind of was a happy accident almost. Apart from the Cycle and Last Shot signings that we said, it's like Royal 2 became available, Frosty became available. They came together and everything has just worked so well from them. On the other side, you've got Optic. And I think looking at this Optic lineup, looking at the work that went in to put these 4 players together, because there's a lot of work that had to go in for this to happen, right? To pull Renegade away from a phase lineup, that core 3 is always going to be tough. To pull Bound and Legend away from a world championship winning team. You know, that's the pull of the Green Wall, right? That's the pull that Optic has, and that's the pull that Formal has as a player with his history and everything that he has proven time and time again that he can achieve with rosters. And it's very interesting to see that now this 1-2 has kind of come together in the way, in the kind of dichotomy that the rosters were put together.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And I think when you look at, like we said, there's a really clear, it isn't always this way, but there's this really clear domino effect of how these rosters were formed. And as we said at the top of the show, this was really all up to Formal. And of course, the Optic Gaming organization unsurprisingly gave him free reign of who do you want to build this team around. It's the first ever year 4 for a Halo title. And let's not forget, Optic was on top of the world in this game. And for a very long time, they were the only team that we talked about. And now Formal has assembled this all-star roster to try to take the Halo World Championship this year. That's their single site, and of course, so far, looking very good.
But with that comes pressure, right? It comes a lot of pressure.
Yeah.
You know, when you have the pick of the litter, so to speak, who do you want to play with? And this is the team that's put together. Then if you don't go on and win championships, even like, you know, a curtain raiser like this.
Yeah.
If you come second, that was the whole thing of last year.
I mean, that's
right.
If
you get second again, it's like the one thing I think that Optic can't do this tournament is come second. Almost, it's like, you know, especially when they get to the Optic Major, they're going to have the Optic fans there. Of course, they always turn out in Arlington. They're always supporting their boys, but they need. I feel that in the season at some point, early in the season at some point, they need a win to prove that this roster was put together and can win.
Yeah, I do agree. I think I think people will give them maybe grace of the first 1 to 2 events, whether you want it, and it's up to everyone if they want to include this event in that or not. But I think they have a little bit of a grace period where people can use the term growing pains, and they can be right. I do agree that not only will the Optic fan base want to win early on, but I think the players themselves, as you were alluding to, they're just going to want this like confirmation, like, okay, yes, everything can click perfectly, and then they can go for the Halo World Championship. I do think it would be a long uphill battle and a long, long road for them to try to, like you said, do the second place thing again with still a Halo World Championship in sight. Now, luckily for them, they're not really showing indications that it could be like that, but that will be a goal of theirs.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they've shown that they can win tournaments already, even if it's online. You know, put whatever stock you want to do in that. They've shown that they can beat Shopify Rebellion. They've shown that they can beat everybody at this point, and I think it's just about putting together a run. And I think this is it's a real good test for both teams, because I feel like even though Shopify Rebellion are #1 seed going into Arlington, right? Even though they won the last couple of online tournaments, I feel like this. If they were to not come out on top in this series for whatever reason, I don't think it affects them so much. Whereas on the other side, I think if Shopify like beat Optic and they beat them pretty comfortably, or pretty handily, I think there's some questions like that will go through the minds of Optic players. They'll be like, "Oh, this is not how we expected it to go," and they're going to have to put some. We know that everyone's going to have to put work in. We heard Bound talking about rewiring the brain and getting used to playing with new players and all this kind of stuff. But it is those little ghosts that start to come back that you don't want to be there. You want to start on the positive foot, on the front foot, and really kind of solidify yourself as the team to beat as we head into our game #1 of our series. We got some neutral bomb. New game type, new map, Fortress. Let's see how it plays.
Hell yeah. The LAN debut for this game type. Excited to see exactly how this one goes down, especially like we said, there's a lot of different ways to run this bomb. There's a lot of different strategies in terms of how you play late game, how you manage the game, how you play repulse bomb, and able to just really manage the map. And it's going to be exciting to kick things off here. We are now underway with your winners final. It's Shopify Rebellion up against Optic Gaming. Game 1 is your debut of Neutral Bomb on Fortress.
And this is a match that everybody was looking forward to see. Enough of the online. Let's take it back to LAN. Let's get real. And let's see who is looking like the dominant force in the Halo Championship Series, heading towards that Optic Major in Arlington, the kickoff event of the HCS season. Legend's going to get that first overshield, and he's trying to hunt down some players.
Eventually, the overshield will be melted off, but still has a lot of shields with which to continue the battle on. Not too many kills early on here. Only 4 registered so far in the opening 40 seconds.
Royal 2 is going to find himself a sniper rifle. And that usually isn't good news for anyone to go up against. One team who is very good at this game type is going to be Shopify Rebellion. They seem to just find a way to get that bomb moving across into the courtyard, up that front jump. And they're very aggressive on the way that they do try and move forward. Royal 2 trying to be aggressive at the moment, playing on that sneaky area. Oh, Formal going to get a little bit of help on his way to picking up a double kill, and it's going to be Cycle who's left as last alive here. Formal gets that bomb back to bottom middle, and it's a reset on the map.
Yeah, it was 3 dead here. We'll see if they can flush out this last kill, but not going to be easy when you have the Arches spawners as well. So Cycle stays alive long enough for last shot to pick up that kill, and now we're going to see 1 dead across both sides of the map.
Royal 2 goes, I remember where I left that. I'm going to go back and collect it. That sniper rifle, you can see he was desperate to pick it up, but secures the kill before doing so. Just a smart play. Only the 1 bullet to play with, but with the advanced position that Frosty finds himself in, that could have been a big, big bullet hit.
Look at this play as well. Let's see how he plays the spiral. Knows he can get behind
him.
Nice little back whack comes in, and how special to hear Royal 2. I mean, of all the things I expected to hear, I did not expect Royal 2 to say, it feels like I'm an amateur again. I've got to prove myself. It's a brand new team. I mean, how special is that? Let's see what he could do now. 2 dead.
I'm telling you, man, it's the power of this couch. It has something in it. Everybody's down to have a chat. Everyone's excited for this season, and Cycle is going to get that first arm here for Shopify Rebellion. They will be up 1-0.
Overshield popping right now as well with an incoming bomb. See, Cycle going to try to make sure that he locks down continued damage here. Frosty will get the overshield as well.
How impressive has Frosty been, by the way? I mean, we've only seen the 1 series, but he was dominant in that series. And it feels almost like Sacrilegious to say the Frosty of old, but it's a comfortable Frosty. This is what he's always been able to do. We know that, and a triple kill, finally cleaning up his side of the map, means that now they can advance once again. That overshield paying dividends.
Feels like he's just having fun out here, right? You've seen a smile on his face tons of the time, just putting up enormous numbers, even bigger than numbers that we saw from him in previous seasons. Just cleaning up all the kills that he needs to. He's not done yet. Picks up another double kill on the back of the base.
And you know he wants his second triple, but instead he turns his attention towards that bomb, or certainly supporting the player who is going to be running that bomb in towards the Optic base. Optic is struggling in the moment. You can see another kill gets picked up at the overextend bottom middle. That's going to be legend. Then even though Formal is waiting for this sniper rifle, that bomb hasn't got to be too far away from that arm point.
Ooh, might even try to, looks like maybe try to combat evolve the snipe, at least off the spawn for a second. Unfortunately, the combat evolve does not really get it off of the archway. Instead, it stays there. So Formal is going to grab that sniper rifle. So a little bit more damage will be required on the map to push in.
More damage here from Frosty onto Bound, finds that kill himself, moves through the cave now towards Formal. He knows that Formal is the player who has that sniper rifle. And look at the confidence coming in from Frosty, challenges that even half shield, but Formal good enough to just hold him at bay.
By the way, I got to mention Shopify has exclusively, as you would expect, especially if you've been playing or watching. So bomb's now being armed. We'll see if they can continue here. Last shot is going to have to fight 2 battles. Cannot do it, so that bomb will be down. No one really in position there. So in the end, Royal 2 will be forced to retreat. But how well has Shopify controlled their opponent's BR? Which is obviously, if you've been playing or watching, that is what you need to do. You want to pinch him to elbow. You want to pinch him into those chokes, but they've done it so well so far.
Legend just trying to overextend. Not for the first time. We've seen him just trying to escape, it feels like, at the moment. Formal still with that sniper rifle in his hand. He'll be able to pick off Frosty, which gives him at least a little bit of room to maneuver. Overshield has come up. You hear it pop bottom middle. Question is, who's going to have it in their hands as Royal 2 just continues to patrol. And this time, Formal's going to get snuck up behind. That's more bullets to pick up. 2 more for Royal 2 to put to use.
This is actually, I'm going to take the last 2 bullets you have. 2 dead for the side of Optic. Bodies immediately on Renegade, which is going to buy them even more time. Just stays alive on the spiral. And like we said, controlling their bottom base, controlling their spiral, and controlling their BR in an obnoxious way so far.
Obviously just trying to escape at the moment. They've got this one down to A1 at the moment under the armory in the basement. Trying to move it up the back stairs. Formal's going to challenge, try and do some damage. Royal 2, once again, just outputting damage consistently at the moment. Still alive. It's a 2v2 with that bomb. Still in the basement. It's just such a difficult situation for Optic to just try and force their way out of, because they know they have to get that bomb away.
Legend was the only player alive, able to finally get taken down. He bought a little bit of time for the team, but that bomb is going to stay there. Cycle will also get the touch, and this is what I was talking about. The meta game of bomb management is very different than it is on Aqua, and they've just controlled the bomb entirely, kept it in their opponent's spiral throughout the entirety of it, and also controlled this actual area here around BR, A1, A2, and the spiral. And guess what? They're going to keep doing it. Even though they lose numbers, they maintain. By the way, they have kept Renegade to 2 and 13 in this game. A huge statement. How often do you say that?
And one thing that's really interesting from Shopify Rebellion here is they keep just throwing that bomb down on the basement side, which I think is blocking, maybe, or influencing alongside some Shopify players, spawns on the map where everybody is just constantly spawning over at the snipe side on the elbow in the cave, and Optic just can't get out on the map at the moment. They are really struggling. Finally, Cycle's going to move in to clean up some of this damage. Royal 2 keeps him alive, and surely this is an opportunity for them to get that bomb moving again.
I know they need to clean up Formal here. He was bottom tower. We'll see if they decide to go. Obviously, they're going to be not split spawns here, but probably now going to be spiral BR spawns, so they're going to have to rotate for the first time to focus their slaying elsewhere on the map.
I mean, this is punishing.
And they grab Snipe perfectly timed on the rotate.
Absolutely punishing from Shopify Rebellion at the moment. Bound's going to throw the bomb out, but he's going to find out that Frosty has an overshield. Another touch on the bomb keeps it alive. Royal 2 is going to be there to support. 2 players trapped on the spiral. Renegade takes damage. And you know as well that Cycle had that sniper rifle, who's going to be somewhere or other overlooking all of this damage that's being done.
The only way to describe just how decimating this is Renegade is 3 and 17. Don't know what else to say.
I mean this with all due respect to Optic and the talent that they have. It feels like Shopify are just playing with their food a little bit here.
Ooh, does not finish. Touch will come in, should be able. No, is it actually tossed out? Let's see. I think Formal was the last there. Yes, he is the last live. That bomb, see how sticky the bomb is? Take a look. They can get right back in the circle here.
This is an arm.
That's going to be it. Boom.
This is an arm. It's 2-0. And Shopify Rebellion are dominant in this game number 1 at the moment.
Objective incoming.
This is wild. I mean, they have not left. There has not been a moment, a single moment, in these nearly 7 minutes of play, as Last Shot stays alive as well, taking down Bound, where they have not had control of their opponent's base. This now might be the first time of the game.
I'm pretty sure the closest the bomb has been to the Shopify Rebellion base is when it spawned.
When it spawned, yes. It has not gone further than that, without a doubt. And Bound also tossed it a few inches outside the front of the base at one point, too, I saw. Now, we should say, with all that, Legend finally starting the arm. And actually, Lasso's getting pinched here. And this might be an amazing counter. 3 dead. Cycle's last player alive. They should get this finish here. Cycle's the only player alive on BR. They need to flush out this last kill and jump right on the arm.
Cycle been a nuisance though. He's going to try and contest at the last second. He's going to try and stick it. Can't get it though. Legend. Cycle with a big clutch play. Really good timing from him. But here comes Bound now. Trying to push forward. And Optic are trying to summon something here. Find a little bit of resilience. And they will get that first bomb arm. So the first time that the bomb gets in the Shopify base, it's going to be Optic who put that arm on the board. They will be down by just 1 now and hold the phone.
Wow, for real.
For as long as they've been dominant here, Shopify Rebellion, Optic are still in this.
Hold the phone. Please hold. Your call is very important to us, but let me tell you, this whole game just got flipped on its head. And if you're Shopify, you're trying to figure out how on earth we just let that happen, because now all of a sudden it's 2-1 when, take a look at how heavily they are outslaying. But just like that, Optic Gaming with an amazing counter, they turn everything around, and now with 4 minutes left, it's anyone's game.
2 dead for Optic. Cycle's going to throw that one out bottom middle. Legend is still being a nuisance though behind enemy lines. Finally, Frosty and Royal 2 will combine to take him out. Frosty with the repulse will get a beautiful angle onto Formal, and Royal 2 is there to clean it up. So Shopify Rebellion get that bomb back around the halfway mark, as finally they have a little bit of map to call their own.
And maybe even a second to breathe here for Optic Gaming after that first bomb. 2 dead for Shopify. Royal 2 still going straight to the spiral. They know they need to clear him out, but what a story this would be if Optic Gaming was able to even just send this game to overtime, let alone take the game.
Forward damaging, but even his numbers aren't looking good in this one. 10 and 20 for him.
Reset. Objective incoming.
Frosty cleans up Legend as he's playing a little bit of defensive work at the moment inside of his own base, looking across at top armory towards the bottom of ring, and the bomb is down. You can see Formal is still there. He's still been a little bit of a nuisance. Renegade has that snipe, and he's been spotted by Frosty, as Frosty has been spotted by Bound.
A snipe might have hit that frag. I'd have to watch that back. It looked, the body shot looked good, but it might have actually hit the frag, which is wild to think about. 2:55 left, so all of a sudden, Shopify realizing that the clock is going to be a very big factor here as they look to hold.
Sniper down here for Optic Gaming. Cycle comes out that situation with a trade, and Legend now finds himself as last alive. Overshield coming up as well, as Frosty finds Legend and sends him back to his teammates.
I gotta say, such an interesting story stat line here. The fact that Formal has maintained positive at 17 and 16 while the rest of the team is severely negative, it's just a very interesting statistical story. And they're gonna have to dig deep and try to find something in these last 2 minutes if they want to tie the game, but here comes the push.
Yeah, and look at this, it's so aggressive, it's over the top, it's straight from the front ramps. Renegade will survive for now. Last shot just couldn't connect with the big shots that he needed to. Royal 2 trying to follow up on this damage. I'll say, if there's not many players better than pinning you in your base when you've got like a static spawn than Royal 2. Just knows how to play these angles so well.
He's very happy to play this and just be as big of a nuisance as he can at the bottom tower elbow side, and also just working together. Nice cross map shooting there. And just pinning them back at their staircase as well as all the way back to their VR. Here comes the push that was 2 dead.
5 seconds until that bomb resets. I think they want to touch on it. Yep. And yes, indeed, Cycle is going to go for that touch. And not only that, he gets it almost all the way there. Legend will pick it up and throw it out. It's a clutch play from him. And with 1 minute 45 left, yes, he'll go down. But has that kept Optic in with an opportunity here of maybe finding a little bit of last second run of that bomb and tying this game up?
Bounds is going to advance it right away. Legend did very well to toss that bomb quite far out all the way into ring 1. And now they're going to have to drop and shoot here. They did have a man advantage for just a second, but now all 4 players are up. 1:26 left. This is Optic's last chance.
Bomb going to be down in the courtyard, but numbers not on their side. It's 2v4 as Royal 2 makes it a 4 versus 1. Renegade last alive. Cycle, he gets 5'd by Renegade, but you imagine the trade is going to be there, and every time you see an Optic player win an individual, it feels like it's traded out almost immediately.
Frost going to go with the classic window strategy for just a second. Maybe even hold elbow and hold.
1 minute remaining.
This bomb's getting thrown off.
Right on this edge.
Come and get it.
It's a really hard spot to nade as well, and to be honest, if you aren't aware that someone's there, look at this. This is just, like we said, when we talk about game management, that's what we mean. There are very crafty places. Crafty would probably be the kind way to put it, that you can keep the bomb on this map in the late game. 42 seconds left.
Formal gets an overshield. Formal picks up the bomb.
Can they get the first pick?
and moves his way forward. There is still time for Optic to do this, and Renegade has a sniper rifle. Legend picked up one. It's 2 dead here for Shopify. 3 dead here for Shopify. Bomb is on the arches, but it's moving in towards the base, and Formal still has a little bit of overshield.
You knew the tower damage was going to come in very, very thick and very, very fast here.
Big double
2
kill
dead
from
for
Optic.
Yeah, big. 2 dead for Optic Gaming, and I think they were... Oh, my word. Renegade not done yet. Somehow, he's 20 and 23 now. 7 seconds left. That bomb's going to sit in the court. Time will tick down. And Shopify Rebellion will take game number 1 in a wild, wild game number 1 between these two. They'll close it out 2-1, but not without its drama, not without its storylines, and quite an epic finish.
It's one of the strangest games I've watched in quite some time between 2 evenly matched teams. Because you think about the first half of that game, Optic couldn't move. Optic literally couldn't move.
Renegade was 3, I think we said 3 and 18.
3 and 18.
He ended the game, by the way, 20 and 24. I don't even know what to say about that. We don't even have time to break that one down.
That's crazy in itself. But I mean, it felt like Shopify were just like, you know what, we've got 1 bomb, we're gonna just kill you. We're just gonna really make a point here. We're gonna continually spawn kill you and really make you hurt here. And I think it was only when Optic finally managed to get out of their base, it was almost as if they finally got out of their base, they got back, and then they managed to get the arm themselves, and it was 2-1, and Shopify was like, well, maybe this isn't going to be as easy as we thought, and Optic just got a little bit of belief back.
Let's take a look at this, and keep an eye, by the way, the one thing you'll want to watch as we watch these replays, in addition to these fantastic plays, is also where we are and the kill leaderboards and the stats at different points in the game here. 3 minutes in, take a look. It's a huge slaying advantage already beginning for the side of Shopify Rebellion, and that only continued in a violent way, to be completely honest. Renegade starts the game off 1 and 6. Eventually, he's 2 and 10, and the stats are very opposite on the other side. At this point, like we said, Renegade was 3 and 16. But off of the second arm, somehow Optic Gaming came out of nowhere with a sneaky arm that almost was the difference. Here's the second arm for Shopify. They get that one clean off of the BR spawners. But it was a 2-man touch, and they continued to slay. They had 4 dead after the arm as well. In the end, Shopify clutches up, but I agree, a very, very strange game where I think Shopify has so much to be proud of, yet, in a very rare sense, so much to watch in the VOD of how they let that first arm slip through. How did they allow Renegade to then go on the tear that he went through to make up his stat line? This one, you have to think, maybe if Formal went off of Ring 2 face earlier instead of wrapping Bomb, right? It should, Bond, excuse me, not to be confused with Bomb. If he had instead gone Brick immediately and Porch while they were getting the Ring 1 kill, do they have a better luck with those tower spawners and elbow spawners? Maybe. I don't know. We'll have to see. And we know we'll see these two teams play that game time, maybe even again today, but certainly this season. Game number 1's in the books. Shopify takes it, but not without its drama.
Yeah, as I say, and a fascinating narrative on what happened from the first bullet to the last bullet on that one, but when it's all said and done and concluded, it is going to be Shopify who find themselves up 1-0. Now we move over to Slayer Recharge. And a chance maybe to tie the series up here for Optic, but with the way that Shopify was slaying in that previous game, and I think just in general shooting, it's important for Optic to get out to a good start here.
It really is, and I have to say, Optic Gaming, the fact that they were able to almost, and that's not the first time they would have done it today, bring that game back, really says a lot about their drive, and like we said, their late game clutch factor already appears to be at a wow, what a stick from last shot on Formal to force the burn on Camo.
Everyone just exploded.
Really nicely done, and Renegade wins a nice 1v1 against a former teammate. Eventually, he will be taken down 2 dead apiece.
Well, Cycle's probably thinking, what the heck is going on? Everyone's just dying the other side of the map. I'm going to get myself a shock rifle. A little bit of chain damage going to come in, and Frosty gladly cleans up both of those kills, and it's Shopify who get out to a 2-kill advantage with the camo being burnt. This shock rifle becomes even more influential in the game.
Let's see what Cycle could do. We've seen this man run circles around this map before, and no doubt looking to do the same thing again. Somehow stays alive with a very nice string of plays, and now doubles back to help out once again on C-Plat.
Can't quite connect with the headshot, but still comes out of it with a trade. I think sticky grenades might be the winning formula at the moment for a weapon that's doing that, or whatever. Weapon. Stefan is still a weapon. Doing the most damage so far.
Right up there with the small but mighty concrete curb.
Oh, that's not... Sorry, it's not up there. That's...
You're right.
Stands alone. Stands alone.
Disrespectful.
Stands alone.
The curb stands alone. 10-8 here in favor of Shopify Rebellion. So pick up the first few bound, doing everything he can to stay alive. But guess what? It's a plasma nade, and as we've learned from the opening moments of this game, you're not escaping that. Statistically, the outlier here, Royal 2, the first one to hit the 4-kill mark, 4 and 3, but still, of course, neck and neck here at the opening after just under 2 minutes of play. Next camo is up at 20.
Slender lead here for Shopify Rebellion, but like you mentioned, the camo is going to be the next point of contention here. 15 seconds as last shot moves down into the pit, and the entire game
this is big
comes to a standstill. And if you needed an indication of how much both teams respect each other, with the power-up coming up, with 8 players alive, seeing this standstill kind of summarizes
at 11 to 9, right? That standoff was as if we were at kind of like 38 to 38. The kind of the patience and the drama of that is quite noteworthy. 2 dead for Optic. That will now lead to another last shot camo.
My.
3 dead, might be 4 dead if they kill out Bound. Somehow Bound just walks in, gets 1 freebie, but won't get 2. But just like that, clear winner of that last hold, the rush and the camo is Shopify. They now go up by 7.
What a run this is from last shot, by the way. We see him pick up 2 kills, goes bottom middle, almost keeps his teammate in Cycle alive, gets that kill, still alive with the camo, now moves over, picks up that grapple just as it spawns as well. So with 2 players trapped at A, he's going to send it here. He knows there's damage to be done.
Finally gets taken down there. However, they do take out 2. It's an amazing control and a huge swing. Let's not forget, it was just a 2-kill game. Let's get into a listening with Shopify Rebellion.
Hey, we're wrapping. Nice, Brad.
C-Pan 2 shot.
Top right, kill me. Shock when you guys spawn. Do not let them get shot.
Hiding C-jump, so.
Don't pipes on me, 2 shot. Yo, I spawned batteries, batteries. Go shot. Turbine, 1 shot. Missing. There's 2 pipes. They're trapped in there. Guys. Balance out. Nice, missing. Bound spawn. Bound. Shock down top right. Somebody get the shit. Talk down top right. I got you.
Yo, Matt, they're all 4 spawning. All 4.
Yeah, all 4.
Matt, we can hit bottom mid.
Could be glass. Glass of Victor.
Sorry, bro. Yo, can we walk BR? Person.
Yo, they got the They're gonna hit Wyatt.
2 turret. Yo, tower weak, got me. One shot bound.
Trades are huge.
Bottom big lip, got me. Bottom big lip.
JC, bottom. I think what's bottom here. Yep. Alright, Wyatt's on shot, guys. Wyatt's on shot. Yep.
Yo, in tower, I have death cam. He's going blue. 2 towers.
Camo 3.
Pipe's getting shroud.
Hey, we got
ramp Chanel. Wait, we going balance.
Camo.
One balance, grapple. Grappler batteries.
Yeah, you guys R2.
Left right. Yo, one mid camo going. He's in the camo corner. Let's go with it. Absolute stacks with camo going Xbox. C-stairs. I think he's C-stairs.
Yeah, try to waste our time. Yo, you might spawn out. You guys might spawn out.
Yeah, spawn out.
Yeah. Good.
Yo, tell me.
Yo, camo C-stairs. I saw camo C-stairs. You might go blue pipes. I'll play for kickoff.
We got 2 mid right now. Play for trades. 2 mid right now going. Oh, we got C-Pan out. 3.
Yeah, come to me.
Yeah, I saw. He's on row. Yeah, just hit long.
I got a melee. Watch out. 3.
We
got 2 bucks out. Got 2 bucks out.
We got C-Box.
2 bucks out. They're like trapping this whole time.
Go.
Okay, glass me.
Glass me right now.
You're good. No, I have glass.
Glass went back. Kill Needler.
Gonna be long as well. No, turbine.
Well, Shopify still in the lead for now, up by 2. Optic Gaming making somewhat of a comeback here, Andy.
Yeah, a big one. I mean, you saw they were down about 21 to 12, so really big moves coming in from Optic to keep things together the way they have.
Looking across the stats at the moment, it's Renegade. After a slow start in that previous game, brought it back, and he's starting to find that fire again in this game, but it's going to be 3 dead for Optic Gaming. It's a 1v1 on the map at the moment. Legend of last shot as the last alive, but there's some fascinating stats to talk about. One I really want to talk about is the stats of Cycle. 11 assists at the moment. That's more than the rest, well, as many as the rest of his team combined.
Yeah, absolutely unbelievable. And Optic Gaming has done it. They've kept this game close somehow, despite what looked like a runaway lead at 36 to 33. Let's get into a listening with Optic, see if they can bring it back even further.
Needles here. Camera shot coming. 15. No, I'm in.
Let's not push goal. Let's push tower. Let's push tower.
Yeah, push tower. Someone can shoot on a tower, bro. I can
what's batteries? Turbine. What's tower?
Yo, grapple one. One jump on the mid. One jump on mid. Nice. One grapple. Camo's up now. Pretty.
You dropping Mangler. On camo. He's jumping mid-bridge. Roll 2 mid-bridge. Wait. Last guy. Bottom tower. Go in bottom mid.
Shock is up, guys.
Mangler.
Weak.
Could be on you, could be on you.
I chased
On Kim Frost right now, Kim Frost right now.
He didn't burn it. C plays. Long. I think Camel's still down, bro.
Can't help. Trying to contribute.
I think Camel's still down, guys.
Yeah, fuck one beer. Come on, fuck step back.
You went there,
Hold on. One's beer. Watch your punch now, watch your punch.
Yeah, watch my press. He's trying to get shot.
Just go.
He's trying to nade it. He's aiming belly.
Go in.
He's put batteries. No, 132. We're watching cross.
Put at me. He's Magno.
Ready.
Shoot up tower. Cross, look at my cross.
Hey, cat. I'm stuck.
My cross, man.
Okay, I died, bro. 2 cat.
Man, they're pushing. One shot to pick.
Well, 2 kills the difference between the two teams as we come out of the listening. It really is going right down to the wire here.
Yeah, down to the wire indeed. Renegade tries to grab that camo bats and right away gets lit up and punished for doing so, but still just a 1-kill game now. 45-44, Optic takes the lead.
Tied up again, 45-45. 5 kills to go. 2 dead on the side of Shopify Rebellion. Optic with all 4 up, and now Shopify with all 4 up as well. This game is going to slow down as Legend spots out 2 players and takes the damage from both as well.
And Mad Formal now holding Bat alone, as you see in the Pipes battle. Actually going to hold Bat for just a second. Last Shot picks up 1 kill though, bringing it 47-46.
Big kill kick from Last Shot. Just creates the opening. Frosty's going to try and open the map up as well by swinging in with this grapple. He knows there's some damage to play off of. Can he get the kill? He gets the trade, and that is good enough to put Shopify Rebellion 1 kill away now from going 2 up in this series.
No room for error here. Let's see if they try to wrap Hydro together. 49-47. They can afford to take this 2v1 if they think they have it. Here comes the push.
Just need the 1 kill. Formal has no shields. It's going to be Royal 2 who cleans it up, and Shopify Rebellion 2 to the good in the series with a 50-47 win here on Recharge.
Whew, man, Optic Gaming making things interesting yet again. That was, I mean, if you had to take a Slayer equivalent of game number 1, that was pretty close to it. Like we said, an absolutely huge 18-11 lead that became around a 21-12 lead for Shopify at the beginning of their listen-in. And then somehow when we come out of it, it's just a 2-kill game as Optic Gaming rallies back. So it feels like Optic Gaming is able to figure things out. In each and every moment, however, they start to kind of put themselves against a wall. They trail early, and they have to then make up for a deficit that when you're playing against Shopify becomes insurmountable. This one goes down to the wire as well, but it is once again very good composure coming in from Shopify Rebellion. They will close it out 50-47. And as we've seen indicated by events leading up to today, these two teams are neck and neck. And Shopify just closing out in the late game.
Very, very impressive stuff from Shopify again. You know, you're looking back on moments in that game, the little run that Last Shot went on. And again, it's Last Shot when we had that standoff, the 4v4 standoff right at the end. He's the player who gets the first pick, who creates the first opportunity for his team to move up the map. It really does feel like there's no one who's showing any signs of weakness individually on Shopify Rebellion.
24-15, by the way. As we said, these were a pretty big lead here, and it required pretty enormous efforts from Optic Gaming to bring this game back, and it feels like so much of their energy in this series has been spent on, okay, we just have to get back in this game after getting slaughtered, and it feels like there's just only, right, you're only going to have so much gas in the tank, so a few more things that they're going to want to figure out, and they're going to need to do it in game number 3 now, to make sure that they do not go down early by these huge deficits.
Yeah, I mean, remember, this is best of 5 as well, so if Shopify take this next one, then Optic will fall down to that lower bracket, and it's going to be Shopify Rebellion who will move on to that grand final to wait and see who will be joining them. King of the Hill Livefire going to be our next game. First time we've seen King of the Hill on the broadcast today.
And an opportunity for Optic to gain right back into this series, and like we said it earlier today as well, and we've said it now for a lot of the part, especially for the latter years and the recent years of Halo Infinite, all it comes down to is really a final push, and it goes without saying. In a 2-1 game of Neutral Bomb and a 50-47 Slayer, that was absolutely the case in this series as well. This is really the matchup that everyone has been waiting for to take place on LAN, and so far it's Shopify with late game composure. Optic Gaming needs to find a way to dig deep here in this live fire. Let's take a look at the qualifier bracket.
Yeah, this is the qualifier bracket. This is what we saw most recently in the build-up to, of course, the first major of the year in Arlington, Texas. And it's going to be, Rebellion, who took that second series in the grand final, after winning a little bit earlier on. And I mean, you're looking at it, it's so difficult to look at this bracket and like really decipher what's happening between the two teams, because it's like 3-0 Optic Gaming, and then it's 3-1 Rebellion. Like we mentioned online, it's been 27-27 in overall games, I think it was, and now we find ourselves really with the biggest chance to see these two teams go up against each other in the fairest of circumstances here on land. And it's looking like Rebellion at the moment. The games are close, don't get me wrong, the games are very close. 2-1 the first game, the second game, 3 kills between the two teams, but it's felt like the control of those two maps so far has been Rebellion's. Optic have been playing catch-up.
They really, really have. And it has felt like Shopify has not only gotten out to leads, but they have gotten out to like dominating leads that don't even look like they're playing an opponent at their caliber for moments, right? We just saw, once again, an over a 12-kill lead in the Slayer, and just a dominating game where I've never seen Renegade at a stat line of 3-17 in a game in my life. However, the game only ends 2-1. So like you said, Shopify really has been the team that has been dictating not only the pace of play, but exactly where we're playing on the map. The task here for Optic Gaming will be when they come out, make sure they're getting the first and/or second hills, right? Make sure they're staying in this. Do not allow themselves to go down 2 to hills, because even if they tie at late game, it feels like they haven't been able. It's been too little too late. So can Optic Gaming make sure they get back in this and get early points on the board? That's the question for them in game number 3.
Game number 3, as you can see, King of the Hill, live fire. We're going to be looking at a little bit of hill time. The first one going to be, of course, over at green, which usually favors the highest seed, who will play from the A side when we talk about strongholds in the garage. And yes, indeed, it is going to be Shopify Rebellion who are going to play from that side and look to secure early control of that hill. And I think it was Renegade who just snuck away with that sniper rifle bottom middle. Yes, indeed, there he is. He's the one who's going to have that pressure on him to hit big shots to break that initial hold that's going to be Shopify's.
Ooh, under heavy pressure from scoreboard for just a split second. Sees 3 players on the enemy team, and finally he is taken down. 2 players from Optic Gaming will fall, might be 3, but Mound makes sure to stay alive as long as he can. You would assume he'll be taken down shortly, but he has the help of Formal, which is going to keep him alive for just a second. And already quite a bit of hill time coming in here, about 60% on the board for Shopify as all this chaos happens bottom middle.
Now you're seeing the tools required to break this setup, though, in the hands of Optic Gaming.
Big trade.
You saw the sniper rifle, you saw the camo. It's Bound who now has that sniper rifle, but they're going to have to make a play very, very quickly on this hill. And Bound knows he's in a 2v1 scenario at the back of green. He's got to wait for help. He's got to try and survive. And even though I think he hit the body,
he did.
It is going to be Shopify Rebellion still who control the back of green and will be able to step back in that hill in a moment's time.
Bill kill from Frosty, by the way, on Pillar Door on Formal. That was huge. Trading there to make it only 1 player alive. Last shot on trading was absolutely huge. It's a very fast early hill coming in, and a huge heads-up play from Frosty to force a pivotal trade for that first one.
1-0 then, Shopify Rebellion. They get that green hill on their side. Legend and Renegade will pick up a few kills themselves. Last shot, a little bit of trigger discipline from there. Just didn't want to give away his position, but it's going to be Shopify who find themselves 4 dead, and this is the perfect response coming in here from Optic Gaming.
Yeah, we'll see. Formal doing a little bit of screen watching, as seeing exactly where the spawns are. Some nice peek shots going in on both cycle. Also going to have to try to force this nade. Knows he's weak and trying to bait maybe a little bit of a green push. Here it comes. Nice tell time already, though. First kill does come in. 2 will fall. This should be a break. However, a lot of points on the board for Optic already.
Over halfway done on this hill. With kills falling around them, Legend now is going to be under pressure, trying to stay alive as long as he can. Can't quite get that trade at the bottom of the tower as well. Renegade's trying to follow up on this damage, but there's a lot of players from Shopify Rebellion still to deal with. Reverse Christmas tree.
Whatever it's called.
Now officially called.
Doesn't make any logical sense here, but something that does has been Renegade's positioning here as he stays alive. Take a look. It looked like it was going to be, oh, that's not a frag. It was going to be a position. Unfortunate there. That spike actually does damage when he thought it was a frag.
About to score.
In the end now, Optic Gaming still holding. Frosty with a big camo play here. How does he play this?
I think he's got to try and get behind enemy lines here, but now the damage has been done, he can try and collapse himself. But there's a player back tower who gets that trade, but is there an opening? Can Shopify Rebellion break? Renegade picks up 2. It's a 1v1. Legend has to use the QT to get back in here. He wants to take this 1v1 with Frosty, who backs out smartly towards the dummies. He's going to be able to get some assistance from spawners now. A Legend eventually will win that fight.
Ooh, taken down as well by Royal 2 in the end. It's 1 dead apiece. Optic Gaming only needs a little bit of a hold here. However, it was 2 dead apiece. So this hill is not done just yet.
Took the hill.
Huge plays earlier from Renegade to stay alive, bottom middle, and able to re-challenge from top mid and from cuts. That's what's given Optic Gaming the real good chance here on this second hill. We'll see if they can close.
Last shot just trying to bait out some more sniper bullets, and he's doing a really good job of it. 4 in the chamber still to play with here for Formal.
Here comes the push. They know they got to go now. They really only have 1 to 2 max pushes on this hill if the hill continues being controlled.
I mean, this is the kind of hill that can really make or break a series for Optic, right? If they lose this one, having been so close.
They're baiting. Shopify not playing hill just yet. 2 dead. Here
really
comes the
could
push.
break. And this is a big moment here for Formal. Moves in with the sniper rifle in his hands. 3 bullets still to play with. Cycle still being a nuisance. Legend will deal with him. It's 2 dead for Shopify. And it becomes a 2v2 very quickly as Optic will finally break. They will convert that hill, and I think that's a big moment for Optic. Think about what goes through their minds if they lose that one, having been so close to closing it out.
Absolutely. Like we said, they needed to get either the first or the second, preferably both, but in the end, they'll take that. They trade out the first 2 hills, and they are right alongside Shopify in this game. Ooh, nice job. World 2 hits the shot with barely any time window to do so. Just like that, he's 7-7-7 in this one. 3 lucky 7s across the board, and we'll see if he can continue to rank up that number.
This is a couple of body shots that normally Royal 2 would hit. As last shot goes back up the chimney himself with that repulse. Legend of Renegade were waiting for him though, and Cycle finds himself as last alive.
Explodes.
Spring explodes. The guy. He was trying to slide it in on him at A. Camo's coming up in a few moments, but it's Shopify with control of Optic with control of this hill.
Yeah, World 2 was your first spawner. He's bottom mid, and just take a look already at the scoreboard on your 3rd hill. It's going to be clean, especially. However, first 2 kills do come in. World 2 now just going to look to flush out the window as well. Should be able to do so. That was 3 dead. 4th kills on the scoreboard. They should be able to even maybe on this hole to close out the 3rd hill.
Legend and Bound are the only ones alive, and Legend I think is the furthest up on the map, and you can see on the overhead that he's already only halfway up the map, and it looks indeed like they're going to give this one up. They're going to play for this mud hill, so it's Shopify Rebellion who locked down the garage, and now it's going to be up to Optic, who have played for this rotation towards the next hill to hold down this mud.
Yeah, it was a bit too easy there as Optic Gaming lets that one go. In the end, they know they had to give up the final moments of the hill, but let way too much time go on the board earlier. Frosty's the first to fall. However, those kills will be traded out. Royal 2 knows he needs to stay alive top tower here.
Renegade going to try and flush him out. Renegade will do exactly that. It's 3 dead for Shopify Rebellion, and it looks like that decision to give up the final push and play for the new hill is the correct one here for Optic, as they're looking pretty good. Sniper rifle coming up as well. Bound's going to grab that. And with Frosty already in the death screen, Bound now takes control of this tower, and with so many angles to play with, Bound can have some fun.
Yeah, especially if they get first pick again. Legend does fall though, so a 4v3 momentarily. They need to answer this back, and especially either a body shot or especially a headshot would be a big difference maker here. Needs to hold tower if he can. Right now, likely going to just try to get a pick, and at best, just hold back tower. Oh my God, gets the pick he needed. Might even get 2. Oh, the QT.
It saved everyone's blushes, I think, the QT.
Yep.
Bound now steps inside of the hill and looks towards Big Door as Shopify Rebellion have 2 dead, and they are respawning over towards A in the scoreboard. This is an Optic hill.
What a play from Bound. Last player alive and somehow hits the shot. He had no business winning that 1v2 scenario. Takes out a player on Nest. And just like that, stays alive long enough for the team to push there. We are tied at 2-2. Optic Gaming making sure they take that 4th hill.
And they still have tower control here and still have bullets in that sniper rifle. Bound hasn't had to really use a lot of ammunition in this hold. A lot of Optic players have been doing a lot of work in the last few minutes, and with 2 minutes left on the game clock and the game tied up at 2-2, there's plenty of time for Optic and Bound to still go to work.
Bound just checking Nest. Might not have been aware the last shot was there, but he still has a feeling. Spidey sense is tingling, and that kill will come, and that will give them the first pick, maybe even a second. It's the no-scope when he needed 2. 3 dead again. Psycho's the last player alive here. Formal gonna go ahead, jump right in for a second, try to find this last kill. First, he wants to snipe though. Body shot hits, but kills being exchanged. It was 2 dead for a second for Optic Gaming. Not over just yet. Big camo. Can last shot get in? Let's see if he can disrupt this.
We've seen how camos have made or break.
They're gonna give it
games and moments. Shopify, they've got him out of hill. And last shot now is just trying to clear the tower. That repulse is big. It sends Legend away, but most importantly, keeps him alive without trading. And Optic have not won this hill quite yet.
I think it's the curb that kept his heels on there, actually, if we take a look at the replay.
Back.
He's back. Last shot now with the camo, and what a set of plays. However, like you said, Optic Gaming only a toe away from closing out this hill. And finally, it should be moments away. They will get it. Optic Gaming will go into the lead for the first time this game at 3-2. 1:36 left on the clock.
Now, how do Optic play this? Do they play time? Do they try and close this one out? 1 minute 30 left is kind of an awkward amount of time to try and think around that decision.
Almost.
Frosty Still at the back of green. Legend is going to chase him down. Frosty trying to be an absolute nuisance. Legend trying to do exactly the same move himself. It's 2 dead for Optic. Renegade with a big win though. Makes this a 2v2. But control of green is in the hands of Shopify Rebellion. And for Optic fans and Optic players, that's where the hill is, and that is not good news.
This is going to be dicey. Last shot is down though, so let's see if Optic Gaming tries to push the man advantage right away. Not just yet. They're actually going to wrap C here and cut into C cuts wrap, as well as now a big door delayed push.
Legend finds one, and so does Renegade, so numbers starting to favor the side of Shopify Rebellion. Royal 2 is just buying time, just being a nuisance.
Oh,
Renegade gets sent off! The timing, as Royal 2 just waited for him to line up. As Formal hits the body now.
Big 1v1.
As Shopify Rebellion find themselves 2 dead here.
Frosty wins essentially the ability to stay alive in the back and continue scoring. Formal though still alive on Nest Bridge. All 8 players up. Watch for the pick.
Shopify are trying to win this one. They want to win this hill. They've got over 2/3 of it done. Formal has to get aggressive. He has to try and hit some bodies, but Cycle is there with a double kill that shuts down this push. Last shot's going to move up and grab this sniper rifle as well. And with 50 seconds or so left in this game, Shopify might be about to tie this one up at 3-3.
And they do now, tied 3-3, 50 seconds left. And everything to play for. This has been a back and forth game. Neither team leading by more than 1 hill at any time in the game.
Back to the tower then. Shopify repeat what happened on that first hill. That's 2 green hills that went their way. It was Optic who won this one, but Shopify did make it tough for them. Royal 2 with this camo could be the game changer though. 30 seconds or so left on this game clock. Shopify again, stepping in this hill. They want to really keep Optic at bay here. Really want to put the pressure on them.
30 seconds remaining.
Camo disappears as Renegade now baits him out, and the help comes in from Formal.
Just at the wrong time. Gets exposed and absolutely gets annihilated from the nest angle. And just like that, it's 2 dead for the side of Shopify, and Optic Gaming will now look to hold here.
Haven't seen that sniper rifle in the last few moments. That's not available on the map for either team to really put to use. It's all about those bandits. It's all about the likes of Legend staying alive on the tower. Frosty took a little bit of damage, if I'm not mistaken, from that grenade. Gets his shields back though. There's going to be a flank coming in. Legend trying to do what he can to stay alive. Forces one away. Bound to find one. Legend sends Royal 2 off the map.
3 dead.
With 3 dead, now Optic will step inside of this hill. It's a great life from Legend.
Oh, and it's 4 dead as well. And it's a delayed death from Cycle. That means they're going to be spawning all not together and all one at a time here. Finally, you're going to have 3 up. They're going to have to wait for Cycle off to push. And let's see, can Optic Gaming hold? And maybe in regulation.
Last shot gets the first pick though. When that last happened, there was the Slayer game that ended up going the way of Shopify Rebellion. Renegade flies down. It's 2 dead here for Optic. Legend will find another one. Frosty going to be challenging him. Back tower. It's another big double kill that turns into a killing spree in the late game here for Legend.
Big kill from Royal 2. Can Royal 2? No, he cannot stay alive. Bound makes sure to clear it out. That's 3 dead here. And of course, we are well into overtime. Now only seconds away from closing it out.
This is going to be Optic's hill by the looks of things. It's one more push. At the back of the tower, Cycle somehow almost managed to make some magic happen, but it's not going to. And Optic will answer back here with a 4-3 win on Livefire King of the Hill. That was a good game, man. That was back and forth the entire time.
Unbelievable, and so happy to see it. It feels like with the way these two teams are playing, it feels like it's warranted that we get more games in this series, right? With the way that these two teams have been neck and neck, with the way the games have gone for Optic Gaming, either leading or coming so close to getting back in the lead. It feels like it's only fitting that we get to see more games out of these two in the winner's final. 4-3 is your final score in favor of Optic Gaming after trailing essentially throughout the entire game, only taking the lead at the 3 hill mark. Taking a look at some of the stats from that game.
Looking across the board, there's no real standout, so to speak. When you look at the stats, it's just heavy lifting from everybody, right? Everybody's doing the work, and you're looking across damage. I mean, the damage stats summarize everything, right? Everybody, Formal with the least damage in the lobby, but everybody over 5k, nobody breaking 7k. It's pretty consistent across the board. We'll take a look at some of the highlights from that first game. First hill from that, last game is going to be the first hill that went the way of Shopify Rebellion. The second hill, Optic managed to answer back on that tower side. This name from Cycle, by the way. Like,
I've never seen Bound explode faster.
Or further.
An absolute carnage, a bloodbath there. I think we were hoping at the key that, like we said, we suspected it was all about Optic Gaming never letting themselves, by the way, this from Bound as well, just making things happen, and eventually somehow even stays alive in this entire sequence.
Cycle's like, I'm not doing this.
Yeah, that's not a battle he was interested in taking, but bound once again on the same exact angle. And the key for Optic Gaming, as we said, was to not find themselves down by 2 where they have to pull off miracle plays, which, by the way, they're capable of. Great little no-scope there on the cuts. If the only body is there, there's a chance that trade does not happen. But it was really all about simply making sure they stayed in the game. And if they're able to do that, they could find themselves even sending this series even further.
So game 4 now looms. This final life from Legend, by the way, it's very similar to what we saw from Snakebite a little bit earlier in those big moments. Staying alive in tower, it's not about picking up kills initially. It's about dealing damage. It's about survivability. And the kills eventually, if you capitalize on damage from teammates and callouts from teammates, will come to you. This is how the series looks now as we head towards Oddball on Streets. First time we're going to see Streets in the tournament.
It really is, yeah. Going to be fantastic to have a little bit of Streets matchup to decide it. And I tell you what, it's a perfect kind of setting here, as Optic Gaming is going to have to play very fast-paced Halo on Oddball Streets and make sure they do whatever they can to send this to a game number 5. But as you say, the first thing they'll need to do is an Oddball Streets. And it's amazing, by the way. I think we expected it based off of not only the rosters themselves, but online as well. Just that the games would be this close, but they have indeed been this close, right? It's always been 1 flag, 1 bomb, 3 kills that have been deciding these games.
So Optic back into the series, and I think just a little bit of maybe a confidence boost for them as well with the way that the first 2 games went. And now we're going to have to see what Shopify are made of. A little bit of pressure being put back onto their side of the stage that you can see in front of you. As now we get to play a little bit of Oddball. Like I mentioned the first time that we've seen Streets. Oddball looked pretty good for both teams so far, though. A little bit of a close one for Optic against FaZe, but we saw how good FaZe played in that series. Shopify very dominant in the game that we saw them against SSG a little bit earlier. But dominance is a phrase I don't think you're going to hear too many times this season when we see these 2 teams going up against each other. It's game number 4. It's going to be Streets Oddball.
It really does feel like, once again, somehow, even when you have shuffled the roster so much this way, as we take a look at the opening rush, that the games are still just as close, even closer than they were last season so far, and even a lot more Halo to play today. Renegade tries to play the angle on Cycle and gets away with it.
That is disgusting for Renegade, not missing a bullet. Cycle, you were expecting at some point just to clean that up, but there must have been some sort of crazy strafe going on from Renegade, because that was the wiggles of all wiggles from him, and now he's looking to do it to Cycle again. Cycle doesn't want to see Renegade again. He's had enough.
Renegade, by the way, doesn't even really go for the 3 with the red gun. He just pummels him in the chest until he died. Beautifully done, and might even get away with his life here. Yes, he does. Gonna have to wait for help here. Royal 2 with the camo in play.
Now Renegade finds himself as last alive, and he's going to go down as well. So last shot by picking up that final kill. Allows Shopify Rebellion to get their hands on the Oddball and move it back to Tram for the first time. Look at Royal 2. He's so annoying.
Knows his way around the ferns.
In-game.
They call him the botanist.
Not to be confused with ex-European Halo French player, Botanist.
Botanist, yeah. Actually, that could cause a lot of confusion. You're right. Only a few points on the board apiece here. 2 dead for the side of Shopify, so Cycle knows he needs to play it slowly and focus on these pivs over at B stairs. Just going to slow down, wait for his teammates.
I'll do the ball in their hands for now. 20 points will go their way. By the way, those shots from Cycle, like, we get to that point now where people know angles so well that even a head glitch isn't going to be good enough to, like, really give you much of an advantage against a player like Cycle in those individual fights. Just hits 3, even though it's only the top of the forehead that he's got to aim at. It's a really good hold, though, from Optic. They've had this ball back at Tram for quite some time. Camo going to be the point of contention, which will force Optic to move up the map a little bit. But instead, they're just going to give this one up and allow Shopify and Last Shot to make a play off the back of it.
Yeah, it's a very nice shroud, and there's no way, even if you have angles from C stairs as well as bottom C, that you're going to be able to shut down that grab with the shroud. It's a really nice job. Look at Last Shot as well. Probably wanted to go back, but instead going to clean up this kill wisely. He also tosses the ball look into C while still staying engaged and taking full advantage of this camo. We'll see if they can get right back in this.
2 players here from Optic. Love this play from Last Shot, though. He just felt like something wasn't quite right there. Tried to back out. Tried to play his life. The fact that Formal isn't looking for a trade in that situation usually means that there's a little bit of help around the corner, but it's going to be Frosty who's looking for a beat down. He pummels Renegade into the ground for that double kill. Formal now looking to hold off the push from the pink street and move towards Royal 2 as that ball.
Nice little nade on the bottom trend player. That is not the easiest nade from Laundry to hit that skip onto that bottom C angle, but in the end he does. It was 3 dead for Optic. Legend was the last player alive, which will mean more time on the board here for Shopify. It's a momentary 2v2.
Shopify trying to just chip away at this lead that Optic have at the moment. They're doing a pretty good job. 13 points between the two teams.
You can tell Cycle knows he might need to think about, it's kind of transitional right now. He knows he doesn't have the traditional support that you would have over at Tram, so a really nice, and even kind of, I'm not sure if that was intentional, but baits the ball by getting a double kill. Might even now be a triple. Look at this play from Cycle, is unbelievable there. Baits it with a kind of almost fakes a neon rotate, but in the end, just drops ball out front, which allows him to get very creative with the angles. They did not expect him to be on back Tram, and just like that, they now go into the lead.
They go into a lead indeed, and as they do so, let's jump into a listen-in with Shopify Rebellion and see how the comms are as they do take the lead.
Come on,
No, back IV, middle. Back IV still.
Watch out, back.
Two, one guy middle, close on you. Watch back IV. He's still back IV, Brad, just sitting on the plants, running up top IV right now, grab the ball. I'm trying to kill him. All guy by himself and nothing in C.
Two box.
Top IV, Brad. Top IV right now is on the...
Yeah, there's one close. We got B-step, I got shot. B-steps, I hear.
I'm looking B1. Two on me. Yeah,
There's one more here. Don't touch it.
I don't know, Mando.
Enemy has the ball.
I'm going driveway.
Camo's out 5. Camo's on 5.
Okay, Mando right now. One guy driveway. Mando's one in. Both Mando now.
These one purple.
Yeah, that's it. Trash. Two trash. One trash. One more trash. Nice. One's under John. He might be high. Probably.
I'm dead.
I play front. You're gonna... Drop 3 shot.
Back. On you weak. Harry Potter. Two mid.
I got one guy B-step. Mid China right now going for C. Trying to B-step right now. Ball read. 2B row. One's going tires right now. Tires and Stalker going back to A. 2 tires. Tires, they Stalker at A. We need a Dame off the Stalker guy. He's gonna push you. He's gonna push you. 2 cafe. I have a green deck. 2 cafe. One guy tires right now to tires. Tires with Stalker. One guy tires right now. One guy heaven and Legion.
Tires weak.
Just aim the ball guy.
Tires one shot. Absolute tires. And then PD. Tires one shot.
Here. Still PD.
Yeah, watch your back here. Look at charge, guys. Yeah, Formal's gonna spawn out. Back A now. Back A, Formal. That's Formal. Agent is all.
Agent weak. One guy tires on you. Tires in cafe. Tires with Stalker. Agent still absolute Agent. Agent cafe. Still absolute cafe.
Tires weak. Legend.
Still one cafe.
Alright, camo 10. Don't really have time.
2 seconds on me.
Okay. Cafe. Yeah, we have a lot of time. Camo 5. One. Nice, good kill, dude. They stay alive.
So as we leave the Shopify side, it's been all Optic ever since. 88 points on the board for them, getting very, very close to closing out this round.
Yeah, and it really feels like Optic Gaming, like we said, their resilience here, and not only in late game, but in late series, seems to be really prevalent and on the board here. But Cycle wants to shut that down with the camo. They pick up one that's 2 dead and a man advantage. We'll see if they can continue holding.
Yeah, a few times today we've seen between the two teams that have been on our screens. It's like it feels like a round is coming to an end, and then there's a little twist that makes it very, very competitive in those final moments. And Shopify are looking to do exactly that once more. Shopify have the ball in their hands. Trade comes in again from Cycle in a situation where his camo disappears. Legend will trade it out. And now you're going to see Optic maybe with the chance to close this out in and around the red room.
Yeah, Cycle at least would have wanted to trade there on the window, but instead unable to do so. That's going to be the final hold here coming in from Optic Gaming on the driveway. The pressure will not be able to come in time, and they will take round number 1. And as the series goes on, Mark, it's a lot. It feels like the longer they play, regardless of if we're talking about specifically within a game type or within a series, it feels like this Optic Gaming roster, the more Halo time on the board, the less you should like the chances of their opponents. They take the first round. They want to force a game 5.
If I could put money on last shot, getting first bloods in games, like leading a tournament for that, I think I'd be a rich man. Because he is just every single time that we see an opening break, a standoff situation, I swear he is always the one who gets that first pick, and it was exactly the same off of the break here. It should allow him to move in and get the camo. There's the Shroud again. Perfect teamwork and communication.
Unbelievable. I mean, that is a luxury. To be shrouded as you're about to start engaging is incredibly Great timing coming in there from the side of Shopify Rebellion. They're right back in this game now with a 20-point lead early on.
Last shot's playing this so well as well.
Renegade
see him?
He saw
him. He saw
something.
He's like, wait, something's not right about this. This corner looks different.
I do love how at benches it was a legitimate double take from Renegade. He goes, wait a second.
Wait.
Someone's
He was
here.
right. He was right. That's one thing that we can say.
You know he would have been going nuts in the comms without a doubt, saying someone is here, and guess what? Not even a single kill out of that camo.
Something's not right, dude.
I can feel it.
Bound versus last shot. Last shot wins that one and gets the ball back to Tower as well, as Optic will find themselves 2 dead. Royal 2 now on a flank of the last 2 players alive. Should be able to deal with them. There's one. Did they just spawn PD? They did spawn PD.
Unbelievable. Now Royal 2's going to have to fight even more players than he originally budgeted against. But he says, no problem, we can do that as well.
They got 3 dead anyway.
Yeah.
So it looks like they accounted for it somehow, or it at least worked out.
Bound's also a late kill, so this is going to be staggered. This should be good amount of time here for Shopify. And if they get this opening damage as well, they have also look at the red room angle. So this is important. We'll see if last shot can hold. He's not able to because he's kind of left on his own.
Look at that jiggle from Royal 2.
Wild.
In his own words, it's good to jiggle.
He says you can still jiggle.
You can still jiggle.
People thought it was kind of a prohibition-esque ban on the jiggles. Jiggling still encouraged. Ooh, almost takes down Renegade as well. Keep an eye on bottom mid, though. Let's see what happened to that camo.
40 points on the board already, 41 points. I'm underselling them for Shopify Rebellion.
It was not burned. Was not burned.
Picks up a double, and that allows the last shot, like you say, to pick up that camo that was not burned, and he knows exactly where those spawns are coming in.
Oh.
Renegade knows there's something wrong with that door. As he sees, not just the door. Everywhere he looks at the moment, what is this good camo again?
Frowned upon in most societies to sit outside the police station in such a matter, but Frosty going to be your last player alive, and they're going to be able to hold. And just like that, Optic Gaming on the board for the first time. And it seems to be the story that Optic Gaming, a little bit of a slow start in the game, but once they find the footing, oh my, they know how to run with it.
Pretty sure that Legend just got hit with a frag grenade, a stalker,
and a laser
bolt, and a bandit bullet. Yeah. And it looked like that. It looked like
a laser.
Yeah, you deserve to die if that happens. Formal now with that Stalker rifle going to be challenging. Royal 2 can't connect with the headshot, but backs up smartly enough to allow Cycle to have that angle. And the bait and switching and Shopify Rebellion is something that I really have enjoyed as well. It's talk about that natural synergy.
Beautiful.
Cycle and Royal 2, I feel like, are really starting to be a duo here in the way that they play the game and they see the game.
I really like that. Like you said, that was definitely an I got you, man moment. Just drops the ball, gets the shot in, keeps each other alive, then Cycle just drop slides away. Now allows World 2 to take ridiculous angles and flanks like this that you're seeing on your screen right now.
Doesn't just jiggle.
Trying to rotate as well.
Not just a jiggler. He's got more of that.
Wiggler as well.
More in his armory where that came from. Cycle now. 1v1 with Bound. Bound is going to win that one. Shopify Rebellion find themselves 2 dead. Camo coming up, and you get the feeling that Optic need to start picking these up. Most of this round, they have been controlled by Shopify.
It's once again, the last time we saw Shopify playing ball was the first series of the day, and I want to point out the way that they were able to have those transitional holds was really fantastic. The way they're able to, once again, as Royal 2 goes front C, and they immediately go to a transitional purple hold. And you saw that they, even if they got the kills that they needed around C, they would have continued to hold. But guess what? It also acts as a play ball now, and they're not losing time on the board.
Well, Bound has got the camo, and Optic need to start formulating some sort of comeback in this round. Let's jump into a listen in and hear what the comms are like.
Purple, Frosty, purple, Frosty, watch out. Clear done.
Ready. Am I bottom A? Watch out bottom A.
Watch agent, Frosty. Cafe, one check Frosty.
BJ, one of the BJ.
BJ, no, I got naded. He's weak agent.
He's 18 much hurt.
Balls alone. Really come ball down. Really come ball. They're gonna be close, you guys, close. One shot BJ. Roll 2, one shot Roll 2 shot BJ. Roll 2 shot BJ. He's back in now, Roll 2.
One shot, 2PD weak as fuck,
One's back on.
Go back in.
One shot back PD Frosty.
Top A.
Bottom PD Frosty.
Bottom me, what's your bet?
Went out laundry tank.
Every crossband you can see. Every crossband.
So watch right good.
Fuck. Bottom C. He's back heavy, 2 shot.
Good, John.
Nice, Bound.
Red. Okay, what's up?
Coming benches, one shot benches.
One.
2B. Let's get B's. Let's still get PD on you.
Very super. PD, tires, cycle.
PD. Above. Watch out. Watch agent.
Let's see one still.
Two. Agent. Two agent.
One shot, last shot, soccer. One shot on ball.
Watch out, Cafe.
Cafe is one. One more agent down. Cafe down. Kill the team.
I couldn't.
Optic starts to lose a few players here as we come out of the listening, but there has been some sort of a comeback, but with the ball in the hands of Frosty now and Shopify Rebellion, this could be the final 2 moments. A couple of players desperately trying to chase him down, but this should be enough time. Bought by Frosty. No, yes! He does get that final second, and it's going to be tied up at 1-1.
All right, now, once again, how fitting that we would go to a third round. It feels like you already knew that we were going to get a guaranteed round number 3 between these two teams, and once again, Optic Gaming with their backs against the walls yet again. And now only 1 round away, potentially, from letting Shop... Oh, nades actually colliding on Driveway. You don't see that every day. A Plasma colliding with a frag, and in the end, no kills exchanged just yet. Royal 2's the first to fall, and last shot as well.
Frost does get away with the Stalker rifle, but he's going to be one of the last 2 players alive. Can't finish off Bound as well, and Legend takes down Cycle, so Bound will survive for a few moments at least. Frosty chases him down, but there's the help. Bound being a nuisance, Frosty decides, I'm going to keep this Stalker rifle in my hands instead.
Frosty's like, I wish I hadn't done any of this, actually. I didn't want to be involved in any of that. Bound somehow stays alive twice. First on his own effort, and then with some great help from teammates as well. Finally, Frosty picks up the kill.
Snaps onto Legend as well. Hits 2 shots while no shield.
Beautiful.
That's the kind of play, again, it's like you have no right to do that. That is a game-changing play, a situation-changing play from Frosty. Even though it's not kills, that damage converts into Cycle, being able to move in, get a camo, and a flank now onto the last 2 players of Optic who are moving through the cafe.
Oh, he thought he looked away. We've all done it. He looked away. He knew the player was there, though. You could tell by the way he was angling on the pillar. Unfortunate for him that he looks away. Might have gotten away with a melee as well. Ends with trade damage. It's 3 dead. Cycle was your last player alive. Looks like he's going to actually be a first spawner on purple.
Former with the ball in his hands. 26 and 21 for Former at the moment, and about to, by the looks of things, go into the lead with an objective time as well. Legend is that player at the moment who holds that down with 49 points, but Former overtakes him now.
Ball dropped.
Ball in and around PD. Renegade avoids that grenade just enough to get the shots onto last shot. Cycle should be taken down as well. It's going to be Legend who gets that kill. That's 3. That's 4. All players from Shopify Rebellion will fall, and Optic looking very, very good in this final round of Oddball.
Game 5.
Wait a minute, let me try that again. For some reason, I was considering that I do music. I was so out of time with you, I'm disgusted with myself.
No, don't worry. Maybe I came out of time. By the way,
no, you started it.
Okay. Camo popping up right now. We'll see if they're able to grab this camo as well. No, Royal 2, of course. Renegade was your last player alive, so despite still holding, he's going to try to play this from top A, presumably at some point. Eventually, actually just drops it. Fountain is going to try to live to tell the tale. Instead, it's going to be the push here. But he stays alive long enough where Bound's able to get some really good damage.
Let's make an agreement that if Optic do win this, we'll try that again. But for now, let's see if Optic do close this round out. Royal 2 looking to make a difference, though, with this camo.
Big moment here in the game. Royal 2 trying to stay alive with this camo and also just trying to hold back A. Eventually taken down, and some good early damage, but needs to stay alive. Will shroud himself in order to do so.
Now playing in an obnoxious corner. Gets those shields back, and now he's going to step forward. Still got that side kick to play with as well. Good shots onto Legend. Is going to slow down that push at least. Last shot, and is going to actually pick up 2 kills with grenades by the looks of things. One with the plasma and one with the stick. So last shot making the stickies work again.
I mean, Formal and Legend are just still trapped Cafe. A few points on the board come in. In the end, it's not a huge loss, but they knew they couldn't do much. They actually forced a little bit of a trade here, which I think they're going to feel pretty good about as the last 2 players alive. And in the end, they forfeited about 10 points off the whole exchange. So they're able to hold them off for quite a while, but Shopify slowly getting back in this.
Such an awkward angle for Frosty to have to play from there. More damage from that Stalker, though. Shot after shot. Just think about how many shields Frosty just broke while having no shields himself. So much damage being done, but he's going to be taken down. Cycle's going to have to look for the play ball. Gets the catch! Gets the catch, the rebound from Renegade!
I think it was risky. He knew there was...
got hands.
Yeah, he knew there was a player on A stairs there, so Renegade's just going to actually be jumping and holding the grab ball button there to make sure he catches it immediately. Camo coming up in 8. Game 5, game 5, game 5, game 5.
So there we go. We got the rhythm.
76 points on the board here. Optic Gaming closing it out. I love how in unofficial tournaments you and I are allowed to be extremely biased and games like this, but as neutral fans, we just want to see a 5th and final game between these two. Only 20 points away from Optic Gaming being able to close it out. Bound's the last player alive, though. Is able to get the camo, and maybe will stay alive.
Oh, stays alive. Shopify take him down, and now he can sneak behind enemy lines. But there's Frosty! No trade for Bound. Camo dealt with.
Big moment there in the game. You figured Bound would have at least been able to stay alive, maybe even gotten damage or a pick. In the end, though, it goes the complete opposite way. 2 will fall, and it's not over just yet. We might have jinxed it. We forgot to counter jinx. 78 to 50
We
here.
should know better by now.
Counter jinx.
Nice job. Not sure if there's a time window that we have to do that within, but
if
we certainly were pushing the boundaries if there is.
Exactly. I couldn't have said it better.
2 dead for Optic, 2 dead for Shopify. Mr. Jiggles himself is once again dancing around this pillar. It's going to be Formal, though. He breaks through. He finds 1. And all of a sudden, the kills start to feel like they mean a little bit more on either side of this stage. It's going to be 4 dead for Shopify Rebellion. All of them line up for Optic, and Formal has the ball in his hands.
Look at that, leans back, a little bit of screen watching, telling the team exactly what they need to do. He feels like this might be the last hold, especially if they get opening damage here. This could be it.
They've got such a good perimeter here as well, but Last Shot has snuck through. Last Shot somehow, but Renegade picks him up. Legend gets another one as well. Last 2 players are going to be in front of Formal here. Both are no shields.
Wow.
1 dealt with. He grabs that odd ball as well, and Optic send us to game 5, everybody. The first one of the day. This series was always going game 5. Why did we bother with the first 4?
Really glad we counter jinxed.
Thank goodness.
That was a close one, folks, and I want to give a shout out, unfortunately for Royal 2.
Yeah, so
he taught us the counter jinx. And we'll hope that he doesn't find out about what just happened and what went down. 240 to 203 is your total elapsed score across the 2 rounds, but it's 2-1 in favor of Optic Gaming. They will send us to a 5th and final game between these 2, and that's exactly the way we want it.
There's no way for Royal 2 to find out. It's not like this is being broadcast live across
on the internet?
Various channels.
Challenges.
We're
having a lot of challenges.
From the moment we wake up.
Look at the damage.
Look at the damage stats.
Renegade versus Last Shot.
Yeah, 2 players breaking 10k, as you say. Renegade and Last Shot both doing that. 2-1 in final rounds, but Optic, I think the big thing for there is they started to convert some 4 deads. We were seeing some 2, some 3 deads in the earlier rounds, but it was the 4 deads that were making the difference between a 15 to 20 second hold and a 20 to 30 second hold, and that is significant when it comes to Halo Infinite.
Really is, and we saw it just time and time again, that little bit of edge that Optic Gaming was able to find. And what did we say? Optic Gaming is all of a sudden playing where they're getting the lead way earlier in the game, right? They're leading by 30, they're leading by 40. They're not having to play catch-up the entire game, which is just so difficult when you're back against the wall.
It certainly is. By the way, the Renegade double take, I'd forgotten about that for a second.
Yeah,
but
that was good.
It was good to see in the replay package. Renegade had a really good game here as well, not just with the damage, but I feel like he was contributing to like a lot of
this play too.
Important plays. Yeah, this isn't a kill, so to speak, that really means anything. It's a kill, and the conversion on keeping a setup, keeping that side of the map in control of Optic, and the oddball there as well. The 4 dead right at the end here. You can see Formal knew it was done after that. And we find ourselves with the opportunity for Optic Gaming to reverse sweep.
How about it?
Shopify Rebellion, Slayer, Solitude. The first time we've seen this map at the tournament is up next.
Man, and what a statement that would be. For the first time that these 2 meet on land, for it to be, I mean, once again, we've been saying it all day, but especially earlier on in this series, 2-1 Neutral Bomb Fortress, 50-47 Slayer Recharge, and of course, King of the Hill Live Fire and Oddball Streets also only decided by a single point. Neck and neck between these 2. What a start it would be if Optic Gaming, in the end, reverse sweeps. But I gotta say, no matter what happens in this series, it has already delivered. This is gonna be a fantastic game number 5.
And a reminder, we've got so much more Halo to come this season. We haven't even officially started the season. This is the table set. This is the Kaysan Showdown. Again, shout out to Kaysan for everything that he's done to support Halo and the players and the teams that we have playing here today in Texas. This is what we got to look forward to. The season starts very, very soon indeed. April 18th to 20th, we will be in Arlington, Texas for the kickoff major of the year, the Optic Gaming kickoff. And then we move to DreamHack, of course, which we have tickets available for right now if you want to be a part of that. Then we head to Salt Lake City, where we've got the SSG major, and then to be announced very, very soon location, we have the FaZe major before the Halo World Championships in Seattle. $1 million on the line. You wonder what the scene's going to look like at that point.
Oh, man.
You really
Keep in mind, you could have some big team changes. You could have teams who have started from the bottom, maybe placing 3rd or 4th here at this event, and then all the way cranking it up with big land placings. Impossible to predict, which is exactly how we like it.
And in the words of Lucid, watch this space.
Yes.
Watch this space. We're going to have to see how the rest of the season, or the season in total, develops. We haven't even got to the first event yet. But this wonderful preview that we do have really does give us an indication of what we can expect at the Optic Major in just a few weeks' time. It's come around very quickly. We were saying it's been great to be back. It's been great to watch Halo again and cast over these games live. But for us, we were sitting there, we were like chomping at the bit through the off-season. We're like, let's get back. And then all of a sudden we're into it, and it's event after event. I love how the events are spaced out this season. It feels like there's not much of a wait between either of them.
Yeah, I really agree. And also coming out of this, right, let's not forget, these teams are only going to have roughly, 2 weeks' time to take a look at what happened at this event on LAN. And I think what they're actually going to have to do is triage what are the biggest things we want to worry about, right? These teams are not going to have all of the opportunity to look at every single thing they want on every single game type by the time Arlington gets around. They're going to have to look at these big picture items, maybe even as you heard Lucid and Royal 2 and Bound talking about these big philosophical kind of chemistry things and how do they address them coming into the first event.
You can see that Renegade is really trying to make a point about something here. Is a real enthusiasm and determination about how he's delivering the communication to his Optic teammates ahead of this game 5 that we have in front of us. Quick question, was it triage?
Triage.
What does that mean? I'm asking for you, chat, and whoever's watching at home.
Oh,
I know
because
you don't know it.
Yeah, right, because you know what it means.
Yeah.
But you're asking for chat.
Yeah.
Of course. They're going to go through
Not that I'm speaking down to you, chat.
No, yeah, they're going to go through.
From a place of love.
They're going to go through, Mark, and they're going to find out what's most important. And they're going to work on those things.
I got you, chat. Don't worry.
Good work from you. You're a man of the people.
Really am.
There's no way you were figuring out what that meant.
Game 5. I mean, it is great to see a game 5 between these two. I think everyone was hoping for it, possibly expecting it, considering what we've seen online. But the fact that it is now on LAN and we are here and, on LAN and seeing these two teams duke it out, and it is continuing that pattern, it's mouth-watering about what this season, and the story that's going to develop between these two teams as we roll through those tournaments.
I mean, it really is. Fist bumps across the board on both sides.
Shaky one from Bound.
That's true. You got to worry about that one.
And it's Bound's fault. It's not Box's fault. The man's got too many years of experience of fist bumping to mess that up.
Well, you know what the carved wooden board on his wall says.
Everything I do is calculated.
Everything the man does is calculated. He doesn't miss fist bumps. Doesn't miss camos either, and they're going to have their eyes on the top mid in this game. It's going to be Slayer Solitude, game number 5 between Shopify Rebellion and Optic Gaming in their LAN debut in 2020-25. Which team will take this first victory and send their opponents to the elimination bracket? Only one game to decide it.
And even though it's a game type that hasn't changed from last season, there are some changes, of course, to things like weaponry, strafe speed. The shock rifle, not as effective when you're not scoping in anymore. It doesn't have that kind of devastating no-scope effect that we've seen previously. So big shots have to be here. You can pressurize that player a little bit more. As we head into our first game 5 of our new year in 2025, let's see who comes out on top.
Cycle tries to come through alone. It's interesting to see Royal 2 stay blue when Cycle tries to wrap yard late. In the end, doesn't pay off. First 2 kills go to Optic.
Last shot got that shock though. You saw him in the kill feed. He managed to pick up 1 kill. Frosty has absolutely no idea of where Renegade is. He flies in to keep the camo player of Legend alive. Beautiful. And it's been a fantastic start here for Optic Gaming. 4-1 up. Last shot is still alive with that shock. He's trying to waste some ammo.
Wow, look at the teamwork.
But he can't take anyone with him. Formal flies in.
I love this teamwork. It's drop everything and support the most important player. Back-to-back scenarios, and now they're up 6-1 here.
And Legend's getting fired up. You heard the dead. Doesn't matter what language it was in, you could tell exactly what he was saying. No stick here as well, and Legend is starting to look good. Legend, maybe it's his time to step up here in this game 5. 4-0 to start this game.
And just like that, you know these guys are fired up. They're up 9-1 in a potential reverse sweep scenario. Let's get into a listen-in with Optic Gaming.
No, run side, run side.
This fucker, nice!
Yellow behind me.
I'm pushing this guy. I'm going to him.
Give us a loop. John, you're by yourself.
Good be yard.
Here, grab here. One shot cycle.
Watch your nice. Watch your I know weak.
Watch out. Nice. I think he's driving. Nice, 3, last guy.
Here, bound. Don't die.
Spawning snipe.
Back up, jump.
I'm trying to second. They've got to be sniped.
Yeah, back up, jump.
Upside, bro.
Hey, I'm stuck. They could be blue. They could be in blue.
Weakness, scamming. Everything. I'm shot. Watch it to that. That's weak.
Last guy. Ape this kid. They're gonna spawn loop. I'm fucking second shot. Camo's coming, guys.
LR tunnel, and one flower door.
Over here. Nice. Camo, guys. Camo 2.
Flowers weak as fuck. He's in yard weak.
Yeah, pushing up.
I think he went yard, Sabri.
Camo is up.
Jump.
it!
Nice, Jeffrey. Camo, guys. Camo.
Top core weak.
Ape man.
One shot coming in front. He's back into yard.
Nice.
Camo.
Fires.
Guard.
All good. Just try and live here.
Do not go for it. Do not go for it.
Fires. Watch out. I'm Camo.
Watch out, Dip.
Watch out.
One shot, last shot.
Where you are you? It's the man.
Mark it one.
What's going pitching?
Nice, man.
I'm watching you
this time.
Watch me.
Next week, watch it, Skimmy!
No,
Nice, 2 dead, guys. 2 dead. I'm pushing this. Segue. Nice! Resi 1.
Well, if you're wondering who's going to lead the charge, lead the energy, Legend in the kill feed, and in our ears is screaming every time that he does damage and gets kills. This is inspiring stuff from him.
I mean, unbelievable from them. Look at this, 29-12 in this game, completely out of hand. So glad we got to hear that listening as well, because you knew that when they opened up this game 9-1, they were going to be fired up. Unbelievable. Bound right now is 9-2. Formal 8-2 as well, with Legend being 10-4 in the game.
This is unbelievable. Legend finds a double kill himself as well, and Shopify cannot get on the map. But one thing we have to keep in mind about Solitude, if Optic can do this to Shopify, Shopify know if they can get 4 on the map that they can do it back to Optic. You have to stay mentally in this game.
That's right, not over just yet. A lot
3
of
dead.
Halo to play.
3
3
dead.
will fall. Formal's the last player alive, and even though they're down,
4 dead.
Down by about 13, we'll see if they can bring this back. 8:25 left on the clock, though, and not only everything to play for in terms of the score, but let's not forget what we heard from countless players today. There's so much to prove this season. A lot of Halo left in this Game 5.
Legend, another double kill for him. 12-5 in a Game 5 reverse sweep opportunity. Doesn't get the trade this time around, but does enough damage to get the numbers back. A little bit more manageable here for Optic. Camo has just popped. Bound is flying down bottom mid to try and clean up some of this damage.
And now at the 36 kill mark, you start to get into territory where you cannot afford to trade. Moments ago, we were saying it was possible. All of a sudden, it's looking quite unlikely as they have not gotten the trades that they at least needed. 38-21. And just like that, when the game was about to be within 10, it's actually double the score because Optic Gaming answers back right away. 39-21, Camo in hand. This is their push.
Yeah, we're moving from doubtful to improbable and soon to be impossible to come back from this kind of scoreline. It's 41-23 as a couple of kills get picked up by Shopify Rebellion, but Formal looking to hold down the loop at the moment, looking for some kills himself. Damage onto Cycle and Frosty. Both players essentially down to no shields.
Formal is 10-4. He has 5 times the assist of anyone on the other side. Unbelievable game from him thus far. Double positive as well. Only 8 kills to go for Optic Gaming.
8 to go. It might be too little too late as Renegade finds another one. Optic Gaming on the precipice of a reverse sweep, and we were worried after game 1. Take yourself back.
Look at this.
Where Shopify were just battering Optic Gaming on Fortress Bomb, but now the counter punches have landed and the knockout blow might be close.
And what do we say? If you let Optic Gaming get out to an early lead, they will not look back. They don't have to play catch up. They don't have to spend the entire game fighting man disadvantages. Instead, it's just 5 to go for them on the reverse sweep.
12-5 for Formal, but the 11 assists alongside it. That's 23 engagements out of the 46 that have involved this man on your screen, and he's only fallen into the respawn 5 times. That is phenomenal.
Unbelievable here. Final kills to go as they only need 4 more to close it out. Renegade on the push on the Yard BR. Does not have the help, but doesn't need it. 47 on the board. It's 3 to go.
Frosty dancing around the pole, gets the kill onto Bound. It's a double kill, but you get the feeling it might not be enough. Camo comes up, shot comes up as well. There's conditions that if they go heavily in the favor of Shopify, might give them a chance, but Legend shuts down that last bit of hope. It's 2 to go for Optic.
Yeah, there's no way here. 36 on the board. 49, only 1 more kill to go for Optic on the reverse sweep. Here it is.
Cycle has no idea where Legend is. Legend knows where Cycle is, and look at the response from Legend. Optic Gaming will reverse sweep Shopify Rebellion. And the 2 sides of that stage, the 2 rooms could not look different.
Yeah, talk about polar opposites there. Legend's the first to pop off, and these guys are going to go exchange handshakes. But my word, what a reverse sweep from Optic Gaming. Let's not forget, this is just the first time we're seeing them on LAN, and you have a result like this. Optic Gaming is 50-37 in game number 5. They complete the reverse sweep over Shopify Rebellion.
What a performance from Optic. After a couple of games, you thought that maybe it's going to be Optic falling down to play against SSG, but instead they find that grit, that determination. And that's something we just learned about this roster, right? The grit and determination is there. They can find themselves in a hole and find a way to dig themselves out. And I've got to say, I think the vocal leadership from Legend, getting hyped up, getting fired up in that Game 5, got everyone else going as well.
Yeah, I'm really curious. Even off the rip, I'm very curious about the opening strategy from Shopify. Royal 2 stays blue, Cycle wraps Yard solo, and it starts this domino effect that they really could not come back from. Take a look here at the board, though. You see some damage numbers coming in. It's bound in the end. 4,200, the only one to pass the 4K mark.
Yeah, just a dominant Slayer performance in that Game 5 coming in from Optic Gaming. And I would say, Legend, you know, it sounded like he was a war when he was in-game. As soon as it finished, just stood up. It's back to being nice guy Legend. Like,
yeah, just smile on his face.
Change. It's like, oh, everyone's cool. Like, everything's good. But this player cam, this listening, great call from you to go to the listening, because Optic really did just see that they were not in any mood whatsoever to lose this game.
I'd tell you what, I got lucky before the game, just communicating with the team in the back, thinking, you know, let's get into a listening. If a team takes the lead, let's hear how they sound. And we got the greatest gift that you could ask for in a Game 5 reverse sweep scenario, where Optic Gaming was the most hyped that we have, of course, heard the roster yet today, but the most hype I've seen and heard a team in a very long time, and I'm including past seasons in that as well. At that point in the game, Legend was 11-5.
Legend just continually pushing as well. I think that's the thing I enjoyed most about that. He was the forefront of just keeping Shopify split on their spawn so many times. If there was an opportunity to move forward and capitalize, Optic took it in that game. And that's the kind of game sometimes that can just, like, something clicks with the teams, like, oh, this is how we have to play. This is how we want to play. Like, things start to roll, things start to go together. And it was a dominant Game 5 performance. And I think, like I mentioned, so much to talk about, the resilience that came in from Optic in those final moments. It's what you want to see from a team who's put together to win championships.
It is, man. I mean, coming together in the way that they also did, and you talked about each game by game, you couldn't ask for, take a look at this scoreboard, you cannot ask for a better LAN debut between these two teams. Everything was quite close until, let's be honest, that Slayer Solitude, which was one of the most dominant Slayers we've seen in a very long time, not just this season or online, but I mean in the last few years. I'm Infinite. Formal, great to have you with us, man. Congrats on the series.
Yeah, welcome.
Thanks.
I mean, how was that series? A bit of a grueler, but it felt like in that Game 5, there was no other option but winning it from the listening that we heard.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, the comms were pretty insane in the Game 5. We were just feeling it. We just had a game plan and we just followed through with it. Our Slayer's been like kind of like iffy since we started teaming, but these past couple of weeks we've been like really trying to find how we want to play Slayer, and I think we showed really well at Game 5 like what we want to do.
What was the vibe on the games? It was such an interesting series. Games 1 and 2, first of all, Game 1 is just, you know, one of the strangest, I think, games we've ever casted in terms of only ending 2-1. The initial board, at one point John's going 3-17, that he ends the game almost positive, just like you were positive the entire game while your team's negative. A lot of interesting things there. But I want to ask is, across Games 1 and 2, you guys essentially almost brought back impossible scenarios. Right. What's going on kind of on the vibes and the comms as that kind of happens as you fall 2-0?
I mean, that team's just like really good at like punishing you when you give them like an opportunity to get both weapons, both snipes on Fortress and the OS, and we're not playing it properly. Like they're just gonna stat horn us and they're gonna get a lot of kills. So that Game 1, like, I'm surprised it was even as close as it was with how many weapons and OSs they actually got. And I think we could have actually tied it towards the end of the game. I actually kind of scammed with, we got an OS.
Right.
I grabbed the bomb.
At ring 2.
At ring 2, I started moving it, and I like dropped down without grabbing it. Like I was just like trying to move it, and I was just going to push it to their base, and I like messed up a little bit. So I think we definitely could have tied that up there. Who knows what could have happened. Right. And then the Game 2, we go down like 10 kills because like they just have, you know, weapons. We're kind of like scamming a little bit of deaths. I think it just took us a little bit to tighten up. You know, it's our first LAN together. But those, like the Game 3 was pretty much like, I don't know, it's what we needed, like a really like grueler war type of game to like get us back into and remind us like how we want to play. So
yeah, it felt after that game you started growing to the series again. It felt like everything started to flow for you a little bit. Let's go back to the off season though, because you were one of the reasons that the domino effect kind of started for everything, right? You know, the big changes were made. What did you see in these three players? Why specifically did you look at these three players and be like, these are the guys I want to team with?
I mean, they all play the game the way that I think Halo Infinite should be played, and I can work really well with it the way I play. So, and we're also really good friends outside the game. Like last year, like even when we were on different teams, like you get to 2 a.m., like we're the last four in the Discord call, just bullshit, right. You know? So it was like a no-brainer to want to team with these guys, and we made it happen.
I mean, you guys look great so far. Of course, it's a fantastic LAN debut, and I know a matchup we're likely going to see again today, but also that we're likely going to see all season long. It's going to be good for sure.
Yeah, for sure. How's it been sort of adjusting to the new game types? Because we've talked to Royal 2, we've had Bound on as well, and they've talked about how the rosters have changed so much that people have kind of had to rewire a little bit on like what they expect to do in game. When you've thrown in new game types into that, has it actually been like a little bit easier to learn the new game types together? Then kind of go back and revisit some older ones and be like, how do we want to play this?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of interesting. Like, we're in year 4 and we're having to learn like new game types altogether. So that's definitely been like a learning curve we've been adjusting to. The first couple of weeks of the Assault game mode, we weren't that good at it. We scammed a lot. But every time we would lose it, we would pick up on what other teams were doing, and we were just slowly stealing, bits here, bits there. So we've been making some really solid progress on the Assault specifically.
Yeah, and it does feel like, honestly, whether you're talking about an individual game or an entire series like we just saw, we were kind of feeling like the more time that your team has, you know what I mean, to play the game, whether you're talking about a single round of oddball or an entire series, like the better you guys look. And I think that series was the best indication of that so far.
For sure. I mean, like our practice throughout the opens, those weeks and stuff like that, I wouldn't say we got the best practice, but we were getting really good practice on Sundays. We'd play a phase or an SSG, then we played Shopify in like 2 series, 3 series. So we got really good practice on Sundays. I think moving forward, we're going to try to get a lot better practice, and I don't know, I'm excited to see what our team can turn into.
Us too, man, for sure.
Awesome stuff. Well, Formal, we'll let you go because you've got a finals to go and get prepared for, and obviously another series to watch in the back as well. We're going to go to a quick break, though. When we get back, we do have, of course, that next series, the elimination final, to bring you. We've got Shopify Rebellion to take on Space Station as Optic sit in that grand final. Formal, there's maybe a smile on your face. Maybe when you win that one, there's the half a smile. When you win it, there's going to be the full smile. But Optic in that grand final after reverse sweeping Shopify Rebellion in quite the series. We'll be back in a few more moments where we will see our elim final, Shopify Rebellion versus Space Station.
Gonna get it? Take one?
How do you explain Renegade? That is the $1 million question.
One word: confidence. He is fearless and he's confident. And I think that those two things with his skill set go a very long way. He's made controversial team changes. He's helped spark rivalries.
You talk to Renegade, he is one of the most confident people you'll ever meet.
He has had this air of really not giving a shit about what happens around him.
Renegade truly believes he is the best player in the world.
Kills per minute, #1 on LAN in the
There's just something about
league.
Renegade's entire kind of persona. He'll be sitting on the main stage, he's laser focused, probably some hair in his eyes.
Sometimes you might come across as a little bit toxic, but I think you need that edge to be one of the best.
Honestly, all in all, I genuinely feel like I'm the best solo player in the world.
Renegade, you cannot give him the time to make a decision there, and that is going to cost them. It's going to be the triple.
Renegade's playstyle is, I think it definitely is defined by aggression.
He just plays his situation so confidently.
He's an absolute menace. Hang him out.
The confidence works for him, and he gets into battles that he has no business winning. He'll win those battles and go on to do even more damage.
The trajectory that he's on right now, he can line himself up to be in that conversation of greatest of all time.
We're seeing script.
Use your triple kill. Lucid does.
That we're witnessing here on the main stage.
All right, well, let's jump right into this here as we get ready. Street Slayer.
I grew up in San Bernardino, California, which, if anyone knows where that is, it's not necessarily the nicest place. I grew up on the poor side of town. It was just me, my mom, my older brother. And, we went through tough times, hard times, but we love each other, and I always support them, and they always support me. When I realized I was good at Halo was like freshman year of high school. I was like 14, 15, seeing that, some of these tournaments, like the first time I saw was like $2.5 million tournament. I'm like, dude, these guys are playing for that much money. Like, there's no way, like I couldn't do that. Like, I believe I'm better than them. My mentality about Halo is I want to be the best to ever do it. And that is my goal, that is my plan, and try every single event to prove myself right.
There's a lot of things I don't know about Renegade, but one thing I do is that his mentality is on point. He wants to win.
He's a divisive character, but I think as the years have gone by, he's become more himself, more comfortable, and I think certainly found himself as a person as well as a player.
As a person, he's much different than he is as Renegade. I mean, John, he's honestly a really funny, cool guy.
He really is a funny guy who has a great personality.
Outside the game, I would definitely say I'm more of like a quiet, reserved. I don't really talk to people who don't really talk to me. I kind of keep to myself. I just try to keep my circle small.
Halo 5 is really where we saw John start to shine, especially when he joined Splice.
By the time Renegade gets that first win on that Splice roster, you could kind of tell that things were building that direction. They had had a lot of success in online cups and LCQs. By the time they got to dominating on LAN, you realized this team was here to stay. So by the end of Halo 5, Splice are world champions, and you're starting to see the roster, of course, that would develop at that time. It's Eco, Stellar, Renegade, and Shotzi. And of course, 3/4 of that roster would make their way into the Cloud9 roster of Halo Infinite.
Eco, Stella, Penguin, Renegade. When you hear that roster, you think, damn, that's dangerous. The dominance that came through from that Cloud9 roster was unmatched. It was so difficult to touch them.
So at this point, Cloud9 and the former Splice roster, they're used to winning. They win the first 2 LANs of Halo Infinite. They're feeling on top. And then you felt a little bit of tug at the back of the shirt, and that came in the form of Optic Gaming, and certainly was a wake-up call for not just Renegade, but the entire Cloud9 roster.
And Renegade decided to take a bit of a risk, leave his team, big controversy, and join a new one.
The fact that he left his boys, his world championship teammates, to join like the enemies per se, it was surprising.
Felt like this was more of his play style and his ability to do what he wanted to do, even though he's done amazing things on Cloud9, but it was just crazy when he really decided to make that change.
We've been at least a core trio, me, Eco, Stellar, been a core trio since 2017, late 2017, 5 years, so that was a hard thing to do. But how I always saw it is I want to be the best to ever do it, and I need to surround myself with players who think like me.
There's a lot of talk in the Halo community about that roster change.
A lot of people were unhappy with the decision, more like fans, because like obviously Lethal is a fan favorite, and Renegade has always been like the villain of Halo.
I think some people thought they were crazy to drop Lethal. Some people thought the change made sense.
People just have to understand, like, he just wants to win, and he felt like joining this roster was a better ability for him to win.
Criticism towards me is something that just, at least I believe, just comes with it. At the end of the day, it's just like, they don't really know who I actually am.
I would say the Halo community had mixed opinions for sure. Some people loved it, some people hated it.
It finally came together, and after winning an event, I think Renegade's decision could be justified.
I think the Halo community sees Renegade as one of the best damn players in the world. How else could you see him? He is so skilled. You don't see a lot of players with the type of skill level and the impact that he has on a map.
He's really one of those players that no matter what the case is, no matter how the game looks or the situation of the game, he's gonna just keep grinding and grinding and grinding until he's a champion and continues to be a champion. So I think no matter what happens, if Renegade is in Halo, he's gonna continue to do great no matter what.
There's definitely people, you know, who are still have done so much more than me. Like even my 3 teammates, for example. I feel like I've done a decent amount in Halo, but they've still done so much more than me. And it's just like, I don't know. I want to get to that point. I want to get to the point where like, I'm the best.
Fighter advantage. Oh, wow! Renegade's gonna kill 5 players. Absolutely absurd what he's doing. Frenzy for Renegade!
Welcome back once again, everybody, to Dallas, Texas. Welcome to the Kaysan Showdown, and we are in our elimination final right now. We just saw Shopify Rebellion be on the receiving end of a reverse sweep from Optic Gaming, which sends Optic to the final and Shopify Rebellion to a date with Space Station Gaming. That's what we've got coming up next. Hello, everybody. I'm fresh off the back of 2 tacos and 3 churros, which I feel great about.
How were the churros?
Honestly, fire.
Okay, good. Yeah,
I did eat them very quickly, though, so just a fair warning to everyone at home.
That's kind of a fair warning to me, to be honest. I think that's
it's me in the chat. We have a connection.
You guys do have a connection. Yeah, you've been helping
thing.
out after the whole thing, yeah. I gotta say, I gotta get my hands on some of these churros. Also excited to get my hands on this series, Shopify Rebellion versus Space Station. And Shopify, let me tell you, after games 1 and 2, they did not expect to find themselves here. And I think they'd be quite surprised had they stepped into a time machine and woke up here. They'd figure, how did this happen? And to be honest, they might even be feeling that way right now because they get reverse swept by Optic Gaming in their first ever LAN debut against one another. And now they have to fight for their lives against SSG in the elimination bracket.
And of course, we've seen these two teams play against each other in this tournament. It was the pick your opponent. Shopify Rebellion said, we want to play Space Station. It looked reasonable when we got to the end of that series with the 3-0 that they delivered. But there would be nothing worse than going into a match with Optic that everyone's been looking forward to, getting reverse swept, and then SSG come back after what we saw earlier and win that. That would be big questions for Shopify Rebellion. So they need to get the job done here. And trust me, with the way that Lucid was speaking on this couch, I think SSG are fired up to play against Shopify Rebellion once again. This is your Elim Finals series layout. We're going to start off with Strongholds Live Fire, Slayer Aquarius, King of the Hill Recharge, CTF on Fortress before, if we need it, that game 5. Fist Bomb's already going down, by the way, everyone. We're getting straight into this.
I like how we've just been teased by a new map game type in like each series somewhere plays. Yeah. We'll have to see if we get to it this time. It's going to be game number 4 in this series, if we get to see CTF Fortress. But now we will start to load in, because your game number 1 is going to be Strongholds on Live Fire.
250 points to win. Every single player on this stage will be very familiar with this game type. But will Space Station be able to show us a little bit more than what they did earlier when we saw these two teams matching up? It's an opportunity for them, I think, just to remind everybody that that series wasn't the real Space Station. This is what the real Space Station is going to look like. And like we mentioned, from the way that Lucid was speaking on the couch a little bit earlier, he said, watch this space. It might not be perfect right now, but give us a little bit of time and we'll show you what we can do.
Underway now then. Elimination final, and this time it's SSG who's already fought their way through one opponent in phase in the elimination bracket. Perfect slide coming in from last shot. Eventually he's cleaned up, but now also going to have to fight through Shopify Rebellion, who, as we said, expected to be in the winner's bracket at this point. Expected to send as 3 will fall for Shopify. Optic Gaming down, however, in case you just joined us, Optic Gaming reverse sweeps Shopify to continue on. Now Shopify must take down Space Station to stay alive.
This is looking like an early triple cap opportunity here for SSG, and even though C is being moved back towards the possession of Shopify Rebellion, it's a nice little confidence boost just to start the game with map presence, with scoring on your side for SSG. Royal 2 wins a 1v1 against Snakebite. That will always be weird for me to say.
Maybe a 3rd kill hoop coming in. Royal 2 tries to do it and does it. Triple kill. Gonna get the back whack there. The melee to close it out. 2 dead still for SSG, a staggered 3 dead.
Love that from Royal 2, by the way. Gets the double, lets the camo come back. He knows the attention's away from him, doesn't try and force a situation. And now off the back of the triple kill, you can see that even though C is being flipped, it's B and A that will go back to Shopify. They will be scoring for the first time.
I gotta say, you heard Royal 2 talking about it earlier. There's kind of a beauty right now in the meta of Halo Infinite where it has to be fast, except for the brief moments where you need to play slow and strategic. And honestly, it's a really nice balance right now in the current meta of the game where you need to know exactly when to take your time with a certain situation and then right away, foot on the gas again. It's been beautiful to watch here, 27-16 off the opening in favor of SSG.
It's been great to see, self-proclaimed amateur player Royal 2 and future HCS commentator Royal 2 taken back to the main stage.
We need to keep him on the sticks because that man is gunning for our jobs.
Yeah, it's very, very true. Hopefully he has a big series here. A and B going to be in the hands.
Rooting for Royal 2 from now on.
Yeah. 30 points on the board here. It looks like the ends are going to be flipped here by both squads. So Space Station playing for C in the tower, and it looks like Cycle and the rest of Shopify Rebellion are going to try and focus on maybe turning B back into their control.
Yeah, they do not get C. They actually lose last shot over at C. So now going to have to once again try to fight through this. It will be B first. QT will also go down. And with 2 dead, Cycle knows he needs to stay alive. Luckily, he gets a mud spawner to help out. And that will be BC in their favor. Oh, here comes 3-man push. Don't tell me he
has the QT. That could just give him those away frames to stay alive a little bit longer. than maybe Space Station would have wanted, and now that multiplies into an opportunity here for them to not just reset, but to get the kills onto SSG. That is such good play from Cycle. Damage is one thing, survivability allows the rest of his team to get in that fight, to take down Space Station, even though he has to be sacrificed. The time he bought for that fight to be won doesn't show up on the stats.
Lucid eventually taken down there off of what was a back and forth and about 3 separate slay cycles required to finally maybe get B here. Stellar's going to finally fly in and finally capture it. A very, very prolonged battle at B finally goes to the favor of Space Station.
Royal 2 now, camo and snipe in his hands. Frosty picks up double kill, which means that he's not even going to have any targets to fire at for a few seconds time here. And B will be converted back into the hands of Shopify. 71 points and rising for the red squad in this series.
Kill is easily cleaned up here. Oh, nice bodies him as well. Stellar is forced to retreat all the way back to Keydor. Now they know there's a little bit of a battle here at A to fight. 3 of them alive together. It's going to be
oh my goodness! Royal 2 just sent the reticle wherever and it hit Stellar.
Fraction of a second to hit that shot, and of course he does it. You already get the feeling, right? Make no mistake, year 4 is not it is not going to be a sleepy year. We are going to have a highlight reel year with unbelievable plays, and as you can already see, results as well. It was a momentary trip cap. A will now go over to SSG. It's Shopify scoring at 106 to 130.
And now we get to see Frosty with a sniper rifle, and this man has been playing some Halo today. When he's had this weapon in his hand, it's been headshot, body shot, quick scope. Everything has looked good for Frosty, having these power weapons back in his hands consistently. He's moving in towards A. C is being flipped by Space Station, but this is going to be continued scoring here on the side of Shopify. They might even be able to contest C. No, not going to happen. But Frosty, that's going to take a long time to get that bullet out of the helmet of Eco.
Yeah, that thing is lodged, to say the very least. Beautifully done there. Obviously, everything was going to focus on B immediately thereafter, and because he gets that pick, it allows his team to then fly right into B, and it feels like, so far, as the scoreboard indicates, Shopify is playing one step ahead of SSG, 100-point lead here.
Last player alive is going to be last shot, though. It's SSG who finally pick up a few kills themselves. B and C means scoring will go back to Space Station. The first time in quite some time we've seen them with a little bit of a control over the map, but even though they convert B, even though they pick up some kills, the spawns happen towards scoreboard, and that means that Shopify are now in a position to grab this camo, at least contest for it. And Psycho and Last Shot will pick up a couple of kills. It's a 2v2, but Frosty gets away with the camo.
Trying to eagle eye, very nicely done, almost.
It's a good trade.
Though. Yeah, it's a good trade for Eco as well. Right? Yeah. The fact that he is able to get that damage there, not an easy angle to get the melee. Somehow he gets a melee on the same angle that he got back-whacked, and I'm not even going to start to do the math there.
I'm not doing that.
Leave that math. Yeah, leave that geometry to Stellar, excuse me, in the game. But now BC holds still in favor of SSG, and they have climbed back in this game quite a bit. This is about 40 points unanswered.
Shopify, though, you can see they're flipping C. No trade there for Royal 2 as Eco will pick up that kill. Stella's trying to keep him alive as well. Challenges Frosty, wins that individual fight. So Shopify find themselves 2 dead, and Space Station continue with this 2-cap. The game and the gap is starting to close.
This little pick up here as Eco starts to wrap. Nest these 2 players, big door, but very narrowly and very wisely gets out of that engagement. He has help here at C Plat and Cut, so should be able to see his shield recharge and re-challenge once again.
Space Station play for the ends momentarily. They will have A and C, but look at this flank. He just went straight over top middle here, Last Shot. Managed to kind of scythe his way through the setup and the attentions of the Space Station players. And by doing so, has found a way to get B. And the reset, get C, and the reset at B will be made here by Frosty and the rest of Shopify. Now he's got that sniper back in his hands. It's a full one as well. 2 bodies hit, 2 kills picked up by Shopify. Space Station on the back foot once more.
Target-rich environment for Frosty. As soon as you saw 2 players on bags and Frosty's at B, guess what? He's going to connect with both of them. Might even connect with a third!
Oh my goodness! Frosty! Eco came off spawn. I was like, it's not going to be one of those spawns for Eco. He misses the shot, and then I'm like, okay, Eco. Then he just gets absolutely blamed by the no-scope from Frosty.
Unbelievable. He's 16-8. And
what are you doing?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to 2025.
Triple cap here for Shopify Rebellion. Frosty does not move an inch after one of the most insane no-scopes you could possibly ask for. Snakebite goes down as well. Killing spree, but not all killing sprees are made equal.
My word, finally he's taken down, but not before going 18-9 in this game. That triple cap was devastating. Now up 213 to 89. Frosty on an absolute tear.
Last shot taken down by Stella, but he gets beaten down on his way through. Doesn't get the stick onto Frosty. Other players falling around the map for SSG, and it's all Shopify at this point. Even though Space Station are momentarily scoring, it's another camo that goes over to the side of Shopify. And you're talking, Lucid said, we need to get weapons. We need to get power-ups. They're not getting any of them in this game.
Unreal here.
Enemy team scoring.
And it feels like this game was just only separated by about a 30-point lead off of a decent comeback from SSG, but that has been silenced and all but shut down. Finally, Frosty will essentially get a burn on the camo. But now this would be quite a story if SSG is able to get back into this, in any regard. We'll see if they can put some more points on the board.
Cycle lives. Lucid keeps outputting damage here. It'll be a couple of kills, 3 of them consecutively here. The flank coming in from Frosty.
Ooh.
It's a big individual. Lucid plays his life, doesn't over-challenge this. But you're not being completely converted, though finally it is. And Lucid now has the flank onto the Shopify spawners.
I like that from Lucid. He knows this is too high stakes here. At a different stage in the game, Lucid probably re-peaks that. However, in this one, he realizes if they want to win this, they need to play some absolutely outstanding Halo. Finally, it's traded out. 3 dead Stellar, last player alive, back B.
Yeah, Lucid wanted that kill. Maybe a little bit too much in that situation. Didn't have to chase quite as hard. Could have let him live, just can keep control. Think about flipping that stronghold back over to the side of Space Station, and off the back of it, the triple cap is in effect. C is going to be turned over by Space Station, but look how far up the map the Shopify Rebellion already are. Sniper rifle again hit for Frosty. Another body, make it 2. Last shot says thank you for the double kill, Frosty, as he now turns his attention back to A. Shopify close it out. And the man in the bottom right of your screen just put on an absolute highlight reel.
Went 22 and 10 in that game. And I have a feeling the replays are going to be lengthy because it was just an absolute show from Frosty. And just when it felt like SSG was getting back into the game, they go on an uncontested 40-point run. This man is cool, calm, and collected. And like we said,
freakishly good.
So good at the game, and still, despite all the success, you could tell he's one of the players here, really every player here, of course, what I mean is one of the top of the league, that wants to remind everyone, right, on a brand new team with brand new talent, just what he's capable of. And I would say going double positive in a game like that would certainly do it. 22 and 10 with 8 assists.
8 assists alongside it as well. I mean, you take the 8 assists on their own,
right.
it's more than 3 of SSG managed to put on the board. It's more than one of his teammates managed to put on the board. You know, he really was doing a huge amount of work, and the damage stat backs that up. The only player to break 6K damage in that game. Frosty, that game number 1 belonged to you.
I mean, unreal watching him play. Like I said, feels like we're watching highlight reel, and what better to do than watch a highlight reel of that game?
I mean, that shot from row 2 was pretty impressive itself, but this one.
We'll talk about, man, when your team's spawning the scoreboard in A, just rip the guy at B for an easy push. Just beautifully done. Knew exactly where he needed to be at all times.
So impressive. This is more Frosty POV that we're watching right now. Just these bodies onto top middle. You know, he's just immediately cleaned up. Last shot. Picking up some easy doubles. That's the miss shot. Eco's like, cool. And he's like, not so cool.
He's like, next time I won't use the scope.
Yeah.
The scope has betrayed me. Picks up another one, by the way, and he wasn't done yet.
This shot, like...
insane.
Just...
you had a feeling he was going to hit it too, and then guess what? The dummy shot as well.
It's poor old Eco. Like, what did Eco does nothing wrong. He spawns into a no-scope across the map, and then he just gets absolutely blamed by a flick from Frosty.
Even worse, that was Snakebite. And then Eco got killed. Eco dies at C plat. Just unbelievable. Just taking out former teammates. Next up, Slayer Aquarius is going to be game number 2, and game number one is a blowout. 250 to 111 in favor of Shopify. See if SSG can slow things down and maybe get a little bit of a grip on the map.
The thing is, Shopify, you remember this Slayer that we had between these two on Recharge, it was not close between the two teams. It was a blowout on the side of Shopify Rebellion. We'll have to see if SSG, have learned a few things from that Slayer, how they played certain situations that allowed Shopify to be so dominant. Last shot's chilling, smile on his face.
Just having a good time.
I can imagine the Royal 2 just said, make sure you unjinx as well afterwards.
Yeah.
That's why he's
no counter jinx.
Yeah, no counter. So, excuse me. I'm not learning.
It's okay, we're visual learners.
Visual learners. Open Microsoft Paint.
It's the kind of, it's the kind way to say what type of learners that we are.
Slow.
We really haven't learned.
Steady. Inconsistent.
Never learning. SSG versus Shopify Rebellion. Game number 2 is up next. As we said, this is going to be your Elim final. Got to win this if you want to get back into the bracket and have a chance still for the championship. Starting things off with Frosty after an unbelievable 22-10 game number 1.
Well, the name of the game here, quite simple. If you remember a Gen Z, slay. 50 kills to win. Camo goes to cycle off the rip here, even though the kills go on the side of Space Station. Should be able to trade one out. Stella, though, does a good amount of damage, and the trade immediately comes in. That's good signs. 3-2 here for Space Station.
A little bit scrappy off the rip. Kills being traded out. Nice little 1v1 here will be traded out as well. That'll bring us to 5-4 off the opening, so quite neck and neck. As you said, a lot of respect shown off that opening break. It's already Lucid on the 3-kill mark. Royal 2 on the other side, 3 kills as well.
Something to keep an eye on for everyone at home as well. The first time that we see a 3 or 4 dead situation, what happens after that? Does it start to pile up and multiply into a 10, 12 kills swing on either side? That's the level that we're expecting now from these players and teams. You cannot afford to consecutively lose deaths in these games, in this game type in particular, because before you know it, not only does the lead change, it almost becomes insurmountable.
Absolutely does. Still neck and neck here, just 8-7. Big battle here in Pig 2 for control of the map. Snakebite, king of screen watching, knowing exactly what's going on his teammates' screens. And now here things slow down just a bit.
Slowed down indeed, 8-9, only 1 kill difference between the two teams. Snakebite just waiting for info, waiting for damage before he makes his move. Stella will find a trade with Royal 2 on the car side. Camo coming up in a few moments' time. Snakebite just looking for bodies at the moment. Last shot is no shields, gets taken down, and finally, having made his move, he's going to be rewarded. Another player should be traded out here. Did he get stuck? No, he didn't. He's got that thrust, but Frosty somehow still puts in maximum damage before he goes down. The kill gets traded out. Royal 2 now top middle. Lucid's trying to stay alive from the attentions of last shot. He's not going to be able to, and again, Shopify pick up the kills at just the right time. The camo will be grabbed by Royal 2. He gets away as Shopify go into a 2-kill lead.
Yeah, that's a big camo grab, and you could tell that both teams were trying to play call there. And as you said, the game slowed down so much, pretty uncharacteristically, to be honest, here in a game number 2 Slayer at the 8-9 mark. But it was really just neither team wanting to give up any sort of advantage prior to this camo. And to be honest, aside from the camo itself, which could be devastating right now, there hasn't been a clear lead established. Still just a 2-kill game.
Neither team yet to fall 4 dead as well, which I think is why it's staying so close at the moment. Stella will be finally taken out. The camo has been a difference maker, though. Again, another trade. It's still 2 kills between the two teams.
Like you said, camo, generally, when you have a player like Royal 2 with it, even on a map like this, you'd expect a few more kills and at least a bit more damage to come through, but in the end, it's still just a 3-kill lead. And I think it's showing you just how much work has to be done on the map at this level of Infinite when you're looking at the 4 best teams in the world. Nothing has been easy for these teams, right? Nothing, with the exception maybe of the kind of the runaway game that we just saw in game number 1 of this series. Largely, any movement across the map has not been easy. You've had to work hard for it, and now finally just a 1-kill game as Space Station keeping this one close.
One thing to just highlight is the man on your screen right now, an outlier statistic, to say the least. Everyone else in the game is kind of hovering around even. Royal 2 is 11-3 at the moment in this game. He is the reason that Shopify were in that lead, but speaking of which, Space Station have now stolen it away. They go into a 1-kill advantage. A couple of players trapped on the fridge here for Snakebite to try and deal with. Cycle's going to be close. He's got that thrust though, and again, that just extra half a second of survivability allows Royal 2 to come back into the action.
Stays alive long enough, but in the end, they will be traded out 3 for 2, so Royal 2 able to do some damage, but finally SSG gets not only those kills, but the lead as well. It's a good opportunity at the mid-game to get into a listen-in with Space Station Gaming.
Blue shrimp, one shot.
Yellow P jump, yellow P jump, 1 shot. Yellow fire.
Yeah, 1 shot, Frosty, front yellow.
2 front yellow, guys, 2 front
Front
yellow.
yellow, going yellow P jump. 1 shot, P2, yellow P jump. Royal 2 as well, Royal 2 as well. It's all 3 P.
Yo, front blue, 2 guys front blue.
Walking at it.
Yeah, I'm going to come on,
I'm here.
Yeah, they're front blue, guys, they're front blue.
Yeah, and Camo's here as well. I needed it. Blue P. Bottom mid. That's Camo, front yellow, guys.
Yellow gen.
I'm dying front blue.
Just 1 shot front yellow with Camo.
All good.
He's bottom mid with it. Just walking in blue.
It's 1 blue fridge. 4 seconds of camo. Should have waited out.
Yo, I just spawned your top blue. They saw me. They spotted me.
Shot blue bridge, 1 shot blue bridge. Dead.
I want to look
P2, we killed that guy. P2. 1 shot P2. 1 shot P2.
P1 as well.
Wall. Cycles 1 shot or wall.
Or wall and 2 P1.
Yeah, I'm going
to time. They're pushing you. Their whole team is there.
Last shot's one in the fridge. Thrust is up. He's literally in the fridge.
2 guys. 2.
1 shot.
Cycles 1 shot. B-stairs, 1 fridge.
Yo, go yellow gen. I think there's a guy front yellow.
Tommy. Childish Gen in a second. Okay, hi, car 3. Frosty, 1 shot, car 1.
Where's he going? Where's he
From blue somewhere. Two there. Watch out, car jump.
There's 2 there, Kevin. 3, maybe 3.
No, three. Yep. They're both weak. One more.
Car one still. There's another one behind you, blue car. Car one. Two of them. There's two. Blue car one.
Car one again?
They're both one. Frosty's still one. Yellow door.
The cycles are
On nets.
Yeah, I'm out P1.
Cycles car 1.
Hide in P1.
One hit car 1.
as well.
Want to get everyone alive.
Car
5 kills the difference now as we jump out of the listening. And Shopify Rebellion, who have that lead, but Lucid with that kill not being traded out, turns it into 2, and all of a sudden, Space Station find a little bit of life, but again, it's just when something looks good for them, Shopify just immediately shut it down.
They really do there. They had a little bit of nice ring around the rosy bait and switching kind of happening ping 1 for a little while, which has kept them in this game. But like you said, Shopify has managed to eke out just, a great example there, has eked out just a few more kills to maintain this 7-kill lead.
3 dead. There's only been a couple of times in this game where that has been the case. The last one we saw was in the listening that we just heard, where Shopify Rebellion managed to turn what was essentially a tie game into a lead in their favor. And now we're seeing it happen once again right at the end of this game, which might be the reason that they can close this one out. 41-34, still time for Space Station to formulate something here.
Like you say, not over just yet. Gonna have to be very careful with the way that they try to poke and prod here, the damage, and they do get the opening damage and the opening pick, just trailing by 6.
Cycle looking for a trade in this situation, not gonna get it though. Lucid finds his kill, it's 3 dead for Shopify Rebellion. And now it is just one team fight away, a clean team fight, 4 kills for Space Station to turn this one on its head.
Has to be said, Snakebite getting that damage P1 opens the door for all of that to happen. It's really beautifully done there as they get that opening damage. We'll see if they can do it again, but 2 fall.
And Last Shot just got 2. Last Shot just picked up 3 kills out of nowhere. 4v4, Last Shot gets first pick. Follows it up with the double kill.
5 minutes
He is so good at that. At just finding the opening, finding the opportunity to get a kill that now gives them that cushion back once more.
I couldn't agree more. The speed at which he and Cycle are able to identify those opportunities. And like you said, before you know it, it happened in the kill feed. And we don't even get to see any of it off screen. That's how fast he got those 3 kills. And just like that, they're not done yet. 46-39. It's a 7-kill lead with only 4 to go.
Frosty finds another one. 3 now to go here for Shopify Rebellion to close this one out. And in these final moments, they've just started to run away with things. 2 kills now, all that is needed for them to go up by 2 in the series. And put Space Station on the brink of elimination. Eco last kill, no shields. Frosty will be credited with it, and it's Shopify Rebellion who go to the good up here with a 50-40 win on Aquarius Slayer.
World 2 18-11 in the end. Smile on his face,
Not
and
bad.
this team smile on the face of B-Man in the back as well. They're feeling and looking good here as they close out the game. 50-40 in the end. It's a comfortable 10-kill win.
Yeah, let's hope Royal 2 does that a few more times so that he doesn't take our jobs. Good job, Royal 2. He should keep doing this video game thing.
Yeah, stay with the game.
For sure. 18-11, like you mentioned. Frosty, another positive performance from him with 12 assists, by the way. 12 assists, 11 and 8 and 12. You give me that stat line any day of the week, I will bite your hand off.
You give me that stat line, I'd be a much better player.
Yeah.
I usually don't have those stats. In the end, take a look at damage as well on the board. Just shy of the 5K mark is Stellar on the other side, actually out-damaging everyone on the side of Rebellion, but in the end, all that mattered was the teamwork. And I think, like you said, take a look at some highlights here. It was plays like that from Last Shot that really, you blow things wide open. In a 4v4, he just gets a random triple kill. We're on board with Snakebite. We have no idea how it even happened.
Yeah, it's very strange to see that, right? I mean, obviously, he's probably playing off of some damage initially, or maybe he just wins an individual, whatever it is. It turns into the attention being dragged away, and he can get 2 more kills off the back of it. It's 1 kill that breaks the game open. It's 2 that solidify and really stamp down that advantage.
This was huge. Frosty stays alive connector, and yes, Eco picks up 2, but guess what happens bottom mid? Take a look at this. They totally get wrapped on earlier in the game, and just the way that Shopify is able to kind of stagger their deaths and make sure that the damage that they get as the last 2 players alive is almost always capitalized on by the spawners was pretty remarkable, and it allowed them to just essentially run away with the end of the game.
Now we move on to King of the Hill Recharge. Last time we saw these 2 teams match up, it was not pretty. Shopify, in that oddball that we saw against them earlier on Recharge, really did not look troubled whatsoever by Space Station. Now it's time for Space Station to maybe take a page out of Optic's book and try and think of a way to turn this series around. But with the way that the first 2 games have gone and that first series, Andy, it looks like Shopify Rebellion are on their way to booking a date with a rematch with Optic Gaming.
Yeah, right now looking so good and showing absolutely no signs of slowing. And gotta think SSG is going to need to dig deep here They've already had a lot of things to be proud of in this tournament today, but the only thing on their mind at this stage would be how do we turn it around on King of the Hill Recharge. I will say with the nature, when you think about the players on SSG and the nature of a King of the Hill Recharge, right, you really can. It's a game type where they will have the opportunity to just truly one death, one hold, one slay rotation at a time to try to get. I can't do that.
That hyperflex. Don't act like that was normal.
I can't do that.
I can barely lift my arm above 90 degrees these days.
I would describe that as alien.
It was crazy. Can we get a replay of that?
That was wild. No wonder he's so good at
talented
Halo.
Man. That's how he can hit no scopes like that. That's how he actually hits the no scopes.
That was crazy.
Oh, that is some serious flexibility being shown by Frosty. My shoulders hurt watching that.
Don't even know what I was watching, really. But an opportunity here for the side of SSG to take this truly one rotation, one kill, one hill at a time to maybe try to get back into the series and try to send it the distance. We just saw Optic reverse sweep, so we've already seen one this year on LAN, and now an opportunity for SSG to do it as well. It will be a long road, but it is one they are interested in traveling.
A little bit more of a straightforward game type as well. I think it's fundamentally obvious what you have to try and do a lot of the time here on King of the Hill. You know, you're playing for those certain positions on the map, you're holding certain angles, and it takes a lot of the confusion, the clutter maybe mentally out of the brain that maybe SSG have been struggling with a little bit in those first couple of game types. We'll start with Frosty. It would be rude not to. This man has been electric so far in this tournament, and he's going to get a camo for completely free?
We'll have to see. I mean, yeah, I don't understand it either. He does get the camo for free. We'll have to see where. I think he needed Shock as well. We'll have to see exactly where Shock landed, but my goodness, they completely abandoned camo, and what a non-traditional start.
Enemy team took the hill.
Have to see if that. I'm not quite sure what happened on the side of SSG there.
I'm going to say that's the already Year 4 is has had some surprises. We've seen a 1-0 Aqua CTF, and on top of that, we just saw a completely uncontested opening camo.
We don't need this
on Recharge as well.
Well, Shopify, who are kind of fighting and have the majority of control of pipes and glass at the moment. Stick comes in though for trade from Snakebite. Nobody really stepping inside of that hill as yet. Nobody's really had full control to do so.
It's going to be 3 dead momentarily. 4 dead for just a second. Snakebite is your first spawner. They're going to be a tower spawned and Hydro. They're going to try to make a tower push, but right away, the Shopify pressure comes right on, and it's even a nice little nade from Frosty, just doing his thing from the front right bat. And that'll lead to the next 2 kills as well after the 4 dead. This will be continued time.
Look at the info that Frosty gets as well. You see the first 2 kills go down.
Now
he pre-fires!
Oh, and pre-fires this one too.
This guy's seeing the game in 6D. We knew he was alien, and now we had proof of it.
Beautifully pre-fires the stack and knows exactly the angle that he has to force them into. Eco was the last player alive from SSG. He's taken down. It's another staggered 4 dead. Shopify looking to make this series a quick one.
It's going to be 1-0. Camo coming up. Space Station not really in a position to contest for this one either because they're all on the back foot. They're trying to play for that next rotation, but look at the space that they've just left available. Finally, they'll get some kills going their way, but it's Cycle who gets away with the camo once more. That's 2 in a row now for Shopify.
Let's see how he plays this. Nades are coming in behind him. Knows he needs to skedaddle, and skedaddle he does. Stays alive up top, and he's going to have a lot of info here.
Premium skedaddling. Lucid taking down a no shields. Lucid extremely annoyingly does not want to die and still survives long enough. But here comes last shot now. That's a triple kill for him. Snakebite had to hit the big shots to deny the overkill, but it's going to be 4 dead again for SSG.
Yeah, nicely done by Royal 2 through the shroud. Just kind of pre-fires there and catches some ankles, knowing the routing that Snakebite would be taking. Make sure to clean that up without any extra added mess, which is very, very well done.
Well, Shopify take this game over at the moment and sit inside of this second hill. Let's jump into the comms with Shopify and see what the plan is.
Look on me. Preston, I got him. I hit him.
Shock is coming up.
Look on me. Too long. One guy. Mid-bridge now. Bottom now. Single stack.
Shock is up now.
Okay, C-plat. 2. C-plat. Got me. C-jump right now. C-jump 1 hit.
2 in hill.
2 in hill right now. C-jump weak. I'm going
They have shock. Spawner has shock.
One shot, shrimp set, guys, and C5.
Watch out for shock. Watch out for shock.
Grapple spawn to Needler. C5 now. Win it. Look at Needler, guys. Look at Needler. We got needles and we got bottom BR. Bottom BR right now. Challenge. Sack, challenge. 3 shot sack. So wait, bottom BR. He's going orange. Mankler, bottom BR. Top BR. 2 on me.
Grappling out.
Needler dead in mid bridge. Never killed him bottom turret.
Yeah, he's missing.
You win, Sack, some shit. We got C button. Stacks on it.
Camo 20.
Help me.
Camo 20.
He's single.
You're good, Brad.
I'm here, Brad.
Watch out.
I'm going long.
Nice.
We got single never dead.
I'm gonna get up.
He's on. I'm long. Glass.
Camo, fight for the camo.
Camo.
Wait, guys. Drop. Wait, single.
He's big door.
Yeah, you got it. Nice, holy fuck.
What's camo, Brad? What camo person?
Wait, we're gonna turbine me in. Long haul, this single box, guys? Single box?
Yeah, bottom mid.
Single one.
Camo's burn, right? Yeah, burn.
We got bottom here.
2-0 for Shopify Rebellion, and just from the listening as well, and just the little minute moments that we're seeing, the play calls you're starting to hear come through. It's like, wrap through for Camo. I'm going to step out. We're going to burn a little bit of time off the clock. They had so much control of the map that they had so many easy decisions that they just felt like they could make.
Yeah, beautiful game management once again. And to be honest, I think Royal 2 only stepped in the hill to ensure Camo, they got Camo control, so Cycle was down there bottom middle. In the end, they burned Camo as well. Otherwise, they might have even milked and waited a bit longer. But as you say, that'll now be 2-0. But very, very impressive hill progress already coming in from your third hill on SSG, about to close it out.
Pressure already onto Lucid as well. Just players going to be flying at him. Does a good job to survive. Knows that Cycle is going to be weak. He's backed up all the way to the long haul though, and now he's chasing some shadows himself. Walks up behind Royal 2, gives him a little back smack, and it looks like SSG will answer back. An almost flawless hill from them.
I mean, has that been the story of the day so far, or what? Just back and forth, non-stop, like tug-of-war Halo, where you have, the second you have leads that have even felt huge. Let's think about Shopify on Fortress Bomb. Let's think about earlier games we saw from Optic Gaming as well, where teams feel like they're absolutely about to close it out, and right away, they just bounce right back, and just like that, what was a very comfortable 2-0 game is now 2-1 immediately, with almost no game time lost.
Yeah, still a lot of time left on the clock for Space Station to tie this one up. Like the way the Lucid's played this, by the way, it's been extremely patient. I think one thing that just you're being hypercritical about Lucid in the offseason, I think he's been a little bit too ready to re-engage into fights where he's not had his shields, tries to look for that last headshot, jiggles for it. But just the patience he showed there now rewards him with a little bit of a killing spree. So he's starting to pick up a little bit of form here. SSG, not going to be easy to step into this next hill, of course, as we know it is going to be pretty difficult one to hold unless you have some kills that go in your way with it being a little bit exposed. But a 2-1, the game certainly is on for them now.
Yeah, it was 3 dead there. A big bounce back from Lucid. You saw prior to that killing spree did not have the most impressive numbers, but it goes without saying just how big of a run he had to lead to that hill control, and essentially the same exact minute progress for both teams here in your 4th hill.
Royal 2 is just so obnoxious. Turns, hits the G slide, makes those shots so difficult for Royal 2 to hit, for Stellar to hit onto Royal 2. And now we have a minute already elapsed off of that hill from the last time we talked about it. It looks like Shopify Rebellion are happy to play time here.
Yeah, they really are. And now you start to see how it's working in their favor. Royal 2 gonna skid out of the back. Try to help from the window as well now. Frosty is the first to fall, so Space Station with an opportunity here to hold.
Do have their feet inside of that hill. Royal 2 trying to poke for the mid-bridge. The Cycle's just looking for angles, looking for damage. They know that Eco's essentially someone who's spawned out at the moment. Cycle finally finds him. He knew he was a danger, he knew he was a threat, and now they can move forward.
I like this. Ooh, might even get the extra kill. They will eventually trade out, so they keep 2 dead for SSG. 1 minute left on the clock. They're going to look to play time here.
Frosty didn't know that Snakebite was on the sneaky there. But knowing about it is one thing!
The shots.
Snakebite just got put on his back by his ex-teammate. That was disgusting. The jiggle peek into the chow. Frosty is the most difficult kill.
And not done yet. Continues dealing damage. They want nothing to do with the hill and everything to do with these kills. They know Stellar's bottom C stairs. Good damage. Just like that, 30 seconds left on the game clock.
One dead here for Shopify Rebellion though. Numbers all up for Space Station. They're inside of that hill. Cycle, no shields, but somehow, like he always does, somehow still manages to stay alive. There's no way he gets away with that. Stellar finally takes him down. Royal 2 picks up another one onto Stellar. Lucid's trying to chase him down, but Royal 2 with the grapple is once again just being a nuisance. time a factor, though. 13 seconds left on that game clock.
It wasn't delayed 3 dead. This is not impossible, but they will need to continue slaying, and they will need to hold here. Last shot falls. Frosty's also a staggered death, and Snakebite with the camo. This could happen right here. They need to get the first damage here and the first picks.
First pick is going to come in from Snakebite. Had no idea there was another player behind him in the tower, though.
Did not see the second player.
That's got to be a miscomm somewhere along the line from Space Station, and from having the camo, having control, they find themselves
4 dead.
4 dead, and there is no one close enough to get in this hill now. The game is done. The series is done. And SSG in those final moments, you feel like have no one to blame but themselves.
Definitely something to look back at. And maybe the players in Hydro did not get the eyes on the player that was in control. Stairs, of course, with Observer mode, we can see that. Maybe an easy play call for us to make. And they did not have the sightlines we expected them to have, but you have to think, as you say, that could have gone differently in the end. A few things for them to work on. Still a lot to be proud of for the side of SSG in terms of the day, but Shopify will eliminate SSG from the tournament.
SSG place 3rd at the Kaysan Showdown. As now we will see Shopify Rebellion with a chance to go into our grand finals in our best of 7 for a little bit of revenge against Optic Gaming, who reverse swept them earlier today in the series previous. Now, no bracket reset. Something to highlight for our grand final here is a straight best of 7. So for Shopify Rebellion, the road a little bit more simple as we take a look at from stats from the last game.
Take a look at any outliers here. Really, it's just Cycle. 14 and 8. Kind of really the standout performance in terms of overall. KD going +6. In the end, it's last shot. What do we say? He's the damage guy, and he's going to continue to put up the most damage in many of the games he plays. Get used to that. 5,400 for him.
So Shopify Rebellion book their spot in the grand final as we take a look at some of the highlights of that previous game. But I think it's a very similar story from what we saw. By the way, I don't know what was stranger, the contortionist act that Frosty put on before the game started.
Maybe equally strange.
Or pre-firing the small box with the green gun.
But pre-fires it as he hits like a nerdy kind of ceiling jump bump where he's not even visible during any of it.
We talk about internal, I talk about internal clocks a lot, right, of players, like expecting players to be in certain spots at certain times. That is the definition of the perfect internal clock.
Just, to see a player around.
Which I have to say very carefully.
Yep. I'm glad you are. On Stacks and C Plat, to see a player like that, this was the play from Frosty, just absolutely coming back for the challenge. A beautiful kill. Here was the play we were talking about. And there could have been extra damage at control for sure. Instead, though, unfortunate series of events crumbles, which kind of sums up really the series there for SSG. They will fall in the end, 250 to 111, 50 to 40. And a performance that was certainly the closest of the series in King of the Hill Recharge, but a lot to look at. Let's not forget, you heard what Lucid said. I think it's important to end SSG's run with those words. And Lucid, I mean, I've never seen him take that tone or kind of even that body language where he was saying, trust me, watch this team. And he's, he's undoubtedly sick of kind of what he's hearing online about people doubting them and despite what they've accomplished in their career. So I think we will heed his advice and certainly be excited to see what this team is able to do.
I think one thing we can take away from the Kaysan Showdown, though, is there is a clear front two right now heading into the first major of the season. That's going to be Optic Gaming and Shopify Rebellion. That is your grand finals that you can see in front of you right now. It is a single series if you're just joining us, a best of 7 though, so we do have an extended series to see who is going to be taking home the majority of that $50,000 prize pool, by the way. Not bad for a little curtain raiser.
Not bad at all. And it's like we said, I think a lot of people, us included, expected these two to be here, but let today's LAN action confirm that these will be the top 2 coming out of this event, and of course the top 2 favorites going into Arlington. They've been duking it out, exchanging games leading up to today, and now they will have one final best of 7, which, I mean, come on. An Optic Gaming reverse sweep earlier on, and now they get to play each other in a single best of 7. It is a dream scenario, and I am very glad we get to see the rematch.
You got one more series in you?
Oh, do I ever?
No, of course you do.
Let's go all the way.
Let's do it. Let's get ready for our grand finals. It's going to be coming up right after this break. We've got Shopify Rebellion taking on Optic to see who will be the champ of the Kaysan Showdown.
set, start. Threat eliminated.
What is up, Halo fans? It's Clutch here, and we have the HCS AMD Power Plays Top 10 clips from the 2024 World Championship. All right, let's kick it off at number 10, and what better way to start it than the 2024 World Champions on their way to that World Championship. It's Stellar with the shock rifle. It's against Optic Gaming in the Grand Finals, and Stellar gets a killing spree double kill to kick this top 10 off. At number 9, it's Snakebite from FaZe Clan, and Snakebite is on live fire against Cloud9. He's got the sidekick in his back pocket, and he knows how to use it. Rips 2 unsuspecting players for the killing spree off. The one-on-one for the triple is easy slight work for the sidekick and Snakebite. Coming in at number 8, it's Renegade from FaZe Clan, and we're going to be in this same series against Cloud9 here at the World Championship. Renegade on recharge with the shock. You know what's about to happen. The first shot, as clean as can be, the second shot through the shroud. It's a double. Spots the third player. Maybe doesn't hit the shock, but the 2 melees will get the job done for a triple kill. At number 7, Frosty from FaZe Clan, your third FaZe Clan member, and it's against SSG here in the winners bracket semifinals. Legend is trying to run this first fight to give his team a lead. Frosty says no with the plasma. A beautiful instant aid of the plasma will give Frosty the opportunity to find a double. Not only that, but the rest of FaZe Clan are here. They're going to get it, not only the return as Frosty hops onto it, but Snakebite gets a counter cap as well. At number 6, Dead Zone from the green wall. He's got snipe in hand on live fire right now against Shopify Rebellion. Shopify's up 1-0. Dead Zone needs to make a play to keep his team in this series. Dead Zone with a quick scope onto the player camo for a double, a killing spree. The body shot is perfect as he picks up a clean triple kill. Thinks he has another bullet in the snipe, but Dead Zone's going to have to settle for the triple kill and camo control. All right, number 5, halfway there, Sab from Cloud9. It's Aqua Slayer, and he's got overshield to work with the first player not looking at him. That's an easy single. Here comes Sab with full overshield, making plays. The grenade does a ton of damage, cleans it up with the bandit. The last player alive, ping 3, and Sab kills all of Native Gaming for the overkill. At number 4, Renegade is back for his second clip in the top 10. He's got camo snipe live fire against Sentinels. The first player not looking at him because he has camo snipe. The second player gets the comms. Third player also gets the comms, but Renegade does not care. He finds 3 kills on Sen as all 4 go down. At number 3, Optic Gaming in the winners bracket semifinals, trying to find the spot in the winners finals. All you have to do is stop one push. The man for the job, you have the right guy with the right weapons. Formal with the shock rifle, the first player gets taken down. The second with the slide is perfect. The damage onto a third will allow Optic Gaming's reinforcements to get here. Able to capitalize on the rest of Formal's damage. All 4 down for Shopify, and that is Optic's ticket to the winners bracket finals at the 2024 World Championship. At number 2, SLG from Quadrant, and this kid with a shock rifle in his hands is a problem for anyone, even Optic Gaming. The first 2 kills are clean. Smells blood in the water, starts to push. The triple is easy, and the overkill. Norwin, you nasty boy, gets the overkill on Optic Gaming. And the number 1 clip from the World Championship is brought to you by Formal from Optic Gaming. Dead Zone on the point of view right now, tracking down a player back tower. Able to play his life a little bit here. Back mud, gets info that a player's pushing him. He's going to get some damage onto him. That's actually important because Formal has just gotten a triple kill in the kill feed. Formal then quickscopes the player back green. Bound spawns dummies. Bounds immediately removed from the map. And Formal, for the nastiest kill tech of the year, creates our top 10.
Want more Halo action? Subscribe to the Halo Esports channel for official HCS highlights, behind-the-scenes content, and player spotlights that take you closer to the pros. Stay in the loop with official updates, Halo Esports history, and our HCS and community top 10 series. Don't miss a second. Subscribe now.
Party's over. You belong to me.
Satisfactory.
Special delivery. Betrayal. Combat evolved.
We are live from, well, I think you guessed it, Dallas, Texas. And we're here to bring you the fiercest Halo Infinite competition from all around the globe.
No will connect with the no shield APC. And oh! Yes, he can! Absolutely cooking!
Welcome back, everyone, and it's my pleasure to say for the first time this season, it's time for a grand final. Welcome to Texas, welcome to Dallas, and welcome to the Kaysan Showdown. It has been an amazing, amazing event. Once again, a huge shout out to Kaysan for throwing this tournament, for putting it on for everyone. Speaking of the man, he's joining us just in time. He turns up for the big games. That's what it is.
Big
grand
game.
finals. He's here.
Big game, Kaysan.
I had to pop back. I mean, it's been really, really great to watch. The reverse sweep was pretty crazy. Then a decisive 3-0, so we'll see what happens.
You think Optic's doing it again?
I think so. They're the way they played Shopify, the way you can hear the comms from here.
Yeah.
They're locked.
Honestly, yeah.
A lot of passion.
And it feels like that's what that team needs, right? I think people were wondering, right, how fired up are they going to be? And the second they were in that game 5, they were absolutely ready to rock.
Well, this is our grand final. As you can see, these two teams met up in our winners final. It was that crazy reverse sweep from Optic Gaming, and the game that we're talking about with the crazy comms is that game 5 that they absolutely dominated. Legend, you could hear him all across Texas, and that's a big place. It's a very big place. His voice was echoing across the state. This is our grand final, though. We get to see it again. It is going to be just the one series here, a best of 7, no reset here, so whoever wins this series will be crowned the champions. This is the format, as you can see in front of you, no reset. Just to remind you once more, so an opportunity here for Shopify Rebellion to win the series that really matters.
Yeah, I love this. All the marbles here. And Shopify's going to have had a lot to think about. I mean, remember the pop-off? We got to see the side-by-side cam, right? Optics popping off. They're all jumping out of their chairs. And on the Shopify side, they're just sitting there thinking, what on earth happened? We were just leading in a game 3 of a series that we were leading 2-0. So now it is an opportunity for redemption. Let's not forget here, coming out of the Kaysan Invitational, people will remember one thing, right? Who won the grand final? That's it. That reverse sweep was incredible, but unless Optic does it again, the story will be Shopify Rebellion. Optic Gaming, if they want the advantage, the momentum, and everything going into the first major of the year, they need to win it here.
Yeah, and I think it's an opportunity just before we get into our grand final again, as we did see the beautiful trophy that will be presented to our winners here, is to say thank you once again to Kaysan for throwing the tournament, for giving these players and these teams the opportunity to compete. You know, $50,000 before the season gets underway. I think to speak for Andy, myself, and the whole Halo community, players, teams, everyone, I'm saying thank you for putting this on.
And thank you to Halo 2. Thank you to you guys for coming. Thank you to obviously the players. Without everyone, you know, there's no show. So this is just the first of many, to be honest. We have so much fun throwing this stuff, and I want to see Halo grow even more to than what it is right now, and we'll see what happens, man. We're gonna keep doing fun, cool stuff. So I'm happy. Today has been great. The games have been great. The series, everything's been super awesome. So, and thank you to you guys for coming.
No, thank you, dude.
Our pleasure.
Pleasure to be here. And honestly, like, we've been waiting for an opportunity to cast these games, watching the off-season, all the rosters that have been forming. It's been an absolute pleasure. And we still got the biggest series of the entire tournament in front of us. I mean, what are your thoughts on this? Looking ahead to it, Optic versus Shopify Rebellion. Are we going to see Optic close this out? Are we going to see a repeat of that winners? I mean, to be honest, I would take a repeat.
Yeah, me too.
Either way, if we have a crazy reverse sweep, but you think it's an Optic game, or do you think maybe Shopify got something to say about this?
I think Shopify has something to say, but I stand by the statement, and I wasn't surprised to hear Formal agree with it, that the longer Optic Gaming plays, right, the better they are going to look. If you give them game types that go 12 minutes, if you give them game types that go OT, if you give them a best of 7, right now it feels like they will catch up to you. So you might eke out games 1, you might even be leading in games 2 and 3, but Optic Gaming so far finds a way. I still think it's going to be a very hard-fought series, but right now, momentum that we've seen should indicate that Optic has a better chance to take it.
Yeah, it's an interesting series as well, and one player I want to kind of focus on a little bit. We've seen Formal with some big moments this tournament. Legend in that game 5 was the real catalyst for Optic closing out that reverse sweep. We saw Renegade go on those crazy snipe sprees. Bound, I think the grand final is going to be one where I'm keeping my eye on him. What's he going to bring to the table here for Optic Gaming that's going to push them towards that trophy?
And what's crazy, too, when I was watching that Game 5 Slayer, everyone else is kind of popping off, and Renegade was doing, I mean, just as well as anyone else, but kind of even. I'm thinking, man, if Renegade's the one going even on your team, right, and everyone else is going positive in the slate department, like, what does that mean about the team composition here? So anyone, of course, on this squad can absolutely pop off, and each of them really carrying their own weight throughout that series where they had to reverse sweep. But like we said, Shopify's had a lot to think about in that last series. And Mark, tell me your thoughts here, Shopify going in, what they need to do differently.
I think it's not so much what they need to do differently. I think it's just resetting the mentality. I think the series against SSG is the perfect thing for them. You know, it's a very conclusive series. They look very good, and now resets them to think, okay, we're playing some great Halo still. We still played some great Halo against Optic. We were so close to closing that one out. This time, we're just going to make sure that we don't get too ahead of ourselves. If we go up by 2, we've got to close out. It's a best of 7. If we go up by 3.
Three.
Thank you. It's been a long day. Thank you. We just need to make sure we close out and we don't get too ahead of ourselves. I think those kind of things, again, it's teams learning, right? It's last shot and cycle in a final for the first time.
I was going to say,
you know, it's a big learning process. It's a very different feel to a series which is going to decide if you win a tournament, or one that's for top 6, top 8, top 4 that they've been fighting for previously.
Man, lots to look at in this series
CTF
layout.
Origin Game 1.
CTF Origin to kick us off for the first time today on your screens. That's going to be fantastic. Neutral Bomb is going to be your mid-game type there on Aquarius. And by the way, finishing on Slayer Origin as well. So bookended by the Halo 5 remake, of course, Coliseum coming in as Origin. This is going to be a good series.
This looks good. This map looks good.
Yeah, this looks good.
I'm looking at that game 1 and I'm like, I haven't seen CTF Origin so far today. When I saw it pop up map 1, I was like, yes! Like, this is a game type. This can be one of those game types that someone can take over. If you get snipe, you can go back-to-back on flag caps, but you have to be like super efficient, super quick on it. It's amazing to watch. Loads of action. Big moments certainly going to be talked about for quite some time, I think. And I'm looking at Frosty. Frosty on this map, it's his map. If he could design a Halo map, I don't know if he has the ability to do that, with all due respect to Brad, but he would basically just copy and paste Origin. Like, it's where he made his name. It's where he's hit some of the most famous clips in Halo, and I think he's going to be a player that Shopify are looking to be that catalyst for them, and for Optic to shut down and make sure he doesn't get the chance to use that snipe in the way that he wants to.
Yeah, you saw it earlier, right? He was the only one that went positive on the team, but he goes 15-8 in a Slayer, and they still win the game. So we expect him to not only be right at home, but pop off, of course, once again as well. Smiles here for Royal 2, despite that last year's result. Having a good time here and knowing what they need to do ahead of them to take this title. And gotta say, Goes without saying, not only a fat cash prize on the line, but it would feel much better to take first here for these next 2 weeks of practice and kind of momentum and going into each and every scrim knowing that you are the team to beat would feel pretty good for both these teams.
Yeah, I mean, Kaysan, I'm going to ask you about this because we had Royal 2 on the couch a little bit earlier, and he's multiple world champion across multiple titles, and he's saying that this feels like a completely new season for him. Like he's an amateur player again, having to prove himself. I mean, as a fan of Halo watching that's got to be exciting, right, going into this season to hear players who are so established being so excited to get back into a season.
Yeah, I mean, he was with us forever, and I feel like anytime you switch teams, it's just like a brand new, like, gives you new life.
Yeah.
Sometimes people need a new change of scenery across any game, really, any sport.
Yeah.
It just gives you some new motivation and hunger to come back and and dominate. So they look amazing. Like Shopify's been looking good. Their team chemistry looks amazing. So we'll see. It's a long season. We'll see what happens. I think a lot of teams are going to have a lot more time together as time goes on. So, I mean, like as you guys have here. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, you say long season. This is the season itself. This is the curtain raiser we've been talking about. And we get into the big business very, very soon in just a couple of weeks' time. April 18th to 20th, the Optic Major in Arlington, Texas. Tickets are available for that. Make sure you get them. You know that the Green Wall is going to be out in force, as they always are, demanding a major trophy for the Green Wall. And then we move on, of course, tickets available as well for the DreamHack event that's coming up in Dallas, Texas, May 23rd to the 25th. So events are going to come thick and fast this season before we head towards, of course, the big one, the Halo World Championship at the end of the season. $1 million on the line. We got the SSG Major. We got the FaZe Major that's going to be announced soon as well. I'm gassed for this season, man. Like, genuinely gassed. I feel this is going to be a special season. It's the bonus season for us. Like, it's the extra season, and it just feels special.
Yeah, like we said earlier at the top of the show, we didn't expect to get these rosters, right? Normally, you do not get to see the all-star rosters that would have assembled, like we said, after Halo 2, after Halo 3. What could have happened? This is the what could have been year, and it has already delivered here. And especially now, to have the Kaysan Showdown followed by, like, I just had to check my calendar because when you said the dates of that event, I was like, crap, we got to get on a plane pretty soon. Yeah. So in only 2 weeks' time, we'll already be at that first major, and then just almost 4 weeks to the day after that, you'll be at the next event. So really, everything is coming in very fast, and whichever team is able to get an early lead is going to be looking very good early on in the season.
I got a question for you both. You ready for some Origin capture the flag?
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's do it.
Ready for a grand final?
Ready for a grand final.
Let's do it. Let's lock in then, everybody. The grand finals is here of the Kaysan Showdown, and it's going to be a banger of a game type and a banger of a series to get us underway. Shopify Rebellion wasn't the series they wanted previously against Optic. They got reverse swept, but they fought their way back through the Elim bracket to have another opportunity, another stab at taking down the Green Wall. And with that sniper rifle, it's going to be game-changing. Let's see who gets their hands on it first.
Big opportunity for revenge here. As we said, while the reverse sweep was impressive, there's only going to be one winner here today, and that's the only thing people will be talking about for these next 2 weeks as we head into the first major. And ladies and gentlemen, we are underway. Your grand finals here at the Kaysan Showdown. It's going to be Shopify Rebellion versus Optic Game.
I just wonder if Frosty's going to go for the play that we've seen previously. It looked like he wanted to. He's going to grab it. Doesn't get to fire the bullet, though. But he is going to get away with that sniper rifle, and that is job one done for Frosty in Shopify Rebellion.
Stays alive here, and now things are going to play a lot different than what we saw on the Slayer, of course. Trades coming out on the Sneaky. Now all eyes on that top rocks, and Formal's going to want to challenge this.
Oh my God! What is that reaction time? He is an alien.
I'm telling you,
he is an alien.
This guy on this map, put him anywhere, especially on the snipe side, heaven forbid. What a no-scope there, and it's a little bit of deja vu. Do not adjust your television sets. This man is up to his usual tricks. Frosty is right at home.
And off the back of those kills as well, it's not one power weapon, it's two. You can see the last shot is just looking, but a great little bait, little shoulder peek coming in from Legend and from Formal as well means that neither rocket connects. And that power weapon is down.
Formal's going to now have the snipe in his hands. We've seen what this man can do.
Oh, sweet. This is what you can expect, everyone. This is the finals. This is what it means. Everybody's hitting their shots.
This is beautiful. Just to see this back and forth gameplay. Legend's the last player alive for Optic Gaming for just a moment. They're going to flush him out of bottom middle. That will be a clean 4 dead. Formal is your first spawner, but already back and forth here as they try to push out elbow side.
Next part of the process here for Shopify Rebellion is get into that base, get that flag moving. It's 2 dead once again. As Frosty is probably calling to his teammates, if you can get a pull, run it elbow, run it window. I've got some angles to help you out on those spawners. Last shot, here's that call, and it looks like there might be a toss across the silver.
Goes for the silver toss. I think it makes it as well. It does. Beautifully done there. Frosty right away rotates front base, and now going to try to continue to get damage. 2 are still dead. He should be able to get the fountain run here.
Legend picks up 1, but I'm not sure there's anyone in position to cut down Frosty. Mocks his head on the geometry for just a second, but the first strike goes the way of Shopify Rebellion. It is a clean run from them.
Beautifully done. Frosty right away identifies from the rocket. Ooh, gets the stick as well. Fantastic work from him. Will be 3 dead for Optic, 4 dead in just a second. Bound is your first spawner. Love the way the Frosty rotated immediately to front base as they go for that beautiful toss all the way to Silver. And they continued slaying throughout, and that leads now to a 1-0 lead in favor of Shopify Rebellion.
I mean, so much to talk about the Frosty angle, like you say, that he takes. He jumps front base because they're unaware of where the spawns are going to be, right? Certain kills have happened on the map. He's trying to put himself in a position where as soon as a call out comes on where those spawners are coming, he can adjust his position as quickly as possible to be part of the fight again. It's so smart from Frosty to put himself in what, you know, traditionally might seem as bad position in a 4v4. But speaking of 4, it's going to be 4 dead here. Royal 2 off of the spawn, though, in the cave will manage to not only stop the flag run, but also allows teammates to spawn in and around that flag itself.
Yeah, you have the feeling. Frosty, by the way, stays alive just long enough on the flag to allow Royal 2 to spawn. You had the feeling they just didn't have the timing. They needed to maybe get a little bit, just one shot on Royal 2 in the cave as damage before they started that run. And on the other side, they respond right away. It's 3 dead for Optic. Shopify fights right out of their base.
A bit of a T2 combo opportunity here. Frosty is going to leave that sniper rifle, though, because Last Shot was trying to run that flag. Formal will shut it down momentarily.
Now he wants
it. And now Frosty, with the rockets gone, is going to pick up the sniper rifle.
Things slow down just a bit here. Bound knows he needs to stay alive, going to continue the run.
A bit of an overextension run. They get the return as well, and all of a sudden, Optic out of nowhere. Strike back, it's 1-1. It's a sneaky pull that came in for them. A lot of attention, understandably, on the power weapons and Frosty, but it's going to be Optic who take that opportunity with Frosty and the rest of Shopify Rebellion on the snipe side to run it down into the trenches and run it elbow.
Yeah, it really tells you a lot about even if the opponent has both rockets and then sniper on the sniper side of the map, if you can cut down those sight lines and really just isolate that player, you're able to still run a flag, and that's exactly what they do.
Takes you back to Renegade on Splice. Right back in Halo 5, they were the team who started to overextend with those runs on that elbow side. Legend is next! Royal 2 with the double kill. Formal his first spawner.
Imagine.
Royal 2 with the triple and a killing spree! And he's looking for the over as well. He bodies Renegade.
Almost gets the over centimeters away, but are you kidding me with that shot on Formal? Beautifully done. It's another perfect kill. The flag goes in. My word.
I mean, he follows it up with the perfect. And we don't. That's not enough for us to get excited anymore.
Yeah.
Just beautiful, beautiful play from Royal 2. Just completely taken over the map.
I don't know what we did to deserve this level of competitive Halo in a 4th year for a game like Halo Infinite, but somehow we've got it, and it has already delivered unbelievable clips. 3 dead for the side of Shopify.
Rockets coming up in 5 seconds time. 7 minutes still left in this game, by the way. 1 flag to win here for Shopify. For Optic, it's going to have to be 2. Psycho in the 1v1. Legend is going to win that one. But Frosty immediately turns 1 kill into 2, cleaning up the damage that was left.
Last Shot trying to get in.
3 dead.
Thinking about making this run happen. Bound was your only player alive. And now going to continue the run. Bound's still alive somewhere, and so far being a big pain on the run. Going to stay alive in Maze and try to get this finish, but Last Shot takes him down. Frosty has rocks as well.
Frosty's got rocks. He's going to find one onto Formal as well. That's a double kill for him. It's 3 dead again. Legend last alive, and I'm thinking that Royal 2's going to get that kill. It's a clear run here. Frosty can get it across the silver, taking no risk whatsoever. Shopify Rebellion are going to strike first here in the series. They win. Capture the flag here on Origin by 3-1.
And look at Frosty, the pop-off, right? Getting loud at the end of the game as well. And I think the stakes have been raised after that first series. I think everyone was kind of maybe coming into this day a little bit just kind of calm and confident, but instead, after getting, look at a Last Shot as well, determination, and you could tell that reverse sweep hit Shopify.
No surprise whatsoever. You know, the best, I think, picture that we've had all day was the 2 teams alongside each other. Yeah. Optic having just won the series, popping off, and Shopify just heartbroken, devastated, not moving, not speaking.
In the end,
they're going to remember that.
Hey, Frosty 15-7. What did we say last time we saw him in Origin? He went 15-8 in the game that they won. Never has a player been more at home, or as you said earlier, synonymous with a map in the entirety of competitive Halo. Frosty just up to Frosty. Thing's the only player on 4K damage in the game as well.
I mean, Dr. Construct, Ghosty Army, back in the day. Professor Pitt, as Wes called himself. It's an alt tag, by the way. I'm not giving him that.
Don't give him that.
I'm not encouraging it, but I'm just saying.
You're saying other players have tried.
I'm just saying.
I think other players
we need to come up with a name for Frosty and Origin, okay?
I'll work on
We'll work on it. We got the majors a couple of weeks away. Might not be enough time for us, but we'll come up with something.
It was a lot easier when it was Kali Frosty. You could just rhyme it and be done with it. But
It's true.
We'll do the work on the words. Here's the timing I mean. Look, he stays alive long enough. You've got to be ready to get some damage on Royal 2 before that flag run starts. In the end, it was Optic Gaming able to get on the board through that run. But after that, it was really all she wrote, this
Royal 2
sequence.
play. Oh.
And then look at this speed, the backflip. Oh my, but here it is.
The nade from Formal, you just knew that Royal 2 was licking his lips, knowing he had to extend, and then he bodies Renegade.
Inches away.
And then, just to finish it off, by the way, just walks in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Shout Richard Sims for the killing spree.
Honestly, depending on the timing of that elbow kill, not too far from attack, potentially. But in the end, the only thing they're going to worry about are those flags coming back home. And love what I'm seeing there from Shopify, because that was not just confidence on that game type and Frosty doing Frosty things. That was a statement, right? They are not happy about the reverse sweep, probably embarrassed by it, and knows that there's a lot to play for here. Big cash prize today and a lot of momentum on the season that's going to be grabbed by the end of the night. And they want to take this and not have history repeat itself to lose to Optic Gaming again in this bracket. Next up, Slayer on Livefire.
I mean, very similar pattern to what we saw in game number 1 of the previous series, though. I will say, it felt like a dominant performance in game 1 from Shopify, and then Optic kept it a little bit closer in that game 2 and then grew into the series. And we do have an elongated series here in our grand final, and Optic will know that. And I think Shopify also will know that. They cannot afford to count their chickens before they're hatched. That's not something I thought I'd say on broadcast, but here we are.
They can't. And right now they have a lot of eggs. In this economy, that's huge.
In this country.
I don't know. Yeah, sorry.
It's still good.
I was going to say, you might not know what's going on over
I know.
here.
I know.
And frankly, I'm sick of hearing about it. But I'm hearing Shopify Rebellion in Toronto has a stockpile of eggs, and they're not counting a single one before these things hatch. You mark my words. Those chickens will not cross the border. For other reasons, those chickens will not cross the border. But they're being slowly incubated in a climate-controlled environment, and no one's counting any chickens. Shopify, 3 games to go.
This is what happens in a bonus season of Halo Infinite.
I was going to say, the sun is setting in Dallas, Texas, and so is our mental acuity. However, we're going to guide you through these next few.
All we can say is the eggs are safe for now. Let's move on to game number 2. Slayer, Livefire. 50 kills to win.
Optic Gaming, they've done it before. Only a few hours ago against Shopify Rebellion. A reverse sweep that I don't think anyone was expecting with the way that Shopify was playing. And you heard just what it took for Formal and the team to lock it down and ice up and take that series. Now, this is a big one. Like we said, the big thing for Optic Gaming is do not go down early, and we mean that in both game types and a series. We're underway in game number 2, and we'll see if Optic Gaming can get out to an early lead. We know they need it.
Aggressive push on the cuts here from Shopify Rebellion. But really good nades actually from Formal, just back them down. But Royal 2 gets that first pick. Frosty gets the second, and surely that's just going to carve a path once again to that sniper rifle. Last shot's going to be challenging. He's going to get the help from Frosty, and hey, surprise, surprise. Bradley Bergstrom, he's got himself a sniper rifle.
Man, last shot was wiggly in the mud. Normally you'd find yourself the boots getting stuck, but instead, he was ready for it. 2 kills do come across for the side of Optic, so now Frosty going to try to stay alive with the snipe in hand. 2 players on the other side of the map as the camo pops.
And Optic are going to know that they can't overextend for this camo because Frosty's going to have angles. He's going to have the opportunity to hit headshots. And that's why you're not seeing any real contesting going down on that on the camo side of the map. Camo's picked up here by last shot, 6-3. Camo and snipe in their hands. Shopify in a great spot here.
Look at the way last shot's playing this.
This is
so slow, so deliberate, beautifully done.
Completely free, gets info. Frosty got out with that sniper rifle as well, and now Shopify control. Mid-map once more. Optic trapped in and around the tower.
Really nice selective targeting here coming in. Going to pick up another one, maybe even more. Finally gets taken down, but not before helping with 3 separate kills with that camo. That now brings them into a 9-5 lead.
1 bullet for Frosty. More than enough for him to secure a headshot. Oh, you knew he was going to hit it. 1 bullet, 1 opportunity. The man strikes.
Let's not forget, they took Game 2 Slayer against Optic in that first series, but they, of course, infamously got reverse swept in the Game 5 Slayer. They're off to an early lead here at 10-7. Let's get into a listen in now with Shopify Rebellion.
Put her.
Still nesting, went front, went training. 3B.
Let me die. Sniper's out.
Gonna be hello. No, I'm here.
The other one went pillars to bottom mid, okay?
Yeah. Let's go.
Quantum's up. He's late. Camo 25.
Checking your cards.
Yeah, they have quantum. They're gonna make a move.
Half elbow.
Come on, shot. Nice.
Okay, screens, Matt. Behind screens weak, going in. Screens to camo.
Camo 4.
One shot time in.
Camo now.
I'm going in the vent. Let's get fucking go. You can get out. We'll get to time in now. We can do.
Camo, watch your cuts. Screens on me.
We'll get
Spotter.
Okay, Preston's gonna die. Let Preston die.
Yeah, spotter.
I'm going.
Spotter, A player. Top it, watch out.
Bottom in.
Right.
Yo, screens, 2 keto are going.
Snipe at 10. Huge snipe.
I want to believe. Survive, bro. Your tower's good. Sniper, help me.
Watch that.
They're I got the game plan. Okay, play one shot. Going low. One shot. One keto. Last 2 keto, I catch one shot.
I'll be tire sniping, camo.
Red bar. Absolute.
Snipes down, tire.
I'm running.
One guy's A. Could be out big. Tires now. Wait. Watch out. Watch out, tires, guys. Watch out, Dominator. He's going Dominator. Dominator, pillar. He's pillar, Harry Potter.
Nice 3GG.
Could be tower.
As the game is tied up at 22-22, we've heard from the side of Shopify Rebellion. Let's jump into the Optic comms and see what they're like.
Yo, bind you. Too funny.
Watch your cuts, man. Watch your cuts. One Dominator chasing one minute thing. One minute chasing.
Coming. Watch a keto.
Just nest and Tommy tower.
One street. Yo, behind the street.
Watch out. That's sweet. Watch your cuts.
Bottom's up now.
Who do you? They're so cuts. I'm here, bud. Dominator.
No, back me right now.
Dominator, watch out. Bottom in.
That was last guy.
Spotting green, back up.
Roll 2
Yo, elbow, watch out. Two tires.
Let's push. Yo, mud right now.
Tires, 2 shot, last shot.
Dude, after tires. Yo, one's gonna push me right now. Kind of stuck here.
No.
Stop in recap bets. Recap AP. One can be bigger right now. We gotta play a little tighter. Ready.
They're coming.
Too big.
Watch out big. Watch out top mid, roll 2 absolute guys on this.
Shopify Rebellion with a 6-kill advantage as we come out to both sides of that listening. And Optic now on the back foot, but there's something you noticed about the Shopify listening you want to talk about.
Yeah, really impressive here to see Shopify pull away the way that they are. Of course, trailing earlier, and Optic Gaming started to get a lead, but Shopify, you can tell they have learned they need to make sure they don't give Optic any opportunity to get any lead whatsoever. Well, let's see how this camo plays out before we go back to that moment here. This is a big moment here for Royal 2 with only a 3-kill lead.
See the Optic are checking their corners. They know that he disappeared somewhere. Royal 2, though, he's going to be spotted out bottom middle, bound. Alongside Renegade will get that kill.
That's big.
And they take the camo down, but Bound now down to no shields. He's got to turn his attention from getting kills to surviving. Not going to be able to do so. Frosty chases him down.
38-34 now. Still just a 3-kill game as another one comes in for Optic Gaming. And let's focus here on this action because down to the wire, and Shopify has played this so well to make sure history does not repeat itself with late game aggression and perfection from Optic Gaming that we saw earlier.
15 seconds or so until that sniper comes up top middle. Whoever gets that might just win this game. Cycle, though, being so annoying, just peeking between those bandit shots, getting the shields ripped down as Renegade, but he keeps himself alive, and he's got that plasma pistol still to play with.
Really important life here from Renegade. Does so well to stay alive. Now, just like that, the game is within 2. It was a 6-kill lead. It has been completely shut down.
Royal 2 grab that sniper rifle. You can see the Optic are trying to hunt him down. They don't want to let him get away with that. But last shot on Royal 2 come out of it with kills. Cycle's still alive on the tower. Legend finds 2. It's a 2-kill game here.
Frosty double!
Frosty with a double gets traded out by Legend, but it brings us within 5 of Shopify Rebellion closing this game out. But the game is only 3 kills between the two teams. Cycle finds that sniper rifle.
Big. Frosty staying alive in wrap and also getting the double to clear the way for the snipe grab is going to be huge. Now a 2-kill game, 46-44.
Opt to get a couple there. Cycle running back to last shot. The snipe doesn't go up to him either. He's going to have to extend if he wants to grab that. Optic within 1.
A bit trapped here at tower. Frosty's in trouble. somehow staying alive. Nest Royal 2 trying to watch over his shoulder, but the nade comes in.
Formal gets one.
Bound takes an angle on that.
It's Optic who go into a lead. It's 48-46. A complete turnaround in the last moments of this game. Cycle finds one. It's now a one-kill game once again, but where did that snipe go? Did anyone manage to pick it up from a body? Or will it influence this game? Optic only need one.
Wow, Bound gets another one here. 1 kill to go for Optic Gaming. Somehow they pull off a comeback so far and leading by 2. No room for error for Shopify.
Shopify all trapped bottom middle at the moment. Bound and Optic make the push, and it's Formal who gets the 50th and ties the series up at 1-1. What a comeback that was from Optic.
What did we say? You cannot give them any room at all to bring a game back, and heaven forbid in the late game. Let's not forget, it was 36-30 in favor of Shopify. On paper, every day of the week at this level of competitive Halo, that should be a win. There's no excuse for throwing away a 6-kill lead in the late game. Instead, it's Optic Gaming digging deep. How about getting the kill so that they cannot bring the snipe top tower? Last shot cannot get the snipe. They cannot get the angle. They trap them back tower, and they get all the kills that they needed off screen. Legend goes 16-11 in a game that they win by 3. A huge performance from him.
Yeah, Legend really stepping up in these Slayer games. Think of the game 5. He was the one that was getting them fired up, as well as leading the way for Optic when it came to those stats. And the Frenchman again in this game too drags Optic back into this series. 1-1 now. The early moments of the game, understandably, with Frosty POV again with that sniper rifle. The mid-game, Optic just started to kind of come back, keep it close, but it's the final moments of that game that were the difference maker. And I think you're right. We were watching Last Shot trying to get back.
How about bounce kill?
Towards the snipe tower to at least, if he dies, give the sniper rifle to Last Shot. Can't quite make it. We talk about the margins in Halo Infinite. That's another example of how thin they are.
Bound also doing so well because they were eagle-eyeing bottom mid and pillar door, but Bound actually flanks all the way to key. Here's the moment. 47-46, Roll 2 does not hit the shot. He gets completely collapsed on. And after that, it's a nice 2-man push. Formal and Bound, by the way, they peek Rat Tunnel in like a 2v2, maybe even a 2v3, but they still get the kill. And Optic Gaming ties it up 1-1, which, as we said, has been a key to success for them. As long as they can just keep this within reach, they have the edge, and so far they've done that. We're tied up going into game number 3.
Strongholds recharge next. Still got FaZe and SSG in the building watching this finals as well. They want to obviously learn as much as they can from the two teams who are playing right now in our grand finals. Ahead of the kickoff major in just a few weeks' time. 1-1 is where we find ourselves. If you're wondering what happened previously, this is how both teams got to this position. The winners final, go back and watch that series if you missed it. Optic Gaming with the reverse sweep over Shopify Rebellion, sending them down to the elimination bracket. They bounced back with a 3-0 over Space Station. And now we find ourselves once again tied up at 1-1. Nothing to split the two teams.
I'm telling you, the late game composure, it just seems too strong. And what I mean by that, if Slayers were to 75, they wouldn't lose a game. You know, you can't give them... What you have in a 12-minute Slayer to 50 kills is a certain number of rotations and opportunities and pushes, and that's kind of mathematically built into the game. And so far, Optic Gaming is showing that as long as you get to the late game, they're going to have a way back into it. And that's what continues to happen on the side of Shopify. They need to just give no room, absolutely no room, which is such a hard task against a team like Optic. And wouldn't have it any other way. Tied up so far going into game number 3.
Don't leak the DMs, Legend.
Don't do the arm thing again. This is a risky camera shot. It might do the thing. Okay, so far it's safe.
I'm just happy we moved away from Legend. I don't want the DMs being leaked on broadcast.
No, you can't.
No, that's
bad.
That'd be
that's
rough.
It's
not how you want it to happen. At least
even if the DMs aren't,
at least needs to get hacked.
even if the DMs aren't sus, you just can't. You know what I mean?
Just don't want it.
It could be sus though.
I just don't want what I send them to be revealed.
Or
you send them.
Well, guess what? Here we don't have any eggs. You guys have good privacy standards in Europe, so it's two very different tales.
Yeah, we do. Strongholds is next.
We don't have privacy or eggs here. Now that I think about it, God. But we do have some damn good Halo here. Shopify and Optic Gaming.
We do indeed. We're going to move on to Recharge Strongholds next. This is going to be a very, very fast-paced game type. One of the fastest that we have on the circuit. Shock Rifle, of course, going to be there. Camo going to be there as well. And the camo has been a real difference maker. I feel like almost more weight is being put into the camo than previously because the Shock Rifle's little nerf. You know, Shock Rifle used to be able to take over games. With the angles that you could hold down at range with the no-scope ability, Now the Camo has a little bit more room to kind of maneuver, to be a bit more of an impactful power-up, with that shock being not quite as effective as it once was.
So here, oh my heavens, the beautiful grenade off the bank from Formal gets help on a cat as well. 2 dead for both sides. Cycle's going to jump in and try to make sure he continues to deal damage all the way. He's the last player alive in a momentary 1v2.
AMB are going to be flipped though, and he's still alive for a few seconds. Finally going to be taken out, and there's Camo in the hands of the Frenchman Legend, who's, importantly, I think, going to be focusing on capturing the stronghold, maybe before thinking about picking up that shock rifle. BNC now, still being held, and he's going to, like you said, take his time around gold, prioritize that, easily get the kill to make sure they even things up in terms of the slays, but it's pre-nated pretty heavily and needs to try to stay alive. Gets the kill. Wow. No shields, no problem. Jumps back in, finally going to be taken down. It's 2v2 on the map for now. B, kind of 2/3 of the way to be converted, 3/4 even. I'll give them a little bit more benefit for Optic Gaming, and they do manage to turn it in their favor, but it's only going to be momentary scoring as Shopify have taken control of C.
Bao knows he needs to stay alive here, wait for a little bit of help. Tries to deal some damage on the mid-bridge, and ideally goes pipes, but instead it's the Cycle last shot combo. The Young Guns fly into Whirlpool together to pick up that kill.
Yeah, a little bit uncharacteristic, the bandit shots coming in from Bound there. Not the cleanest that we're used to seeing in those 1v1 scenarios. B's being flipped right now by Shopify off the back of those kills they pick up, and Optic Gaming 3 dead. And even though Shopify only have a couple of players on the map, looking to push immediately in. I like this play from Royal 2, showing that aggression, taking Renegade on in the 1v1. Last shot arrives as he stays alive, and it will be A now being flipped by Shopify. They have A and B, this traditional setup where they can just watch each other's crosses.
Now, there's a momentary 1v1, but Royal 2 not only challenges top A, he gets a spawner as well, which helps him. So a really nice selection there in terms of the way to play that. They're going to continue holding AB, and they will continue scoring here at the 30-9 mark.
2 dead for Optic again. Bound going to be caught out on the grapple, but not before he takes down last shot. But we are seeing a triple cap start to be put in place here by Shopify Rebellion. The scoring is going to be going up extremely quickly, and with Cycle having himself a camo, he picks up a double, and he might be able to step in this stronghold as well. But smartly, this is the shield management I'm talking about. Most players would have dived in there, looked for that triple kill, takes the extra second. It means he's got more life to give, he's got more bullets to output, instead of just sitting in that respawn screen. He gets B eventually. He knows he has time on his side.
Agree, veteran play there. There's no need to push. Sure, he could have gotten the trip. Sure, they could have even maybe got a few more points on the board, but instead, why not get the reset, get the time? They already have the control and the spawns coming in, and allows him to continue dealing damage like this. And just like that, because he plays that patient play, they're up 88-9.
1v1 on the map again, by the way. It's going to be Bound. Oh, Frosty comes off the respawn though, and Bound just gets his shields clipped at the wrong time. If Frosty could pick up a kill here, it would be big. But even though Frosty goes down, he's bought enough time for B to be reset and C to be captured, and Optic haven't really left their spawn.
Just like that, 103-9. It starts to get out of hand off the back of that trip cap, and Cycle, he's already 10-5 in this game. What a start for them.
One thing to remind, what the shot? I didn't even see that player. He hit him through the stairs?
You even saw the frustration there. To be honest, I have no idea either. You even saw the frustration there on the side of Bound as he got taken down in a player cam. In the end, it's Shopify continuing to play the 2-cap perfectly until they get another 3 opportunity, which I have a feeling might not be too far away. Royal 2 just staying alive as long as he can. Finally, he's taken down as well, and maybe it's going to be an opportunity for a trip cap. Again, Formal gets the last kill, but still 4 dead for Optic Gaming in the end.
One thing about this game type that I think every player and team knows at this point, though, is that even 100 points, 200 points isn't a death sentence in this game type. You can really do exactly what Shopify have done on the Optic side if you get that 3-4 dead scenario. But the one problem is Frosty on a killing spree. I'm pretty sure they just grabbed that camo. Shopify are not giving them the opportunity to even up the numbers on the map.
I love that play from Frosty because it looked like it was an unnecessary shroud initially from the stacks angle, but he shrouds it, and there was 2 players coming Mangler Pit Orange Door, and that ensures that camo comes away for free, and they get an all 4 dead as well. Beautifully done, clinical stuff here once again from Shopify.
Great damage again from last shot. Picks up 1 kill, takes the shields down of another. That's going to stop the progress across the map here. Couple of shots being picked up by Bound on his cross, and Shopify are just picking them apart surgically. Optic Gaming at the moment, every time they try and step near a stronghold, Shopify are there. They've got info on Last Alive. Legend is trying to do what he can to clean up some damage, and he does a pretty damn good job of it. Double kill for him. He'll be able to get A, but C is already in the hands of Shopify.
That was not an easy 1v2. They will flip A, but as you said, C already flips as well. So we'll see if they can do it on BC. That's a big 1v1, and you just saw Legend get loud in the chat. That's 3 dead, and maybe an opportunity for them to climb back into this game, but they're trailing by 200.
Formal with another kill. This is the first time we've seen Optic really start to cycle spawns, start to cycle slays, where they've had the majority of numbers on the map. Cycle with a big kill himself, though. Legend trying to chase him down. That's a good nade that's just going to stop him from being able to challenge. And now he's got decisions to make. The spawners are coming in on the long haul.
Oh, unlucky.
Cycle's still here.
Reads it.
Legend stays alive, but as I say, the spawners are already here to help for Shopify Rebellion.
Don't forget, that was Cycle who also grenaded top control to make sure he didn't come there. So Cycle actually expects that routing and checks on bottom blue. It's a beautiful kill, but Formal still trying to make sure his team gets back on the board. They are scoring, and just about 30 points unanswered in the last sequence.
Royal 2 breaks through off spawn. Manages to flip A. B's being converted as well, and off of Optic scoring, they go 3-4 dead, and it's a triple cap again for Shopify Rebellion. We're getting into the final potential stages of this game, and Last Shot gets another camo. Shopify have had almost every camo in this game, and you can also see the shock rifle is in their hands as well.
And I love the patience, once again, that they've been playing with. Last Shot just taking his time. He isolates every angle when he has camo. Notice the way that he does this. He has never exposed himself during this entire life to 2 players at once. Really, really nicely done.
One thing I love about how he's playing this as well is even though C is being capped, he's letting them have it because he knows that a reset can come in on B. He knows that they're going to continue scoring if they hold 2 of these strongholds, and he knows that they can isolate fights.
Yep.
And turn strongholds back in their favor. It's great decision-making here from Last Shot to play his life, but also know there's no need to die in these situations.
Yeah, really like kind of a fulcrum player there, right? He knew that he could just keep them at C. If they started A, he's going to just fly back because camo gives you the luxury to just play like that on a dime. You can just turn and you can change your pivot there, and that's going to be the game. Beautifully done from Shopify.
Flawless, almost flawless from them. From start to finish, it was Shopify's game. Optic Gaming, again, it almost felt like SSG did a little bit earlier on. They could barely get on the map to have a 4v4 fight, let alone capture those strongholds. It is fantastic efficiency from Shopify Rebellion, and as we take a look at the stat, 250 to 39. We say that you can come back on that map, you can go on huge runs themselves, but Optic never had the chance.
They didn't, and that's the key, right? I think Shopify is very quickly understanding that just because you're up 195 to, say, 30, as we saw them actually up right around that kind of score line, you don't allow yourselves to go, for example, back-to-back 4 dead. All of a sudden, it's a trip cap. All of a sudden, they've gone on a 70-point run. You cannot allow this Optic Gaming team to do that, and I think Shopify is identifying that that is the key. You have to play relentless, non-stop aggression, get through the game. Like I said, that game was only about 7 minutes or so. You need to win games that fast, because as soon as you start to go the distance, that's when Optic finds exactly what they need to do. Don't give them the time.
Cycle, this play here, waits for damage. He knows, we were talking about like what sums up some of these newer players for people who are watching for the first time, right? And we came up like intelligence for Cycle. Yeah. That is a perfect example of how intelligent a player he is. It might not seem like a massive play, but it's the knock-on effect from him surviving there, waiting for shields. He gets the double, but he knows there's a huge numbers advantage because he's done that. So he could afford to wait that extra 5 or 6 seconds before he re-engages, because everyone else in his team, he's given the information. They're going to do damage. And he can not only get the kill and reconvert, but then he's alive without trading, still
with camo.
In the fight with camo.
And on top of that, I think there's another added bonus where, guess what? Their next spawner, right, is actually going to be 2 to 3 seconds later as well. So their next collapse is that much easier as well. So he has all the time to get across the map into control, and then they're fighting a momentary 4v2 for even longer. And it's just really a domino effect. And that's what we mean by this season as we get ready for this game number 3. This season, focus on when teams are playing this kind of lights out, fast, just fly at you Halo versus moments like that where you do take the second and you are patient and you buy yourself even more time. Shopify Rebellion with that dominating win is up 2-1 in the series. Next up, Nutribomb Aquarius, which will decide if we go to 2-2 or if we, in a very different way, go all the way to 3-1.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? I think we saw 2 examples of what we were talking about. Turret, right? Last Shot is a turret. Think of that life that he had with the camo around C towards the end of that game. Did so much damage to different areas of the map, to different players on the map, without overextending, without trying to get a kill. He wasn't desperate for the kill because he knows if he outputs damage, the likes of Frosty, Royal too, they're going to collapse on that damage.
Right.
They're going to get those kills. His job is to make sure the players that they fight are weak enough that they can turn it into double kills, triple kills, without having to have that attention on them.
And it was so smart too. His vision cone only focused on one single sideline, and the rest of his body was isolated away from anyone else on the map. He only took momentary 1v1s and backed down every time to keep players weak, keep his shield, and when he needed to, with his camo still, fly back across mid, get back to A, and win the team fight. It was beautifully done. That sets us up now for game number 4 as we get ready for neutral bomb Aquarius.
A little bit of bomb. This one was a grueler a little bit early. We'll have to see if it's going to be the same here or if someone is going to just find the little bit of magic they need to get that bomb armed and find themselves being a bit more aggressive than what we've seen previously. Camo is going to be picked up by Frosty again. It's another power-up going over to Shopify Rebellion.
They do find themselves too dead, though, so he knows he needs to play this slow. He's going to opt to sit table for a second and even maybe look for a top mid angle just to work on the team shot. It's beautifully done. He knows there's a player in the back of the base.
A little bit of damage onto Frosty as well. Found. Gonna win his 1v1 there against Frosty. Last shot now. Just trying to keep an eye on that bomb. Such an important thing to do as Cycle wins his ones down on car 1.
I like that play. They try to actually leave Renegade in util, and they try to kind of fast break to the other team's util. In the end, it doesn't work, but it's a low-risk play because all of a sudden the bomb's just sitting in your opponent's util, and you're going to have the time to reset.
Frosty under pressure here. Optic starting to creep forward with that bomb themselves. You saw Formal was moving it down car 1. Legend can't land the melee, which means Pink is going to be open, but Renegade is in position in the window here to help out Formal get these kills, but they can't get either of them. Frosty wins his, and Last Shot survives as well.
Really nicely done in the connector, and Last Shot gets all the way back and still stays alive, and they will get another staggered 2 dead, so that bomb will be moving.
Legend at least gets 1, which is going to slow down the progress just for a few moments, but Royal 2 and Cycle are going to follow up on the damage. Formal's trying to flank car 1. He knows where the bomb is, but he's going to be cut down before he can even get a sightline. Bound is last alive, trapped in the back of the base. He's dead. The bomb is moving in. Respawn is already using their nades. This could be an arm going the way of Shopify Rebellion.
Ooh. Very good nades, though, coming in. In the end, we'll see if Frosty can get jump on it. He's probably going to try to finish here right away.
2v2. He's going to force Formal in. He's going for the arm. He's going to get it. He's going to get it. And that is going to be Shopify Rebellion scoring first here.
Even though Bound hits the front jump on the Pink side, in the end does not get there in time. And it's a very important first arm coming in from Shopify as they take a very early lead in the game.
First time Shopify get the bomb in the base, they plant. They execute. And their efficiency is something to be marveled from what we've seen from them so far in this tournament. Optic very much on the back foot and 3 dead once again, but that bomb is still down bottom middle.
Been so impressed with this team so far. It's going to be another camo for Royal 2 with Shopify. They're starting another run. Let's see if they can do it. Let's get into a listen in with Shopify.
Peter, what's up? One guy, they're gen right now. The PW. I see the one got me. They're gonna spawn flag. They're gonna spawn flag. Wait, they're gonna spawn gen 2. They're gonna spawn gen. Hard block. I'm arming. They're Peter. Nice. I can pick up window hop. Hold on. I'm one. Peter. Nice, we got it. Two PW, one shot. Wait. Two flag. Stay alive, man. Two flag right now going. They're gen. Death cam me. I'm going out front. What's that card they dropped? One got PT. One got Irvin. Car one gets. Arvin, watch out, Legend. One got P1. Watch Arvin. Start in their engine, Matt. P2. Back to me. They're shocked. One guy bomb. Running. Another one that's shocked. One guy, yeah, bottom mid running.
Trying to get out while they're dead.
Yeah, keep going. Go to front.
Could be Irvin.
Well, Shopify Rebellion at the moment, they are just rolling to the good in this bomb game type. 2 times have had that bomb inside of the Optic base, and 2 times it's been armed.
I mean, really flawless play. Also, I love the specific comms that you heard, right? They were playing calls saying they're going to be spawning back base and util, and the play was hard block util. They just sit there, they block it, they make sure they don't come in, they force the Pink angle, and in the end, they're arming again. Let's see what Legend could do on the other side of the map.
One player snuck in, but they're going to get... Did they get the arm? They did indeed get the arm.
Which, it's the same as we saw in Fortress. It's the same as we saw with a 2-0 dominating game from Shopify. And Optic finds a way, by the way, another Legend to arm again. Optic finds a way to answer back and get a sneaky arm.
However, how much did they expend? They've lost the camo. Again, that's going to be every single camo in the game so far going to the side of Shopify Rebellion. And the bomb was moving as well. They committed everything to that bomb plant, and now they have to play defense again.
really interesting to see such a similar game type here, even with Renegade once again going uncharacteristically negative in this game type as well. It's really been so similar to the way we saw the first bomb game, but in this instance, we've got 7:50 left on the clock. Not over just yet. Let's see what Cycle can do with Camo.
Look at this positioning from Cycle, by the way. He's putting himself in position where he can do damage but immediately escape. He cannot be the first death in this situation. 3 players damaged by Cycle. He's still alive. Now Shopify can move in. Now they can collapse. Now Cycle can take the 1v1. And with 4 dead, this might be the game. The bomb is arming. The desperation nades are coming in. Royal 2's going to challenge. There's a bonk on the back of the head to finish things off. It's going to be 3-1. Shopify Rebellion are looking dominant, and they will be up 3-1 in the series.
And unsurprisingly had no interest in playing time in an Aqua Bomb like we saw on Fortress. Of course, it's a very different result. In the end, Optic Gaming able to get 1 on the board, but Shopify does not let up. They continue the aggression, and like you said, when you have Cycle on your Shroom Stairs, on your util bridge, just poking, prodding, and he can always disengage, it's going to be so hard to push out. At that point, you almost have to just choose 3 players to push out B-Door and forget. You have to forget that player who's just absolutely causing havoc in your base.
11-6 for Cycle in that game. 11-7 for Last Shot. So the 2 youngsters stepping up. I think stepping up is actually unfair. You know, just playing at the level that they have. Just doing the
same thing.
Yeah, just playing at a level which we now expect of them.
Got to point out the game clock yet again. That game was only about 5 minutes, 15 seconds total elapsed. And in the end, Shopify is able to close it out comfortably at 3-1. And I mean it, if that game is right, if we're instead playing Bomb up to a higher score as we have in past Halos, right, it could be a very different game. Shopify, I think, is quickly realizing that you get the damage, you move in, you don't give Optic any room to do anything in any game, and now that gives them a series lead after that game type win as well. Score 3-1.
I mean, sometimes it's the simple things as well that you need to address as a team, right? When you're losing these kind of games, you can't let Shopify get every single camo.
Right.
Every single camo they had was effective as well. The way that they played it, they were so efficient with the use of that damage output from everyone that had that power up in their possession. And every time they got that bomb in the base, they armed. There was no disarms coming in. There was no throw of the bomb out of the base.
Yep.
From Optic Gaming, they just weren't able to. It was so well stacked inside of the base. Every angle held, every position held. It was, again, you watch that game back and it's very difficult to break down how Optic, not having those camos, were going to be able to fight off of the way that Shopify Rebellion were assaulting their base.
Absolutely, and this was what we talk about, the pinch. Just they take them down 1 by 1 by 1, 3 dead, make it 4 dead, and that last one's going to come in. Of course, it's Cycle himself, right? It really tells you the staggering and the timing of those kills, that it's Cycle in the end who's actually the one arming, as he got so much of the distance and the kills slowly get rotated out. And now, just like that, it is Shopify Rebellion up 3-1 in the series as well. And now 1 game away from taking your championship here at the Kaysan Showdown.
Slayer Streaks is where we're going to head. Shopify Rebellion will know, though, in this series there's already been 1 Slayer and it did go the way of Optic Gaming. They will also know that when they thought they were going to win a series a little bit earlier, it did not end up being a Shopify Rebellion win. Optic Gaming were able to hit that reverse sweep. So still a lot of work to do for the gentleman on your screen right now. Frosty also apparently can disappear. He's not just a contortionist.
I said it was, what I saw was alien, and I'm not surprised.
We need a DNA check.
I'm not surprised that he can also teleport. That's all I'm saying. It feels like he's teleporting around the map.
It really does. I mean, for Optic, I'm sure it does at the moment. The way that he's moving around the map. What do you think Optic got to do, though, to get back into this? So it's a Slayer, which they've shown they can win. I mean, they've shown they can win majority of game types, but I think the fact that we aren't going into another... The objectives have been very one-sided in this series so far.
Yeah, they really have.
They've been very dominant from Shopify Rebellion.
I think Shopify took a lot from that first series, and I'm pretty impressed that only in that amount of time, and we're talking, by the way, of only a few hours of time, the fact that Shopify has been able to bounce back this quickly and closing out games so much earlier than they did in the first series. Let's not forget, at the end of every single game, even in the reverse sweep, games 1 and 2 included, Optic almost came back in both of them. Shopify has not let that happen here, and they know exactly what's going on. I think Optic Gaming, it's the same key to victory as we saw in the first series. Simply stay toe-to-toe throughout the entirety of the game and or come out with a huge lead. Just simply don't have to play catch-up. It's just too straining in terms of what you have to do in the game.
Is the blue glass bottle of water behind them anything to do with their success in this series?
Hey, I don't comment. I don't comment on memes. So that's all I'm going to say.
There's not a lot we can take away from them, let's be honest. Here we go then, Slayer. On streets, 50 kills to win. This is a chance for Shopify Rebellion to solidify themselves as not just the first seed going into the major, but the hard favorite going into the major as well by taking down Optic Gaming in this final. 4-1 would be a scoreline they would be very, very happy to walk away with.
We did get word that B-Man actually baptized each of them in that blue water before the series, and so far...
I'm not going to say what he was doing with the banana.
And so far, it has shown in the scoreboard. Shopify now up 3-1, one game away from closing out your grand final here. Can Optic Gaming do it again? It would need to be another unbelievable run from them to close out the grand final. Everything to play for here. We're underway.
First things first, I think, for the side of Optic Gaming is just control power-ups better. And off the break here, the opening strategy is superior for Shopify Rebellion. 4-1 up, Stalker Rifle in the hands of Frosty, and Cycle has a free run on that camo once again. So they get the camo again. They have all the power on the map.
Once again, patient play. Frosty knows he doesn't over... Oh, boy. Formal gets a back whack on camo. And that's going to slow down what looked like it was going to be a guaranteed runaway lead. Still Shopify up 7-2, though.
7-2, and Legend is about to fall as well, so it's going to be 8-3. Somehow, Renegade is in a position where he can exchange. Frosty
stays
has
alive.
Absolutely no right whatsoever to survive as long as he did. But by doing so, Cycle now has a flank, and he's able to pick that kill up, 10-5.
10-5, still Carnage at bottom mid. You see Legend and Last Shot going to pass each other really quickly as those benches kills not traded out. Somehow Last Shot stays alive in the end, and it stays 11-6.
Formal does have that Stalker, but now it's going to be Cycle who picks it up. Still got that Repulse, does big damage as well. Renegade trying to stay alive around the pillars. There's going to be one hit for Will too. Frosty, with that Commando in his hands, manages to put another one on the board, 14-9. Legend going to be taken down again. I've seen Legend just caught out on his own a few times so far in this game. 1-4 to start with.
16-10 now. And Shopify continuing to maintain that lead that, they know they need that. For example, to hold on, at least stay at one full Slay rotation over Optic Gaming. That will be continued. Oh my, take a look at that player cam. Frosty taking down the former teammate, now opponent in Renegade. That will also allow him to grab camo.
Shroud goes down, camo's picked up. Frosty can now have a little bit of fun. It's an 8-kill advantage. As Legend is going to be pinged and taken down smartly by Frosty. I love the way that he didn't shoot initially. He knew he was going to be able to play off of damage from the position of his teammates. And that means, again, he can re-engage. Full shields, full camo. And with all of Optic in front of him, he puts one in the kneecap of Bound as well.
I was going to say, if you were watching the bottom right, you saw him switch to spikes as well. And these guys are popping off and hyped. They're up 23-15. Let's get into another listen-in with Shopify Rebellion.
Nice. Two more. I'm jiggling. Yeah,
Tires.
Plants right now. One hit plants.
Two tires. Two tires. Max. Nice. Dead end of PD. Dead end PD. Could be A.
Dead end PD.
Could be A hiding.
No.
Wait, there he is.
Target right now. Oh my god.
Holy fuck.
PD, watch out. PD, get have it jump.
On you, Matt.
Trade.
Nice.
I just want to see what your pointers.
Yeah, you got nades?
Yo, I'm getting up E. Yo, check soccer, Preston. Give me my K. Wait, I just want to see they're coming. Yo, Brad, I'm here. We can walk. Come to me. I'm here. Two back. Yeah, we're coming back. Agent. Too weak. Yo, three on me. They're weak.
Back. Smoke. Dead scammer.
Another
scammer.
Dead. Heaven to Father. Plan B. Be serious. One and hide. Go to P1 and hide. Bisa dead.
Nice.
Okay, back on me.
Gonna be on your way. Hey, I think we're splitting up.
Dead.
Yo,
drive. Three.
Watch the split.
Two.
He's
all good. I'll go team.
Okay, I'm up 20, guys.
Maybe don't know.
They're B.
You can hear from the listening, you can hear the energy. They know how close they are to closing this out. Shopify Rebellion are fired up in this game.
Also, I love how you can just get you a team that can do both. They're all popping off, and you just hear B-Man quietly in the background. Camo 120. Just absolutely beautiful that this team can pop off in comms and just be leading by 10, screaming at each other and hyped. More hype than you can imagine, and they're also just still in control of the game type fully. I still lead.
I love that run from Last Shot, by the way. Like, the shots that he hit, not easy shots to hit. You know, when you're half shielded and you're fighting a player who's on those B stairs, not easy angles, but he's perfect with every bullet that he fires. Only Renegade on the side of Optic really with anything to smile about at the moment. 12-8 for him, but everybody else in the neg.
Camo gets away, though. Legend able to grab it, and this game is not over just yet. We'll start to see if that starts to become the case, but they could try to mount something. Let's see if they could do it and stay alive.
Legend got a lot of responsibility here, though. Last shot going to be challenging him. Stays alive last shot as well. And in the meantime, Cycle finds 2 kills of his own. Renegade will trade one out. Frosty gets shields taken down, but Legend just can't find weak targets to play off of damage at the moment. He's the damage dealer. Finally gets one. And it's a 7-kill game now. Shopify only need 10. But Optic have given themselves a lifeline.
Shopify does well to make sure that's essentially a 3-2 trade against the Camo, which they will take in this scenario, of course, with a 7-kill lead. Let's see if they can play the slow Halo they need to bring this game back, but so far, first kill once again goes to Shopify.
Just got a trade at this point, and you can call yourself champion spot, Shopify. Renegade and Legend will find some, though. That's going to be 4 dead, and a Stalker was down as well, and last shot ain't moving.
Needed the trades, did not get him. And what did we say? Even though it was just a 7-kill game, just like that,
oh my goodness,
it is now a 4-kill game. It is not over just yet.
Oh my goodness, Optic are more than back into this. Last shot versus Formal. Renegade finds another one. It's a 2-kill game. This was a 10-kill game just a few moments ago. Optic have found something out of somewhere. And for Shopify Rebellion, the demons that they just had to encounter in that reverse sweep, maybe they ruined their head again. Formal gets another one. It's a 1-kill game.
What do we say? Don't let these games go the distance. Don't let them keep it close. Amazing discipline from Optic Gaming. They were trailing by 7. And now just like that. Oh, they do not get the kill on Cycle, though. That was a big moment. 45-42 as a result. However, Renegade stays alive with Camo. 45-43, game in his hands here. Tournament life on the line.
2 kills the difference. Frosty trying to survive. Frosty will be taken down by Bound, and again, Renegade plays his life so importantly. We're tied again at 45-45.
Absolutely unbelievable. Neck and neck here, and all it takes is one last Slay rotation. 46-46, Renegade needs to stay alive and get an angle. Camo about to dissipate.
Yeah, this is the thing. He knows that Camo's about to disappear. He's got to make a play quickly, and make a play he does. Optic are into the lead. They were down by 10.
Stays alive on the Commando as well. They still have numbers here in back trim. 48-46, 2 kills to go for Optic.
Formal finds another one that puts them within 2 of an amazing comeback here. Frosty finds one himself, though. Frosty goes down. It's Formal again. Last player's Legend. He's going to get the kill, and somehow, some way, Optic turn that game around, and we have more Halo in this series yet.
This game was 36-26. And I'm pretty sure we said almost the identically same thing in the first series. Look how fired up this Optic game. Look at the look on Formal's face. This dude is not messing around. What a comeback. Go all the way back to the Camo grab. By the way, Renegade goes 20-8. Positive 12 in a game they win by 3. Unbelievable numbers and unbelievable composure from Optic Gaming. They were trailing thereafter right around 38-30. And it had to be perfect Camo play from Legend. It had to be discipline. It had to be another Camo grab. It had to be the 4 dead. And they steal the game out from Shopify Rebellion in a game that we were sure was going to be the final game of the evening and the tournament.
And what's the turning point? Optic finally get a Camo. Finally get one of the power-ups on the map and put it to use. That gave them the chance. It gave them the first 3 or 4 dead. And then the way that they were able to just not trade.
This play from Renegade here.
This is a fascinating play, right? Because we're both thinking his Camo's going to go at some point. And Renegade's going, I know my Camo is going to go at some point. I need to make a play now. Otherwise, we're not going to get the maximum effect out of this power-up. He makes the play.
Look
and
at the
off at the
pop-off
back
as
of
well.
it.
You can see what it means to them. You saw what it meant to Shopify as they pop off in game number 1 alone. But now it's Optic backs against the wall with an unbelievable comeback. And it is, we identified it early on. We've seen it online leading up till now. But it's never been truer. I'm telling you, Shopify is so badly wishing that Slayers ended at 40, right? Because they would have won that game 40-26 or so. In the end, it's Optic Gaming with unreal late game composure, Camo grabs, team shots, and keeping their shields for the perfect push and collapse. 50-47, your final score. We're not done yet.
The reaction from Royal 2, I think, said it all. I think he just kind of like gave a little kiss of the teeth after that one was done. He's like, well, that was bad. And I think there's not really anything else you can say. It's brilliance from Optic. But on the Shopify side, it's a collapse. Series goes on. Shopify still find themselves one game away from being champions, but Optic now have momentum. Optic now have something to fight for. And as we head to King of the Hill Solitude, that first hill could be massive.
Let us not forget the last time we saw these two play this map, right? It was Optic Gaming completing the reverse sweep in a dominant Game 5 Slayer. And now with all the momentum in the world, and as you saw, I would just call it straight up fierceness on the look of Formal. Not only did they pop off, but Formal looked like he was ready to keep playing Halo. I guess is the PG way that I could say it.
Ready to be violent in-game.
Yes.
Well, here is that man, the picture of violence. Let's see if he can bring that violence in this next game. And tie it up and send it to a final 7th game of the series. Camo burn. Legend with a double.
Last shot, last player alive. It's an early advantage here for Optic Gaming. Is there? Oh my! Last shot says actually let's make it a quick momentary 1v1 and shuts down the hill control immediately. That's a big play off the opening.
Every play is going to be under the magnifying glass now, right? Yep. Every single shot that's fired is going to mean so much in that butterfly effect of how this game goes.
I mean, when you have games ending the way they have been, you're saying you set it up perfectly. I couldn't say it any better. Every kill in the mid game of all of these games has been a huge deal about when you have a game like that where a team comes back from any kill deficit. It's unbelievable. Optic Gaming is 3 dead. They're going to look to continue this on the posters as well as Soda Trap. Everyone's trapped on this side of the map, and so far already 50% of the way done on your first hill.
Yeah, Optic controlling this hill, and everybody from Shopify trapped on the snipe side, and Formal is just dealing damage. So many shots being received by Shopify Rebellion members. They can't get near this hill at the moment. Last shot's going to be weak. Last shot doesn't matter that he's weak. He stays alive. Royal 2 is there. Cycle keeps him alive, and somehow Shopify Rebellion break.
You know, Formal thought he might be able to go bottom mid, and probably 9 times out of 10, Formal goes bottom mid, wins the U-turn kill, and finishes the truck kill, but that doesn't happen this time. So Shopify trying to stay alive on this first hill, but a lot of work to be done.
But now Optic find themselves trapped in and around Tram. Legend's going to have a little poke from Driveway. Bound flies in. It's going to be trades across the board at the moment. They want to try and take down Legend here on the LR. Will be able to do so, but Legend does get a trade onto Frosty. Formal jumps in that hill. Wow. Great shots. Fantastic, almost perfect shots coming in from Royal 2, and he stays alive most importantly.
So obnoxious from Royal 2. Great pre-nade off of the LR to make sure he gets the kill on the LR player while dodging glass the entire time.
Comes back to get another kill, all because he stays alive in that situation. Now he's dealing damage to Formal, and look at that bottom hill. Look at the progress on either side. We're essentially tied up now.
Look at this grab. Nice job, Royal 2. Doesn't even take any damage on the grab. So carefully grabs this. Now just going to try to grab a little bit more time. They've already got the man advantage in the Slay department.
And AKZ Optic are a little bit panicked because they know there's a camo player somewhere. He will be spotted out. Bound stays alive just long enough, but also Royal 2 stays alive long enough.
Look at the hill.
So that he can re-engage.
Look at the hill.
Everyone's flying in. Royal 2 needs to get back in this hill. The repulse isn't going to be used. It's a trade.
Look at Formal
is there. He gets the bottom middle double kill, and it will be Optic who strike first. Pixels is separating these teams.
I have never seen a hill that close on your opening King of the Hill. Unbelievable back and forth. It felt like they had it. They had camo control bottom mid. Shopify able to get the kills as well, but in the end, it's perfect timing. They got the trade they needed. Formal stays alive on the truck spawn. He gets the first hill, and my God, is that ever huge for Optic Gaming.
Well, it's 3 dead for Optic. But like you say, it's huge for Optic. They get that point on the board. Now they have time on their side. They have a lead on their side, and they have Formal taking down Frosty with that shock rifle as well. Last shot trying to double up here with Cycle, who has that thrust in and around the hill.
There's a number of reasons that that's such a big hill. One, it keeps the momentum going for Optic Gaming, and we just saw what they're bringing into this game. Formal picks up another one. That's what I mean. The triple kill killing spree comes in as well. And they've got 3 dead. They're going to go ahead and take out the last player in the hill as well. And they might just do it again to take this second hill. Huge momentum still in their favor.
Renegade already up the map as well. Just saw the bandit poking out from last shot here. And in the words of Wes Price, you poke, I teach.
Might do it again. Oh.
He stuck him. He stuck him. Formal nonchalant on the way that he just picks up that stick. Shopify Rebellion cannot get out of blue at the moment. Optic are going to take this second hill. No one is close enough. It's going to be 2-0 to Optic.
We meant it when we said do not give Optic any opportunity, because not only will they take the last game, but they'll bring all that momentum into the next game as well. 2-0 in favor of Optic Gaming, looking to force a game number 7.
Well, finally, it feels like Shopify have got a few kills on their side. Legend, he gets perfected. 5 perfect shots from last shot. And with the kills starting to go their way, they can get a little bit of time here. Frosty picks up another one. Renegade takes a bit more damage. Everybody spawning on the snipe side. Bounce trying to kind of work his way in and around that truck to be a nuisance, but Shopify know exactly where they are, and they're getting pounded at the moment. Optic on the spawn.
Let's see if they can collapse here. Bound is not able to stay alive, which would have been huge. Dodges from hotel to truck. They get another kill, and it's going to be a staggered set of kills. These are very important and very well-timed kills for Shopify. They'll continue scoring.
Yeah, this is looking like it could be a perfect hill here for Shopify if Optic aren't careful about it, and they could wrestle some momentum away. After a heartbreaking first hill, after a second hill they couldn't get near, they're showing they're still in this series themselves.
Here's the question. This hill is certainly going to go. It does to Shopify. Just like that, it's 2-1. How does Optic Gaming bounce back? Can they take a breath here and reset? Make sure they do not let this game slip away. However, Shopify is looking to continue applying the pressure.
Yeah, they've won the rotate as well. Here's Shopify Rebellion. And they're starting to win their individuals as well. Another one going to be one. Assist picked up as well. Legend last alive for Optic Gaming, and he is nowhere near that hill. It's a third of the time already eaten up here by Shopify Rebellion.
Really nice stuff from Shopify to make sure that this game not only stayed within reason, but also got wrestled right back into their control. This next camo is huge, coming up 10 seconds.
Camo and shot coming up at the same time here.
About to score.
But we might be heading towards both of those power weapons and power-ups being picked up as Shopify Rebellion tie this game up at 2-2. Formal taken down by last shot. He's starting to flow a little bit here as well. Legend on the blue window trying to get an angle, but it is going to be 2-2. The camo is still up top middle.
Hits his head on the geometry accidentally, which might give a free camo to Optic. Does that change how this game goes? That's the question.
Optic do get the camo. They do get the camo, and it's Renegade who gets it. Shopify Rebellion 3 dead. Royal 2 no shields. It's going to be 4 dead surely in a few moments as Renegade finds the final member.
That was a guaranteed free camo for last shot. Unfortunately, it hits his head and falls down bottom middle immediately. Is that something we're going to come back to watch here? They spot out Renegade immediately, though.
He gets a stick, though. He still takes one to the grave. Even though there's 3 players surrounding him.
They were ready for that, man, the yard BR push. He thought he was going to get behind him. They have to go right now. Shopify, here's the push.
So much time left in this game, by the way. Formal inside with that shock rifle.
Imagine.
Last shot. Those Legends in front of him. No damage been done for him. Has to reload. Not going to be able to. Gets the beat down, but Legend is alive and Bound is inside of that hill as well. And Optic, they're going to go into a lead now. It's 3-2, and there's still over 3 minutes of game time left.
I was going to say the same thing. So much time on the game clock. Unbelievable there that the camo would fall the way that it did. It could be a very different game. However, now we got to focus up on the bottom middle hill here. Off the first rotation, Optic Gaming leading 3-2. Only one more hill before they close it out.
And think about how close this first hill was, right? If that happens again, it could be the difference between us going to a Game 7 or Shopify being champions if it goes down to those pixels. Optic want to send this the distance. Formal's got himself a shot.
It's still 2 dead. If they get another opening damage here and another pick, this could actually be the hill. They already have 40% of the progress done.
Enemy team took the hill.
Bound and Frosty going to trade out. Formal
2v2,
who cleared out the final members on that bottom middle hill last time. Bit of a warning shot, has to repulse back up towards top middle just to stay alive long enough for the rest of his team to get involved. Oh, Formal! Nasty shot from him, but Optic are 2 dead and cycles inside that hill.
2 dead and a long way to go. Optic Gaming needs to realize they already have 50% progress. Take a second to reset, but right now Shopify knows they don't even want to give him the room, give him the opportunity.
You got split spawns as well here, Shopify. Optic spawning in and around that snipe tower. Camo is back up at the moment. Renegade's making a desperate play for it. Cycle doesn't want to give this kill away. Had to reload though. And now Renegade's still on the silo.
He's going to get camo
as well. He's going to get the camo. All of these little things not adding up for Shopify Rebellion. And with 3 dead, Renegade inside of that hill with the camo. Royal 2, no shields. Optic are getting closer and closer to sending us the distance.
Renegade is going to play his life here. He's going to get out. He's going to slay again as they lose the first player. But now, like you said, only 25% progress left before they close out the game.
2 dead on the side of Shopify Rebellion. But they are still in that hill. They are forcing Optic to come to them. Renegade finds another one. That's going to be his 13th kill of the game.
Beautifully done.
Bound there as well. 2 still in the death screen here for Shopify Rebellion, and Optic standing tall inside of this hill. Formal finds another one. Frosty desperately tries to get in there. They're not going to be able to, and we are going the distance here. Game 7.
Dude, unbelievable sequence of events. And I'm not kidding. I think after last shot misses that free camo top mid when he had the angles, I think they got checked. You started to see a lot of kills coming in there for the side of Optic Gaming. And man, did we ever get what we came for. Shopify versus Optic. And Optic doing it again. It's not quite the same in terms of the ordering of their wins, but guess what? They force a game number 7. With a 4-2 win in the end. This has, and what did we say? Do not, this game went, you can't give them any room in these games. They will take a mile, and that's exactly what they did. Unbelievable series. We're going to a game 7.
And who is the man, who is the catalyst for Optic when they need him most? Legend, again, leading the way for kills, leading the way for damage when Optic have their backs against the wall. It is the Frenchman who steps up and shows the most ice out of everyone.
This play, unbelievable. Look, they've got 2 dead. They've got Camo and Hill. Look at the Hill progress. This is unbelievable from Legend and Bound. Bound stays alive to trade. Formal off the truck. Look at Frosty about to finish it. Unbelievable, man. Every single Hill delivered in this game. This is already one of my favorite series I've casted in Infinite, and we're only at a preview LAN event. This play from Formal to stay alive as well to get the triple.
It's so crazy. There's like a nasty play like that from Formal, and it's like, that's the standard.
Yeah.
That's the standard now. That's what we expect. And all that's going to do is give you like 25% on a hill. That's how good it is. Enjoy it if you're watching right now, wherever you're watching.
Here's the play.
Enjoy it.
Look, they have the slays. Last shot's forced to drop, and players start to fall. Free camo there for Optic Gaming. And they just start to run away with it. We were tied 2-2 at that point, but you cannot give a free one to Renegade. Formal just kept going.
Oh. We saw when this game type first came in, by the way, games finishing 1-0.
Yes. My, how things have changed.
Not anymore. There is still so much time on that game clock. But one thing that we can say is there is not much time left in this series. We have gone the distance for the second time with these two teams. But when this game is done and dusted, we will finally be able to announce who is our champion here at the Kaysan Showdown.
Look at the margins once again. Every game Shopify wins, they're blowout wins. Every game that we see Optic win, they are late game comebacks. The Slayers are identical, by the way, both 50-47 comebacks. As well as now that 4-2 King of the Hill Solitude win.
That's Slayer Streets.
Jeez, man. This series has delivered. This year has delivered, and these rosters have delivered.
It's only just begun. That's the wonderful thing, right?
It's a beautiful thing.
It really is a beautiful thing. And now, we still have another game in front of us as we are tied up at 3-3. I love the fact our final game is Origin.
Only fitting. Where we began this series is where we will end it. And the question is, Frosty, on our main stage here, undefeated today on this map.
Can you do it again? Let me try something for you here. The Oracle of Origin.
The Oracle of Origin.
Of Origin.
Yeah.
Thank God you're here.
Oh, no problem. There's that man on your screen there. Shopify with a lot to think about from these past two game types. The question is, how are they icing up? How are they maintaining their focus as they get ready for the 7th and guaranteed final game of the series? But I tell you what, one team is going to go home not only with a bunch of cash and huge amounts of momentum for these next 2 weeks, but the other team is going to go home with their heads held low and a lot to think about for 2 weeks. I'm going to shoot it to you straight.
That's fair. It's completely fair, especially if it happens in this way. If Optic pull this off, it will not be the first time that they would have sent a crushing blow to Shopify Rebellion before the season's even got underway. It will be the second time. And arguably, this one would be even more devastating, not just because it's a final, but the way that Optic came back in that Slayer.
Dude, I mean,
the series was done.
Down by 7.
The series was
late
done.
Game, down by 7.
They had no right to win that game. And Shopify are sitting there going, guys, we've won.
Yep.
With just a few more kills to go. And now they find themselves going, guys, how... A, why are we still here? B, how are we about to come in second?
Unreal, to be honest. When we were,
they've got to step up here. They got to find a way to win.
And not just, it does not need to be kind of keep it pace with Optic. It needs to be the best Halo they've played all day and so far, without a doubt. And you have to think, when we called it, when it was about a 7-kill lead for Shopify, we meant it when we said this is the last chance for Optic to stay alive in this tournament. And I think if anyone had to put money on that, they would have bet that this thing was over. Shopify players included, and that was not the case. Optic We know we've been saying they're capable of it, but my God, are they ever proving to us that they can dig deeper than maybe any team we've seen so far in the league in Infinite? And just pulling wins out of areas where there really shouldn't be any. We can't even talk about them.
Not on broadcast.
The nether regions.
Not on broadcast.
The depths.
One thing that's good, though, that I am enjoying about this little preview of Shopify Rebellion here, still some smiles. Someone's cracked wires here. Someone has lifted the spirits a little bit because
they need it.
It would be understandable if everybody had a face like Thunder at this point after what they've just experienced in those last 2 games.
Speaking of faces like Thunder, I mean, how about... I mean, the look on Formal's face was honestly terrifying.
Yes.
When they had made that Slayer Streets comeback, it was like, oh no. Look at him now still. They have unlocked a different tier of Formal. He's mad, and he's about to put some wins on the board.
If I was his teammates right now, I was like, we best win. I don't want to know what happens if we don't.
Man, what a tournament. We knew this tournament was going to be incredible. We were so stoked to come out here to see these teams debut on LAN, but this is the best thing we could have asked for. Unbelievable storylines already.
This is more than anyone could have asked for. No one saw this coming. Everyone knew it would be a great series, but no one knew it would go
exactly
the distance.
Like this. Yeah.
50 kills to win. One of the newest maps in the Halo Championship Series, but one that is steeped with history in the Halo Championship Series. Shopify Rebellion, Optic Gaming, Game 7, Grand Finals. Who is taking home the Kaysan Showdown?
This is for everything. One game for a whole lot of money, as well as we said, pride, momentum, respect in the league going into your season opener in just 2 weeks' time. So much to play for here, and we are underway. Ladies and gents, at game number 7. It's been amazing to have you with us here. Tied up 3-3, one Slayer to settle the score.
And will the Oracle of Origin step up? Frosty once again to be the difference maker. 2 dead on the side of Optic to start this off. Formal and Legend will answer back though. 2-2 off the break.
A little bit of fighting grass here. Frosty knows he needs to stay alive. You hear rockets in the background. That's going to be a cycle grab with a rocket launcher. 1 rocket to play with.
I think he actually used both of those, so no more to play with for cycle. Last shot going to trade out. It's 5-4. Optic have a slender lead. Nobody able to get their hands on that sniper rifle as yet. Royal 2 with the thrust though. Turns it around on Renegade.
We talk about the jiggles. We talk about the wiggles. That one goes into both categories. Beautiful thrust there. And now maybe going to provide an opportunity for the first sniper grab of the game. Yes, indeed. Essentially tied up here at the 5 kill mark.
Royal 2 going to get away with it. That triple that he hit right at the start of the series, which feels like a lifetime ago. One of the highlight plays of this grand final, but this will be the one that he'll remember. If you can make big plays with this sniper rifle in a final game of the finals itself, that's the one that really matters.
I think it's the first time we've seen... no, I think Brain's a teammate there on the elbow, and now going to provide an opportunity for maybe a collapse to come in from Optic Gaming as they start to take just a lead for just a second, but tries to play the snipe and does get it off. Sniper rifle will go off the edge of the map. Legend, no power weapon to be found, but they will take a 10-kill lead with them.
10-8 then. Frosty, though, incredible shots from him. From the snipe side of the map over to that rocket street. Formal finds another one himself. 1 kill between the 2 teams. Frosty versus Renegade. Renegade wins his ones, but it's a 2v2 on the map at the moment. He's going to have to wait for his shields.
Momentary lead here for Optic, 13-11. This is exactly what you want to see if you're a green wall. Damage there from Renegade was absolutely beautiful. In the end, last shot's going to try to come in and bottom mid. Legend with a very key thrust to win that one to make it 15-12.
Legend's still alive as well. Finally taken down by Royal 2. He'll collect that thrust. Still 2 thrusts to play with. Frosty will get the kill onto Bound. 16-15. There has not been more than a 2-kill lead so far in this game.
Things slow down now to a crawl. It's a good opportunity, I think, here at a standoff at the 16-kill mark. Let's go to a listening with Optic Gaming.
I got time. You look at me.
Red maze in. One
Red maze the one.
Grass. 2 shot red. Right Yo, blue BR, kill blue BR.
Red weak.
Red BR, Frosty. 1 shot, nice. Red BR, Frosty. Top cat, Frosty weak. Our side cat, weak.
Red BR.
Yes.
Have rockets.
Don't show face, just stop. Sit window down.
Blue
flag. Careful, man. That's one red, guys.
Nice. We can pitch.
Right here, blue flag, John. Watch out, he's rockets, one blue.
Nice.
Okay, rocket out.
It's 3.
Guys,
Blue cave the flag. Blue flag with us.
Blue cave on me.
He's on the flag, Nice.
Two back, nice.
I'm here. Wasting ammo.
Blue cave and blue side.
I can't be, man. I can't be.
Blue side. That's it.
Let me not. Chill. They have a snipe still. Red window. You don't have much.
I mean, that listening tells us everything we needed to know about how much this means and how exciting this season is going to be. Formal is growling every time he picks up a kill, but Shopify Rebellion have a lead, and now it's the biggest one of the game. It's 5 kills the advantage, and Frosty still has a snipe bullet.
Finally emptied, but the moment we've been waiting for, finally with the weapon in hand. And we saw it from Formal's POV there, but it was Frosty in the cave getting a beautiful no-scope to really break the game wide open, and now they lead by 4, just like that.
Legend trying to get up that Rocket Street again. It's a battle that we've not seen. One so far by Legend, and this time it's not going to be one again. The thrust is up. Renegade trying to contest bottom middle for it. Not going to be able to get close enough to do so, though. Frosty looking for this kill.
Boy.
Thrust past him, snaps back onto him. And most importantly here for Shopify, keeps himself alive and can re-engage it.
Wow, beautifully done. They're just going to look at this. They're about to get a staggered 3 dead as well as they get this kill on Bound. 3 dead indeed. Now, just like that is 32-23. But as we know, far from over. They're going to need to keep up the aggression, keep up the pressure. Otherwise, Optic can bring this back, even down by 10.
And this man's been the difference maker again, right? He's double positive, more than double positive in this game. 9 and 4 for Frosty, make it 10 and 4 for him. And he's been doing it for the majority of the game without the power weapons this time.
The Oracle of Origin, this man knows something about this map that other players do not, because he keeps performing on it game in and game out. Another set of kills here. 3 dead again for Optic Gaming. 38-27, an 11-kill lead here. Home stretch for Shopify.
And it's a killing spree for Frosty as well. He's taking on Bound. Still manages to trade in a disadvantageous situation. 29 kills for Optic, but it's 39 for Shopify Rebellion. Make it 40 as Legend will fall to the Bandit of Cycle.
Formal does get the rockets bottom middle. Hasn't shot one just yet. Surely Shopify doesn't let this one happen. They're up by 11 here once again. These are your final 9 kills.
Bound will find one. Cycle trades it out immediately though. Last shot will be taken down. 3 dead for Shopify Rebellion. And normally we'd be talking about a road towards victory for Shopify, but having seen what we've seen Optic do already in this tournament, this isn't done yet.
Not over.
This is not done yet. Legend finds one onto Frosty.
They clear out the cave, they clear out the fountain as well, now 43-35. Starting to feel pretty familiar here.
Oh my Formal, a double kill for him is 3 dead again for Shopify. Surely this can't happen again.
As soon as Formal got those rockets and stayed alive bottom middle, you
Frosty
knew
goes
it
down as
was
well.
going to be trouble. 5-kill game now.
It's a killing spree for Formal. Like you say, a 5-kill game, and Legend has a sniper rifle, but Royal 2 might have just slowed things down enough for Shopify to get on the map. But Legend, when you need to hit shots, it's the biggest one. 3 dead again for Shopify.
No more room to trade.
There is no way this is happening.
No more room to trade here. 45-41, and it's been amazing from Optic. Once again, they were trailing by 11, and now it's a 4-kill game. Does not hit the shot.
Formal under pressure.
Needs to stay
Legend gets
alive.
one onto Royal 2, but the trade from Cycle brings Shopify within 4.
Last shot with a very big push and a very big advantage. That's going to be huge here. Frosty cleans up. 47-43, 3 kills to go.
Optic just trying to survive.
5 minutes remaining.
Sniper rifle gets picked up though. Last shot though, shuts it down. Renegade will fall. 2 kills to go for Shopify Rebellion to finally put Optic to bed.
And Shopify likely, unless they get the perfect advantage, they're not even going to try to push this. However, 2 players on the elbow. This is dangerous for Optic Gaming. 48-43, only 2 to go.
Bound is going to find one, but Frosty, he gets his 14th of the game, and Frosty will close it out with a double kill. It's 50-44. Mr. Collie, the Oracle of Origin, will close it out with another fantastic stat line, as Shopify Rebellion will be your champions of the Kaysan Showdown.
And if you needed an indication of how hyped this year is going to be, how about at a 14 LAN preview, a pop-off from Frosty and a headset slam? The bill is in the mail. To win the series and the tournament in game number 7, and this is just a LAN preview event here. Unbelievably hype. Whew. Optic Gaming down by 11. They bring the game back within 3. But in the end, it is 50-44, your final score. Shopify Rebellion, look at the reaction of Formal. Look at the reaction there. You could just tell the frustration, but my God, does that ever set us up for an unbelievable year. If you needed, I'm not gonna lie, we knew this year was hyped, but from the player's perspective, this has set an all new level of just what's on the line this season. An unbelievable grand final, an unbelievable entire day here. And you know what, Formal, hey, he was fired up going into these last games. Now he's pissed, and this is going to set us up for a great major.
There's a difference between being fired up and pissed. Yeah. And when Formal's pissed, usually good things happen for the team that he's on moving forward. I have to see if Optic can bounce back. I mean, I'll be honest, they had no right to even be sending it to that Game 7 with the comeback they made on Street Slayer. Absolutely unbelievable, but they weren't able to summon that once more. Had to dig so deep just too many times. And it is going to be Shopify Rebellion who close it out here. A first LAN win as well for Cycle and Last Shot. Not the major yet, but certainly a great step for them to make.
Let's go ahead and throw down to our team on the floor. It's Kaysan along with the winners here, Shopify Rebellion.
All right, guys, and your winners of the Kaysan Showdown 6 is none other than the Shopify Rebellion.
It's going to be Shopify who close out. It's Shopify who will be your champions. Again, a huge shout out to Kaysan for throwing the Kaysan Showdown number 6. Halo community, thanks you so much. Shopify Rebellion, certainly thank you so much. And I think everybody...
B-Man with the fake out.
I think everybody who's watching from the Halo community today, or maybe if you're not from the Halo community and you want to be a part of it,
welcome.
Well, the major is just around the corner. You're a part of it now, and this is what you can expect for the entire season. This is not just the first stop. We've got a whole season ahead of us, and I tell you what, this man's done it all.
Get these things on.
This man's done it all today.
You get that thing on.
Come and join us,
everybody pop up.
The couch is a special place. You can sit up here if you want to, by the way.
Yeah, look at this.
There you go.
This is crazy.
And by the way, come and join us.
By the way, look at this series layout. If you're colorblind, we deeply apologize.
Look, this guy turns up today, tries to take our job, probably has taken our job, by the way, and then he's like, do you know what?
Casting's way more fun.
I was going to say, you're like, you know what?
Yeah. When I stopped coaching and started casting, I was like, whoa, you just win every series. It's awesome.
Yeah, even better, he cast once, he's like, you know what? It's good to have a good series to cast. So then he goes and sends it to a Game 7. I mean, dude, you've done it all.
I think let's not do that, actually.
Where do we even, Mark, where do we even begin with this series?
Oh, I can tell you.
All right, yeah.
No, actually, I don't want to.
Matt,
you got it.
No, I want to know where we begin, because this, first of all, this series was unbelievable. Like, the rivalry, obviously, we already knew the rivalry existed coming in, but this set it to a whole new level. I think most importantly, what we noticed is the games that you guys win, you win in like 5 minutes and a half. You never let them get any kills. And as soon as you go late game, right, they start to put up some challenges. So in game number 1, you guys popped off after the win. It was a pretty big game to get on the board. Let's just start with game number 1. It was, going into that game, coming out of it, walk us through the first parts of the series.
I think game 1 was huge. It was Origin Flag, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that was just like such a big win for momentum, because obviously, I mean, we just got reverse swept in the series before, and there's, it's just such a big game 1. I think it just got us like all hyped up. Like Brad was screaming, and I think that just kind of like carried through the rest of the games.
Yeah, you really felt it. You could tell that there's like, it was something. It meant a lot more, right? Because I saw you, Brad, pop off after that first game. It was like, oh man, this thing's like turned on now after that. Yeah, go ahead.
I got a question for you, Brad. How do I play Collie like you? Because I don't know what it is, dude. It's...
I've been saying this on my stream the last couple of days. I'm like, I've been playing that map for 9 years.
Yeah,
think about that. 9 years. Like, I don't know if you guys saw. Was it on my POV at the end of the game?
On Collie, it's always on your POV.
No, at the very end. Last 2 kills.
Let's see.
Honestly, it's a good thing if it's not.
Only at the very end.
Very end, last 2 kills?
Yeah.
Okay, because I got a bunch of hidden tech. Like, I have all these jumps that people don't know about. I literally won, or got the last 2 kills, literally because I did, like, some hidden jumps. Like, I don't know. I love that map. There's so much to do on it. Like, I'm just like a monkey kind of jumping around.
Even, like, for example, during the flag game, you're last player alive. You're kind of sitting up on the extra flag ledge above the plasma. You buy enough time for Matt to spawn in the cave, and they can't even start the run. So I think, we were definitely seeing that on display.
If you wouldn't mind passing the mic back, by the way, I want to talk to you two gentlemen, because it's your first LAN win. How does it feel? Like, Cycle, we'll start with you. Like, it's Firstly, how is it to be part of a series like that in a grand final? Because I imagine it's something new to experience. And how does it feel to come out on the right side of it?
Definitely was pretty crazy. I'm not gonna lie. Like after we took that shoot, I was like, "Holy shit, bro!" Like,
yeah. I was gonna say that was like 37-30 late game.
Yeah, nah. Like we definitely should have won right there, but it's all good. Definitely, I definitely felt like I don't know, like the nerves, I guess, after we lost that Street Slayer. But then like obviously like our whole team regained when we started the Origin flag. But I think they had just had like a lot of momentum, obviously, after that Streets game. But to win, it just feels great. Just that's about it. Like get the series over with, going home, like that shit. Like that's about it.
And what about you? We've been speaking to you for quite some time. It's been a kind of meteoric rise for you to this position.
It's pretty sweet, man. It's pretty fucking sweet. I mean, yeah, there's the only map that matters is the last one. We choked the Streets, like whatever. You just gotta keep going and keep playing. And we're gonna face adversity. We're gonna lose. We're gonna take L's, but we're also gonna take W's more than L's. So that's what we're here to do.
Did you guys feel? I want to ask anyone. Can feel free to answer this one. Did you guys feel that in both coming out of the first series because they played similarly in terms of the late game comebacks from them? Was there this pressure that as the second you have advantages in each game type, just force them, get the bomb arms, get the kills, get flags moving, because it felt like giving them any late game opportunity in the minutes 7 to 12 was just like gonna spell unnecessary disaster?
I feel like our objectives, I feel like we have control of them, but I've noticed it seems like our Slayers are getting like we have the Streets game. We have such a big lead, and then it's like we're just not playing it properly at all. We're just blatantly throwing, or we're just you just need to trade at that point. We're not even doing like the basics.
Right.
I feel like the objective games were super clean in, even when it goes deep into like 10 minutes in and they need like one bomb arm or something. I think we're really clean. But yeah, as you can tell, even the Slayers, even like the last game in the Streets, it's like we have such a kill lead or such a big kill lead, and they start coming back. It's like there's a clear something we're doing wrong.
Right. Yeah. Well, I was gonna say too, to add on to that, it's like their team has so much experience, and that's one thing like we're gonna keep on improving on is like making sure we get a lead like that and knowing how to control it to where we don't even end up losing those games. And obviously that comes with time.
Right, yeah, and playing slow when you need to and things like that, waiting for each other for sure.
I had a question before that final game, because obviously it was like probably a pretty nervy feeling between everyone going into that final game, right? Somebody said something that made everyone laugh. I want to know what it was. And I just saw the spirits of everyone. Everyone was like, okay, cool, we just got a game of Halo to play. Like, who was it? Like, who said what?
Wait,
I'm looking at it.
After which game?
Was it B-Man? Before the final game, everyone's like looking deadly serious, then all of a sudden someone said something.
I'm walking from the bathroom, and I just, like, they're all just staring at me, and they're like, "You're a beast, bro." they say something stupid. I'm like, how am I supposed to get locked? I walk in from the bathroom, and they all just stare at me. "You're a beast," and I'm like, all right, I guess I'll smile. I guess I'll smile after we just
and like before the game starting, like me, it's like dead quiet. Me and Wyatt just look at each other and just start smiling for no reason. So I don't know. It's just like good vibes the whole time.
I was gonna say, it seems like to be at that kind of a point in the series and just have like good vibes coming out of nowhere, it feels like the right place to be for you guys. For sure. Yeah.
All right, so looking forward to the Optic Major, which is only a couple of weeks away, by the way. It feels like it's coming up extremely quickly. What have you guys learned about yourselves as a team? You want to? Okay.
Can we get a mic for B?
Yeah, get the coach.
Let's ask
B, talk to us about, as you get to see the team play throughout both series today, anything you guys are kind of going to be thinking about, most focused on? Talk to us.
Well, I want to touch on, like, just us being loose going into that Game 7. Like, we lost 2, like, close games. We choked the game. I think in the first series we were a little bit more tense. We were a little bit more serious. And this time it's like, we have a 3-1 lead, but we're in this position where it's like we made ourselves here. We can afford to have an L. We just have to bounce back.
Yeah.
Whereas the first series we were like up 2-0 and we're like losing 2 rulers, and we just were like super serious, like not really vibey. So it's like we're more loose this series, and you could tell the difference.
Yeah, I think you could see it for sure.
Awesome stuff. What do you think of the couch, by the way, everyone? I think this is great.
It's cool, right?
The crowd. We got to get this. We got this at every tournament. I agree. Yeah. All right, that's going to do it then. Congratulations to Shopify Rebellion. Andy, hell of a day. A lot of games casted. Thank you for joining us as well, Matt. Please don't take our job. This is what happened today, of course. If you're just joining us, go back and watch it. It was an amazing day of action. Everybody stood up. There were some amazing plays, especially from these 4 gentlemen, and B-Man, of course, behind them, calling some big plays. So go back and make sure that you check out some of these series, and congratulations to Shopify Rebellion on the big win. Any final thoughts, Andy, before we wrap it up here?
I would say, first of all, of course, congrats to you guys on the win, and I think the rivalry is alive and well in a bigger way than I think anyone even maybe be anticipated between these two teams, and it's going to be amazing to watch so soon, right? Not only the Arlington Open, but also HCS DreamHack passes available now for that one as well. So it's going to kind of be nonstop for these next few weeks, and I think we're going to see a lot more Shopify Rebellion versus Optic Gaming over these next few weeks, which I'm looking forward to.
It's been a lot of fun. Shout out to Kaysan, of course, for throwing this tournament. It really has been a pleasure for the whole Halo community to be a part of it. We really appreciate you doing this for all of the teams, all of the players. A reminder that tickets are available right now for that kickoff major that's coming up. If you've watched for the first time today, you're like, you know what, this Halo game still
not too
kicking.
bad.
It's pretty damn good, especially when you've got players like this doing what they do. Then come down and join us. Make sure you're watching online, if not, and being a part of it in the chat. But for now, I think that's it.
That's it.
I think that's it. Thank you all for joining us. It's been an amazing tournament, a lot of fun, and the major is just a few weeks away. Congratulations to Shopify Rebellion. We love you guys. We'll see you soon.